Good morning, everyone. We have a quorum this morning. I am Naomi Dewar. I'm the Reno Vice Mayor, and I'll be running the first part of this meeting or whenever the mayor steps out. I welcome you if you haven't been in our chambers before. If you are interested in making public comment, make sure that you sign a blue slip up with our clerk over here to my right. We are going to start this morning with our Pledge of Allegiance. And so I would like to ask Carl Hall to please lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, very good. And then, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Calling roll for Wednesday, October 23rd. Councilmember Breckus, absent this time. Dewar.
Here.
Martinez. Ebert. Absent at this time. Taylor. Reese. Sheevy. Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to turn our attention next to public comment. And Madam Clerk, if you could read the disclosure for public comment, please.
Thank you. Our first item today is opening public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://reno.gov/COUNCIL10-23. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee on the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, our first public commenter today is Mark Markell, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Paul White.
All right, thank you.
And just for audience members, you don't need to touch the microphones. Mark, we're good. Just go ahead and speak and we'll get you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Vice Mayor and City Council member and City Manager, wherever you are. My name is Mark Markell and I'm a Central Reno resident. I'm here today to warn you and show you what happens to people, what can happen to people who drive drunk drivers. I had a car land on my head. I was doing 100 miles an hour, rolled 8 times, was ejected from the vehicle, and had the car land on my head. I was a passenger. This is the holiday season, so I would get dragged for people to drive with drunk drivers and get hurt, and then they wouldn't be able to celebrate the holiday season. I'm sorry about. I had a car line on my head, so I'm not out there. So I just don't want people to drink and drive and drive drunk drivers. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for always being here, Mark, and for sharing your experiences. All right, Madam Clerk, next.
Terry Brooks, followed by Paul White, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Yeah, I will.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'm sharing my presentation on people's kinds of clothing in cases of discrimination. Some people believe in wearing clothing of colors that are preferred by their own culture, and may not wear clothing of colors that might be preferred by a different culture. Some people always wear clothing to keep their whole bodies covered, while some people don't find it necessary to keep their whole bodies covered. Some people, before entering a building, leave their shoes outside the door. Some people leave their shoes on when they enter and walk across the floor. I can see why some business owners have dress codes for customers. Such dress codes could prevent the spreading of diseases to other customers. Sometimes there are logical reasons to issue certain requirements, like when the coronavirus came and masks became requirements. When some people go to certain places, they want to sort of dress up. Sometimes when they do go there, they want to use makeup. When some people go to certain places, they might want to dress down. They might even use makeup so they'll look like a clown. I can see why some places have rules for how people dress. They don't want dressed down people to make the place look like a mess. But some people cannot afford to buy expensive new clothing, so they should not be discriminated against because of their clothing. I would like to thank the people who help with Dress for Success. They help people clothe themselves better to help them then to progress. When I come to these council meetings, I like to wear a tie. The way I look, I need all the help I can get to try to get by.
Oh, come on.
Some people get to wear whatever they want to wear, but some people have to wear what little they have to wear. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today and for letting me come here dressed in my own particular way.
Thank you, Terry. And what chapter are we on?
Oh, this is chapter 41, and just so you know, I've only got 5 more chapters to go.
Okay, excellent.
And then I might have 5 more books to go.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. While we're calling up the next speaker, I just wanted to acknowledge we have as I walked in, former County Commissioner Kitty Jung walked in with me and she's here today. Welcome to our chambers. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker.
Madam Vice Mayor, just for the record, I'd like to state that Mayor Sheevy is on via Zoom.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
My next.
No,
Go
no,
on next.
Jerry, not yet.
What?
You have not been called yet, Jerry. If you could.
Paul,
Mickey, I'm also, Councilmember Ebert's also here.
thank you.
Okay, so if you
So-
could reclaim your seat, and I think it was Mr. White.
Paul White,
Yeah.
followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Mark Kimbrough.
Okay. And then also I didn't know if everyone heard, but we have both Mayor Sheevy and Megan Ebert, council members and mayor on the phone, on the Zoom. Thank you. All right, Mr. White.
My name's Paul White. Around the time the country was founded, John Adams said that we're a government of laws, not of men. Logically following that, we should be a council of laws, but we're not, and in a growing number of ways. Take, for instance, the crawls that just happened, one of them that just happened a couple days ago, and you wonder how 20,000 people could get together and get drunk for 6 hours and you hear nothing about the mass arrests and violations. Well, it's easy to explain because RPD practices what's called tourism sensitive policing during these. In other words, the law is set aside and the cops are told that simply, other than if it's a life-threatening thing, just let it go. There's no law about that. In other words, the things that would get you arrested on any other day, but a money-making crawl for the city, they don't enforce. Second place where we have no laws, no enforcement is with these Truckee River homeless camps over by the GSR that are allowed to remain there. If you look on the Sparks side, there's no trash, there's no camps, there's no crime. If you look on our side, they have a different police chief in Sparks, the one we could have had, the one we should have had. Our police chief allows the trash, the toxic waste, the sex trafficking, the crime that goes on, and nothing's done about this. A law was passed 6 months ago. How can you say you're a council of laws when you refuse to enforce this law? You need to go over there and see this for yourself. You ask yourself, well, why wouldn't the Parks and Rec or the police enforce it, well, they'll tell you why. They'll tell you the council told us not to do it, that we can't do it. They're very open about this. And if that's not true, council, you need to speak up and explain why they're either slandering you or why you're not enforcing the law. The third thing coming up pretty soon, if you hearken back to 3.5 years ago, the George Floyd riots that destroyed this room we're in and defaced the police department badly. And the mayor, it happened because the mayor told the cops to stand down and just let them riot and just let them go. There were no laws enforced. I don't remember seeing any council members there. Well, what you got coming up in about 2 weeks, it's reasonable to assume that, especially if Trump is elected, that there would be more of the same try to take place down here. In talking to the police department, what kind of plans do they have? What kind of training have they given the officers to be ready for this? The answer I received from an officer, none at all. What are we planning to do? Let the same thing happen? I would ask the council, what kind of plans do you have for 2 weeks from now when you're probably going to be dealing with more than you did before?
Jerry Mifsud,
Mr. White,
happy birthday.
I would, I would just like to tell you, you are very misinformed. I would never tell my police department to stand down. This is on the record. If you have officers that think differently, please bring them to city council. I am open and willing to always have a conversation, but I want you to know that is simply not true. I believe in law and order, and I believe in protecting.
Mr. White, you've spoken and now the mayor's speaking. Yeah, she's allowed to speak. Okay. Mr. White, would you reclaim your seat, please?
I just wanted to let him know he's very misinformed. That is not true whatsoever. I want that on the record.
Mr. White, please either sit or leave. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I just want to be clear, Mr. Misfit's not your turn yet. Okay. He spoke. And then I just want to be clear to the audience that we have had many legal discussions about this. The council may comment on public comment. We're not taking action, we're not giving direction, but we are giving information and making comments, and it's perfectly legal and admissible. So Mr. Misford, would you like to come up? I think you're next. Mr. Mitzvah, would you like to come? Would you please come up? Well, please be nice. That's a great idea always.
Birthday, so I'm gonna be 9.
Oh, happy birthday. Okay.
I have many, by the way, good morning, city council. Before you start my clocks, okay, I haven't even said my name. Future Mayor Devin Reese, nice to see you. Senor Martinez, representing the Latin American people, doing a great job. I don't know you two ladies, but I'm single. That's just a joke. Anyway, I've come up here and I've talked about seniors. I've talked about politics. Good morning, Carl Hall, city attorney. It's the middle class that I'm worried about. The middle class is slipping away, okay? Now, what you can do to help the middle class, something really simple, might cost you, is Project Oasis, I call, which is the parks in this town are the first place that a middle-class, hardworking family go to on a weekend because they can't go on a vacation, they can't go very far. They go down to the parks to enjoy themselves. Nathan, where's Nathan? He's wearing blue tennis shoes today. Nathan does a hell of a job. What he needs is more money. What he needs is more people to take care of the parks. We have to create that kind of environment in all the parks. Now, somebody gave me a list of how many parks there are. I forget that lady's name, she's probably here, but there's about 100 parks. And it's the first place that a person wants to go to. Now, I brought up the word middle class. It's slipping away. the middle class is the backbone of this country. The middle class was started by my grandpa around 1899 when he was came to America working for $1 a day. He says, "The hell with this. The rich are getting richer and the poor are poorer. There's nothing for us. Let's rebel." And they did. They stopped working and, they created unions and started to get paid right. So take care of those parks. Nathan is a guy that needs your support. He needs your money. He needs you to back. And also, Mark, the guy that runs Meals on Wheels, we need to get seniors 2 meals a day, not just one. If you can support that. Mark is cooking, he's cooking the food right here in Reno. He's done a great job. It's people like that and Jerry Miff Sud that want to be proactive and work with you. You're doing a great job. We support you. Let's work together.
All right, well said, Mr. Mifsud.
Mark Kimbrough, followed by Marshall Stevenson, followed by Leslie Mix.
Anyone want to never give up button? No, don't be shy. My phone number's on the back.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
My name is Mark Kimbrough, and I'm here to speak on an item that's on your consent agenda, but I guess by process, this is my only opportunity.
And there's a second comment on the consent too, but please speak. I think it's well
Okay,
worth
great.
it.
I want to give you some history about that consent item about the Truckee Meadows Trails, all the work that was done with that. I was invited to a meeting in Mike Kazmierski's office, who used to run EDON, which probably most of you know who Mike is. And myself and a person from the Forest Service and a person from BLM came into his office, and when I came into his office, I look up on the wall and he's got like 6 goals for EDON. One of them is a trail plan. And that's just phenomenal that somebody in that career, economic development, is talking about a trail plan for this community. And what he did is he brought us together to see how can we make this happen? How do we get a trail plan? And I had some experience, so I took the lead to help write the first. There's 2 sets of plans, so the first plan I was active with. So when all these folks got together, we started bringing the whole collaboration together. And thanks to Mike Kazmierski's vision, it actually became nationally known in the state outdoor recreation departments, which Nevada now has, and they went to meetings, found that EDON has money for trails, which was just phenomenal. So because of that template plus his willingness to pay, we moved forward, and this is a grassroots effort. We had all the agencies, all the trail groups. What are one of the features on this planet that connect communities? It's all trails. And then one of the challenges is you've got 6 jurisdictions. And to write a plan that 6 jurisdictions would approve is pretty difficult sometimes. So, and Reno has been a great supporter from the beginning, been active participant. We had public surveys, we did just the normal process that any branch of government would do. We did to get to the point of developing this plan. So grassroots development is the same thing happened. That's why I was brought into this project. We did the same thing in Carson City. It passed. It's now part of the government regulations and business, way to do business with trails. So that's what happened here in Truckee Meadows. So now you have a plan that brings together 6 jurisdictions. Not all of them can approve it because the federal government won't approve things like that. They're not going to say the federal government approves, but they make commitments to be part of it. And one of the first things that happened was that the Forest Service was very active because they're worried about developments around the cities and counties that stop access to the public lands. So they were very active from the beginning with this process. So I just wanted to introduce that, give you some history, let you know a lot of work, a lot of time. COVID came in and blew it up. I had to back off for a year and a half, but then we came back and finished, and then we did another plan. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kimbrough. And as you and I know, we've known each other for a very long time, and I just very grateful for your work after you left the state with Parks to continue this work. And looking forward to discussing that item. And I just wanted to comment that, as you know, I was able to give some of my council funds to continue the work that you've started along the Virginia Range. And so that work's underway, but I understand it won't be formally discussed today, only conceptually. So thanks for being here. Madam Clerk?
Marshall Stevens, followed by Leslie Mix, followed by Lawrence McNutt.
Good morning, Madam Chair, by Zoom, and the rest of the City Council. My name is Marshall Stevenson, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I've dedicated my career in the entertainment industry in Reno since 1998. I've had the pleasure of entertaining your parents, many of your kids, and operating dance clubs such as Paul Revere's Kicks, Dick Clark's American Bandstand Club, and for the last 16 years, Tonic Lounge. I purchased Tonic last year. I'd like to highlight that all of these venues persisted while being fully compliant with city regulations. I've maintained a solid, friendly relationship with law enforcement. I consider them an ally in keeping the peace. I take pride in operating my business, meticulously adhering to all relevant laws, regulations. Additionally, my taxes and licenses are always up to date, reflecting my commitment to the community. Historically, the area surrounding Tonic Lounge has been recognized as the entertainment district. It's a lively hub for fun and nightlife. However, in recent years, we have observed a significant change with the proliferation of Indian gaming throughout the United States, causing many of Reno's casinos to go under. Some of these casinos, such as the Comstock and the Flamingo Hilton, as well as others, have been and are currently being cross-purposed to now have residences. The transition raises critical questions about how we can preserve the vibrant atmosphere of our entertainment district while being considerate of the needs of new residents. To foster a positive relationship with my neighbors, I have proactively reached out to the property owners in the vicinity. I am dedicated to ensuring that we can all coexist peacefully. I am in constant contact with two gentlemen at the Montage. They communicate with the folks at the Riverwalk and the Arlington Towers. I feel we have a pretty good relationship. I've invested over $10,000 in the last year alone in tools such as a second interior rear door to buffer noise emanating from my facility. Over the last several years, we've committed over $100,000 in noise reductions enhancements. I want to be a good neighbor. Many are here today and also at recent city council meetings to complain about noise emanating from bars, clubs, and people on the street, motorcycles, car radios, etc. I'm asking you to consider the long-standing presence of business and nightlife that has contributed to our community. I'm not in favor of changing the current noise ordinance.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you.
I appreciate your commentary.
Leslie Mix, followed by Lawrence McNutt, followed by Father Chuck Duarte.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, Vice Mayor Dewar, and council members. I am here to respectfully ask you to deny the Bella Vista 2 development. Last summer, I watched, because of Bella Vista's actions, I watched them, after having called the Department of Agriculture, round up some wild horses that had been managed on the range. I'm going to tell you that I don't represent anybody but myself. I belong to no nonprofits. I'm simply a community member that cares about this community. When I watched that go down, it occurred to me that the voice that isn't being heard on these issues is the community voice. So I will start today, and by being a part of that community voice. So when those animals were rounded up, the issue was that Bella Vista had placed a bunch of boulders that could only be removed by heavy machinery so that the horses came back to the only water source that they had. I was down there that day. It was about 100 degrees. Now, the end result of this is 24 horses being removed from the range, being put into the state, and a nonprofit having to rescue them. Between the city and the nonprofit, as far as I can figure, in excess of $100,000 has been put into this alone. The issue comes down to access to water for wildlife and wild horses, and mitigation of wildlife corridors, and the wildlife corridor will absolutely be impacted with the Bella Vista subdivision. So my request is that you deny it. And right now, it's and/or. If it doesn't go through, my request will be an and. There's got to be a plan in place and followed up on to protect wildlife when development comes through. I'm appalled at the amount of public money that has been paid out to date in the interest of private enterprise on this issue. It's not up to us to line profits. As private development stands to gain the most financially, I would like them to be required to protect wildlife impacted by their development, including wild horses, and be required to fund appropriate solutions. Now, you can either put some sort of assessment on each home that's going to be developed so that the city can manage those wildlife corridors, or require that the developer maintain a wildlife corridor so wild horses and all wildlife that enjoy our community are also able to access life-saving water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. It's good to hear from a community member on the issue. Thank you.
Lawrence McNutt, followed by Father Chuck Duarte, followed by William Mantle via Zoom.
Overhead just work, or?
Yeah, just put it up there. They'll.
I think I got it in the right place. All right. Well, hello, I'm Lawrence McNutt. I think I know everyone. Over at the River Inn up on 4th Street, and this is really just an informational visit today. I want to share with you, we've worked quite a bit
Can you just pause? Madam Clerk, can you make sure the overhead is working? Okay.
All I'm putting on the overhead is I think you have in front of you. I handed some papers out. So it looks like that. Yeah. So just.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but I want to make sure.
No, that's fine.
Usually it happens a little quicker, so. All right. You may continue, please.
All right, very good. Lawrence McNutt with River Currents. We own the River Inn up on 4th Street. We have been there for 4 years now. We are working diligently, investing literally hundreds of thousands of dollars a year into cleaning the property up, moving things forward. We saw an opportunity a bit ago, actually about 2 years ago at the Carcione Ranch. We've submitted an unsolicited bid to the county to perhaps participate with portions of our property as the trailheads. We trust that the county, the city, BLM or Forestry Service will have us join in, and also many nonprofits that we seem to have been missed about. This is not about whining folks, it's about me letting you guys know that we want to participate in this community. And we'll just keep moving things forward on our own or with participation. But if you see opportunities for us to participate, this is the Truckee River Access Park, which I don't know if it's it is showing there. That's what we're calling the project. It was actually one of the original names of the project back in 1980 when they built the big building that's there today. And we said that's a great name. So what we've been doing is we've been reaching out to different fishing groups, community members, art members. You may see that we have begun our large art displays, and we're going to begin a walking art display at the end of the property. That's moving along now. Finally. And then we've also been reaching out to a lot of the fly fishermen groups and guides to have become part of their their stopovers and so forth. Just things that reach out. We're not asking for money. You know, we did propose to the county that they shift some of their money to us, and we put about another $1.5 million in to create a trailhead, a safe trailhead across the crossing. We don't feel that's going to work out for their budgets, but we thought we'd put it out there anyhow. So that's really what I want to say. I want to invite you guys to join us, make recommendations. I'll be here for a long time. I'm here full-time now, just finished my move last weekend. So you'll see me more regularly. That's it. Thank you very much.
Mr. McNutt, thanks for being here, and I did have a chance to tour your property. I think it was a year ago or so, and it is really beautiful.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what you're trying to do here.
Absolutely. We'll bring it back.
All
Thank you,
right,
everybody.
thank you.
Father Chuck Duarte, followed by William Mantle via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Wonderful to see all of you. God bless you for your work. I'm Father Chuck Durante. I'm the rector at St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral downtown on 2nd and Arlington. Ms. Than Tu Tran, developer who's here today on the mod, met with me and some of my staff about the proposal by her and another developer to reconfigure Stevenson Street. I'm addressing this now because of my schedule. I'm not sure I'll be able to get back when it's heard, but it is item C.3 on your agenda. The plan is to really turn the parallel parking into perpendicular parking and to make Stevenson a one-way street. My understanding from Ms. Tran is that the only way offered to them to make this happen thus far is by an abandonment of this street by the city of Reno. I'm not sure why that's the case. Effectively transferring ownership, obviously, to the property from the city to the developers. My parish community would not be in favor of that, and so I have proposed an abandonment. However, I'm not opposed to a reconfiguration as proposed, so as long as it still remains property of the citizens, given I noted in 1891, as I was sitting here, I didn't know it would be that far back. I've shared this position in comments with Ms. Leah Picotti, who's Associate City Planner. Access to a through street at Stevenson is important to avoid the alleyway, which is between us and the MOD, which already has a fair amount of traffic because of the cathedral, the Academy of Literature, the Honors Academy, right, and the lawyer's office. So we want to make sure that doesn't, but I think we can live with a one-way street there, and I think that's fine. The city sold, as you remember, I've approached this before, the public parking lot on 2nd Street. So parking is all the more needed in this downtown area. It's unclear how many parking spaces will be created. There seems to be some misstatement in the summary. It says 68, but everything else says 44. In talking to Ms. Tran, she says 30 of those would remain public parking. The current proposal doesn't say that. It says 22. So I don't know if it hasn't been updated, perhaps. But everywhere else, it seems to be in those 40s number. There are 30 spaces now, parallel. It says something like 11 are metered, but really there's 30. So we'd like to keep at least 30 of that. In order to be good neighbors, we're not opposed to cooperating in that way. We would not want an abandonment because it's city property. But in the other ways, I'm really excited they can improve it and so forth. But we would really like to see 30 spaces retained for public use. The QR code reference, I'm not sure how that's going to work. So if I can get back, I'll be curious to hear about it. But the 30 other spaces and not an abandonment. Thank you for your time.
Other Chuck, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you coming out this morning.
Of course.
Madam Vice Mayor, our final public commenter today is William Mantle via Zoom.
Hi, Council. Good morning.
Good morning.
So my first comment, it's William Mantle for the record. My first comment is on item C1 for the Bella Vista revision. I am in opposition of this change. I think that reducing the amount of non-residential space by around 61,000 square feet for purposes that were originally committed to mixed use, commercial, or again, non-residential purposes is wrong because that's what the plan was sold on, and that's what the people who bought into this community expected. They thought that there would be more mixed use development, other amenities or non-housing that went into that area. And you already heard a previous speaker also discuss issues with wildlife, so I'm not going to go there. But adding an extra 34 homes when individuals who enjoy that area could have more amenities, I think we should give more credence to the individuals who already bought in and to the City Council and Planning Commission who already decided to vote yes on this with the original plan. Further, since 2016, the state of Nevada has spent $1.13 billion on stadiums, not including other ancillary costs that come with them. And it's just come to my attention that the GSR is now seeking potentially public financing for its proposed arena. And I am heavily against any such public financing because if it's going to be a successful private venture, they can find a way to find private funding for such a venture. In June 15, 2024, an article came out which has a quote of, "Economists long ago concluded subsidizing pro sports isn't worth the cost. Decades of research have concluded a pro sports franchise doesn't boost a local economy much, if any, because it mostly captures existing spending from other places in the same community. A near unanimous consensus exists that pro sports financing is unnecessary from the public view. And with us meeting our affordable housing needs of today, approximately by 2106, the year 2106, I don't know how we could spend more money on something like an arena when we are nowhere near meeting the needs of our public with our tax dollars. I appreciate your time. Have a good Wednesday. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mantle. Let me ask, as the mayor gets settled, I know our next agenda item is approval of the agenda, and I know that there's the agenda, but there's also the way in which the agenda will be presented. And the staff have proposed a very different orientation and organization of the agenda, very different. And so I was wondering if we could have our interim or acting city manager, Jackie Bryant, go over the agenda and how you see this laying out for us today.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Dewar. We have an incredibly heavy agenda today, and we also have some time-certain items to accommodate some of the individuals who are here. So, to start with, council, there will be no lunch break today. The food, starting right there.
Okay, that's a bad start.
That's a bad start. However, the food will be available beginning at noon, and members can rotate out to eat. For the public, there is a monitor for council to observe what is happening in the back while they are able to eat during this, what is going to be a very long day. We will start with item D, Delta 3, the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority interlocal agreement. We will follow that with item D Delta 8. Then we will move to our finance items, D1, followed by consent. Items B for approval and pulled consent. After that, we will go back to the D items, D4, 5, and 6 for CHA, and that will not be heard before 2. I don't think that's going to be a problem, but that's what we have communicated to CHA. Subsequently, we will open up the redevelopment authority items, but not before 3 p.m. Following RDA, we will move back to C Charlie item public hearings and then the agenda. The clerk has the schedule between the two of us. We will remind council and the public where we are throughout the day.
Thank you. Let me ask a question. On my agenda, it looks like you might have skipped something skipped over it. After D1, you said we would go to consent agenda, but on my calendar, it shows we would go to D2 and E1, which is bond refinancing resolution.
That's correct. D1, D2, and E1. You're
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure. And then when you said D4 and D6 CHA, but then you said open RDA not before 3. And then it looks like we also went back to D7 as well as RDA items. So I just want to make sure we get all the D items done before the C items, essentially. When they're intermixed, it looks like.
They are intermixed depending on schedules.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything you want to remove from the agenda or pull?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right.
I wish there were.
Okay, all right. The only part I didn't like is not even a 15-minute break, but we'll have to live with that.
I'll move to approve the agenda
please.
with the floating proviso for the mayor.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Aye. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item A5, approval of the minutes for September 19th, 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item D3, David 3.
Jump around for a minute.
Hold on, sorry.
Chief Cochran, how are you?
Excellent. Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. I'm going to wait for the presentation to come up and then we'll get going. Looking forward to this. While we're waiting, I would just like to point out that we have an interlocal agreement with the airport on the agenda, and we have many members of the Airport Board of Trustees here, including Chair Cunningham. We have Courtney Young. I'm going to look away so that I don't miss anybody. Richard J., Joel Grace, Kitty Jung, of course, has already been recognized. Over here, we have CEO Darren Griffin and Chris Jensen. We have various airport staff. We have Battalion Chief Sean Holbrook, Dan Tapia, and Casey McComb from the labor group. And I point out all that out just by virtue of this has been a very collaborative, constructive effort by everybody in this space. So we're very excited about it. Do I need to do anything to? Okay. So while we're pulling the presentation up, I'll just let you know, we're going to talk about a number of different things, kind of a retrospective, what we did yesterday, what we're doing today, and what we're doing tomorrow to improve regional service in the area, regional fire service in the area. Again, I'll reiterate, it's me on behalf of the Reno Fire Department speaking, but there have been a lot of groups, including Sparks, including the county, various departments involved in this and moving the ball forward. And what you're going to hear is about a lot of things that we're doing to improve that service. Just as a note, the only action item today is the interlocal agreement for the airport. But I welcome questions on any and all topics that I raise. So I look forward to that. So we're ready to go, I think. Not quite. Okay. Is that the way we want it to look? Okay, we're going to go with this. So the things we're going to talk about, of course, initially point out that they're in alignment with our strategic plan. Public safety, of course, that's a thing that we do that we all care about deeply. And then fiscal sustainability. You're going to hear about a lot of different things that we have done and are doing. And at the end of the day, these are all cost neutral to the city. And I think that's very important because there's a lot of actions, a lot of moving parts. They're all positive, but they're not going to impact the existing city budget. We're using existing personnel, existing funds, and there's a little nuance to the interlocal agreement, but I'll talk about that when we get to it. So just a brief recap, some previous council direction on this. Back in July of 2022, there was a joint meeting. This was Reno, Sparks, and the county. And the language you see up there is direct quote from the motion that was approved by all three jurisdictions, and that was improve the outcome of fire, emergency medical, and dispatch services, focusing primarily on fire, and of course that's why I'm here. We took that and looked at what are we really trying to solve, what are the goals we're trying to accomplish, and I won't read them to you, but you can see there on the right in blue, those boxes. Those all boil down to one simple fact, the user experience. How can we make this the best for the user experience? Now, of course, when you dial 911, by definition, there's an emergency. So it's not a pleasant experience, but what can we as emergency service providers, as first responders do to make that service, that experience, as efficient and effective as possible? So that was kind of the overarching theme, the overarching goal. We had, there we go. Second council action was just a couple months ago in August of 2024, and that was to look at identifying a funding mechanism for regionalization. That's been on the agenda, on the to-do list for a while. We've been working on that, and I'll talk more about that item as we get toward the end of this presentation. So first, of course, our focus is always on community safety. The mantra that we like to live by in the Reno Fire Department, and as part of our strategic plan, as a matter of fact, getting the right resources, the right call at the right time. That feeds back to that user experience, making it the best experience possible, making it as effective as possible for the user, the customer that we serve. I mentioned the concept of what we did yesterday, today, and tomorrow. On the right there, you see what we have done. The yesterday is an MOU with the Truck Meadows Fire and Rescue Department. I'll talk more about that. What we're doing today is approving the interlocal agreement, or presenting for your approval, the interlocal agreement with the airport. That's the yellow box in the middle there. And then I'm going to talk at the end about regional fire opportunities, what we've been working on, what we'll continue to work on, and then the CAD implementation, which I know you're all aware of, but I want to give you an update on how that is going and where we are with that. All right, the first topic, auto aid memorandum of understanding with Truckee Meadows Fire District. What we've done is agreed that between the two departments, between Truckee Meadows and Reno, we will respond automatically the closest resource available to all calls. We've had an existing auto aid agreement in place for fire responses only. We've expanded that to all responses, and we've expanded the geographic area of where we will respond. And what that does, it does two things. It improves response times because the goal is to get the closest resource to respond to that call automatically without the need for a request. It's going to happen through dispatch. Now, do we expect that to happen seamlessly on day one when we turn this on? No, there's going to be bumps, there's going to be issues, but our commitment is to identify those and find solutions and not to just throw our hands up and say, we can't do it, it's not working. We're going to work toward that goal. And really, it's not a regionalization. This is not regionalization we're talking about later. This is a step in that direction so that as we get into a position where we can regionalize, we've already made progress in that direction. I'd like to point out on the map there, and just as an example, so the Truckee Meadows Station you see in red and the Reno Fire Station you see in blue, that's Truckee Meadows Station 33, Reno Fire Station 12. They're both in the city, and that gray area is in the city. But county has jurisdiction off to the right. I apologize, it's off the map, but off to the right, which would be to the east of Reno Station 12. Well, we all can intuitively recognize for engine 33 to drive past Station 12 to get to their jurisdiction is not the most efficient way to do business. So this agreement is going to try to solve, is going to work towards solving that. Conversely, at some point between those two stations, we can all recognize that Truckee Meadows is going to be closer to the incident than Reno Station 12, even though it's in the city. So we want to take advantage of that too and have them respond as the closest apparatus. And then the other aspect, or the other improvement this will provide is resource allocation. When you look at all the stations writ large throughout the region, there's a lot of this type of situation where there's Reno close to county jurisdiction, county close to Reno jurisdiction. We're going to take advantage of all those so that maybe the second or third engine, rather than a county engine coming from a distant place, we send a Reno engine because we're next, we're closer, and take advantage of that depth of resources that we can provide through the combined departments. Now, here's the jewel for today, the big item. We've been talking with the airport, with labor, with a lot of people about an interlocal agreement to provide fire service to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. What we're seeing, what the airport is seeing, is growth in and around airport property. So it's not just the airport, although we all know that there's a giant remodel. Doesn't even seem to be enough of a word for what's going on at the airport. But a huge remodel that is going to expand and improve everything that's going on at the airport. We have off-airport properties that are being developed with warehousing that you've seen down south of the airport. There's opportunities for that up in Stead and at the Stead Airport. And I would mention at this point that the Stead Airport is included in all of this. So it's a cooperative effort to address all the needs of the airport. And rather than relying on a mutual aid agreement, again, where you have to make that request, you have to ask for somebody, we are now going to combine our resources so that there's a seamless response. Again, right call, right resource to the right call at the right time. Do you need one engine? We can send that. Do you need 5 engines? We can send that too. And we'll be able to do it seamlessly through our dispatch. So what does the agreement do? It transitions all things fire service, fire operations, fire prevention, even dispatch to Reno. We have been dispatching for them for a while now, but we will continue doing that. We'll continue to provide fire prevention services, and then of course we'll provide emergency operation services. We're going to transition the airport fire employees to the city. That's the firefighters, the line personnel, including the battalion chiefs. If the agreement is approved by this council, we will have 6 months to work on a handover plan. In all honesty and transparency, we've already started to work on that because we are very excited about this, and we want to make sure this happens as effectively and efficiently as possible. The agreement is for a 5-year term with an automatic 5-year renewal. I mentioned why it matters. It does provide for seamless response to the airport and the surrounding airport properties, provides a greater depth of resources in that area. The other thing that goes under the radar a little bit is the fact that, when there is an aircraft emergency, it's not always on the airport. In fact, most of the time, it's not on the airport. So we are going to have cross-training going both directions, airport personnel being trained to operate in Reno fire stations, Reno personnel being trained to operate on the airport, which gives us a greater depth of experience and training to provide the most effective response to aircraft emergencies on or off the airport. And of course, at the end of the day, what this does with the combined departments is provide the highest level of public safety, which is always our goal. So who is responsible for what? The city, or the airport, will provide us access to the station. So we will be using the station on the airport that exists currently. We'll be staffing that with Reno fire employees, which are the current airport employees, which we will be absorbing. The airport will continue to maintain that facility, so we're not going to own the facility, we're just going to use it as a mechanism to provide fire service. The airport continues to own their firefighting vehicles, and they will pay for replacements of those when and if it's necessary. And there is an update to the communication system for dispatch that is necessary, which is already a work in progress, so that we can dispatch it as effectively as possible. Of course, what are we going to provide as well? We're going to provide all risk fire protection, I mentioned, not only to the airport, but to the Reno State Airport up north. We will train our people to the level required by the FAA, because I've learned through this process that the FAA, by and large, is really the driving force on what service we provide and how it's paid for, which is an important piece that I'll come to next. We have been providing construction and inspection services for airport facilities, the commercial facilities on the airport and on surrounding properties. We'll continue to do that, including providing the regular inspections of those properties, just as we do in the city of Reno, through our fire prevention division. And then I mentioned that we've also been providing dispatch services. We'll continue to do that, again, so that we have that seamless dispatch of the right resource to the right call at the right time. The financial implications. The agreement provides that we will provide the airport with an annual budget or an annual plan, and that's for budgeting purposes, so they can see what the expectation is, they can set their budget accordingly. And this is the cost neutral nuance that I want to point out. These are pass-through costs to the airport. So we're taking on their 24 personnel, but we are going to pass through those costs to the airport. They will pay the actual costs of those personnel that are working at the airport. So it'll be cost neutral to the city. So even though it sounds like 24 personnel, how are we going to pay for them? The airport's going to pay for them because they recognize that's part of the deal. They recognize that that is the need they have. They are getting the intangible benefit of having the depth of resources that the more than 300 people in the Reno Fire Department can also add to that mix. And then we will create, we're in the process of creating, and we'll have done, a process to track all those expenses. We'll true them up at the end of the year. Again, I'll tie this back to the FAA. The FAA directs the airport, and Darren and Chris can confirm that I've had kind of a crash course in this. They tell the airport what they can spend, how they can spend it, where they can spend it. So we need to make sure that we are in compliance with that. We recognize that obligation on behalf of the city and the Reno Fire Department, and so that's why we'll be tracking those. We will be billing monthly, so there's no surprises at the end of the year. We'll be tracking those expenses and revenues, and we'll be truing it up at the end of the year. And then here is a little bit of, this is really, initially I thought this is kind of what we're doing tomorrow, but this is a yesterday, today, and tomorrow, because it's been an ongoing process. I mentioned there was a meeting back in 2022 where you gave the direction, look at regional fire, how can we improve it? We've been working on that since. We've had meetings here in the city and across the jurisdictions, including Sparks in the county. Our team alone, our team at the city, Includes, of course, the fire department, it includes the city manager's office, includes the finance department, policy and strategy, our urban economist, our legislative team. So we have a team that has been working on that and will continue to work on that. The plan is to call another joint meeting of the jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, and the county, in early 2025 to update where we are on that and possibly give further direction. Why this matters, the important part I think here is that first sentence, the regional collaboration and decision-making. This is not Reno taking over, it's not the county taking over, it's everybody coming together to work together. Everybody has a seat at the table, a voice at the table, and has an ability to help direct what this looks like at the end of the day if we can reach that regional collaborative approach. I think that is the most important piece there, because like it says at the bottom, fires don't care about jurisdictions. They burn where they burn. So, and then the last thing I will talk about is the CAD implementation. Very excited about this. This will be the first time ever that all three jurisdictions, Reno, Sparks, and the county, and REMSA, have all been on the same CAD system. One of the things that's going to do, and I know you've asked about this many times, we'll be able to see everybody. We can look, and I say we dispatch, but we'll also, in our fire engine, be able to look at that and say, I can see where all the Reno rigs are, but I can also see Sparks is here, and the county is up north, and REMSA has these units deployed. That will all be visible through the CAD system. It's been a almost 30-month project. I think the initial estimate was 27 months. It is on schedule, on budget and on schedule. I mean, you really can't ask for more than that. We are about 12 months out. The go-live date for the CAD is September of next year, so just a little under 12 months. And that is going to give us one of the tools that we desperately need to get to that regional goal that we're all working toward. The dispatch is the CAD dispatch uses the CAD to kind of manage everything that goes on, and that consolidated dispatch is a critical piece, an essential piece, I would say, of a regional approach to fire service. So we're hoping to, well, not we're hoping, we're targeting the go-live date for September of next year, and that will give us, like I said, that vital tool to continue to move the ball forward. So that's what we've done, that's what we're doing today, and that's what we have planned for tomorrow. With that, I have a proposed motion for the one action item, but I will welcome questions on any of the things I discussed, so.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Fantastic presentation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here.
Job well done. All right, Councilmember Martinez, any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. And I just want to thank everybody for being here and for working together. I think as I was reading the interlocal agreement, I noticed how much checks and balances and back and forth collaboration there is and those opportunities that are built in, you know. So if the invoices exceed a certain amount, the authority has the ability to request a meeting and come to the city and look at those numbers and suggest that. So I just want to call that out and make sure to point and highlight what you mentioned earlier, right? How collaborative this effort has been, and how it makes our joint powers work together a little bit closer and being able to provide that service. So I appreciate you highlighting how effective it has been and how much work it takes to be here. And that you can notice, right, with all the folks here in our chambers today, we can see how many folks have been involved in this process. And I'm sure there's many more that weren't able to make it today and that have been involved in the process. I think in terms of questions that I have, I keep reading something about a handover date and just wondering if you know when that is, or is it dependent on the action that we take today?
It's not, well, in writ large, it is dependent on the action that you take today because we need you to approve this ILA, but we are already working on that process. And what it is not to get too deep into the weeds, but how do we work with HR, with civil service to absorb those employees? What does that look like? Where do they fit into our system? Where do they fit into the collective bargaining agreement? Those type of things. And we've talked about all these issues, but we can't cross the T's or dot the I's until we have the authority to actually bring them on as our employees. And I will tell you, again, we're getting ahead of the game, but we've already been to their stations. We've been looking at their apparatus to outfit it so that it matches our apparatus. So we're just doing a lot of that work to transition them into the Reno Fire Department, including our staffing model that we use every day. And I'll just talk about that briefly because initially the idea was this will be quite a challenge. Like, how are we gonna staff the fire department? But the airport fire department. We, the Reno Fire Department, do that every day. We staff our own stations, we staff our single role medic program, which is slightly different in a different way, and we'll staff the airport department slightly different in a different way because of the qualifications we need for the people there. So we're working on all those pieces. And then once we bring them on, there'll be a cross-training piece that will, like I mentioned when I spoke, training them to work in Reno stations, training our personnel to work in their stations. So we're giving ourselves 6 months to accomplish the handover. I'm optimistic. I don't think it's going to take nearly that long. I hate to put a date out there and then be wrong, but
No, it's
sooner
all good.
rather
I
than
was
later.
just curious what the thought process is over there, and I only have 10 seconds, but in the next round, I'll ask you a couple more questions, maybe a little more in the weeds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Couple things. Check the box. Public safety, number one concern. This checks the box, right?
Absolutely.
Better service, customer experience. This checks the box, right?
Absolutely.
The third thing, I'm going to have you say it again. Cost neutral. There is no cost to the city for employees or benefits or equipment, right? This is a cost neutral agreement.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought it up, and that's why I brought it up early. I wanted you all to know right out off the shoot or off the bat that this is cost neutral.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the future. You mentioned that who we have on board. Who do we need on board for true regional services? What's the next steps?
I think the next steps, there's two pieces. Getting that CAD, because that's critical, that technology piece, because right now, for example, with TM being on a different system through REMSA and us being on a different system, we can't see each other. And we literally have to communicate by picking up the phone, but
Right.
not cell phones. But being on the same CAD will erase those, our dispatch manager calls them pain points of transfers of communication, transfers of information. We'll be able to see that all in one system. The second piece is reaching an agreement on how we are going to work collaboratively within that system. We, for example, are on the same system as the county, but we dispatch for us and they dispatch for them, and there is a lag. That's one of those pain points where if we need the county, there's still a process we have to go through. We can't just grab a county apparatus or county resource and dispatch to our call. And I'll give you an example of where that does happen in Southern Nevada with Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Clark County. Their dispatch system, same thing. They have a single CAD. They can see all the resources. And if they need 3 resources, they can say, I'm going to take Mayor Sheeby, Manager Bryant, and Councilmember Taylor, and now we own those for that incident until they're released, regardless of which jurisdiction they are owned by.
So correct me if I'm wrong, when we looked at our budget, one of our goals, and then also our bill draft request was to actually work towards a true regional approach to public safety in this space. So we are actively working towards that. Valuation. This is an automatic 5-year agreement process. What happens after every year? You said there's going to be some lessons learned possibly. What is the review process for that?
It automatically, if everything's going well, which is fully my expectation, it just automatically renews for an additional 5 years. And I think the safeguards that Councilmember Martinez mentioned about the true-ups, the check-ins, the monthly billings even, make sure that, in my mind, that makes sure that we don't get too far behind the ball.
There's some checks and balances there.
Right.
Okay.
You don't get 12 months into it.
Can just real quickly, there's one person that I don't see out there, and that's J.W. Hodge. J.W., you've been instrumental in making this happen. So trying to hide. I know he's trying to hide, but he has worked extremely hard, him and his team, and much thanks, much appreciation. We are indebted to you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I would have called him out, but he doesn't like that, and I have to work with him, so. Yeah, right?
Usually that's why we don't.
Right.
We know we have to work with you.
There, exactly.
All right. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Cochran, thank you so much for the update. I want to start with maybe slide 5. As I see it, there's both a presentational aspect of your slide deck that's talking about what we've done, what we're here today to do, which we'll take a vote on here shortly, and then some future opportunities. So I want to ask about them in that order.
Sure.
So the first one is the auto aid mutual memorandum of understanding. And is auto aid and mutual aid the same to you?
They are not. So, and we have, we've always had mutual aid. But mutual aid means we have to ask. So if we recognize a need, we have to tell dispatch, please get us the closest Truckee Meadows station. And they would do the same thing. Automatic aid takes that ask out of it.
Right, we've always had mutual aid, or for a very long period of time,
Yes.
we've had mutual aid. And so I had the opportunity to review the memorandum, and of course, it's written for people in your position. It speaks to a lot of things like districts, types of call-outs that happen, all of those things. And I ultimately want to make sure that the public understands what we have accomplished with the memorandum. I think that your firefighters and your agency and Truckee Meadows Fire and their firefighters are doing incredible work in this community. There's not a day that goes by that we don't thank our lucky stars, so to speak, for the work that they're doing, especially of course, when fires happen, when emergencies happen. I have not met a person who's angry at a firefighter. So I absolutely think that's important. What our folks want to know, though, is in the community is they want to know when they call 911 that the person's going to come fast and it's going to be the closest resource. And so is it your commitment today that these mutual and auto aid agreements create the conditions under which that happens?
It is, and that you're spot on the way you described that. As quick as possible with the closest resource possible. And using that combined depth of resources will help accomplish that.
And for auto aid, I see it called out by districts. Does that mean that there are districts in town where there is not auto aid?
Not if it would benefit from auto aid, let me put it that way. So if any district that would benefit from auto aid is included in this agreement.
Because when I read the agreement, it says District 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 19. I don't always know what that means, right? I know if you showed me on a map what it would mean. I think I vaguely know that 19 might be Somerset.
Yes, correct.
And so, again, what I'm ultimately trying to focus on in this round of questioning is just simply that after a long time of working on this, after a long time of having some back and forth between different agencies, we are now at the point where we can really truly say to our community that we have made it so that when you call 911, the first, fastest, and closest resource that is appropriate for your emergency is going to come.
That is correct.
Thank you so much, Chief.
And
Appreciate
I'll just add one quick example of what you asked about. So we are, as we stand here today, in District 1. There's no need for automatic aid here because I have 2, 5, 3, 4, 7 surrounding. Those are all Reno stations. They're all going to come. So I don't need to burden Sparks.
And no TM station is adjacent, right? So
Exactly.
I understand what you're saying in that regard.
Conversely, out there on the edges in Hidden Valley, a lot of Reno stations are closer. You got a TM station first, but Reno stations could back them up, so they would get automatic aid.
Thank you so much, Chief. I'll have questions in the second round.
Sure.
Yeah, hey, thank you. To me, this is an incredibly exciting day for our community and fire in particular. There's so much to comment on, so I'll just start where Mr. Reese left off. I want to make sure on the auto aid that relates to medical as well as fire. Is that true?
It does. All call types. I think we excluded some like public assist and non-emergent calls. So all emergency call types are included.
So that hadn't been the case, right?
Correct.
On medical
Correct.
in particular.
Yes.
I mean, even when we signed other agreements, it didn't cover medical. So is this one specifically call out medical, that's a change?
It doesn't call it out except in the sense that it doesn't call it medical specifically, and it rather incorporates all emergent calls, emergency calls.
And then, so there doesn't have to be conversation. You used the example of Hidden Valley, and you said, well, TM station's closer, we would back them up. But do we back them up automatically, or do they have to be called? Do we have to be called?
We have to be called in the sense that the call has to be transferred to us from TM, but that is going to happen automatically through dispatch. We, the fire department, don't have to make that request.
Okay. And then on to this interlocal, I just wanted to ask. So I had a kind of a rare, unique experience, personal experience, where once I was on a flight and I left Dallas coming to Reno. And when I was loading my luggage up on the rack, the flight attendant was doing something similar and we banged heads. And I ended up with a concussion. I was going up, she'd come down. And so my concussion reaction was I started just crying. I couldn't stop. for 3 hours. It wasn't under my control. And so they moved me around, they moved me to first class, they had me breathe in a bag, all this. But meanwhile, back at Reno, they called, I assume, some paramedics, which is why I'm asking about medical. And when I arrived, I was offloaded first, and there were paramedics that met me, examined me for concussion, which I guess I did have, but I didn't have to go to the hospital right at that moment. My question is there's within the airport, my example, there's on airport-owned properties, which are up and down Terminal Way and other places, and you mentioned Stead. So let's say it's a fire or medical emergency at an airport-owned property, but not in the airport. Would everybody respond, or is there priority for you?
So for the airport-owned properties, the closest apparatus will respond. And for example, on Terminal Way, that could be our Station 21, which is over at the GSR, not the airport fire department. But over on Riley, behind the airport, the response from the airport fire station might be quicker. So
Okay.
you'd have them respond.
But who decides all this?
Dispatch, automatically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. And then would the airport firefighters respond outside the airport, the ones that are stationed in the airport?
They could, and this is one of the great reasons why the adaptive resources is important. Again, use my example. Say they had a fire on Riley, so they're going to be closer. They can go
Fire
right
where? I'm sorry.
on Riley, which is off
Yeah.
Moana, kind of behind the airport fire
Yep.
station. They would be closer. They could respond immediately. But it's very important that we keep the airport in index, and I think you're familiar with that term.
Index?
Index.
I'm not familiar with the term.
So I won't try to get into the weeds on that, but they may need to be able to provide fire service to the airport in order to continue to operate. So we need 24/7, 365 to have that capacity in place.
Okay.
So if we were to respond an apparatus off the airport, we could immediately backfill it to make sure that the airport can continue to operate.
And the dispatch people, like air traffic control,
Automatically,
are doing
yeah.
all of this. All
Yeah.
right. Well,
Not air traffic control, our dispatch.
I said like air
Oh, okay.
traffic.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The dispatch, like
Yeah.
air traffic control, are coordinating all these resources.
Right.
All right. Thank you. I'll have more when we do a second round. Thank you so much. I'm very excited.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ebert, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for everything that the firefighters do. I think that, we have arguably some of the best firefighters in the country. We have some of the busiest stations too, and a lot of the statements and questions I had have been asked. But I just wanted to say I'm so impressed with what you guys do, and I had a chance to go to the dispatch center with JW and watch what these systems do. And there was a lot of, I'll just call it multitasking that needs to happen across the different systems. And I think it's going to be so helpful for everyone to have everybody on the same system. And I think that, our level of service can only go up, and we're starting at basically the best. So I'm really looking forward to this, and hopefully, getting one step closer to regionalization. And just thank you again for everything you guys do.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ebert. Okay, sending it back to you, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Appreciate it. I think the two last questions that I had, I know you mentioned aid being provided off premises for the airport, and the route is through Riley, and that street is pretty narrow. Just wondering, do you envision this happening frequently? Obviously, I know people drive safely, and we're going to take our precautions with all the children and families that are traveling through that street. But with it being so narrow and folks just parking on both sides of the street, I just want to express those concerns and make sure it was on the record.
And I don't know the exact call volume in that area. I don't anticipate it happening frequently. But if, again, there was an incident a couple years ago now where there was a fire on Riley, and that station would have been closer. So yes, we would definitely respond them to an emergency. I'd like to add, because I want to make sure that Darren and Chris hear this, part of the FAA requirements, we can't send airport resources to Reno responses and use FAA money to pay for that. So that would be part of the true-up. If we did do that, I mentioned that we're going to backfill, we're going to make sure that department is staffed, that station is staffed, but we're going to true up that number at the end to account for any exchange of resources that either left the airport and came into Reno, or came from Reno onto the airport.
That's what I was envisioning more likely happening, right? Resources
definitely
from
more
Reno
likely.
going into the airport.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I read something about self-insurance costs as well. I don't know if you can, is that also something that the city is covering or something that is going to get thrown in there with the true-up and the cost for the authority?
It could certainly be part of the true-up if there was an issue, but the airport has their insurance, we have ours, and we would, I guess the insurance piece would be you're responsible for your own.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor, nothing? Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to ask now about the interlocal with Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. It's a great opportunity. I think all the parties have come together to provide the best way forward. What I want to ask about is safety for our personnel, both folks that we're absorbing newly in and our existing folks. There was a time where the concern was largely about if there was an airplane fire, that the type of fuel that's involved in that is very different than what a firefighter encounters when they're trying to knock down a house fire. And so I just want to ask is, have we thought through all the elements that are required to keep all of our people safe? Should we have to respond to that type of emergency? Because we also have a National Guard armory on the airport authority too, and they have their own fire suppression apparatus and equipment. So can you just speak to it so that we're broadly aware of? I obviously, I'm not telling you something you don't know, but I want to make sure that we're having the conversation, the public is aware of the safety elements of how we keep our firefighters safe when they encounter those kind of risks.
Yes, absolutely. So the training that we're going, and I mentioned the training, but to get into more detail, the training that's required is airport rescue firefighter training. So that's specific to airports and aircraft. Some of our people already have that, frankly, because we've hired people from the National Guard, the Air Guard. We will be providing that training for our people who work at the airport so that they are fully trained to the level needed to operate safely on the airport, just like we'll be training any airport personnel who work in Reno fire stations to utilize our apparatus, to drive our apparatus, and that's looking down the road. That's not going to happen on
Okay,
day
so
one.
it's an
obviously.
element of cross-training. I think
Yeah.
that answers my question. Now, the Reno Tahoe Airport is undergoing a massive and transformational renovation. It's awesome. I can't wait to hear about it. What about the Stead Airport, Reno Stead Airport? Will these agreements collaboratively apply up north of us as well?
Absolutely, 100% to the Stead Airport, and I don't think there's any, well, there might be, I've been up there in a bit, but any development on the airport property surrounding the Stead Airport will be encompassed in this agreement as
And
well.
do they have fire station and personnel up instead at that airport?
We will be doing that through our Station 9, which is just off the airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, up there and adjacent to it, we're about to have a lot of discussions about development along that area, whether it's the Dermody developments that are coming in there. And so these are all going to be applicable in that general vicinity as well?
Exactly. And that encompasses our fire prevention piece too, because we're going to be inspecting those properties as they're constructed. And once they're occupied, our fire inspectors will go in to make sure they're safely built, constructed, and occupied.
Well, it sounds like all the questions I have been answered and certainly have not created in you an area where you hadn't already thought about it. So thank you for being prepared. Appreciate the thought that's gone into it and your leadership, Chief.
Councilwoman
Yeah, thanks. So some years ago, I received some letters about fire response at the airport, and there was a lot of concern. Some were from fire personnel that worked at the airport. Others were external. But one of the issues that came up at that time, and I want to understand how this might change, was that, to my knowledge today, there's not really a 911 system at the airport. So for example, my example with needing a paramedic, well, the airplane pilot called ahead and I don't know how it happened in the back room. But today, being in airports is very stressful often for people. People are leaving, people are crying, people are arriving, there's joy, there's despair, there's everything. And often it does lead to medical emergencies. And I want to understand, let's say today, in the new world, that, or even in today's world, if you're having a heart attack, let's say you're getting ready to go on the plane, you're not on the plane, and you need medical response, what happens today?
Today, and this has been going on for approximately a year, I might have the exact time frame wrong, we've been dispatching for all calls at the airport, including medicals, which is critical because I won't get into the airport dispatch system prior to that, but our dispatch system has access, again, I keep saying the depth of resources, but it's critical that you have that depth of resources.
Right.
So They know who's available. They can send them immediately. If they're not available, they can get the next
That's
close up.
today.
That's today.
So what would change with this? Anything?
No, we're incorporating the dispatch services we've been providing have been incorporated into this agreement. So we're
Okay,
continuing to do
because
that.
my understanding was at the airport, they would have the airport operator page
Before
fire
we
resource.
dispatched, that was the case.
That was the case.
Yes, but that's no longer the case.
As of today, it's already been changed.
Yes.
Okay, so then lastly, I just want to talk, then I think this marries up with this CAD implementation. I think this is the linchpin to all of this, and you say on here that the data conversion's complete as of today, and that in a year is when you plan to go live with that. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, and so once that's in place, how would that change, let's say, a 911 or any kind of response?
And again, this is part of what we're working on regionally. We will all be able to see the same resources. We need to work on those collaborative agreements in order to dispatch across jurisdictional boundaries. I mentioned fires don't care about jurisdictions, really neither do medical emergencies.
Okay, well, let me ask, so let's say today they're responding to a heart attack, and it's people that are stationed in the airport today that are responding, right?
Yes.
Does REMSA go there?
As the transport agency, they would go.
They would meet the paramedics like at the front and transfer them over for transport?
Yes.
Okay, and that will stay the same?
Yep.
Whoever's responding inside?
Yeah.
Okay.
The current airport firefighters provide paramedic level service. That will continue. REMSA has been the transport agency. That will continue as well.
Okay, but REMSA would not actually go and meet the patient at gate B2, right?
They could possibly.
Oh, they could?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
okay.
But the airport firefighters are closer. That's why usually. they're
All
gonna
right,
be
well,
there
let me
first.
just say, good work to all, phenomenal. I'm so appreciative of the airport and your work and our firefighters and having the vision to do this and to actually be making it happen and on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, sorry, just a second. So actually, I did have some questions, and thank you, Councilmember Reese, for triggering this for me. With the potential new lithium factory happening at the said airport, is there specific training that needs to happen for that type of fire? Because I know that those could be especially toxic and dangerous. And I know that the airport is kind of under their own authority in some regards with what they allow to happen there. But is there any specific training that our firefighters will need to get in order to address fires at a facility like that? I know it's really something new to the city of Reno, and I think that it could potentially be something very dangerous. So have you guys had any discussions about that? And just kind of curious what the firefighters are thinking about that.
So I would describe it as a combination of training and tools. We have certainly awareness of those threats that are out there, whether it's on a low level like the electric car batteries or higher level like a factory. But the tool piece of that, and I've been in communication with a local company who has developed an extinguishing agent that addresses those type of fires. So we're looking into providing that for our members, for all our members, for the department, as needed. And that would obviously be a target area if such a factory were to go in up the state airport at Station 9, we could equip them with those tools.
Okay, and then part B of that is, do we have any plans or procedures for containment of those types of fire? I don't know what you would call them, ways that we put fires out, because I know that we have PFAS contamination and a lot of it is due to foam that was used previously in firefighting to put fires out for electrical fires, and now years later we find out it's very harmful to the environment and to possibly people. I know the EPA is still trying to establish what is considered dangerous with that, but is there any precautions regarding containment of anything that is used to put out lithium-based fires?
So I'm happy you asked that question because the extinguishing agent that I described actually is PFAS free. So
Okay.
it encapsulates the fire and is PFAS free.
Yeah, my concern is, it might be something that is, we just don't know yet, that might be considered toxic in the future. So I would be interested in making sure that anything that is used is not then released into the soil or the air in the surrounding area, that anything that's used would be, cleaned up and not kind of released into the surrounding environment.
Very good, thank you.
Great questions, Councilwoman Ebert. Just to piggyback off of that, Chief, do we currently have that substance that you referred to?
We don't have it yet. I met with Jesse maybe a month ago.
Okay.
And we're going to set up a demonstration. I was out for a couple of weeks, so we're going to set up a demonstration and then figure out how best to deploy it.
Yeah, I would love to make sure that we get that on a council agenda to be able to support you, because they are becoming so incredibly serious. And also, some of my contingency money will go to certain businesses where we can put extinguishers in there with that substance.
Very good.
Yeah,
Good.
so thank you.
That's
I really
excellent.
appreciate that you're paying attention.
Yeah.
I've been following those very tragic fires.
Yep.
Thanks.
And just real quick, I don't know if my time was up, but also I wanted to talk about some issues that were happening out in Ward 4. There was some calls that happened, and I think there was some delay possibly in response time, not necessarily on City of Reno's part, but maybe between transfers of calls to the appropriate people that needed to respond. And I'm not going to get into the specifics of that just for people's privacy, but I also wanted to say thank you to JW and Reno Fire for working out a plan to better address that and reduce call times in Ward 4 to areas that might be county but surrounded by City of Reno. So thank you guys for that additional layer of protection for Ward 4 residents as well. So thank you.
JW, do you want to come up and say a few words?
You know, JW, I'm getting ready to call you up next, so you might as well just do the walk of shame. Come on up. That's what we call it when you come to the dais. It's the walk of shame. We know you don't want to. He's very humble.
He's going to take it out on me, so.
He's very humble. But before you say a few words, let me just, first of all, I want to thank my council. I think you asked some very thoughtful questions. I can't even begin to tell you sort of the history of where this all started. This has been a decade in the making. Actually, we did a deep dive on regional fire services. One of the areas that was incredibly concerning were some practices at the airport. I think it's very stark to say, even with the dispatch, there was, I can't remember, this is how bad it was, that I couldn't even remember the 911 number. It was like 233 or something. And Darren, that was before your time, thank goodness. So he can't remember either.
Right.
But that's how stark it was. I have to tell you, unfortunately, fire for me is, it's always personal.
I know.
A little bit.
Yes.
Just a little. And I don't think people understand the magnitude unless it's happened to them. And that's great. I don't want it to happen to anyone else. And that's why we've worked so hard over a decade. It has been highly, highly political, which absolutely should never be the case. We have too many territorial wars that puts people's lives in jeopardy. And that is just absolutely unacceptable. It's funny, in the press you see these other shiny objects that, the stories are told, but actually these are the most significant, the most important. They keep people safe, they keep people alive, they keep families together. I would be remiss. This is something that we have worked so incredibly hard on over a decade. We are still not there yet in the region, but this is absolutely a tremendous and honorable start on every level. So I have to say this never, ever would have happened if it wasn't for the commissioners at the Reno airport, and even the firefighters at the Reno airport, Casey McComb, Dan Tapia, our wonderful commissioners that serve us at the city of Reno. We actually have, and I'm so proud that she's here, Courtney, here. She's a commissioner for Washoe County. So I just want to call all of you out personally. Richard J., thank you from the bottom of my heart. Joel Grace, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chair Cunningham, Jennifer Cunningham, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Courtney, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Commissioner Jung, you're hiding over there, I think, behind. We have to call her out. Once a commissioner, always a commissioner, so that means we can always blame you for eternity, right? But, you know, actually, and I wanted to call her up, and I know, again, the walk of shame, you want to come up here and do it, but you, out of anyone, know better than anyone else because you served on the county commission for so long. And it was something that there was a lot of resistance to make this airport safer, which absolutely is unacceptable and tragic. I want to say thank you to Darren for your leadership, and Chris, thank you so much. I know some of these conversations have not been easy. They've been heated. I was in a room where I wasn't proud of the way that I've acted. I want to apologize for that. But I think at the end of the day, this speaks volumes to who we are as a community coming together and really, truly, it's not what you say, it's what you do. There's a lot of things we say in politics that are absolute bullshit. Sorry, did I say that in my out loud voice?
Almost.
So on behalf of the entire city of Reno and our residents, thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart, because our airport deserves the very, very best. And you know me, I'm out there, I'm the biggest champion for what we do, and I'm very competitive, so I like us to be the absolute very, very best, or I get really competitive and crazy, and I absolutely believe that this airport is the best airport in the entire country. I've been to a lot of airports, I'm sure Darren has, and so don't fight me on that. But I would just say, I just truly, I cannot thank you enough. And our citizens should feel wonderful every day entering that airport, knowing that they are served by the very best in this region. And not to say, I mean, Truckee Meadows is just as talented and wonderful, and I'm grateful that all of our guys work together from, airport, fire, because Casey McComb's back there. I'd love you to get up and just say a few words. He hates that. He's like, I don't want to do that. But the only reason I really wanted you to do that, because you are on the airport side, and I'd love to hear from your perspective why you think this is so critical for the region. He dressed up too for all of us.
I didn't plan on speaking.
I know, I didn't plan on speaking,
Yeah.
but just because I think you know it so well and so personally, from your perspective, because obviously you guys are the ones doing the work, you guys are risking your lives every single day for all of us. So I would love to know from your perspective on the fire, on the airport fire side, because my guys, they're wonderful, and they'll say, we can do anything, and they can, but at the same time, I think you guys can do anything too. But why is this relationship so critical?
No, first of all, thank you, Mayor, Council, Casey McCone, Airport Fire, for the record. Chief Cochran did a great job explaining. There's a lot of good questions also. There's a lot to this, so it's expected there'll be a lot of good questions. A lot of the issues weren't in malice in any way. It was just a very rapidly growing airport, a rapidly growing city. The area has changed a lot over the last 10 years. And some of those changes that were not only happening within the city, were happening at the airport, being communications, the software that we use, they weren't talking to each other. So even though we were trying to dispatch each other appropriately, it just wasn't happening in efficient or in a manner we knew we could do better. So with your help, with the trustees, Mr. Griffin, and with 731 getting together and discussing potential ways to move forward, we were able to identify, and that took a long time, and then start to repair those issues that we were having for communications. That was our number one, basically directed from you, was to fix this communication piece, and then was to identify the training aspect. And that's what's going to make it a lot better and a lot safer for not only the firefighters, but the public, to get that training together and make sure that when we respond, we're responding and that we work together a little bit better, more efficient. So that's what we've been working on over the last year, and it has helped a lot. And the next piece was just organically to become one agency and make sure that when those resources are needed to, say, offload passengers from an aircraft, we don't have the resources to do that right now. Well, now we will because of the city. We have ladder trucks or apparatus and personnel to get in there and help with those types of emergencies. And it's really, I guess, a big deal, the fact that all of the government agencies that have got together and everybody that got together to make sure that this happened is a really big deal. And it took a lot. And I can't express my thank you to everyone involved. And it's just thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, JW, where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, he's trying to hide in the back. So I have to call up JW because I think I absolutely drove you crazy. Because when you came on at the city, and because you have such a strong background in public safety and on the REMSA side, and you have seen sort of the devastation of when things, don't really work well. And you said, I am absolutely committed to this. I know every single day you came to work this was so, I don't even know how to say, because I know you've been living, eating, breathing, and sleeping this entire initiative. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, but I would love for you to talk a little bit about, how far we've come.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. J.W. Hodge for the record. I would say, to reiterate what you've said today, it's really the people that are all sitting behind us today that have made this happen. Yes, I've led parts of it, but I think none of it would happen without the people coming together in a room, identifying what needs to get better. And I think this is only the beginning of what we can do in the region to continuously push this forward. As Chief Cochran said today, there's plenty of initiatives still ahead of us, including the regional CAD and other work to do regionally. But this is just one shining example of how when you bring a group of people together, you can actually make a 911 system even more efficient for the community. So thank you for your leadership. Thanks for council giving us the latitude to do good work. And thank you for letting us continue that work into the future.
Oh, thank you so much. We're so grateful. I really am. Thank you. Because I have a million other things going on, and you just were so focused. I couldn't have done it without you. So I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. But all of you sitting there, this airport commission, you guys were the ones that got it done. I've heard for so long. And matter of fact, I'm a little bummed. You'll have to tell them that I'm sorry I missed them. But Art and Sean, I want to send them big kudos and thank yous, and just let them know how appreciative we are. And Courtney, this is a prime example of Courtney sitting right here saying, I know I represent the county, but I'm here today in support because it's all of us working together collaboratively. And just Courtney, you need to know your praises were absolutely recognized by the entire fire department. They were incredibly grateful, and we all are too. So, but I want to highlight that because typically you don't see this. We are very territorial regionally. That we've got to stop that because now we are growing so fast that that's only going to hurt us. And people will put out narratives out there, that are absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this is a union thing. Oh, this is a political thing. This is a far right, far left. I heard that in public comment. Lots of conspiracies out there, folks. This is not one. But I can't tell you how grateful I am. And I know there are people that their lives will be saved because of this. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. So, all right. We're not going to get emotional. I guess you guys probably have a lot to get back to in your busy lives, but we're grateful for your community service on every level. So thank you. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Dan. Thank you to the entire airport commissioners. I know you have, Darren, you have your team here too in the back. That are sitting here very quietly, but with some smiles, and I know that makes a difference too. I want to say thank you, Darren, because you had to put up with a lot, and he's laughing, but he knows I'm right. And Chris too. Like I said, we had some meetings that were difficult, and I just, I can't thank you enough for your leadership. It really says a lot about you and your character. So thank you. All right. With that being said, I would love to be able to make the motion. Do you want to pull that back up? I just want to make sure, I move to approve the interlocal agreement for fire services between the City of Reno on behalf of the Reno Fire Department and the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And that's
Thank you.
amazing. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item D8, David 8, which is a presentation.
All right. Sort of continuing on with airport conversations. And do you have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Mr. Griffin, we're so excited that you're here. We're looking forward to your updates. I know it's been a while, so we're going to continue to keep inviting you back to keep us informed. You guys have a lot of exciting things that are happening, that have happened. We want to be able to keep rooting for you and highlighting the good work that you do. And especially because you have a big, exciting expansion taking place. And so we want to be able to support you in any way we can, but I wanted the council to hear from you directly to talk about all the wonderful things you're doing. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, council members, Manager Bryant. Darren Griffin, for the record, President and CEO of the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority. Very much appreciate the invitation. It has been too long. We will fix that going forward. There's a lot going on at the airport. Very excited to share with you some updates, but also I just also want to express my thanks for what just happened. The leadership from this council and you, Mayor Sheevy, and our team to work together. A special thank you to Chief Cochran and Chris Jensen, who really formed a collaborative culture and allowed us to do something that hasn't been done before. So it's a proud day for me as well, of all of us, and to be able to move forward. Very excited to just run you through some things going on at the airport. I know how busy your day is. I'm going to go as quick as I possibly can here, update you on some things happening at RNO and the Stead Airport. I'll update you on the capital program, more RNO as we call that. We've got some exciting developments in our art program and things happening in the community. Then, of course, your questions. Do my best to absolutely answer all of those. I won't walk you through who we are. You know who we are very well. I am very pleased to acknowledge the 5 airport trustees that are in the audience today. Thanks to them for being here. This is a board that is by state statute supposed to meet once a month and talk about airport and set policy and authorize me to spend money. In the last fiscal year, they met 19 times formally and dozens of times in committees trying to advance the work of the airport authority. When you have a $1 billion capital program, it feels like there is one big decision after another. And so I'm extremely grateful to them for their leadership and to you for putting great leaders on the airport board. In this moment in time, we really need that. I'll start the update by just refreshing our recent economic impact study. We updated this last year. It had been about 5 years since we took a look at what is the airport's impact economically in the region. There's a lot of great data on this slide. That what I like to really kind of pull out is more and more people arriving to the region by air, that it's a quick and easy way to get here from so many locations. And every time a 737 lands, it's worth about $130,000 in economic impact. And we try to never take our eye off that, the importance of air travel to our region, the economic impact that every single airplane landing here actually has. And so we kind of break that economic impact into 2 different ways of how we think about the airport. First, in kind of the aqua green color there is that operating airfield, and that's the heavily regulated runways, taxiways, parking aprons for the aircraft that utilize RNO. And then now the dark blue all around it is all the land that is being developed, that we just really had a great discussion around why do we need better fire protection because of all the tenants that you see listed there. And it's everything from what you experience in the terminal building area to our business aviation side of the airport, as well as non-aeronautical activities and air cargo. And all of the above happening on all that blue land. And those are the two areas of the airport that really drive that economic impact. The really exciting news was that aqua green part has led to some fantastic air service results this last summer. You probably saw our media release on how strong it really was, but we were almost double digits every month. We had a 10% overall increase in passengers in the summer of 2024 versus summer of 2023. That was largely due to the airlines adding 90,000 additional seats this summer, or about 1,000 seats a day. Why did they do that? Because we are performing really well in the national airspace system. Airlines look at airports and what they're generating in revenue and profit, which of course is the business that they're in, is to try and generate profits on every city pair that they fly. We are doing really well here, and so we warranted additional service. We got that, and we're very proud of our region for really stepping up and utilizing a lot of that. 80% load factor across all of those additional seats, June, July, and August. We have 9% additional seats this fall, and based on the numbers I'm seeing coming out of September, and literally we look at them on a daily basis, October is going really well too. Last year, we did 4.6 million total passengers, so that's all arriving and departing ticketed passengers. This year, we're on track for 4.8 million. And as we think about the airport and the growth that's happening in our community and at the airport, we know by the end of this decade, in early 2030s, we'll be well past 5 million people utilizing the airport. And again, those are just ticketed passengers, not all the meeters and greeters. So when it feels busy at the airport, it really is. It's busier than it's been in 20 years. And that's really exciting and keeps us really busy. And then on the other side is that land development that we've been talking about. As the airport property is put into productive use, the most recent success story there is the Airway Commerce Center, located just south of the airfield, opened a few months ago. That was a partnership with the Tolls Development Company, and really a 30-year-long success story of an airport slowly converting land that the FAA viewed as very incompatible, so close to the end of the runway, so loud there from the airplane noise, and acquiring the land and then slowly redeveloping it in a really difficult place to develop land at all because of federal guidelines and noise restrictions. So really, really pleased with the development that was put together there. Very much appreciate the partnership with this council and city staff on 500 new trees and 1,500 shrubs and perennials that have to follow a very strict FAA guidelines on what is compatible with aircraft. So we successfully did all of that. The greenscape there it looks tremendous and a great success story of how to redevelop airport land. Switching to the north to the Stead Airport, I know you're all familiar with that airport. We have almost 200 based aircraft, runways and taxiways that are there for utilization of all aviation sources. Of course, the air races were a really big part of the Stead Airport, which ended last year. And it was great to send them off with a good air show this year, and they're off to Roswell. And now we really are beginning to see some successes in the land at the Stead Airport. The airport owns about 3,000 developable acres, and you all are probably familiar with our partnership with Dermody Properties, which is now entering phase 2 is under lease. Phase 1 is under construction. There's actually buildings going up right now on phase 1. And that is a slow growth approach to build as the market demands and to build in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding region. Last week, obviously the big announcement from Lighton, who we were getting to know in just the last couple of months. We're proud to partner with EDON, with the Governor's Office of Economic Development, with Dermody Properties to land a battery gigafactory, the first of its kind, on the property at the airport. A lot of great questions were asked here earlier. We're asking a lot of those same questions. This was an announcement. There's a long journey ahead for all of us to bring this to fruition, but we're proud to work with that team. And of course, you are the permitting authority, and everything that gets approved up there will come before the city of Reno, and we'll be working closely with everybody involved and you to make sure that what gets built up there is something that benefits the entire region. But we are excited that the land that our board had a vision for 10 years ago and entering into a master development agreement is really starting to produce results like that. The Stead Airport is on the cusp of a master plan update. That's a really important process that every publicly owned airport goes through every 10 to 15 years, and it's been almost 15 years for us. So we are excited in the process right now of selecting a consulting firm that will go through this. In the dark blue on the right there, you can see what does a master plan actually do. And we start really with the airfield requirements. Who's utilizing the airport? How busy is it going to be in the next 10 to 20 years? How much money do we need from the federal government to support it all? We'll form public outreach committees and stakeholder groups of people that utilize the airport or interested neighbors and citizens. Very transparent process, and the goal is to come out with a 20-year plan for the airport that's updated. It looks at everything on our property and also acknowledges where we impact others and where we need to work with many other agencies and community members to make ourselves a good neighbor. Ultimately, the bottom bullet there, an airport layout plan, is actually an official document approved by the FAA, and that is the deliverable that we have to give to the FAA. They pay for most of this master plan process. The future of Reno is more. You've probably heard that tagline. We mean that in many different ways, and first and foremost, we mean it in regards to air service. And everywhere I go, I'm always asked about this. There's no community that our size that has enough air service that, as it believes it should. We are always working. Air service is a team sport. We're working with the RSCVA, we're working with EDON, the Regional Service Corporation, to market our region to all the airlines. We have 10 airlines today. There's really only about 15 domestic U.S. carriers, and honestly, that number continues to dwindle down. And this week, we're hearing that Spirit and Frontier are talking about a merger again. So the number will likely continue to reduce down as airlines struggle to be profitable. For us, everything in blue on the map is the daily routes that you all utilize, and we all have great access to Southern California, the Pacific Northwest, the Desert Southwest. The yellow are those seasonal routes, which of course we had all of those this summer. Some of them come back in the wintertime, and our goal is always to turn the yellow lines to blue lines. A couple things I want to highlight is Atlanta restarted after being gone for a few years on June 7th. It's off to a really great start. That's daily red-eye, soon-to-be morning service to Atlanta, to obviously the busiest airport in the world as a statistical fact. And so our access to Atlanta is huge. For the first time ever, Alaska Airlines is going to start a nonstop to San Diego. San Diego is a great market for us, a really strong performer for Southwest Airlines. We've never had a second airline on it. We're excited for that to start in December. Alaska is also starting Los Angeles again. They've been in and out. We get a lot of LAX service, sometimes too much, sometimes not enough. But we always appreciate an airline like Alaska in enriching their investment in our market. And also worth noting is Austin, which we had with American. They left that market. Southwest immediately backfilled that beginning next March, and that will go into the summer. And Austin is one of those key growth markets that we really want to hope to hang on to. Everybody always wants to know, well, what are you trying to get that you don't have today? And first, we don't want to lose anything. And that's the first rule of air service, is don't lose anything that you have, because then you expend energy trying to get it back. So everything that we have today, we want to hang on and grow. More service to the hubs, of course, Salt Lake City and LA, Denver, Dallas, all those hub airports are really important. The dots in red are the ones that we've targeted as the markets that we really think make a lot of sense for Northern Nevada. The Battery Belt, the Lithium Loop, call it whatever we want, it's being noticed by the airlines. And we are in active conversations with our partners about Charlotte. Nashville especially is a really hot topic right now. Orlando for leisure travel, of course, Disney World and all of the two-way traffic that represents. Hawaii, we always get asked about. That is our #1 unserved destination. We have enough people coming to the airport, getting on a plane to Hawaii every day to fill a plane. The problem is we don't all go to the same island. And so the challenge there is attracting an airline that's willing to fly the nonstop. We are in active conversations on Hawaii as well, and honestly feel like it's just a matter of time. The new Hawaiian-Alaska merger creates opportunity. Southwest is waiting on airplanes that would fly the route. We are a high, hot destination. Hawaii is a long stage length, so it takes the right airplane to fly it as well. So there's a number of things out there that are going to break our way, one of them eventually, and we will have that route. But all of that is what we're always working for, and like I said, it is a team sport. It's important when we are talking to airlines that we talk as a region, we talk as a community, and they have probably 200 airports talking to them all the time, trying to achieve more service. It's additional service, it's the 20-year highs in passengers that really leads us to the More RNO infrastructure program. It's been mentioned several times today, and we live this every day of trying to really expand and modernize our airport while never closing. And that is a challenging feat. And everything there in dark blue is a project in some stage at the airport right now. And I'll just quickly run you through where we're at on the various projects. So first, the ones we've gotten done. The ticketing hall expansion, really proud of how that turned out, a 10,000 square foot addition to the front of the front door of the airport, if you will. Lighter, brighter restrooms, reduced congestion. That was about $35 million on time, on budget, opened in April. 3 weeks ago, we opened the new Loop Road, which really is just a reconstruction of aging infrastructure and bringing it up to today's codes and today's standards in terms of safety for customers crossing that busy road, safety for the building itself, adding bollards to protect the building from vehicle-borne threats. We added canopies out there just to improve the customer experience a little bit. It rains, it snows, it's cold, it's hot, just to make people's experience through the front door of the airport as good as we possibly can. All told, it was about a $50 million investment that is good to have this done. These are the hardest places to work in an airport besides the checkpoint. You can't ever close the front door to an airport. Really grateful. The last 2 years have been challenging to get through all of this, but it also allowed our team to really exercise those project muscles because we have bigger ones coming. You are all, I'm sure, familiar with our parking challenges, and that continues on even today. Every day we are close to being out of parking. The new Ground Transportation Center is a public-private partnership because we simply don't have the funding to fund a $300 million rental car and ground transportation center. But we executed that financial transaction in May. They are in design right now, and some early enabling projects have begun to build a facility that will be 3 times the size of what we have today. And the rental car experience here is not great. A lot of people arriving like to use the skip-the-counter technology and use the app, and it's almost impossible to do that in the existing rental car infrastructure. The big benefit for us is that they will all move out of the existing parking garage, and we will reclaim 600 spaces there that we really badly need today, honestly, for just general customer parking in front of the airport. We are ourselves moving out of the terminal building. The best way to expand a terminal building is to get out of it if you don't serve a use that has to be in there. We need to be close by, but our administrative functions don't actually need to be inside the terminal building itself. And so we are in design right now on a building that will be just south of the terminal building in what's called the yellow lot today. That will move us out of the mezzanine, all airport administrative functions. It will move our police department off of the existing lower level Concourse B into a true proper police station. And you'll see that as you come around the corner. And what that does is free up all of our space for TSA, for customer-facing amenities. As you go through security and you come up the escalator, the wall there on your right is the wall to our boardroom. And so we know we're opening up space that could be used for a variety of customer amenities or tenants that are in the airport that just need more space. And the lounge is a good example that is grossly undersized, and we don't have a place to put a bigger lounge until we get out of the way and we get to work on the biggest project of all, which is brand new concourses, concourses A and B. I'm sure you're familiar with this. We are between 30 and 60% design on both of them right now, and this will transform the experience at the airport. It's 100% gate replacement, a project that most airports don't undertake. It's a huge lift for our organization. What do we end up with? It is 24 brand new gates that are sized to handle larger aircraft. The 737 MAX 10, you've heard of the MAX class. good and bad. Eventually, all of the MAX airplanes will be in service. The MAX 10 handles 210 people. The concourses that you use today were built for the 737-100, which handles 120 people back then. The hold rooms are half the size of what they should be, and that's what we all experience. Oftentimes when you arrive at the airport, you can't find a place to sit because the hold room is just simply too small for that. We will double the size of all the hold rooms. We will upgauge every gate so that the MAX 10 can park anywhere. We'll also be able to handle 757s and in larger aircraft on a more ad hoc basis. We don't routinely get those. More light, more seating. We're really reimagining the gaming experience that happens inside the concourses, the food and beverage experience, and really creating that sense of place, the east-facing views at the airport. It's a generational leap forward and an incredible project to be part of and an incredible lift for sure. And we have an army of people working on that. While we're doing all of these projects, we're still operating, and that is probably the biggest challenge, is to maintain an operating airport 365, 24/7, with record numbers of passengers, the busiest in 20 years, like we talked about, the ongoing parking challenges. Of course, weather, we get the occasional blizzard here in northern Nevada, and we know how important it is that the airport stay open and operating, and last year, through 2 different blizzards, we made 80% of our flight schedule. Now, there are lots of delays, but the point is, can you get there? Can you get back? Unfunded mandates were heavily regulated by the FAA, the Transportation Security Administration, Customs and Border Protection, you name the federal agency, and it feels like airports get a lot of regulation there. We get unfunded mandates. We've had 2 of them this year that really require us to staff differently and to fund things that we didn't plan on funding. But that's just the business of airports. We know it changes constantly across the country. The biggest one on this list is the runway construction, and this was a 3-year saga that the mayor and I have talked about, and I'm sure many of you are aware that we reconstructed our main runway in the summer of '21, and almost immediately after it opened, we began noticing failures of the runway. That has led to the last 3 years of temporary repairs, negotiating with Granite Construction. I'm very pleased to report that the runway has been repaired. It's in kind of the final stage right now. We're getting ready to repaint it. It will open to full normal operations November 15th-ish. It's been an incredible saga, but all credit to Granite Construction. Projects sometimes don't go the way you would like them to. Runway projects are especially scrutinized in that it always has to be safe. The safety standard never changes out there. We went to really extraordinary efforts to keep that runway safe or to close it if we felt like it wasn't safe. The repair looks fantastic. It's permanent. It'll be long-lasting. It meets all federal requirements. It's been scrutinized by every concrete expert on the West Coast, I think. So we're glad to have that behind us soon, but it really requires a balancing job to deal with all of that, along with rising construction costs, which we're all dealing with, and passenger impacts. And that even though we're under construction, we want everybody to enjoy their airport experience. We want people to feel proud of their airport. We want people to look forward to the new experience that will come. I'm often asked, is it gonna be different? Because we love the airport, we love how convenient it is, the 10 minutes from car to gate. I can't promise that, but we are going to make it a much better airport, modernize it, but we are still going to have that experience where it is easy to get through. We are not going to lose that, but I think we're all going to enjoy the experience even more than we do today. When we say $1 billion, we mean it. And we don't have $1 billion. Like I said, the $299 million Ground Transportation Center is a public-private partnership. We are an investor in that at a low level, but that is primarily funded by private equity and borrowed money from the developer. The first 2 projects are in the books. The police and authority headquarters are right around $70 million. And the 2 new concourses were $570 million for the first 2 years. We're now working through a cost increase that's going to put it in the mid-6s. We are working very hard to compete with a lot of other airports for federal funding. We're hoping to fund about 10% of this program through the FAA or other affiliated federal grant programs. It's competitive. There are other airports our size also trying to build. Spokane, Colorado Springs, Tucson, you name it. Everybody wants money from the federal government. So we are working hard on that. We were debt-free until August, and then in August we took down our first $238 million bond issue to fund what you see on the list here outside the GTC, but primarily New Concourse A. We will go back in '26 and then '28 with additional debt issuances. And we are working very closely with the airlines. We can't do the new concourse project without airline support. They literally have a voting right on budget increases and contract expenditures. And we have a great, phenomenal relationship with the airlines. Thanks to everybody in the community that makes them feel welcome, starting with you, Mayor Sheevy. Every time we have them in town, we appreciate the support we get to make them feel welcome and how important they are to what we're doing. They are very supportive. They are telling us to keep going. They see a long-term good investment here, and it is time to renew this infrastructure. So we're appreciative of that. I'm not going to go through everything on the list, but of course, a build like this is a huge opportunity to leap forward from a sustainability perspective. Every project has a sustainability lens that we look at. We are going to build a new central utility plant beginning next summer that'll be hybrid electric with a geothermal exchange. In terms of what the airport consumes in water and energy and the reduction of the carbon footprint, it's not even comparable to what we are today. And that's simply because we're building new with today's building materials and technology. We're focused on ourselves, but we're also trying to help the airlines. When you arrive and park, they now have the ability to plug into the building and keep the airplane cooled and heated through electric generators there that allow them to turn the airplane engines off faster. That reduces the carbon footprint. That is largely funded by the FAA as well. This is something they're trying to get all airports to do, and we're proud that this is part of what we're already doing. We're retrofitting existing gates, and then we'll carry that technology to the new gates just to get greener, faster. Art is a big part of what you're doing here. When we build new, it's an opportunity to leap forward in terms of the look and feel of a space. Our board passed an public art resolution 3 years ago, 1%, and I know the city committed more than that a long time ago, and we're catching up to some degree, but we also have tremendous opportunity to leap forward in terms of the experience when it comes to art. 1% of $1 billion is a big art program, and we can't do that alone. We are a transportation authority, not fine art experts. And so we have an amazing art committee led by our chair, Jennifer Cunningham, when the list of people that you see there is just the who's who of fine art experts in our region. And they really helped form and then create what you saw on the last slide, the 450-foot-long repeated refrains art piece in the ticketing hall was the work of this committee. And I've never seen anything else like that in any other airport. And there will be more like that in our future. But we know how important the sense of place is, diversity, the people that represent Northern Nevada, and how important art is. And we're excited to leap forward in that space. And of course, we know we are not an island. We are actively working across a lot of fronts with a lot of different partners. We need everybody's help to advance a mission of this size, to advance a capital program of this size, to work together on air service, business development, land development, and also at the national level, we work with other airports to try and advance public policy around airports that improve the customer experience. We have tremendous support from every level of elected official, starting with this body all the way up to our senators and congressmen, and we are just very, very thankful and appreciative of the support that we're getting and the partnership that we get to try and advance this mission and advance aviation in Northern Nevada. And we know, especially Reno, but also Stead Airport, are places where people want to interact with the experience. And so we try and take that role as much as we can, and whether it's inaugural flight celebrations or live music performances during Art Town, you'll see some of those artists in the terminal building. We hosted Girls in Aviation this summer up at the Stead Airport with hundreds of young girls interested in careers in aviation. Of course, Operation Santa Claus in partnership with the Children's Cabinet and taking 25 families and creating a richer Christmas experience for them. Burning Man, I don't need to talk about this much, I'm sure. It's our busiest week of the year at the airport, and there's no close second. We work very closely with the Burning Man organization. They are phenomenal. We love working with them. We really help get prepared for the arrival. Almost 100 bus trips directly from Reno straight out to the playa. Lots of close coordination there. Even closer coordination on the 100 buses that come back and the state of the customers that are getting off those buses. And we work closely in providing shower facilities, restroom facilities, bags for them to kind of put themselves back together before they re-enter the aviation process, to make their trip home also enjoyable and not miserable for them or anybody around them. And of course, honor flights. We're so proud of the honor flights that take place here. You know, it's special everywhere it happens when the World War II and Korea, Vietnam, and Iraqi war veterans get together. As a veteran, I'm very proud of our role in this and something that will certainly continue. Lastly, a big thank you to this body and to every City of Reno employee who is helping us in some way, whether it is the projects that are happening, the arts and culture. I forgot to mention Megan Berner, your arts and culture manager, is on our committee. And Trustee Jung leads our sustainability committee. So your appointees, your employees, everybody is working together to help advance this mission, air service, tourism, and of course, public safety, which we can all agree on. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I love you. There were so many questions in there, and then I was like, okay, I get to check them off. That's how good you were. I don't have to ask that. I don't have to ask that. I don't. So excellent, excellent job. Thank you so much, which is really exciting. And you know, I was just there 3 days ago, and the ticket counter looks incredible. It's so beautiful, and I'm so.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm so elated to see the art, and I remember when. Commissioner Sferrazza was on there, she was a big proponent of the arts as well. But if you go to any major airport, one of the things that stands out, bar none, is the artwork.
Yep.
And so I love to see that we still operate like a small airport, but I think we produce very big. So it just is very cool to see that. So thank you. I think you did a phenomenal job. I do want to point out, because I'm so sorry that I completely forgot until you showed me the slides, and I didn't mean to, but I think I was getting wrapped up in the emotion of the item beforehand. But I need to recognize Adam Kramer, who is also on your board, and you have Carol Chapman
yes.
on your board. And I want to say thank you specifically to them. I do want to point out, though, our appointees, just so everyone knows, I try to always really dial in on the way that we appoint someone and for what they bring to the table. For instance, Richard J. brings finance. Joel Grace brings construction, construction expertise and management. Jennifer Cunningham brings tourism experience. Kitty Jung brings government affairs and historical knowledge of all those governmental policies that can be so challenging. And so I do want to recognize everyone, you know, that's on the board. And then Courtney, if we could adopt you, I'd totally be happy to do that too. But no, everyone is really wonderful, but I wanted to point that out. And I also did want to point out that, and I believe she was your chair at one time, but was Commissioner Sferrazza, who was a huge part of how we ended up getting into, you know, the fire negotiations and conversations. And I feel terrible that I did not mention her, but she wasn't sitting here, so I completely got in the moment. But I do need to recognize those other commissioners that did, that have really dug in and done. And here's the thing that people don't know. Airport is one of the most difficult boards to serve on because it really takes a lot of your time. And you don't really get much in return except for, I mean, you do and you don't, right? It really is community service that the commissioners do on your board. And the fact that they're here today supporting you, Darren, speaks a lot about how they feel about you. We get lucky if we get one or two that show up. And so today, because they came in support of you, says a lot. So just know that. I'm very impressed with the work that they're doing. But I did want to mention that because I'm so sorry. I forgot about Adam and Carol.
Of course.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Martinez. He's not here. Guess I'm not going to do that. Councilwoman Taylor.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. I'll be brief. I think we hit the jackpot with your hiring several years ago now. I had the privilege of knowing Chris Bart and Marilee Moore for many years. I have had a history of having represented the airport in various capacities over the course of my legal career, and it's really been incredible to watch your leadership. So kudos to you, congratulations to the incredible work you're doing. I know that the important question each of us asks you is about the air service, and I'll just pause to say I know a lot of it's out of our control, right? As airlines and the airline industry changes, collapses, mergers happen, mergers unwind in the middle of them, all sorts of things are happening. I will say that I use the airport with some frequency. It is my favorite airport in the world. I always love traveling in and out of it. Mostly I like the coming back home part. The one flight that you identify here that you're hoping is, I guess it's currently seasonal, but we're hoping for expansion. The JetBlue flight in and out of New York City is incredibly important for so many reasons. I certainly, JetBlue has its own problems as an airline is having. I wonder what you can speak to just the further we can get to the East Coast, it opens up then a lot of opportunities because we don't currently get to Boston. We can't currently get to DC easily. Sometimes our employees, when we're traveling back to DC, for example, have to leave a day or two early. They have to take, I think one time, one of our employees took 6 connections to get to DC. These are just not good things. But what can you say about the getting us to New York piece?
Sure. And thank you for the question. And JetBlue, as we understand it, will be back this winter to serve the ski market, and then hopefully back again in spring and summer. But it has been a struggle for them. The route hasn't been that profitable. We could have debates around the type of aircraft, but we don't get to run the airline. And ultimately, they're putting the airplanes where they think they're going to make the most money. To your point, JetBlue specifically has some financial challenges. And so we're always thinking about and working with the RASC of how do we support them when they come back and what's the backup plan. That if for some reason that flight doesn't materialize or there's a merger or an acquisition of some kind, we think we are a New York market, that there's enough at least 5 days a week to have the New York nonstop. We actually have strong Boston numbers, maybe not quite strong enough, but strong Boston numbers, and I would say Washington, D.C., and those are the 3 that we're really focused on, of getting New York back and Washington, D.C. And I think National Airport is a challenge because of the slots, but Dulles is very much obviously a strong United hub, and that's a conversation that's been had with United. So we hear you. We hope to get them back, and we think we just have to keep working, and some of it is we're just getting large enough now to where they can put enough people on the airplanes to really generate the yield that they need. The growth that's happening supports that long, thin route, whether it's New York or DC. It's easy to do LA. In Chicago, we're really well served. But that long, thin route, it's expensive for the airline, and they have to make a certain price point. So I'm generally optimistic based on our growth here. I'm not optimistic or pessimistic around JetBlue. We're working with them, but like you said, a lot of this is beyond our control, and we just have to see how the industry shakes out to some extent. Yeah, yes, sir.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you again so much for being here, Darren. I just wanted to say, I too am extremely grateful that your board has showed up to support you. It's been an amazing airport day, right? Improvements in the fire service, improvements in you laid out a tremendous amount of billions of dollars of improvements that are to come. I just wanted to ask one quick question. I know you covered it, and it had to do with the rental cars. I wasn't really clear. So is the goal to move them out of the parking garage and to your area north up terminal? Is that the idea?
That is the idea. You'll walk out of baggage claim right out the end doors there. It's about a 600-foot walk around that curve, and then that will be the new rental car and ground transportation center. So Uber, Lyft, casino shuttles, everybody will be picking up there. So we're pushing it a little bit off, but it's still a very walkable distance. There'll be a covered walkway there to protect people from the elements. You'll still drop off right at the building. That gets 100% of the rental car returns off of our airport loop road. The safety improvement there is unquantifiable because rental car drivers are not looking at you, the pedestrian. They're looking at the sign trying to figure out, where do I park this car?
Now, would you pick up your car out there too?
We will. So they'll wash, fuel, clean the cars. You'll walk out there, pick the car up. And of course, with a new facility, you will be able to use the app technology that will literally wayfind people now right to the row where you pick the car
Yeah.
that you want.
And then do you think they'll have shuttles also? Because there's plenty of people that I've flown with that cannot walk 100 feet, never mind
Absolutely.
600.
We are in discussions with the developer on what sort of ADA, accommodations where there'll be, whether it's a scooter that people ride or somebody to push you out there, but we have to account for that,
Well,
absolutely.
and maybe just those smaller little buses. The reason I say is some people also have a lot of luggage.
True, absolutely.
And they can't really, without a luggage cart or something, unless you're gonna allow those carts off property, they can't really convey all that luggage. 600 feet
Yep.
is almost a quarter mile. I
Exactly.
mean, not quite, but it's over an eighth of a mile, and that's still a slog for people with luggage, whether it's skis coming and going or whatever it is. Even people coming for conferences that are bringing those displays. You know what I mean?
course,
Like,
yes.
use your imagination. But I
Yep.
really do think we should think about some kind of motorized, not just a personal cart, but some kind of little bus or something. There's snow, there's rain.
Right.
I understand it'll be covered, but
Okay.
those are some
Thank you.
suggestions. But again, wonderful day for the airport. Thank you so much for
you.
being here today.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert, nice to see you.
Hi. So I'm actually the council member that's a liaison to the board, so I've heard a lot of this along the way, so great presentation today. And also, I wanted to say great job with the air show out in my ward a few weeks ago. It was great. I've had a lot of community feedback about that. There's still a lot of sadness about losing the air races, and I understand that. But I just wanted to say thank you for the air show. It was very well received, and there's a lot of hope that we can make that an annual thing that happens out there. I know that there's a conflict next year, it won't be able to happen, but if there's any way that we could bring that or something similar to the state airport annually, it'd be really appreciated, particularly by the Ward 4 constituents. So thank you for that. And I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Sure, yeah, well, first, it was great to see you. Thanks for coming on and joining us for the air show. And I have heard some of that sentiment, the desire for some sort of annual event out there. We have not begun that discussion with the Reno Air Race Association. I know now they really want to focus on the 2025 air racing in Roswell, New Mexico. And I think after they get that under the belt, they may be back to talk to us. We certainly see the benefits of promoting aviation, period. And an air show is a great way to do that, that is much less impactful than air racing was. So we will be open to that discussion. At the end of the day, it takes an organization like the Air Racing Association to put on an event. I mean, it's tens of thousands of people, and you saw all the logistics that go into that.
Yeah.
But I mean, we love showcasing the Stead Airport. Something like that, you can't really do at a commercial airport like Reno
Yeah.
Tahoe International, so it really does have to be
Yeah.
an airport like the Stead
It
Airport.
was great, and I don't know for sure, but I heard that Saturday was sold out, so like people really want to go to things like that. There's definitely a market for events like that, so I hope that we can continue to bring things like that here. But yeah, again, I'm already kind of aware of the things that are in the presentation, and great job on that. And also, just to kind of echo what everyone else has already said, I love the art. I've always really enjoyed the flooring, specifically by Baggage Claim, the fish in there. I don't know, my kids really like it too, but I'm just looking forward to see how the redesign looks, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, and also to Councilmember Dewar's point, maybe we could just get like a shuttle that does a loop,
Sure.
just
No.
just one,
Point well taken.
just does
Absolutely.
a route through,
We'll
yeah.
take a harder look at that. Thank you.
Oh, great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Darren, for being here and providing the update. I was in the back listening to your presentation, so I appreciate all the info. I just want to say I appreciate how good of a neighbor you are for folks in Ward 3 in particular. I know folks have different needs and requests and sometimes complaints, and I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Rick Miller for always providing important information for folks who have some of those noise complaints and is there and willing to respond. He's been very speedy with his responses and very thorough with that. And so I appreciate all the efforts that you all put together, not just to provide these great services for our region, but considerate of the neighborhood that you're around and being good neighbors in Ward 3. So I appreciate that.
Well, and thank you for your engagement on the issues. We know we impact our neighbors, and an airport has to try its best to be a good neighbor itself. That includes working with our tenants. I know you get copied on, several of you, on emails from the neighbors in Donner Springs, and we have active and ongoing conversations, and it's usually the flight training that is activating those complaints, not really the Southwest Airlines or the larger airplanes. It's the smaller stuff that's flying lower, and we will always be engaged in that. That is part of our responsibility as an airport sponsor to work with the FAA, the tower, the tenants, and the neighbors, and to be that focal point. But thank you for being willing to listen and engage as needed. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Just reiterate, because I think you put this in your presentation, Ground Transportation Center, when will that start?
The enabling work is already in progress. They're at about 90% design. Next year, they will really start working on the site itself.
Okay.
It's a big build. It won't open, Mayor, until probably 2028 is what we're hearing right now. We
Okay.
always feel like we're conservative on these schedules, and when a private developer is doing it,
Yeah.
we know once they start spending their own funds that they'll want to move
Sure.
even faster, so we're working closely with them. But the sooner the better. We need the parking relief today.
Yeah, exactly. You're not kidding. And then how many gates did you say will be added?
So we have 23 gates today, 22 and a half based on their usability. We'll have 24 full-service, what we call Group 3 gates, and that's the gates that can handle that larger class of aircraft. So it's not a huge increase in gate count, but it's the gate capacity of each of those gates that's so
Expanding it.
important, and the capacity inside the building. This is one of the reasons the airlines are most engaged in this, is they hear from their customers, us,
Yeah.
of how people don't like that experience very
Sure.
much. It's too crowded.
Sure, okay. And then one of the things I want to thank you for doing is working on the wayfinding signs with RTC. I know there's a big working group that's working on
Yes.
that. So thank you for
Absolutely.
addressing that.
Of course.
I mean, I know there is a lot going on, and I tend to always focus on air service. I pay very close attention what's happening at RASC and all of those things, because those are, large economies of, it affects our economy in such a large way.
Sure.
And so I would just, keep your eye on the prize there. I know you have other, experts sort of in that space, but some of those are so critical because we've lost, I think, some of those seasonal flights like Austin, and is Austin back?
Austin will be back in March on Southwest.
Okay.
And hopefully it'll stick.
Okay, that would be amazing. And then what about Boise?
Nothing in the
Nothing?
pipeline for Boise right now. That is a conversation we've had with Alaska. We're having it with Frontier as well, and Frontier is not in the market right now, but just because an airline isn't currently serving us doesn't mean we're not talking to them about routes like
And
Boise.
so much of that is very relationship based. You always have to be sort of the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, and so
Yes,
you have to
exactly.
right. The only thing, and I would say, I know, we're in transition with this construction, and so sometimes we can, sort of focus on those things like, oh, look at this construction, and so I know it's not that easy to navigate. So, I don't want to, and I tend to be very critical. I'm critical with myself and everyone around. And I think part of it is probably my job is I hear negative every single day in my inbox or whatever. It's just sort of,
Sure.
How people operate, unfortunately. People like to talk, there's a statistic, 250 times more about the bad than they do the good. So I want to focus on the good, but I do want to say one area that I think where I've seen it really could sort of come back, and that could have been because of COVID and some of those things. But we used to celebrate every time we would get those flights, and now sometimes I don't even know what flights we're getting. We used to have, big press conferences on them from JetBlue to others, or just super. They might not seem like a big deal, but where we could actually engage with the community a little bit more on some of those wins that we do get, particularly I think those flights are so important because then it really opens up the community's eyes that we have this new flight, right? And people never really know unless we're getting sort of the PR side on those flights. That's the one area where I would say I've noticed I would love to bring back so much more of that because I don't, like I said, I always used to know what flights we had and those kinds of things. So if you could bring those back in a big way so we can celebrate them, that would be amazing. But I think you're getting so much right. So I hate to be critical, but at the same time, flights.
Well, thank you, Mayor Sheevy, for the feedback, and I appreciate the positive feedback, but I also am the sort of person who always wants to know, what can we be doing better? What can I do better?
Yeah.
So I hear you loud and clear, and we will do better on that. We will really try and, we haven't traditionally celebrated seasonal routes because you're always wondering whether it's going to be back. But to your point, if you do celebrate it,
Yeah.
more people know about it, and
Yeah.
then maybe it does stick. So we
Yeah.
will be redoubling efforts, especially now that we're done with the construction at the front door to the airport, where it was
Yeah.
hard to even just get people
Yeah,
through.
it really was, yeah, sure.
The last 2 years have been rough in that regard, but we're clear of all that now. So you have my commitment that we will up our game in that front, and anything else that anybody would like to see as an improvement, please. My board, as you can tell, is very engaged. They're very supportive. You can talk to me, talk to them. We are here to serve the community in any way that we can, and we're honored to do so.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to wrap up this round. I know we have one more, but I want to get going because we have such a thick agenda. But anyway, thank you so much, Darren, for being here.
Thank you,
And we'll
Mayor Sheevy.
send you another invite, or you come back anytime you want.
Will do, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, and I want to say thank you to the entire airport board. You guys are amazing. I appreciate your community service like you have no idea. So, and all of them, I said, do you guys want to come up? None of them wanted to come up and speak, so I'm going to respect that. So, except for one other person, Casey McComb, do you want to come up? No? Oh, no, I'm good. No? Or, he just really wanted to thank some past commissioners that were involved. You did? Oh, that was very nice. I know they tell you never to thank everyone because you'll always forget someone, and then you'll feel terrible about it. But just come for the record, just really quickly on the record. His face is all red now.
Yeah, for the record, Casey McCone Airport. Just wanted to say thank you, that these conversations are hard enough as it is, but it's really hard to be the first one to bring these conversations up, and Jessica Sfraza did that, and it wasn't easy, and I just wanted to say thank you to Jessica for that. So,
And she was
thanks.
our commissioner for 8 years on that
the
board.
trustee at the Yep, so I
And
just
she's a
wanna say-
big fan of yours, Darren.
Yeah,
She
is,
really, yeah,
absolutely.
she's a big fan.
She is,
So, and I think today is a testament of what can be accomplished, and also when you have a strong board that actually is incredibly knowledgeable and caring.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you for giving me the
good
opportunity to say
job,
thank
everyone.
you. And thank you, everyone. So.
All right, thanks, you guys. All right, go work. I know you want to go there so badly you can't see straight. You want to sit in here all day. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you. Can we go to consent?
Nope, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item D1, which is our budget item today.
I would like to get some consent agenda items out of the way because we probably have staff here that can go back to work. So I would ask, I want to do that first, and then we'll get the budget items going. So with that being said.
Madam Mayor, my
Yeah.
understanding is there's some conflict with moving the consent agenda up, and so we need to go in this order specifically to ensure that we get the items approved in order to do some of the other things.
Okay.
Well, could we just pull the trash cans?
Yeah.
Could we just pull the trash cans?
Yeah, why don't we do that, pull 13, and I'm going to pull B11. So with that being said, Councilman Martinez, any items you want to pull?
None from you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor.
I have a disclosure, I believe, for B9.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councilman Reese? No. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah. B11, B13, we're going to pull. And B16 and B17.
So it was, why did I have B9?
She said she has a disclosure for B9.
Okay, I've got that. Okay, B11.
B11,
Yeah.
B13 was the one we were talking about. B16 and B17.
Okay. Councilwoman Ebert?
Yeah, I have B4,
B13 was already pulled, B18, B20, and B21.
All right, may I get a motion to approve all other items?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we'll go back to those. I thought we had someone, do we have, Madam Clerk, can you also take sort of a room check of who's here for what items so I can make sure that we can get them in and out of the room? And I believe Mr. J was here too, but for an item. But anyway, I don't see him. Okay. That being said, we are going to head over to what item, City Manager?
Do you want to do B4? Do you want to do all consent, or do you want to go back to the?
No, we're going to be here for a long time with these.
Yes, that's what I thought. So D1.
Yeah.
Back to finance.
Yeah.
D1.
All right, let's head to D1. Any public comment, Madam Clerk, on item D1?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any public comment on item D1.
Okay. Vicky, hi. The
Good
floor is yours. Take it
afternoon.
away.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. For the record, I have a very brief financial update for you, which will be preceding the augmentation that's before you today for actual action. And so I will be presenting the financial update piece of it, and then I will turn it over to Lindsay Hatfield to do the augmentation piece of it.
Okay.
I have 12 slides that are very brief, and I will stop at the end of that for questions. And then once we're done with that, I will turn it over to Lindsay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, let's get started. So this item is in alignment with the strategic plan for fiscal sustainability. We don't normally come back with a financial update every year with the quarterly augmentations, but this is something we're going to do this year just because our finances are still showing a very flat budget for our C-Tax, which is really important for us. So I just want to keep council abreast of what's going on and advised where we're seeing things come in as the year progresses. So I think it's really important. This is just a quick disclaimer here to say that all the fiscal year 24 information, which is last year's information that you will see, is preliminary. We are still working on the audit with the auditors. We're still doing some entries to clean a few things up as we do reconciliations. I'm not aware of anything materially outstanding, so these numbers are very good. There may be, a change here or there, but overall, I believe the numbers don't have any material impacts that will be coming forward. The annual comprehensive financial report, which will be audited, that audited report of the financials will be presented to council in December. That's our normal process. We finish it about November, and then we bring it back to you in December with those final numbers. So for the general fund, looking back at last year, what happened with revenues as far as how those came in, this is just a quick brief slide to show you. Property taxes, the blue bar is your budget number where we had budget, and the green bar is actuals where we actually came in. So property taxes, franchise fees, and charges for services all came in a little bit higher above budget than what we anticipated. You can see that consolidated taxes came in less, and they've actually kind of flattened even more than what we thought when we built the budget. And so I think it's really important to make you as council aware of that. In total, when you look at total revenues, we came in 1.2% above budget. Still very good, still exactly where we want to be. When we look at the expenses, where we're at, we have salary and wages and benefits. Both of those typically come in a little bit under budget, and that's typically because of vacancies during the year. So someone leaves, getting a new person in, you have a time period where you don't have someone in that position, so you have a little bit of savings. So in total for expenditures, we came in about 1.6% below budget, which again is very good, and that's exactly where we want to be. What does this mean as far as where we're at? So if we were 1.2% above budget, that's about $3.5 million. And if we're 1.6 below budget, that's about $5 million. So in total, we have about $8.5 million in savings, whether it's from revenues or expenses. We have about $8.5 million in savings. And so this is the space where we talked about when we were building the budget, where I anticipated we'd have about $10 million that could be used for one-time stuff. It actually turns out it's about 8.5, and that's because, again, that flattening of C-Tax. C-Tax still has not recovered. It's still very flat as we move forward. But there are $8.5 million in excess funds here. During the budget process, labor negotiations were going on with all 10 labor groups. Those were not finalized until after we adopted the budget. We did make allocations in the budget based on what we anticipated how those agreements would come out during that time. Those agreements actually came out higher than what we anticipated during budget, and the excess above what we anticipated is this $7.9 million that you see on here. The $7.9 million is to fund the class and compensation implementation of that study that council approved, and then also the collective bargaining changes that occurred for the current year. So $7.9 million we need from that $8 million that we have to cover those costs. And this is part of the conversations that we've had as those collective bargaining agreements came forward. So we don't have any excess from last year to put toward any one-time projects. Everything that we have is going to have to go toward paying the contracts and doing that class and comp implementation. What does this mean for fiscal year 25 and beyond? It means that we're using the excess funds that we had from last year to pay the current year expenses. And so we have an unbalanced budget. We have no opportunity for one-time funding with this, and we're still anticipating really slow revenue growth and increasing labor costs as we move forward. So really what the message here is a reset. We need a reset of what we're thinking as far as what is normal and normal growth under normal circumstances. And so that's the space where we're going to live for a while. When we look at C-Tax, and this really kind of outlines that normal growth that I'm talking about and the reset that we're talking about here. Average growth over the last 20 years for C-Tax, and C-Tax again is the largest revenue source that we have in the general fund. The average growth is 4.2%. Typically, you will see in normal circumstances between 4 and 6% growth for C-Tax. That's pretty much it. You can see in years 21 and 22, we really had those high years of 19% and 10%. And that was the influx of all that stimulus money during COVID. That is not normal for what we do. So when I talk about we need a reset on what our expectations are going forward and how to get back to a balanced budget, this is where it begins, because we were really on a high in those years and we had a lot of excess, but that's not money that we will have continuing to build on. So when you look at year-over-year change, after that big high, we actually declined 1%. That was the flattening of the budget. It just flattened out at that point. And then last year, we only saw 3% growth. So that's why it was less than what we had for the budget. When you look at property tax is actually doing very well. You can see the average growth over the 20-plus years is 4.5% growth over those years. You'll see the recession years are in the red there. And as you go out in the outer years from about 2019 and coming forward, you'll see we got growth of between 7 and 9% overall going forward. And really, the reason you see those pretty consistent there is because we're hitting the tax cap. In Nevada, we have that tax cap, and taxes on property taxes capped at a certain level. So we're really not going to see, the only growth we'll see above numbers like this would be if we saw a real boom in new construction in the area. So lots of new construction, you could see a much higher percentage. But otherwise, with us being at that tax cap, you're really not going to see more than 7 or 8% for property tax. Still really good for us, but it's not going to be a booming level. So what does this mean as we look out for that 10-year forecast? What this means when we look at our fund balance. So fund balance is basically our savings account. So the money that we have in the bank, we pay our bills on it. That's the money we have sitting there to pay bills and move forward with. And so the fund balance, when we built the budget, this is what the forecast looked like. This is the exact forecast that I brought before you when we adopted the budget. We want to maintain somewhere around 15%. 15% is about 2 months of operating expenses. It allows us to be able to pay our bills and not have to stall on paying bills or ask for property payments sooner or do other things. We can pay things as they come due because property tax comes in quarterly. Our payments for revenues don't come in on schedule at the same time that payments are due. So we have to have that balance of the fund balance to do that. And with this schedule here, you can see that we maintain about 15% going out, and then you see growth in the out years based on this model. This model doesn't include any additions in staffing because we don't really have an idea of what that would look like in the future, but we can model out what we currently have and the things we know in the future, like PERS increases or things that potentially can occur, we build that in. Where you see that growth out there in the 20 and 25%, really that just means there's excess capacity in those years, so there could be growth out in those years of staffing or capital projects or other things. This was the budgeted model. Once you factor in the updated model with the labor costs, with the augmentation that is coming forward with you today, what ends up happening, if we spent the budget, we got the exact revenues and the exact expenses in the model. The only thing changed in here is updating the labor costs. This is what we look like going forward. And in fiscal year 27, we'd be at 3%. We're required by state law to be at 4% fund balance minimum. We would never really want to be there because we couldn't pay our bills when they come in and come due. We couldn't do that at that point. That would be half a month of operating expenses. It's a significant impact going forward. There are some choices that will have to be made. There's some decisions as far as when can we get back to a balanced budget? Are we going to have a balanced budget again? Those are the things that we're looking at. The reason we do this modeling is so that we know ahead of time that we have a lot of work to do to get to where we need to be. Is that normally how it would look? Probably not, but that would be the extreme. We're bringing in the exact revenues and spending them exactly. That was the extreme. Really, we know that we typically have about 3% savings each year in budget, whether that's revenues or expenses, we have about 3%. If we were to use that, like we currently are this year, using $8 million to fund from last year to fund the current year, if we use the savings from prior year to continue to do that and anticipate at about 3%, this is what the new model would look like, changing no other items in there. And it works. It's not the best because you can see in some of those years we get down in the 10% range. Still not 2% of operating expenses there. And we would really like to be at that 15% mark. The other thing here is none of these years would be balanced budgets, because we would be having to use prior year savings to pay the current year, anticipating going forward. And so that's not the goal. The goal of this is just to show you that this is what would happen if we don't start making some choices, revisit some numbers, and really reset our expectations of what we can afford based on what those current numbers are going to look like coming forward, because we won't have the excess that we had during times of COVID. So this is the end of my slides here. A lot of information there, but this is slide 12, so I'm glad to take any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Vicki. A lot of information.
Yes.
I'll probably need a couple rounds. So it looks like our total labor negotiations were about $9 million over budget from what I'm...
Yes, between all the funds.
So between all the funds?
Yes. And in the general fund, it was this slide here, 7.9.
7.9.
Yes.
What do we need? What's the dollar amount to get us to a balanced budget? Do we know?
In the current year for general fund, we would need $8 million.
$8 million.
Yes.
So we're
$8 million short. And so if you look at this slide here, these out years, why it gets compounding and it gets worse. That fund balance just declines really quickly because in 25, if we need 8 million, in 26, that number becomes 13 million, and in 27, the number becomes 16 million. It
So
continues to compound.
How did we get here? What things did we do to get in this position, and how do we not repeat that? And there's like 3 parts to the question. And what can we do? What are some recommendations to come up with this $8 million? And then a second part to that, I might have to go twice, is if we had COVID money, could COVID money be used to replace this $8 million if we had it?
Well, let me see if I can get to
Okay,
all your
sorry, you
questions
can
here.
start from the
And I might
beginning.
not get them all
Lots
because
of
I didn't write them
questions.
down. Well, first of all, the 8 million we have covered in this current year.
But not next
Because we're going to
year.
use last year's savings that we knew we were going to have savings. We talked about it during negotiations in closed session about how we can afford this. And then as we came out with the contracts, we talked about it again. That's the only money we have this current year to fix that at this point, is to move forward, use those savings and fix that. Things that we can do for moving forward are looking at positions as they become vacant. Are there positions that we want to repurpose into something else? We want to change things as we do them. Not adding any new positions throughout the year, so it gives us that baseline to really reset.
So we
as
did add
build
new
the budget.
positions from
Last year.
last year.
Yes.
Is that included in these costs already?
Yes,
So
yes.
it's part of the $8 million that we're short.
It's included as far as the total budget that you adopted.
But not next year, we'll have higher costs.
Next year, we didn't anticipate any new positions as far as this modeling.
Okay.
So no new positions going forward. We have to get back to a space where we're back in balance again.
Okay. Just to piggyback off of that, so new positions came in, and I wonder, what analysis do we do on those new positions? Because one of the things where you do have cost controllable are how many positions that you bring on. So what does that look like? And how do you sort of checks and balance there to know, hey, are we too heavy in this department? Are we not heavy enough in this department? Or, because sometimes I do think it is the department that sort of, is vocal, that tends to, we're like, oh, we got to focus on them. We got to focus on them. But there's a lot. So, and it's been really hard because I don't think we ever really came back from whenever we let go of those positions in 2008? Yeah, 8 and 9. So we've been trying to play catch up. And the other thing that I think that also happens is, and everyone is experiencing it, and look, even every state going from like the minimum wage to, those requirements. And then you've got inflation that happens. And now more than ever, people are having a really difficult time trying to make ends meet. And whereas one time people thought, oh, $25 an hour is a lot of money. That is nothing. You can barely survive on that. And even still, our minimum wage doesn't get to that point. So what do we look for? And also, I know it looks like, oh, we're not balanced, but also at the same time, you have to weigh in those factors that we don't have any control over. So talk a little, PERS and those types of things. So talk a little bit about that.
Sure. When we build the budget, we build it based on what we know at the time. And as I mentioned at the time, labor negotiations were in process at that time. And we did build in what we thought was a reasonable amount for labor negotiations. And what actually came forward was much larger than what we anticipated when we built the budget. We built the budget based on 4.2%, and the labor agreements came in at 9.5% in general. More than double. So that's the real factor here that has caused this discrepancy. And there are a few things that, are factors outside of control, like other contracts while you're in negotiation, other contracts at other agencies being closed and changed during the time you're in negotiation. So it has an impact in labor negotiations that we don't see until after the fact. So
Because you have to be competitive.
Correct.
Because here's why what people don't understand, because they're hearing this conversation thinking differently. But here's why you have to be competitive. Can you imagine if you lost most of your workforce tomorrow because you weren't paying? I know as a small business,
Absolutely.
I have to be competitive with Tesla, and I hire first-time job seekers, right? These are, kids that are 16, and I still have to compete with the Teslas and the big Qdobas and things like that. So I think people need to understand you have to be competitive in the market if you want to attract and maintain a healthy workforce,
Yes.
And there are factors too where you want to attract really talented people. So you hope that you have things that make their quality of life better, like childcare, like those things, right? So I think people look at this on a surface level. It's a much more complex
It is, and it's the same
situation.
thing that we talk about when we do the budget. We're a service agency, so we get more than 80% of the workforce and 80% of the budget in the general fund is people.
Yeah.
And so when those costs the growth in those costs exceeds the growth in the revenue, that's what's actually creating this.
Okay. Councilman Reese, anything?
Well, I want to say thank you, Ms. Van Buren. I think you know that I have a high degree of trust in the financial forecasting that you do. And so it's good for us to not always paint the rosiest picture. We want the accurate picture. And I think that's part of what is, it happens when you have to be an adult in the room, right? So thank you for that. I also think, I don't suggest or believe that your forecasting is like the sky is falling. I think it's just a period of time where we have to be honest about the growth in the way in which our revenue is derived. And so I have been proud of our balanced budget the last several years, and I understand that is not necessarily something you can do every year. I suppose that would be a starting point for our questions today is how do we make sure that we are meeting the absolute best practices for a municipality of our size and given our revenue stream? Is there anything that you're seeing where we're sort of off course, or you're saying stay the course? We've done well to get where we are. Bond rating's high. We've done great to reduce our debt. I mean, what can you tell me about that?
Sure. Well, we've done well to get where we are, to get to that balanced budget area. We're doing really well. It's not uncommon for agencies to have unbalanced budgets and a lot of times agencies choose to use prior year savings to fund their capital programs each year. So in theory, it's still an unbalanced budget, but they're using it for one-time monies. In this case, we are not, but we're recognizing when we went into it, we're going to have a space where we have to figure it out as we move forward. I'm working with the manager's office. We have a lot of ideas on things that we can do, things that we can look at. This model does include in fiscal year 27 the anticipation of the fire station debt, going out for a bond to do that. So I didn't change any of those factors that I know council wants and things that you want in here. But this is a starting point to let you know, we have a lot of work to do. The sky is not falling like you mentioned, but if you don't recognize where we are and where we want to get to, you can't get there. So it's a space that's a little challenging, but we can get there.
And let me ask, I assume that we are not alone, meaning I look at our partners in the city of Sparks, Washoe County, the state, and I see very similar forecastings and revisions going on. So it's not like we're the outlier and somehow we've missed the mark in how we are handling our finances. How are we looking relative to our peer agencies and communities?
I know they're having some challenges as well because they're seeing the same flattening revenues. The interest rates were held high for a pretty long time to try to get inflation down. It still feels like inflation's high to me, but the numbers are saying it's down to around 2.5%. Still feels a little high when I go out shopping, but that's what they're telling us. So based on more interest rate declines coming, we anticipate that people will start moving, selling their house, moving to another house, doing some remodels, starting to spend again. During the summer, where we normally see a lot of home improvement spends, we really didn't see that this year. People were staying in their houses, not doing remodels, not spending, and so when people don't spend, we don't get that sales tax.
If I may, Madam Vice Mayor, just one last question, which is
Sure,
simply
keep
that. I make an assumption because you do come back to us with the augmentations quarterly, and then this one is a little out of order, you said at the beginning, but I guess my point is if the numbers improve dramatically in our favor, we'll be having that conversation as well.
I sure hope so. We will
so.
have a conversation. We'll see what it is at that
All right.
point.
Perfect, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I just have a few follow-ups. Thank you for being here. And, you know, I really appreciate the effort that you're doing in front of the augmentation to give us some fiscal transparency. I think it's very important that we're all very aware of where we stand. Each time we go to do something, you know, we need this snapshot. So I'm glad you're changing the process this year. I wanted to ask about slide 6, which is, it shows, you know, you said we were going to have 10 million and instead we're going to have 8.5 million.
Yes.
So what does this mean? Do we have 8.5 million? Where would that money go? What's your thinking?
We have 8.5 million in excess. That was the 10 million we initially talked about
Right.
being available for one-time funding
Right.
type
So
stuff.
one of those one-time funding, I thought you mentioned later, was the fire station. Was that to,
No,
okay, that's
No.
a separate, that's
Yeah.
out of RDA.
that is, yes.
Out of
yes,
RDA.
correct.
So have we talked about this 8.5 million, and do you
Yes.
have proposals on that?
Yes, this is coming forward next with the augmentation. That's the little arrow over the 7.9. We need 8 million of it to fund the class and comp and the
Right.
collective bargaining.
And then we'll
So
have 500,000 left in this pot.
maybe, because we haven't finalized the books yet. So.
When will you finalize the books?
November, and then
Okay.
we bring back the final audit to you in
Okay.
December. So right now, I'm comfortable that we can move 8 million, but we are still doing some reconciliations. If they find something's moved here and it should have been counted this year versus last year, if they move a couple things, it might change the numbers a little bit, but we're right at 8 million.
Okay, but we should have, once that's done, we should have 500,000. Or roughly.
Roughly,
Okay.
yes.
And then, you know, last meeting, there was a lot of discussion, and it's on our meeting later today on about the soccer fields and the ARPA. And the recommendation, I think from Mr. J, I was online, was to move forward with bonding to build that. How is that possible? I mean, you said we'll have a lot of discussions.
There are a lot of decisions to be made here, because I don't anticipate we'll get back to a balanced budget in the next 2 or 3 years
Okay.
even. We're not in a space, we're gonna have to really, sharpen our pencils and really go down to every budget dollar and really revisit everything to bring the best options
Yeah.
forward to you at council.
So for example, when would that happen in this process?
As far as scrubbing it
Sharpening the
and,
pencils, talking about.
we're starting it right now. We're talking to the city manager's office,
No,
and
but
from
when
now
will we
until.
as council weigh in on
As
that?
we move through the budget process. So probably mid-year, we'll come back at mid-year with, which will be early January, we'll come back with the second quarter augmentation.
Okay.
I will let you know where the revenues are coming in at that point, because I need about 6 months of data points for current year revenues to see how we're really trending.
Yeah.
And in that meantime, we're working on what solutions and things we can come up with for savings, changes, other
Okay.
things.
But I'll end on this. I just want to make sure when you come back, if that's mid-year, that you bring back all the proposals that have been on the table, whether it is fire stations out of, the RDA, because we still have to think about that. If RDA is generating money, but it's going to something else, where it could be used to pay for city infrastructure and other city programs that are appropriate to that area, that's something we need to understand. If we're talking about soccer fields, or we're talking about, all the many projects that we've talked about, I want to make sure it's all on the table so we understand what we're choosing and what we're leaving behind, and what a plan is maybe in 3 years when we get back to a balanced budget. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, let me turn over to Councilmember Ebert.
So I do have some questions. How many new positions did we make in the last fiscal year? Do you know that?
I think it was 32,
32 positions?
31.
31. Do we have like a dollar amount of what that is, like how much of an impact that had on that 10 million?
I think it was about 4 million,
Okay, so it's
but
pretty
off the top of
significant.
my head, I don't have that. And that's not something that really we can cut positions at this point because those positions were approved and filled or they're in process to be filled. And that has been anticipated and all that. We haven't anticipated any changes in staffing and the stuff that I'm showing you because this is just our starting point to talk about. There are lots of things that we can do, and we just need to really do the work, put the work in and bring it back to you.
Okay, so how much of unexpected cost went to the labor contracts? Like how much over?
In the general fund, $7.9 million over.
Okay,
Or total
All funds,
or over?
9 million over.
9 million over, plus the 4 million for the new positions as well, approximately. You don't know
Well,
specifics, but that's okay.
The 4 million was already included in the budget.
Okay, okay,
So
so-
we're only looking at the overage on the contracts is 7.9 million, and that's what we need.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I just follow up? I want to make sure I understand before we go on further. I thought you said you had budgeted 4.2 million for the contracts.
4.2%,
Okay, okay, and then it came in at 9.5%.
9.5.
So then
general.
that translates into dollars. What was the 4.2?
I think it was around 9 million.
Okay,
and it
so we
came in
budgeted
at
9,
Yes,
came in at
18.
18. Okay, that helps. And that's your missing $7.98 million. And so that's what, we're okay this year, and I've told people that are in the labor unions, like, we're okay this year, but next year's gonna be really, really tight. So before I follow that, let me turn it
Wait,
back.
I did have, so, and how long are these contracts for? Are we gonna have to renegotiate with any group again next year?
Most of the contracts are 2 and 3 years. IAFF, the fire contract, was 1 year. So
Okay.
that one will reopen soon. All of the contracts have an opener to reopen if PERS increases. And we
Okay.
have a PERS increase coming in July 1. We don't know what that will be. We know it's going to increase. And in the modeling that I do for the 10-year, I build in increases for PERS and workers' comp and risk. All the things that we know are going to increase. I may not know the exact amount, but we can get very close with our modeling.
So we could potentially have another significant increase as soon as July 1st of next year? If the
Yes, we
PERS
will.
increase?
We will have a PERS increase July 1st.
Yeah, but you said that that also can trigger a renegotiation period as well?
All the contracts have an opener in them that says if PERS increases, that they can be reopened for discussion on the PERS.
Okay, so this is what we have right now, but it could be even more, I mean, above the PERS increases in July, right? We might be negotiating again in July.
Well, the contracts already have increases built in, the multi-years, so they already have increases. It's just a reopener. It doesn't necessarily mean that you as the city have to make any change. It means we're gonna come back to the table and have talks again. It's a reopener. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's gonna change, but those conversations have to occur.
Okay, but there is a risk for that.
It's a
It could-
potential, yes.
Let
Okay.
me hold you there, and we'll come back around to, and let me go to Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Van Buren, for the presentation. I think I only have one question. When we were discussing the American Rescue Plan Act allocations, part of it was held back for fiscal relief, from what I remember. Can you remind me of the amount?
Yes, it was I believe it was about $5.1 million is what we took for revenue replacement, and that occurred in last fiscal year. And we actually used those funds to finish the Public Safety Center and the Moana Springs Pool, because the furniture and fixtures and some other items that came up there at the end, we had some additional costs there, and those funds were split to finish those projects.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, and Councilmember Taylor, you said you had a lot of questions.
Well, I think I just need some clarification because as simple as I can possibly be, I don't see us as having any money left over or any other pots of money. Coming July 1, it looks like, if I'm reading this, there's a 10 to 13 possible $million shortfall when we
Yes.
go to do the budget. So,
That is correct.
so can you say that in a way that maybe I can understand it very plainly?
Sure.
July,
Sure.
what happens on July 1 with
On
the budget?
July 1, if we don't come up with a plan and we don't do our jobs, which I'm very confident we can figure this out. This is, it's a known thing, but we can figure it out. It may not happen instantly, but we need buy-in to move forward, not only from you, but from staff as well, to come together and make this work. But the thing is, July 1, if we do nothing, we'll be 13 million in the hole, starting the budget.
So I guess in the meantime, what I would be looking for is when you talk about a reset and things, ideas from you, because you are super talented and very intelligent in this space, and the city managers, I need ideas from you guys of how we can get that reset that doesn't
Absolutely.
include any other spending.
Absolutely.
That's
And
the space that I'm in.
There are some short-term things we can do, and there's some long-term things, and we will look and vet all of those things and factor them into our model as we move out. But those are the things we are working on now, and we're going to work on these until we start working on the budget workshops and things that come forward. And at that time, we'll have more ideas on where the revenues are going. As they decrease the interest rates, maybe we'll see that C-tax picks up a little bit. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're in a bigger hole. But we are actively working on this and working with the manager on how to bridge the gap and how long it's going to take us to do that.
Okay, so if I look at like my personal checkbook, I'm saying right now, I'm not going to spend any money. I don't have any money for big projects or anything. I'm in a holding pattern, cautiously optimistic, but very cautious.
Yes, that is the reset.
Okay.
We need to stand still and figure this out.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you to you and your team. I know this wasn't the best presentation that you've ever had to give.
What did you say, a best presentation?
The best news.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Reese, you have no further comment, you said. I'm going to jump over to Ms. Ebert and come back. You don't have anything. I just want to thank you again for the fiscal discipline. It's very important. I spent the first 8 years approximately on city council with very tight belts. All we did was pay debt. Every time a single dollar, and this is for my colleagues that are newer, 3 of you, every single dollar that came forward or freed up, we made a decision to pay down some debt. I mean, it happened over and over until we had paid down something on the order of $200 million of debt by 2018. And I know because we talked about it a lot, that exact number. That was from our high. And I think that I do have confidence in your abilities because we weathered that and we found our way through and we still did some good things. The one thing I would ask, because you made the point that staff is our highest, 80%. This is something we brought up years ago, but I think it's worth another look. And that is that please make sure going forward, given these fiscal times, that when we're talking about adding positions, you bring them to us quarterly. You tell us what a dollar would be, and maybe that will be zero, right? But there could be something that comes up. You tell us what the position is, how much it's expected, and let us vote on that. Because every position, more than anything, to your point, adds to the ongoing costs. You know, it's different than one-shots. So I'm making a request, and I'm hoping the manager's hearing me as well.
Sure. All new positions come forward.
Well,
All
often
new
they've come
positions.
forward after they have been approved by the manager and virtually hired. And I'm asking for that dynamic to change, given our fiscal austerity situation, that you bring us any new positions you want to add quarterly so that we can look at it and understand the financial impact and make a conscious decision. And you may be trading that off, sunsetting a position, adding a new one, whatever it is. I think that's something we have to take a close look at.
Okay.
So before we close out this item, I know you have item 2. Is that part of this item or is it?
And I'm just going to turn it over to
Okay.
Lindsay
Great.
when you guys are ready.
Let me ask them, I don't want the mayor to miss her opportunity. We're having part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is we're in some austere times. And starting immediately, we're going to work on it, but it hits July 1. And And so we've had several rounds of lots of inquiry. Didn't know if you had something to ask before we turn to part 2 of the presentation, which is about the augmentation.
No, I've been paying attention.
Okay, you have no questions?
No, I
Okay.
think, I actually think that's very wise to see, you know, what positions that we want to bring on, those sort of updates. But then also looking at, because here's my big fear, and everyone on this council has been so supportive of public safety. And a safe city is a prosperous city. And we're still not up to where we need to be with our police department. So how do we navigate that? Because part of that too, because Vicki, this is what you're so good at, as you know, those positions keep turning over because they retire, right? So we factor in that, so everyone needs to understand that. So talk maybe just a little bit about that, because those are the biggest ones for me. Public safety is so critical.
Sure, we factor that in. It is a critical space. Our revenues are very locked in. Our major revenue sources are just very locked in. We don't have a lot of control over them because it's at the legislative level. So that's really, unless there's a legislative change, we have to learn to live within what we have, and maybe it's more of public safety and less of something else. And what that something else is, you know, I don't know, but we can
Well, the
definitely
big elephant, let's be
look at
honest,
it.
the biggest elephant probably in the room is depreciation, right? Because of the tax cap, and then we're not able to pay for services like most cities. We're the only state in the country that does this. The only one. And so when you're capped, guess what? It doesn't pay for the services that people, when they go to other cities, that they see. They see, you know, beautiful amenities and those kinds of things. I mean, it's challenging. It's really challenging, but that's the elephant no one wants to talk about. It's the political football. It's really the reality, and probably the biggest reason why we are having this discussion. Would you agree?
I would say it is that, and it's consolidated taxes as well.
Yeah.
Just because those are so volatile.
Yep. Well, hello, legislature.
I agree.
Well, and to your point, Madam Mayor, it's my understanding that the legislature plans once again to try to tackle this, but where
many
we are
times
at the
though?
end of the session, I have no idea.
And then again, politics comes into play, and who gets elected, it's a whole other thing. Anyway, okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
All right.
We're going
Turn it
on
over
to
to
part
Lindsay.
2 of her presentation.
Part 2. But thank you, Vicki. I think you're incredibly talented. We're very lucky to have you, so thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lindsay Hatfield, Senior Management Analyst with Finance. Today, following up on Vicki, I just have the augmentation and revisions coming forward for the first quarter. Other than the labor negotiation implementation, these are standard procedural in nature, but we'll go through them anyway. She's already mentioned the labor negotiation implementation. We're also bringing forward the prior year open purchase orders. So at the end of the fiscal year, we have these contracts open with companies. Maybe they haven't completed services, or we haven't received the goods yet. So we need to carry those funds forward into this year so we can complete those projects and pay those invoices that we owe. There are a few additional unencumbered carry forwards, again, commitments that we've made in the prior year. Budget savings were available for those. And so we're requesting to bring that forward. And then finally, we have a few grants and reimbursements being recognized here. I won't speak too much to this. Vicki did a great job with this, but I did want to bring you a little summary by fund of the labor impacts and the source that we're seeing for those. So for the general fund, we have this excess beginning fund balance that we just discussed. For our proprietary funds, our street fund, that's going to reduce the ending cash or fund balance. And then in our housing funds, those are entirely funded by grants on a reimbursement basis, so we anticipate higher grant revenue to cover the additional costs of those positions. And again, as Vicki said, these amounts are in excess of what was built into the budgets. This isn't the total cost of this implementation, just the additional cost. Changes in the general fund. The open purchase orders, about 3.5 million carrying forward for those open purchase orders, an additional 1.5 for unencumbered carry forwards, 2 million coming forward in grants, and then we're also truing up the GMT revenue that has come in to date and transferring that 1.6 over to the fire capital fund so that it can continue to fund the fire apparatus program. Included in those grants and reimbursements, I don't have the exact date, but I know that the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, that agreement has come forward where they are committed to paying 20% of our River Ranger positions. So this augmentation would include 1 new River Ranger. That funding would be primarily from that reimbursement that we're getting from the Flood Management Authority. And then any excess costs above what we're getting in from them, Parks has committed to use their budget savings to cover that cost. I won't go into too much detail on this either. This is just a summary for you guys on the carry forwards by fund, the amount that's included. There is a detailed list included in your attachments, which outlines every purchase order that's coming forward, the vendor, and the amount. So there's a lot more detail in your staff report attachments on these. The last thing I have, there are a few fund changes that don't kind of fit into those buckets. The first is the contingency allocation for the downtown trash cans. So this was brought up at the October 9th meeting as a potential use of contingency funds. We do have $1 million in the general fund budgeted each year for contingency items, and this body can decide to allocate those funds how they see fit. Like I said, it was requested at the October 9th meeting that be brought back, $300,000 for these downtown trash cans. If that's approved today, this body does have to approve it. If it is, we would have $700,000 remaining in contingency for potential use the rest of the year. The last items on here, I have 2 changes of use in our capital improvement plan. Within the capital maintenance fund, I have $500,000 that in our FY23 capital improvement plan, this money was allocated to replace the roof at the Keystone Evidence Facility. Maintenance and operations has come back, and with the uncertainty over continued use of that facility, they're now asking instead to do some roof patching instead of replace the entire roof, and then put the remainder of the funding towards other critical facility maintenance projects. The last change of use would be in the sewer fund. In the current year capital improvement plan, there's $1.5 million in the sewer fund allocated for a new equipment storage building at the courtyard. And again, maintenance and ops has come back and said, we would rather use that money towards the new satellite facility in the North Valleys. There was $2 million in the current year CIP allocated towards that facility. This would bring that total up to $3.5 million. And I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Martinez, never mind. Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't know if these questions are going to overlap, but when you show things that are carry forward, there are things that we haven't spent money on yet, if that's what I'm understanding. They were budgeted and they didn't happen for one reason or another, so they're carry forward. Just like the $8 million in staff savings, they were carried forward. That was part of the savings. But is there anything, am I understanding that the carry forward is things that haven't happened yet that were budgeted?
Correct, but the difference here is that we're carrying forward things that we have already committed to spend. So we have purchase orders in place with vendors.
Because you know I want the money, right? I was coming to say we're going to stop. We're not going to do that. We're going to take that money and plug our hole.
We have made commitments on these funds to vendors through purchase orders, and
so we can't move the money. We can't say we're not going to do this. We're going to take that money and okay, well,
correct, yes.
fine.
We do have to honor those commitments.
My other question is the contingency, and maybe this needs to be part of the consent agenda, but what did we spend in contingency last year, and what was, if we had $1 million, was there money carried forward? What did we end up spending contingency last year?
All of the contingency last year, we had $1 million allocated, and it was all assigned to projects that came back on the fourth quarter augmentation. Those funds have not all been spent yet, so that is included in the carry forward items. But it was all committed to projects at the end of last year.
What do we use contingency for?
I don't have that list in front of me, but there were a lot of items, but I can follow up and
Okay, that'll probably be one
get
of
the
my
list.
questions moving forward.
Yeah, there was horse
security
fencing,
cameras.
security cameras,
Neighborhood cleanups.
Okay, so
Cold
it wasn't
case.
natural,
It was
it wasn't necessarily disaster relief or anything, or?
No, it was some of the items that you had for council projects on your
Okay.
list.
I think that's all for now right now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. Can I go to the slide that was the allocations to courtyard, sewer, the roof? I'm not sure I understood the last CIP change of use designation. So can you just walk me through that one more time?
Yes, so in the current year capital improvement plan, there is $1.5 million allocated for a new equipment storage building out at the courtyard. Maintenance and ops has asked, instead of putting that building out at the courtyard for that equipment storage, they would instead like to add that to the $2 million that they already have allocated in the CIP for this new satellite facility in the North Valleys.
And then in follow-up to my colleague, Ms. Taylor's question, you responded that some items already had purchase orders. And so I'm trying to be very clear that the 1.5 million you've identified here, plus 2 million that they're kind of squirreling away till they get enough to make their thing, that has not been yet spent or allocated.
No, but that entire 3.5 is a part of our current year capital improvement plan.
Which
So,
we approved previously.
Yes,
Which we
with
I-
budget adoption.
Yeah, so I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but there is some movement still going on here with these numbers, is ultimately my takeaway from it. I will also say that I don't know where we are yet on the satellite facility idea, because we've had some substantive conversations recently, I think, about how we might interact during the winter months with storing some equipment in the North Valleys to have better coverage there. Is there any updates there yet, or nothing?
Thank you, Jackie Bryant, interim city manager. So no, there have been no updates on that. We have purchased the land in the North Valleys in order to improve service, and we haven't been able to make any improvements to it. So this would allow some of those improvements, but no, we don't have a plan inked yet with STED.
Yeah, no problem.
Not STED with the, yes, STED Elementary.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing
You're not.
something about the ways in which these dollars were identified and how they might be coupled together with other dollars. I support having our folks have North Valley's courtyard. I believe it's very important, because what happens, especially in the winter months, is our employees, many of them live in the North Valleys. They come to the courtyard, so that's a drive that they have to make on a very challenging roadway. They get in a snow plow. They take the snow plow up and they do the work in the North Valleys. Then they take the snow plow back to get their own personal car. Then they take the personal car. So we're spending 3 hours on that roadway. So I want for the folks in the North Valleys to have more folks on the roads doing the roadway snow removal rather than all of the driving that happens currently. So I'm in support of all these things. I just wanted to understand it. Thank you so much for the presentation. I don't have any concerns about how you have updated us.
Thanks. I also appreciate the update. I think it was very well done. I did have a quick two questions on this slide. One is, I thought that the Keystone Evidence facility was moving to the new police public safety center. Is that true?
I don't think that a firm decision has been made on that.
What's
but,
that?
Frank can probably speak better than me to that.
Have such a big facility.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nice
Nice to see you, by the way. We never get to see you enough.
Frank Avera.
Good to see you, Frank.
Maintenance and Operations Department. So the evidence moved to the new police station, but this is the forensics location.
Well, it says the evidence facility roof replacement.
Is that, we always referred to that as the evidence building, because that's what it was for many, many years. But evidence has moved out, but now there's forensics that takes place there where they process the vehicles.
So do we still need to patch the roof? I'm unclear.
So that's what this is asking, what Chief Nance graciously decided to do is easier when the folks moved out of the substation at the bowling stadium.
At which, where? At
The
the
police.
one that's on the corner of the bowling stadium?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah, where SWAT was and whatnot.
yeah.
Those folks moved, and she was able to make that, with our help, we remodeled that area for a forensics lab.
Okay,
But that's not big enough to process the vehicles, so that still happens on Keystone.
so is the answer yes?
So the
You
answer is
still
we don't
to-
need to replace the whole roof if that's not gonna be used for all of that for forensics. It's only a portion gonna be used for forensics.
Well, is the proposal here to patch the roof or move it to something else?
It's, the proposal is to patch the roof and then use the rest of that money in facility maintenance.
So you have enough for both?
Correct.
Okay, I was unclear because it's like previous use, proposed roofs.
Yes.
There's 2 roofs, but is it a smaller roof?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the sewer fund, let me make sure, I love the idea of the satellite facility, I supported it for public operations. But let me ask this, if we don't have the ability to build the building, could we still, in a secure area, store the equipment that we were discussing before, like snow plows, trucks, where they could check in without having a building or bring a mobile home out there, a modular unit out there?
So the money we have allocated now through the CIP process is enough to secure the facility and do some of the dirt work
Yeah.
and fix some of the drainage. But there's not enough to build a facility to house those sewer trucks and snow plows.
Well, do you house them undercover or outside?
We house them now at the Corp Yard undercover.
Undercover.
But it's really difficult for those big trucks to go up that hill to the North Valleys.
So we're not gonna have big trucks up there, like the snow plows?
We will when they are housed up there. I mean, they go up there now, but it's really taxing on that big truck to go back and forth between the Corp Yard.
Well, right, that's
and
what
North
we're
Valleys.
talking about. So
Yeah.
I wondered if sooner rather than later, they could be stored and maybe use a modular building in the interim until we can afford to build the
Right.
whole place.
And that's, we would like to just focus on the North Valleys so we could get someplace stable enough to house those. We won't be able to have enough money to build out the North Corp Yard, but we hope to have enough to house some vehicles out there.
And that would be undercover,
Correct.
like a garage, like a,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah.
So that is the proposed use, is to provide some kind of awning or shed cover or something for the heavy
Correct.
equipment. And also maybe to have some kind of modular place to get in and warm up and go to the bathroom and stuff like that?
Correct, and also a sand barn. We have the sand barn at
To
the
store
Corp
the
Yard.
sand
Yeah.
for flooding and, okay, got it.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Evers.
Yeah, I also have a question. Oh, don't go. So, just to go over this in more detail, what is currently stored in the North Valleys in regard to winter or weather preparedness?
There's nothing right now.
Okay.
It's just a lot.
Okay, and I have gone on a street sweeping ride along, so it's not exactly a snowplow. Hopefully I can get to do a ride along for that in the
Yep.
future. But it is a long ride from the storage yard or whatever it's called now, all the way up there. And, we only have a couple access routes to get in and out. I think I've mentioned that a couple times. But, so if you have to get all the way down here and then get back up with the snowplow, it delays everything, and it causes a lot of frustration for people in my ward. So I'm really looking forward to being able to have that kind of equipment up there. And I know that, there's some areas that just never get plowed because, there's like different priority zones. So I don't know if that'll maybe make some areas more likely to get plowed because there won't be as much time spent on the travel piece going to and from. So I'm hopeful that maybe that can help with some levels of service in Ward 4 as well. To some other people's points about the facility, what is the minimum thing we would have to have happen in order to store things like snowplows in that area, or maybe even street sweepers too, save on some gas and keep some things up there so we're not having to put all the miles on the vehicles and use the fuel and things like that to go back and forth?
I think the minimum size building is 50 by 100, and we need electricity and we need heat
Okay.
in that location.
Okay. And is this kind of going to be included in that expansion of the Risworth treatment plant there? Or is that separate?
That's separate.
Okay. Would it be possible to kind of merge those two, or is there some reason it needs to be separate?
I think the Risworth location was, that big expansion took up all that land. we
Okay,
used
so
to
there's
store
no
the-
room.
We used to store the sand and salt out there. but
Yeah,
we're no longer
okay,
able to do
okay,
that.
so there's not room to just kind of add on an extra garage to that facility?
Correct.
Okay, okay. And what kind of timeline do we think we have for this satellite facility?
And Capital Projects is working with an architect to get through the design right now. I'm not sure where they are,
Okay,
but
so this will provide, will this be enough funds to actually build it, or is this just to come up with a plan?
we hope so. I can't guarantee that because I don't know what all it entails. I know there's security and fencing.
Yeah.
And there's a drainage issue on that land.
Okay, and what specifically, what location are you looking at for this?
So we own the land. It's next to the Amazon Fulfillment Center.
Okay, all right, so that's a good spot for, accessibility to the freeway and kind of centrally located in the North Valleys too. Okay, great.
It's growing a lot out there.
Yeah, yeah. All right,
All
thank
right.
you.
Frank, it's really great to see the North Valleys. They're getting, it looks to me like an additional 1.5 million. That's really great. The investment's fantastic, especially because up there is even more challenging also the way that it's sort of developed too, right?
Right.
So you guys really have it tough. So I'm so glad to see that. And the residents up there. But it's going to be, I think you're excited. Like, who gets excited about those kinds of things? Yay!
Right. Yeah,
But
it's-
when it snows, you're so happy you have it.
Yeah, because it always snows on
Yeah.
Monday mornings.
Of course it
Right.
does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I know, what is, Mr. Owens, I believe, I don't know if he's still with the city of Reno, he
Yes.
yeah, he lives out in Ward 4, and, I'm sure you appreciate it having equipment closer, and
For sure.
would it also include the snow plows, or could we keep a street sweeper out there, just like have one of each out there?
Yeah, we want all the equipment that's necessary out there to
Awesome.
stay out
Yeah.
there.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right. Okay. Are there any further questions? I want to get moving along because we still have a huge day ahead of us. I guess I just need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Okay, thanks so much.
Do you want to continue with finance, or do you want to go down to the rest of consent?
I think we should go to consent, because I think we have people here for consent. So we're going to start with item B9. I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Taylor to give me a disclosure. I need her to give me a disclosure before we go into those items. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Disclosure for item B9, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on B9, I am disclosing that Jacobs Engineering Group is a current client of my consulting firm, Tailor Made Solutions. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I have been advised that I have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Jacobs and therefore a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of Jacobs. Here, item B9 seeks approval of amendment to the agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group to extend pilot assistance services for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility Mobile Organic Biofilm Pilot Project for an additional $42,500 and to extend the contract expiration date for a total agreement amount not to exceed $239,746. As such, I have been advised that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my current contract with Jacobs. Accordingly, I will not be participating or voting on these items today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for the meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
Madam, I think we're on the wrong agenda.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
I know, I just wanted to let her put that on the record before we went anywhere.
But
No.
we've already voted on the things.
Yeah, so if we would, there was a.
No, we did not vote on item
we
B9.
pulled
It was pulled
B9.
off during.
This is actually item
But this is item for
B7.
B7 and B8.
So this is item B7. So if we could go back and just reconsider item B7, bring it back, that disclosure will apply, and then, and that abstention will apply.
Oh, wait, I think then we must have had the numbers mixed up.
Yeah.
So it really was 7.
That
We
was
thought
my
it was
bad.
9. Is that what happened? Yeah.
Look, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item B7 on the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
B7.
carries. Okay, next.
And that, just for the record, so that everybody's on the same page, so that was for item B7, and then Councilmember Taylor provided the disclosure and abstention, so now if the council could vote
But
on
she has
on
to
B7.
leave.
And she's not participating in item B7, correct?
Okay. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a
On-
motion.
oh.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Make a
With re-
motion to approve item B7.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have pulled B9, so we need a separate vote on that. Second.
Wait, what was it? B9?
B9. Yep.
Okay, wait
Okay.
a minute. So this is for,
The Lower Idlewild Pond liner
Okay.
administration.
all right. So I had a motion, right, from you?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
And
I
a
have a
second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Clerk, are we on item B4, Boy 4 at this point?
Item B4. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert pulled it.
B4?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Okay.
So I do have a quick presentation on this.
Oh, hi.
If you would like, hi.
Yeah, no, you're not Ethan.
No, I'm not Nathan.
Hi.
But if you have questions for Nathan, he's here as well. so,
Yeah, great. Go ahead.
Cool. So I'll run through this real quick. For the record, Jonathan Smith, Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department. I have a quick presentation for the much-needed concrete upgrades at Dorothy McLinden Park. So, it's aligned with our strategic plan for infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. It's located in Ward 4, sandwiched between Stead Boulevard and Military Road, as shown on this vicinity map. So the existing concrete walkway, stairs, and picnic area have significantly deteriorated and reached the end of its typical lifespan, showing cracks, spalling, uneven surfaces, and even ponding. This project will remove and replace the existing concrete walkway, pedestrian ramp, and stairs with new concrete that complies with current ADA standards. And the image on this slide shows the limits of our project, bounded in red. So we opened bids last month and advertised last month. If approved today, would go to construction this fall with a winter completion. It's my recommended motion slide.
Okay, so thank you for sharing that. I just called it just to kind of give everybody a chance to see what's coming to parks in the North Valleys. I know that the entire city of Reno is kind of behind in where we should be with park acreage, but particularly Ward 4. So we just wanted to give you guys a chance to shine and show what we're doing out there. And we just had that fall festival event, October 12th. It was a huge success. We had so many families show up. It was great. We had face painting, pumpkins for the kids, pumpkin decorating, food trucks, some different booths that came out. We had Reno Food Systems that gave out fresh produce that they had grown, and the Reno Senior Advisory Board had a representative come out. We had representatives from SAVE, Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, come out and just share what they do and hopefully get some volunteers. And We also had, I'm drawing a blank now. Oh, the Rolling Rec came out and had games and stuff for the kids. And we had a potato sack race with the firefighters and the police. I forget who won, but I almost got trampled. That was a lot of fun. So just wanted to say thank you guys for everything that's going on with the parks. And I'm really looking forward to this improvement with the sidewalk. We have this great new play equipment that's ADA accessible. Kids love it. My kids love going there. The equipment was just packed that day. And it'll be great to have the sidewalk be repaired so that it's more actually accessible to get to the play equipment. So really looking forward to these upgrades and hopefully more to come out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any other further questions? Seeing that there are none, it's really nice to see, millions of dollars being invested out there. Good job, you guys.
Oh,
Okay.
one more thing real quick. If you don't mind showing the diagram again real quick.
This one?
Yeah, so if you notice on the far right, there's another kind of vertical line going through there, just right kind of next to the parking. That is another area that needs some love. It's a kind of an asphalt paved trail. So just to let people know, like, this is a great improvement. Things are happening there, but this is an area that still needs attention. And I know you guys are working on it. And as we just discussed, our budget is limited, but just want people to know that this is, by no means done. So hopefully we can continue to find funding and continue to make the park more beautiful. So thank you.
All right, can you please give me a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
B11.
Okay, we're going to head into B11. I believe Councilwoman Dewar pulled this. Please
Yep.
go ahead.
Yeah, I pulled this item, which is the Pembroke Flatfields ARPA funding. At our last meeting, and I was unfortunately online for this part of the meeting, we talked about that we didn't have enough money to do the big vision, all the fields, and that we were just instead going to spend money on, I think it is design services, and then reallocate that money. So we're doing a two-step here to reallocate the money to a project we didn't talk about but was pulled for a minute, B9, the Idlewild Pool Rehab. Could you come up? And so will that be sufficient to cover the whole project? Like, will we be able to achieve the relining?
So the relining is funded with partially, I believe it was $1 million of ARPA funding initially from council. And then we had to cover the overages in the cost through our capital maintenance project fund for parks that you allot $700,000 a year, or this last year anyway, to that. So this allows us to, by moving the remainder from the design process over to the Idlewild, we can remove the capital maintenance, some of the capital maintenance funding out so that we can move into a more flexible maintenance
So
as was
the
intended.
way you said that, it sounded like it was done.
There
You
is.
said we had to.
No, sorry, so there, if we do this, then
Oh.
we can, so.
Okay,
Yes,
but this
but there
six-
is funding for the Idlewild Pond project.
Okay, but this 64,800 will go back to replenish that fund.
Yeah, so the ARPA money moves in, and then we can take the capital maintenance funding out to move to projects. like
Okay,
we
so the
discussed.
only other thing I wanted to mention is that at that meeting, this discussion, there was a lot of discussion about going out and bonding for Pembroke. And why aren't we doing it? There was sort of an implication, why aren't we already doing it? And so I wanted to make sure, Madam Mayor, I don't think you were in the room on our last conversation, but you probably heard, where we were talking about contingency. We were talking about what we can do.
Yeah.
We were talking about all this stuff, but I think there's a perception out there that we have more money than we do. And there's a perception we should be moving right away with Pembroke. And I don't know what the total dollar, was it 11 million or?
And that's why we need to move to final design, so we can get an accurate number.
But I
Nathan
also,
Elliott,
I
Parks and
don't,
Rec
I
Director for the
actually
record.
don't want to approve this. I don't want to approve the 385.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I think, I also wonder if Richard J. was in part of those discussions. He came here and said, we don't need to do it to this scale. And until they get in a room and talk about it, then bring it back to council. I think this is too premature, actually. And that's part of the problem, is we continue to move forward with projects that actually the council hasn't voted on a second time. They've already been signed and out the door. And I think we have to be very careful of that when we're looking at like, okay, moving too fast. Whenever we can't really do the lift on this entire project, this is going to be has to be a private and public partnership on this project. And we're already jumping in where you had Mr. J saying, hey, wait a minute. And then I was told, no, we got to do it because we already signed and it's out the door. And that's not, I don't think that that's right.
Yeah.
I think we have to slow this train down.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if that's true, but that it's signed and out the door. But I'm sure it's developed, you've developed a contract that is on our agenda. My question is, there was an expectation, though, that you're doing a design for a project that we don't have money to build.
Yes.
But there's also a concern that we have to spend our ARPA money we have to be under contract by December 31, which basically means we have to back up. And we have to be letting most of these contracts now, or I think the last case is first meeting in November. I don't know the exact date, but if we don't do this, I think this money will have to be open to reallocation, but it have to be under contract immediately, which we don't have.
Excuse me?
I'll stop. What's up?
Real quick.
Well, we can bring it back to the next meeting. That gets in front of us in plenty of time to allocate it.
I don't know,
Well,
but
let me just make a recommendation. Why don't we can use this
can
for
use it for
something
trash
else,
cans.
for trash cans. Thank you. Exactly where I was going.
I was getting ready to say that, but I
Yeah.
kind of want to keep it in this realm. But whenever there's this, I get that we're restricted by time, but also don't let people scare you into thinking, oh, we got to do it right this minute. There's plenty of time to bring it back. As long as it's allocated, then you're okay. But I really don't want to approve this today. And I would just ask that we hold off on it at least till the next meeting where there's a discussion on the private sector to come in and actually do some of the lifting as well.
Move to continue.
All right, thank you. I have a motion.
Question. Can part of that be to include changing it to the trash cans?
No, so it's not agendized.
No, but I mean on the next.
Right. So wait, it's not agendized. I think when we get to that, then we'll talk about, because I think I have another way to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
go
think we
ahead.
should at least, Madam Mayor, I've made my point, but maybe others want to speak too.
I'm sorry, I left
to you.
for 3 minutes. This is the money that we said we were going to use for design of the flat fields, and that we knew we didn't have the money
Right.
to build them.
Yes.
But we were gonna be able to get the design done because it wasn't gonna change, and then we were gonna possibly look for a parks district or public-private partnership. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yes.
And now we're not going to move forward with it? Did I
No,
understand?
here's the problem that you have. We're going to go out there and we're going to design something that we don't have money to finish. The only way that's going to come across the finish line, Councilwoman, is if you have a private-public partnership, which you have people looking at that want to do. You heard from the last meeting, not this council meeting, the one before, they were concerned about that because they wanted to be part of the process, because they wanted to come in and be able to design their own way that would be more cost-effective. This way, we're going to foot more of that bill. I don't want to do that until those parties get in the room together and figure out what it looks like. But I will tell you, this is where I had concern last time, and I wasn't comfortable with approving it. And that's why I want to hold it up and say, wait until we get in the room, because I don't think we need to spend this money.
So, Madam Mayor, I know I've often heard this from staff, that in order to actually know what it costs, that was the key question I was trying to get to, is are we talking about 11 million or 20 million, or what are we talking about for these fields? They've told us they have to do the design to do the cost estimate. I'd love to just hear if that's true, not true, or are we at risk of losing these dollars? Because I think the mayor's probably right, that, probably a slip of 2 weeks is not going to be the end all, but can we hear from people just so we know what we're doing?
Hi, Khalil Wilson, Assistant Director of Public Works for the record. Yeah, we have to get the final design complete so we know what the phase one and the phasing plan will be for the project. And the intent was to work with a partner in order for us to go out and fundraise, in order for us to be able to get a partner to do this work. But we do need to get to a final design. Right now, we have a conceptual design, and we have it through the conditional use permit process. But we do need to get to that final design stage, so we are ready to go, and we're shovel ready. As soon as we have money, we can pull the trigger and move forward with
And
construction.
how long does the design stay good?
The design will stay good for as long as we need it to, right? I mean, essentially, it'll stay good for years.
Well, except that cost increase.
Well, the cost will increase, yes, essentially, but we
What
want to get.
happens-
So 6 months, 6 to 8 months, we can have the design ready to go and have the cost associated with the phase one of the project.
Yeah, and then what happens, though, if that partner comes in and wants to change that design? And have you brought that partner in on this conversation?
So I'll let Nathan answer that question.
Nathan Olay, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. Yeah, and I wish Richard was still here, because we did bring in and spoke with Richard. We spoke with RYSA and a lot of the perceived partner groups in town to let them know that this is the way we were going. And after talking through it with Richard, to my understanding, he's supportive of getting to a final design. So we have a real number, because that was one of the challenges with the proposals we received from
Thank
RYSA
you.
was
Well,
that.
I would just encourage this council, we can hold off for 2 weeks. Yeah. It's not going to kill us. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councilwoman.
I was just gonna say that meeting was very impressive. He was really great at rallying the troops, and I can see why he's so effective. But also, like, we are limited by finances, so I think it is wise to kind of hold off and see what kind of partnership we're gonna get. And I am also very excited to get more parks. We need them. We need them everywhere in Reno. But I think it's, we don't have unlimited funds, and we do have things, practical things that we need right now too. So just wanted to share that.
Okay, thanks. All right, I had a motion, I had a second.
I had a quick
Go
comment.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate all the dialogue that's happened. I have to sort of echo some of the comments that were already made and just say that we did use these funds to try to understand what it would take for us to get to putting the flat fields in this space, and holding the project up, I think, for another 2 weeks may be able to flush some of those conversations out. I just don't think it'll get us anywhere closer to the project if we don't approve these funds and ensure that we know exactly how much it's going to cost for us to build it. I think some of our partners outside of the organization may be more hesitant to come on and join us in our progress if they don't know exactly what they're looking at and what design and the costs for these things will be. So if it is a continuance that we're going to be voting on, I may not be in support, but I appreciate the comment and the opportunity.
All right, thank you. And let me just tell you my experience. Here's what happens. When you don't have the money to do it and you go out there, Councilman Delgado's in the chambers with us. He can attest to this. He sat up here with me for many years. When you don't have the money to build something, that study sits on a shelf for a very long time. And then several years later, you pull that off the shelf, and it's no longer valid because the cost of everything went up. So that's where we sort of get into trouble, is government is very reactive instead of proactive, and I want to be proactive when it comes to spending money up front. After we've had a partner that sat here and told us that he doesn't believe the cost will be that much, and he's not here today, so I can't ask him, so I feel much better and more comfortable when they are in the room together. But that's been my experience when we go out there and we're told, we need these studies, we need these studies. You know how many studies we have that sit on the shelf? Councilman Delgado, did you have a lot of studies on the shelf? Yeah. So that's all I'm saying out of experience. I'm just going to ask that all parties get together, because it's much better whenever it's collaborative. And that's what I want to see. So I don't want to shove things through just because we can. And I don't think that that means that we should. So I'm strongly opposing this. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Okay, moving on.
I have pulled B13.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it
Councilwoman
was
Dewar.
just, it's this, we had to pull it because we had to have the augmentation. Maybe we don't need discussion. Yeah, could I just move to approve? And-
I have a
Wait,
motion.
wait, hold on. This is a contingency for the trash cans?
Yes.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to talk about this. Like, I fully support the trash cans. I know that we need them, but I'm a little hesitant about using this specific fund to fund them because it is a contingency fund. This is what we use for emergencies. I know that we had to use some of this fund during the Davis Creek fire to get hotel rooms for firefighters. That, of course, was an unforeseen thing that happened. But that's what this account is for emergencies that we need money for. And with winter not even really here yet, I'm concerned about keeping these funds available for things like HESCO barriers or any kind of other flood mitigation things we might need in Ward 4 around Swan Lake or Silver Lake. So just, knowing that our winters have been wild cards for the last few years and knowing that there has been floods around Swan Lake that the city of Reno had to pay some settlements on, I am not comfortable using this account to pay for trash cans at this time. I would support using it closer to the end of the fiscal year, as we did with the horse fencing last fiscal year. If we make it through winter and we don't need it, that's wonderful. I hope that we don't. But I just really, knowing how tight we are budget-wise and we're trying to stay flat, I'm not comfortable using kind of our emergency fund right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And because of your concern, and I share the same concern, we just don't know. Things are very unpredictable.
Yeah.
Totally.
And if we have this opportunity to use the other funds and.
So that's what I'm thinking here too.
Yeah.
That we have the opportunity to see what that looks like in 2 weeks, and then that can come back and fill that. So that's with the
Can you take the
contingency on the side.
contingency? You could
We
take those other funds and put it into the
Whatever we have
contingency?
remaining, we could put that over there, and that's where, that is a very similar amount.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah.
To take
Yes.
our
No,
ARPA
I'm not going to
funds?
ask us to continue this. I want to move forward, and I'll tell you why. But what I'm saying is I absolutely sympathize with Councilwoman Ebert, because I think she makes a very, very valid point. And this was your recommendation, Councilwoman Dewar, you strongly wanted to, yes, but that was your recommendation, which I thought it was a good one. And then she brought up, then Councilwoman Ebert brought up those concerns, which I totally agree with, which I also understand, am I correct, that there is a remainder of 700, there's a remainder of 750,000, so that's good. And I would say what did you? Yeah. Yeah, 700.
Okay, so we would have,
So my
less than
point is
400.
to make sure that that's allocated if we should need it. We also have partners out there whenever it comes to the flooding. So I did ask city manager to look into that and what did that entail, because I felt your concerns. So I'm going to send it to Jackie Bryant, our city manager, to talk about that, because I did see a memo on it. I want you to know that I share your concern.
Okay.
So I don't want you to think that you're being dismissed, but I'm going to hand it to the city manager to explain in that memo what that looked like, so the council, I think, feels better about her concerns.
Right, thank you very much, Mayor. With respect to Swan Lake, because that is a Washoe County property, they are responsible for handling the HESCO barriers or anything else, and I've been told that they actually have what they need at this point. City of Reno is responsible for Silver Lake. If there were an event where Silver Lake were to overtop the edges, then maintenance and operations has HESCO barriers for it. So I understand the concern. I don't think that we actually have a concern about not being able to find HESCO barriers at this point in time. I think we're good for Silver Lake. Washoe County is going to handle Swan Lake.
Do we have records of any costs associated with the previous flooding? Not the settlements, but any of the flooding that happened at Swan Lake or Silver Lake?
If we do, I don't know what those are.
Kind of look back at?
Yeah, I don't know what those costs are.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other question I would ask, maybe you know, Frank, about the HESCO barriers, what do those look like? Like we hold on to them and store them, or? That's what we do, right? He's looking around like, I I know that it's not probably your
I'm
area,
not sure.
so.
They're not stored in the
Yeah,
courtyard, I can tell you that. So-
Right, yeah.
North Valleys,
So
yeah.
they're in the North Valleys
you.
already. We
Thank
keep those
you.
on hand already. And I know that we bought a lot more because we were having such severe flooding out there. Matter of fact, Trina, you're like the guru. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Good afternoon, Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services. So again, as Jackie mentioned, we do manage Silver Lake, and the county manages Swan Lake. Swan Lake requires far more HESCO barriers than Silver Lake. We have a flood action plan. It's on our website. We can look at it at different elevations. We add the number of HESCOs to
Yeah.
protect those businesses around Swan Lake. It's not nearly what is needed at,
Yeah.
Silver Lake, not nearly what is needed at Swan Lake. It's my understanding that the county does have a fair amount of HESCO barriers. I can't speak for Travis and his group, but they do know the lead time to obtain additional barriers, and they're in communication with that company as we,
Yeah.
move into winter. The HESCO barriers we had previously up, I believe were all disposed or sold or parted out because they had been up for so long. I'm quite certain that our Maintenance and Operations Department has some HESCO barriers on hand that they have stocked. And then if we see that we're going into a situation where we need more for Silver Lake, we're ready to order them and have that
Because that's
ready to go.
That's budgeted.
Yes,
Because those.
So there
those-
is a budget in sewer or whatever, a fund to purchase those already? We would not
We have a
rely
services and
on,
supplies budget that we would probably
Yeah,
look
that
at
it
for
goes
that.
Okay, so it
I
wouldn't
can't speak
require
to
contingency.
Travis's budget, I'm not
Right.
familiar
Okay.
with that, but I.
The other thing too that we have is where I sign a federal emergency declaration, and then that allows us to trigger federal funds, which we've done before, not particularly there, but in other places whenever we need it. So that's the other side that comes in. And unfortunately, we're living in times where, look at fires and floods and things like that. So hurricanes, obviously not here, but, things they're changing. But that's the good news, is I wanted to let you know, Maintenance and Operations has a budget that they already keep on hand, and then we also can pull the trigger on any, which we do all over the city. Carl's very good about it, calling me, Hillary, get in here, sign this, right? Way beforehand. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
But the other good news, if we don't spend that money that we were talking about on the previous item, that's something that we could take and put into contingency to
Are-
back it up to
can we do that?
$1 million. Yes.
Even though it's ARPA funds, we can do that?
Yes, because you can backfill,
So Vicki's going to have to
A
keep the
budget.
numbers straight. We've already used $5.1 or $5.2 million towards revenue replacement. With respect to ARPA, there is a certain amount that we can use towards revenue replacement, and that's exactly what this would be used at this point in time. I think we have wiggle room in that delta between the 5.12 to the max. Vicki's shaking her head yes, so yes, we could.
Vicki, for the record.
Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. You can take up to 10 million for
Yeah.
revenue replacement. Those funds still have to be, if we use them as revenue replacement, still have to be used for a project or something that still qualifies for ARPA. So we still have to report on it.
Yeah.
So when we took the 5.1 million and we used it for the facilities for the Public Safety Center and the pool, those projects still qualified as ARPA spends. So if you were to assign more dollars out of it toward it, we would just make sure that it was on something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, not just flooding, I just do have concerns because that is kind of our emergency fund. And again, we use some of it for the Davis Creek fire. It wasn't even a City of Reno fire, but we used it to support the firefighters. It's just the end of the fiscal year is a long ways off yet, and I'm just a little concerned about the timing of using it. So it sounds like I'm alone in that, but that's my
Well, I just want to
concern.
reiterate, so everyone understands, so there's not a story, that we do budget for HESCO barriers, so we will have those. I want everyone to understand that. If we need them, we will have them. So I don't want that to be the narrative that we bought trash cans instead of HESCO barriers.
Yeah, I'm not trying
So
to
I just
create a
wanna-
narrative.
I want to make sure
Yeah.
that it's on record, that
Yeah.
everyone understands that. All right, I have a motion.
But I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to, Jackie went over it very quickly. I just want to make sure I heard correctly. What do we have in contingency today?
So at the moment, we have $1 million.
$1 million.
If
So
you
that-
remove 300,000 for
Then we'll
trash
have-
cans, we will have 700,000.
Right.
We did spend money on the fire. However, that money, we've been assured, will be reimbursed by FEMA, so we have not drawn down out of contingency yet, pending reimbursement from FEMA.
So that's what I wanted to get clear, is we don't have 700. That's after, if we approve this purchase, then we would be remaining 700. And I also wanted to just make sure that you said what you just said, which is that the fire response we already had an emergency, that you've applied to FEMA for reimbursement, it sounds like, and you're expecting that reimbursement. I think you told us last time it was around $70,000 or something like that.
At this point, I don't remember
Yeah.
what that number was.
Yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to clarify that it looks like as we have emergencies, especially if it's a big emergency and we have an emergency declared, we can apply for reimbursement, which is very good. Not everything falls in that category. So I think this is a great discussion and dialogue, and I'm glad to get the extra clarity. We have the full $1 million, and we are about a little more over a quarter of the way through the year. All right, well, Madam Mayor, you do have a motion. I just wanted to get that on the record, too.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point, and I don't know, because I was just talking to Madam Clerk. You bring up a good point. Oftentimes, my experience is when we do go into that contingency for an emergency, that is also reimbursed if we sign that declaration, that federal declaration, so that money comes back. So I know that everyone's concerned, but oftentimes that's what it is, which Jackie confirmed on the fire. So thank you. I appreciate it. All
Good to
right.
get the record clear. So I made a motion.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thanks, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
And let me be clear, I didn't make the motion. I think you did, Madam Mayor, on B13. I just wanted to,
No?
I made the motion.
oh, there we go. I
You
made the
seconded it,
second.
yeah.
B16?
Okay, B16. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay. On B16, which I pulled, this is just a very positive story that I think deserves a little airtime, and that is that we're getting a grant. And this is due to Frank and the Historic Resources team of over $800,000, $870,000 to work on the California building over in Idlewild Park. And I just wanted to make note that we had a previous conversation, either 1 or 2 meetings
I'm
ago.
ready now.
That we would have to apply for grants on other historic buildings, such as the Lear. We said, well, where are we going to find the money? Well, here's a perfect example. Last time, we said we're going to have to look at a combination of monies. Could be federal grants, it could be state grants, it could be private partnership grants. But here's an example where we're getting one from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which until this appeared, I didn't know that the source was a federal source, not your usual historic trust source, but another source in the government. So I just thought it's worth talking about and complimenting your work. Frank, I don't know if you have anything to say, and
Yeah,
the
we want to
gentleman
introduce
here.
Dan. He's a project manager on that.
Yeah,
so.
and are you the one who applied for the grant, or?
We did, yes.
Okay, and did you work with Historic Resources?
We're currently working with Historic Resources and SHPO to get everything approved and done through them.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's it. I just want to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
I guess all in favor?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I am going to have to get up and leave. I have a horrible migraine headache, so I need to get up, and I'm going to send it back to you. I will join you whenever I
On
can.
Zoom or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like need to,
No problem.
I need to take some
5?
Excedrin.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to navigate what we're doing next.
Okay.
So, and I'll jump on the phone, so at least you have me.
Yes.
But if you wouldn't mind, if I
I
could
will. No problem.
pass it on to you. Thanks.
Yeah. And just give me just 30 seconds.
Well, Madam Vice Mayor, if you're okay, we'll open item B17, and we do have one commenter, Randy Collins.
Okay. And item B17 is about the trails. And I just wanted to, on this one, we heard the public comment earlier today that we heard all the work that's been done on the trails plan in concert with EDON and others, a large group of coordinators. So do you have public comment?
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on, sorry. Wait, no, we
You
have to
didn't
call the
mean
meeting.
B17?
We don't have 4.
Oh. Would you also give her this? Okay, we're just going to be in recess for 5 minutes until we get our quorum back, or until we get our quorum back. Okay, we have 4 of us. All right, very good. So item B17, do you have public comment, sir?
Yes, my name is Randy Collins, and I represent myself as a business owner. I have the oldest bike stop in Nevada, and also I'm a trail builder and also trail advocate on a lot of different organizations, the Biggest Old Trail Stewardship, the Tahoe Pyramid Trail, and other umbrella organizations. I just was here to give support for the adoption of the Truckee Meadows Trails plan that has been through Truckee Meadows Parks, and that I'd like to endorse that, to put it through to the next step. We need this as a planning element for our plans for all the various organizations I work for, and it helps to resolve a lot of future problems with developers not needing or thinking it's important to have trails through their developments. So it's a big area to say that we want this plan to encompass the whole Truckee Meadows.
Right.
To do. So I'm here in support of that
Excellent.
resolution.
All right, Mr. Collins, thank you so much. And the reason I pulled it as well was we do have some council money in the amount of $70,000 under ARPA that was awarded a long time ago. The staff are working on the missing element of this trail plan, which is the Virginia Range. And at some point, they'll come and report back to us, and we can amend this plan to incorporate that as well, in the future. So that is what I've got. Any further comment or question on it? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve item B17. Second. All right, we have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. I think that closes out our consent agenda. B18? Oh, sorry.
We have B18 next.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Ebert, B18. Okay, thank you. And just for those in the audience, once we finish our consent agenda, we'll be going back to, or we'll be going on, I believe, to the items that are the CHA donation on D4 through D6, so just so people know our map, okay? All right, so B18.
Just like to get a presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, Council, Vice Mayor, Interim City Manager Bryant. My name's Crystal Dean. I'm the accounting manager for the record. This item before you is a standard one that comes every year. We need to designate major funds for report in our financial reports, and that's, if you want to get into the presentation. So this aligns with our strategic plan, and it's required by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, their statement number 34. And it basically, sorry, I'm so nervous. I don't have any water. No, I'm okay.
Okay, I think we can make that happen right here.
I'll take your water.
Yeah. And will you say your name again?
Yes, it's Crystal Dean.
Crystal, and where do you work?
The Finance Department.
Right.
I'm the accounting manager.
County manager, thank you.
All right, this is my first time.
Oh, well, kudos. So you're having the full live experience here.
Yes.
Take
Okay.
a drink whenever you need one. You can go slower. We're not going to push you along, okay?
It's better if I get it done quicker, I think.
Okay, we'll go your speed.
All right. So the major funds, you can do a test for it. So it's a mathematical equation that the total assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenses of an individual fund need to be at least 10% of the corresponding total. And so once we run all of the equations, we get a list that if they meet both the revenue and the expenditures for the test, 5% and 10%, then they have to be considered a major fund. The general fund will always be a major fund. The council also has the discretion to designate other funds. And you would want to do that for like financial reporting consistency, or if you think there's something that's particularly of interest to the public, you can designate funds that don't necessarily qualify as a major fund as well. And when we do the analysis, we find the same funds as last year. We have the general fund, the street fund, our sales tax increment, the 2007 bond fund, the capital project fund, sanitary sewer, and then our building enterprise funds as well. Here is, well, I can explain to you why you want to designate funds as major for reporting purposes. They basically become their like own audit entity. So they have their own materiality thresholds, whereas everything else is aggregated and presented together. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Good job on your first time.
You did great.
Take a big breath.
Yeah.
So much.
Take another drink of water, and then we're going to turn to Councilmember Ebert, see if she has any questions.
Yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you doing that because, you know, a lot of this stuff is complicated, and I really appreciate having all of this said on the record and explained in a way that people can understand it, and seeing what the different accounts are. And now this is, you know, on video out on YouTube and on the city's website with a great explanation for how all this works and what the accounts are. And I just appreciate you for doing that. This was really just the purpose of having this available on public record. I know our documents, our staff reports are accessible, but it's different to hear somebody explain it. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. You did great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. Does anyone else have any questions on this item? All right, Councilmember Ebert, we're looking for a motion.
Yeah, motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Ebert, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And thank you so much, Crystal Dean. Kudos.
Thank you very
And then we're
much.
moving on to B20, which is about the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, SLRF, which were allocated, it looks like, these are our specific ones. And then I know that both Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Ebert, the next one, 21, had a little bit of money left over, and so these are being reallocated. Do you have a question on B20?
No, I just kind of wanted to look at them maybe together and just talk about what we're doing
All right, let me
with
open
park
up
improvements.
B20 and B21, and I'll have our Parks Director just explain what's happening here.
Sure. Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. Based on some community feedback at Northwest Park, where there's been some requests for benches and other amenities added, this was a good amount of money to help do some of those smaller improvements in a park that could use a little love. So we're going to put some benches in by the playground there so people have a place to sit.
And we're only talking
And
about
right under the beautiful shade.
$2,000.
Yes, yes.
And then what about B21?
And then B21, in conjunction with the earlier item, we're going to put in a bench with some shade on it so that on the spaces that sit on the southern side, there'll be some shade in the late parts of the day.
And that's at Dorothy McKinley.
Dorothy McClendon Park.
Park.
Yeah. And just so everybody knows, that's not actually enough for the entire bench, I believe. I'm going to be either funding the rest of it with my discretionary funds or maybe trying to find somebody interested in donating and helping to fund that. We're trying to get a bench with some shade over it because there's not really any shade around the play equipment there. There's some trees, but for parents that are sitting around the park watching their kids, it's nice to have some shade. So I just want to let everybody know the benches are expensive. So
All
thank
right.
you.
Very good. Yes, they are expensive. So we're looking for a motion on item B20 and B21 together.
A motion to approve?
All right, second, all right, we have a motion from Councilmember Ebert, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And I believe now we have closed out the consent agenda. And we are going to move on to item D4, D5, and D6. So D4, these are all in Public Works. D4 is acceptance of a donation from the Community Health Alliance for construction costs in $400,000, which I understand was a gap amount, and our staff, I'm sure, will explain that. D5 was award of a contract to K7 Construction for the Neal Road facility, which is 4.8 rounding million dollars. And then D6 has to do with the long-term lease agreement. So they're so very different, we're going to take them one by one. And if we could start with D4. I'm not going to open them together. They're very different. Like one's an award of a contract, one's acceptance of a donation, one's a long-term lease.
Vice Mayor Dewar, so they are actually programmed to be open together, and I think Mr. George is only going to do one presentation.
Oh, fine. Thank you. Thank you. We'll open all D4, D5, D6 together, but we just do need separate motions. Okay.
Very good. Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. With me today is Property Agent Lori Miles. As shown on this slide, this presentation is for 3 agenda items. They're all kind of woven together, so I'm going to give one presentation, then we've got 3 motions at the end. And what I'll do is I'll go through and highlight each of the agenda items as I go through my presentation to kind of make it clear what we're looking at here. For a quick outline of the format of what to expect from my short presentation, I just wanted to start by reminding council that this project is using American Rescue Plan Act funds, or ARPA funds. What I'll do here is I'll do a quick review of the scope, schedule, and costs of the project. And Lori will review the lease terms, which are spelled out in the previously approved Memorandum of Understanding with Community Health Alliance. And then, like I said, I'll go through each of the motion items at the end.
Okay. And then just so the audience knows, once we have the presentation, we're going to do, I'm going to ask for public comment as well, and then we'll have a round of questions. So go ahead.
All right. This project aligns with these strategic plans. And again, this one's a reminder of the ARPA funding timeline. These funds have to be allocated by the end of this year and spent by the end of 2026. And this slide right here highlights the Neal Road complex. So this is south of Moana Lane, north of South McCarran. That highlighted area in orange is the facility in question. That's the property that the Community Health Alliance leases from the city. And that's where we're looking at for this expansion and remodel with this project. Again, this is something that council has seen before. The scope of this project includes an expansion of the existing facility. We're looking to add 4,000 square feet. That's what's shown in that blue outlined area to the left there. And the yellow outlined area is the existing facility where we're looking to do a remodel, and that's an area of 5,120. So once complete, we're looking at a facility that has over about 9,000 square feet to serve this community down here. What this project will do is it's going to provide added services to this community. Those include a new pharmacy, a new prescription food pantry, new, not at this facility, behavioral health services, and also increased exam and procedure room capacity. So
So the project schedule, how we got here to where we are today, July 31st, we came to council for direction to move forward with bidding the project and also with the memorandum of understanding and lease term sheet for Community Health Alliance. Following that, or I guess prior to that, we were working with Tectonic's Design Group, a really accelerated schedule to complete the design and get into permitting, which is something that they were willing to take up and help us in Community Health Alliance through. They completed the design in 6 months and got us into permitting, which was amazing. September 4th, we advertised the project for bidding. We opened bids October 1st, and today we are asking for award of a construction contract to K7 Construction so that we can get into construction here by January, and we're anticipating an 18-month construction timeframe to get this project complete. Overall project costs for the Neal Road expansion and remodel. Design fees, we have previously approved. Those were to Tectonic's Design Group to complete the design and also provide construction administration services. We also have project soft costs, which includes an asbestos survey, which is a health department requirement when we're doing a project like this. Plan review and permitting fees to our building department, and also utility fees. That's to get us the upgraded electricity and gas, water and sewer that we need with a project like this. So that combined with a construction contract to K7 Construction in the amount of $4,871 or $4,871,900 comes to a project total of $5,400,000 for this project. And that's a project total including all those items I said. Item D5 is for award of that construction contract with K7. Now, stepping back to item D4, how did we get to item D4 and the donation from Community Health Alliance? Council approved up to $5 million of ARPA funds for this project. And as part of that memorandum of understanding with Community Health Alliance, they agreed to budget or cover that overages of $5 million. So for our project, Community Health Alliance has a donation on today's agenda item for $400,000 to cover construction costs above and beyond $5 million. I also wanted to note that FF&E or fixtures, furniture and equipment costs of $900,000 are not included in this project total. And those are project funds that Community Health Alliance is taking on to advance and better this facility for serving the community. I'm going to turn it over to Lori.
Lori Miles, property agent, Public Works. So the lease terms, if you remember with the MOU on July 31st, had a term sheet and the lease incorporated what you guys directioned us to put into the lease, which is 20 years with 2 5-year options to extend. $1 per year rent. CHA is responsible for paying all the utilities, the day-to-day maintenance. The city will take the responsibility for HVAC and the roof, which is capital improvements, typical with any landlord-type lease. And this lease terms is consistent with all the other tenants at the Neal Road Family Campus. So if there's any questions, I'm here to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Lori. So is that the end, or I do have a question for Lori when we come back? Okay.
All right, I have a couple more slides, and then I'm going to go through each of the motions, read those out, and then we can come back to Q&A and public comment.
Okay.
All right, so for item D4, this is for accepting the donation from Community Health Alliance for construction costs on the Neal Road facility remodel and expansion project in the amount of $400,000. Item D5 is for the award of the contract to K7 Construction Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $4,871,900 for the Neal Road facility remodel and expansion project, and authorize the mayor to sign the contract. And item D6 is for approval of the lease agreement for the Neal Road Family Services Center located at 3915 Neal Road, Nevada, Reno, Nevada, with Community Health Alliance, and authorize the mayor to sign.
All right, great.
That concludes my presentation. Thank
Okay.
you for your time.
Since normally we would have a public comment ahead, I'm going to take it now, and then I'm going to, in case some other issues come up, and then have council ask questions. Is there any public comment?
Oscar Delgado did sign in, but he has stepped out.
Okay.
And then we don't have anybody else signed in to speak, but we
Write it
do
down.
have 13 people that have signed in favor of that.
Okay. 13 comments in favor, or we
Yes.
received questions or comments? Okay.
Just in favor.
All right, and then let me call up Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Welcome back to the chambers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and again, no more council member. Retired, you guys do the
Retired
hard
council
work.
member.
You guys carry the heavy lift, and I appreciate so much all of you guys' public service. My apologies for stepping outside for a second. Just wanted to come and take an opportunity. I'll be the only one speaking in public comment this afternoon. I know you guys have a hefty
We do.
meeting today, so I respect those days. Hopefully you guys can grab a bite to eat. Just wanted to come up here and commend your team. Amazing team. Thank you to the team. We met weekly, every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to go over to make sure we're all on the same page with all things that you guys have requested and asked from us. There was not at one point there was never a point where there was tension or disagreement. We were in full line with everything that you guys asked of us to make sure that we can move this and speed this along. Of course, due to the timelines that you guys have and restrictions for ARPA to make sure that these monies are spent down as soon as possible. And I think there's also an article that came up, and then I think the mayor would appreciate this as well, came across an article that really kind of opens up and brings across the conversation a little bit more broader than just the Neil Road community, which I know Councilmember Martinez and all of you deeply care about, is that these benefits won't only just benefit the community there directly. There's a wider opportunity here. As a community health center like CHA, for every dollar that's spent, there's reinvestment in the community. So this $5 million is actually going to be a $55 million direct economic impact to the overall economy. This means that, and I know Mayor Sheevy understands this, that when people are healthy, they're more productive. When communities are healthy, kids are going to school. When communities are healthy, businesses can thrive because people aren't calling in. And so also in addition to that, the number of individuals that we're going to be able to then hire on top of that, there's just a ripple effect. And so for people to think that it's just going to have a direct impact on Neil Road, that's not the case. It's going to have a direct impact across the city, with also with respect that people are hopefully not going to be going to the ER as often. And so there's an opportunity there. But more than anything, just wanted to come here and just thank the city. This is our third time around. We followed all of our agreements with all of you. I'm excited to be here and get this thing off and going. Lastly, if you don't mind, tomorrow we're having a groundbreaking. I hope, I know some of you can't make it, but we have over 100 people that have RSVP'd. It's, as you all know, it's an important opportunity for the public to be engaged and everyone's excited about, and I hope I can see your smiley faces there.
All right.
Here to just answer any questions that you guys may have. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the invitation for tomorrow. I've already had to register that I had a previous in conflict, but I think Councilmember Reese is going to represent us there very capably. But now let me open it up to our council for any comments or questions, and let me start with you, Mr. Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to once again discuss such a great thing that's going to come to the Neil Road area, especially considering how many folks use the facility. I know when I've been out talking to community members in that region, they talk about how great of a service is provided by this partner that we have, a great leaseholder, someone who's taking care of our facilities, and someone who's willing to come and donate $400,000 to make sure that we have the ability to spend these money to bring this expansion out. I think folks are excited about the expansion of behavioral health and making sure that folks have the resources there and that they can walk to that facility and still get those things. And so looking forward to supporting these three items that are in place. And I know one person who is over on our staff side, who I'm going to just shout out quickly, is Ms. Koski, who has always been at the forefront and has helped us meet these deadlines and make sure that we're spending the money from the American Rescue Plan Act in a timely fashion into something that they were directly allocated for, which is to help with health disparities. And so appreciative of the council and their support in helping ameliorate some of the disparities that are happening in our neighborhoods.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you, council member. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just have a couple questions. On the first $400,000 donation back, what does that actually look like? I think I understand it, but it's not like we're getting a check for $400,000, right? If you could explain that a little bit. And then the second thing is on the lease agreement. I'll have a question on the large capital improvements.
So the $400,000 amount, I think if we go back to, let me see which slide it is.
And I
Slide number
can maybe
7.
simplify. It's just going back into the project, right?
So
It's-
these are, the $400,000 is going to cover construction contract cost. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so we don't get $400,000 to spend on something else. It is $400,000 that is going back into this project cost.
It is for the award of the contract to
Okay,
K7 Construction.
That was just my question. I just wanted to
Yep.
clarify. And then the other question is on the large capital improvements. One thing that I had asked in the beginning is that I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to have large capital expenses come up. The roof was good, the HVAC was good. Is that still the condition that we're looking at? So we're not anticipating any major capital costs with this facility?
Yeah, so on the existing facility of the 5,120 square feet, our O&M team, the Building Technical Services team, just did a roofing project there. So that roof has been, it has been serviced. It had a layer of sealant placed on top of it, which does come with the warranty. So that roof is good for, 15 years plus. The other expansion part of the roof will come with a warranty that puts that roof at.
We're not
a good
anticipating any
20,000
major
years.
capital costs to come
No,
forward.
and then HVAC, with this project, we're looking at doing a full HVAC upgrade. So we shouldn't have any items, nothing, looking in our crystal ball, nothing should come up that we have as a major capital expense for this facility.
Thank you, and thank you to the team. Reiterate, I know it was a quick trigger, so thank you for everything that you've done.
Let me ask, Madam Mayor, did you want to comment, or we'll save you for the end?
No, I did want to say, first of all, I want to really commend CHA and Councilman Delgado, well, you'll always be Councilman, sorry about that. Because one of the reasons I really was excited to support this project is the mental health component. Because we are so lacking in services and particularly in underserved areas. And over there, maybe Councilman Oscar, I don't know. Where is like the closest area for healthcare over there? It's far.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the newer hospital.
Yeah.
It's probably be the largest.
I'm going to say it's probably the
And I know
most.
some of those services have been, they're going through their different service lines in terms of what they're providing currently.
But there's almost no access over there whatsoever.
No, you're absolutely correct, especially with mental health is a big void across the entire state, across the country. But it's exactly to your point, that much more in underserved communities.
And by you getting them services in your facility, just everyone needs to remember that also frees up a lot of the backlog that we see in the ERs.
Yeah.
Where typically the ERs, it's much better, obviously, for, heart attacks and those kinds of things. And mental health is so big that they tend to typically see so much of that in the ER. So that frees up for other people.
1,000%. Madam Mayor, you've spoken on this before. What the great thing about our model is that it's an integrated model, where if I go and see Dr. Shivi as my primary care and I have a mental health issue taking place, that she can just basically walk me across the hallway and see a mental health professional versus having a call, go across town, and life hits you in the face as soon as you walk outside, and I probably won't go see that professional.
Yeah.
And we're able to do that
yeah.
Right there for somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank God I am not your doctor. But what I would say too, I do have to give a huge shout out. You have probably, Oscar, and I'm not kidding you, and this is no joke. You probably have one of the most talented teams I have ever seen in any organization. From, the pharmacy to the marketing to your doctors to, it is absolutely impressive. You have a team that bar none is absolutely the best of the best.
Super blessed, and I think
And they're
my
all
team knows
here,
that.
well, not
Yeah.
all of them, but they're here
Absolutely.
supporting you, and that's a testament to how they feel about you.
Right. No.
And so, like I said, I really was excited to support this project, particularly because of the mental health aspect.
Yeah, we could
So-
do more, so look forward to working with you.
What time are we doing that tomorrow?
10 a.m. 10 a.m. I know there's a
I have
RCVA.
I know that's why Mr. Reese is going for us.
I have RCVA, but maybe.
I know there's some,
Maybe I can run over at 10:30.
I know there's some board folks on RCVA said that they want to try and slip out if they can.
Yeah, then we'll go at 10,
if-
10:15, 10:30.
We'll wait for you if that's the
Okay,
case. We'll make
okay,
that
there
happen.
you go.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
our
let us
promise.
know. More than happy to do that.
Hey, trust me, I don't mind getting out of that board meeting. So, anyway, okay, that's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Reese?
Thank you.
comment?
Just ever so briefly, I'll just echo many of the comments
Oh,
made by
yeah.
Mr. Martinez. This organization, CHA, means a great deal to me. It is part of the fabric of our community, and the growth and the trajectory of it from even 10 years ago to today is really incredible. It just speaks to an absolute need and in this country in the area of healthcare. It also speaks to all of the things that Madam Mayor said about mental health. Includes dental health, there's nutritional services, it's connections within the community that allow people to get greater resources even when they don't know what their needs are. And so there'll be so many positive transformational issues with this facility. Of course, I appreciate that it is improving a facility that the city of Reno owns in a park that's a very important park to the Neal Road community. And it's not new construction. I think it's good to have adaptive reuse of existing facilities and expand them because it has a greater environmental benefit to us. So I have been a fan of the project before. I've been a fan of CHAs before I was on this council. I'll always be a fan. Really happy to see us move forward and just finish the last bits and details and ultimately then to get us to where we're going to go. And we may be having a ribbon cutting tomorrow, but I assume we'll also be doing some celebration when it opens.
Or
Congratulations.
groundbreaking.
Grounds. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
What was the cost? I do want to.
Go ahead.
Whenever we're ready, I want to make the motion.
Oh, sure.
Because I think everyone's excited and.
Yeah. Well, I just want to echo the positive comments that have been made. And anytime, I know you all know that I was a huge supporter of the new hospital that's, as you said, not far, Northern Nevada. It's called Sierra Medical. My husband just recently had an operation there, our first experience, but really well-run hospital. But so they're setting the stage for more really well-run medical facilities in the region. I just also wanted to give a kudos. When we first talked about this project, we were talking about $9 million. And I think it's down to, did you say 5.4 total? So you got to do a huge shout out to the cost engineering or the value engineering that was done. And I assume by our team in connection with the design architect. Do you want to speak to that?
It's 1.6 or 3.6. So not
Yeah,
only
again,
that-
Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works. So that cost estimate early on was a very preliminary, high-level cost estimate. But once we brought Tectonic's design group on board, they really helped us through that value engineering effort
Yeah.
and really drilling into the details of the cost estimate and put together a very detailed cost estimate that helped us get to where we are. And
That's
their
fantastic.
estimate actually was a bit higher than even where our bids came in. I
Okay,
think
fantastic.
we had a really good response to this project. We had several contractors interested. We received 3 bids and they were all very, very good bids. So
Well,
we're
that's
happy
super
about
good.
where it ended up.
I also want to, the value engineering plus, the original estimates, I think, were somewhat speculative, although they were based on, to my knowledge, existing medical facilities under construction today. So I don't fault the original estimates, but it's fantastic. More kudos for being able to figure out a way to save money. So, great work. And then finally, Councilmember Ebert.
No, I actually don't have questions at this time, so
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. And did anyone need a second round? I think we're ready for Madam Mayor's
Yeah.
motion.
No, I'm happy to make that motion. I really want to commend the city, actually, because whenever you look at this, and it's really important that you have a long-term tenant in buildings, she knows right here, in buildings that are going to be improved whenever the landlord improves them. That's super critical that you have a long-term tenant. And we have a great long-term tenant. The other thing that I want to say thank you, Lori, is working on this lease, because I know what market rates are. Something of this size of a building would be about $15,000 a month. And so she's going like this, yes. And so when you add that up, times 12 for a year, and then you do 20 years to it, it's about $3.6 million additionally. So I'm really proud that this is where the city has chosen to invest. Did you want to say something, Oscar? Go ahead.
If you don't mind, I just wanted to answer Councilwoman Taylor's question is, I literally do have a check for you guys for that 400. So I know you're asking, so.
He's over here. I do. I
You gotta
got it
get
right
this
here.
into the city's hands so we can get this thing off and going.
Or you're just going to
So
write
that's
it. Hold
Yeah.
on, just write it.
Yeah, gas money, yeah.
Anyway, so I'm glad that anytime we're investing in mental health, I support it wholeheartedly because I believe it's the number one crisis in this country for sure. Anyway,
So
that
Madam
being
Mayor, we're
said-
looking for 3 separate motions, and the first one is D4.
Okay, I motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Martinez, second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously, and now we're on to D5, Madam Mayor, if you want to make that one.
Yes, I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, this time, we have a motion from Madam Mayor, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And then finally, Madam Mayor, we have item D6, which is the long-term lease, if you
Yeah.
have a
I
motion.
motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
And we have a motion from Madam Mayor, second from Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously, all 3. Congratulations to all of you.
Hey.
All right, and we're going to turn our attention next to not before 3, and it's 2 minutes of 3. We are going to, are the people here for item RDA?
No, Madam Vice Mayor, can we go back to item D2 and E1?
Yeah, we can. We can. I just got excited for a minute that I was going to take a 2-minute break.
Nope, we're moving right along. We're going to go into item
Yeah, I got
D2, David
the
2.
whole agenda. I have the whole thing. So I think we were going to take D2 and E1 together, right? Okay. So if we could turn our attention to D2, which is about the 2024 general obligation bonds, and these are refunding bonds to refinance other bonds. And if we have our finance director with us? We do not. Jackie, would you like to take this item since our finance director's not with us? This is item D2, unless you want us to come back to it.
Let's come back to it.
Okay, that's fine.
It's a simple refinancing of her bond. I'm happy to, she's right, here she
Oh,
comes.
here she comes. There she goes. Okay. All right, very good. So fill us in on D2 and E1, which we're going to open together.
Okay. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. This item before you today is simply a refinancing of a current bond that the city has outstanding. This bond, this is in alignment with the strategic plan, the fiscal sustainability. This is the 2013 A bonds. These bonds actually refinance the 2002 bonds. So these, originally we had the 2002 bonds for the event center. These, the 2013, refinance those. And we're coming back to you today to ask to refinance them again. The current interest rate on them is between 4% and 5%, and we think we can get around 3 or even lower. And so there's significant savings for us to refinance these bonds, and it's in the interest income coming forward. If we refinance, it'll be about $280,000 per fiscal year. It actually ends up to about 1.6 million, maybe 2 million total over the life of what's left on this, because we do have to factor in the cost of the reissuance. The sale resolution allows me, the finance director, to arrange for the issuance of the new bonds, issue those, and pay these off. These bonds would not extend the maturity date of the 2013 bonds, the ones that currently exist. They would still mature in 8 years. So it's strictly just to get the lower interest rate.
Right. Now, is that all you have? Can we open
This
for
is it, and this
questions?
is the resolution, and then E1 would be the ordinance. That would
Right.
be the first reading of the ordinance for us to continue to move
I'm
forward.
not going to go down the line. I'm just going to ask folks if they have questions. Anyone? Okay, anyone? Ms. Ebert?
No, not yet.
Okay. So I just want to ask kind of a quick question. The 1.6 million that we save, where does that go?
Well, these bonds are currently paid from room tax fund that's dedicated. These are revenue bonds. The room tax funding that is dedicated to pay these bonds, it sits in a different fund. And so the savings on the interest, it would just be the variance between what we receive in the revenues. We have in the past, when revenues have not come in, if you remember, we've had to supplement because these are backed by C-Tax. So what this does is backstop us by decreasing the amount of the payments. In the future, if something happens and room tax doesn't come in as well, then it keeps us from having to pull from the general fund to backstop it.
Gotcha. But what I'm asking is, we had a conversation quite in depth earlier that we were short on some funding in some areas. Does this go back to the general fund, or does this?
No, this is because these bonds are paid from the room tax.
Revenue.
Room tax revenue.
So it go
correct.
back to the room tax fund, though? Well, I mean, I don't really care where fund it goes to, frankly, but it's more money.
Well, it keeps us from having to backstop. Once these bonds pay off, we don't get that revenue anymore. So that goes away. So that
The room
revenue,
tax?
the room tax revenue that is dedicated to paying these bonds goes away at the point that these bonds are paid off.
So it was a temporary increase in the room tax to pay this project?
It was approved to pay this, yes.
Right?
Yes.
But I mean, your point is that when the bonds go away, we're not going to collect the surcharge, is that
No,
correct?
but what this does is it, in the future, say we have another COVID or another something happens, and we don't get room tax revenues that can cover these bonds, our payments are lower, so hopefully we can still cover them with the reduced revenues, and we don't have to backstop, because these are general obligation. We're required to pay these whether we get enough room tax or
Gotcha.
not.
All right, thank you, great answer. Anyone else have any questions on this? All right, I am looking for, I'm going to take them separately, D1, D2, sorry, D2. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Taylor on D2. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And then on to E1, looking for a motion.
I gotta read E1
Yeah, the ordinance,
first.
yep.
So ordinance introduction, bill number 7277, and ordinance amending, authorizing the issuance of the city of Reno, Nevada of its general obligation limited tax capital improvement refunding bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2024, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $26 million for the purpose of refunding certain outstanding obligations of the city and providing other matters relating thereto.
Okay. All right, so I'm looking for a motion. So moved. All right, motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Taylor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And I believe now we are on to RDA. We need to open up the RDA and items A1 to A5. D7, we could do it. Did you say D? Yeah, we are. Yeah. And let me get my other agenda. Okay. Do you have yours? Okay. Mine's tucked away. All right, so we are going to open up, Madam Clerk, the RDA, I'm sorry, the RDA Agency Board redevelopment, Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024. And if you could please take, we're not repledging, if you could take roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Calling roll for the Redevelopment Agency Board for Wednesday, October 23rd. Councilmember Breckus absent at this time. Dorr?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Taylor? Reese? Here. Sheevy absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
And do we have any public comment on the redevelopment agency board?
Just for record keeping, members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://links.reno.gov/COUNCIL10-23. And with that, Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment registered.
Oh, and is there any on Zoom?
There is not.
Okay, well, we'll close out public comment at this time, and we'll move on to approval of the agenda for redevelopment. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Reese, second by Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously, and then we're approving the minutes under item A5, and this is for August 14th, 2024. Can I get a motion, please?
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Taylor, second from Councilmember Reese. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. And now we move on to, we're going to skip, let me just make sure. We're going to open RDA C1, which is award a contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation for abatement of asbestos, and this is in the Reno Police Department, old station. And we're opening up D7 on our regular agenda. And D7, let me just go over that really quickly, is basically award of contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corp. For removal of asbestos in the Reno Police Department building. So are there any questions? Did you have a short presentation for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. For the record, my name is Cameron Amati, Associate Civil Engineer in the Capital Projects Buildings Group. Today, I have a short presentation that will cover what we are here for today, where we are overall in the Central Station project schedule, and our next steps for this project. So the Central Station project fits these goals aligning with the city's strategic plan. This is the overall Central Station project schedule that we have shared with council previously. Phase 1 of this project is complete, which consisted of the preliminary design of the facility and the selection of a construction manager at risk, core construction. We are now in Phase 2, in the green, which includes final design, abatement, and demolition of the existing police station. Today, we are here for an award of contract for abatement of asbestos-containing materials in the building. We will return to council for a demolition contract later this winter. This slide photo here shows the new Public Safety Center and its parking lot. As a reminder, the Reno Police Department has moved over to the new Public Safety Center as of last month. This slide photo here shows the location where the work for this project is being performed, now that the building is vacant at 455 East 2nd Street. The project scope of this work includes the abatement and removal of asbestos-containing materials in this building. This work is needed to prepare the site for future building demolition, future site construction of Central Station, and it's a health code requirement of Washoe County. This slide summarizes the project schedule. On May 22nd, Council adopted the RDA number 2 budget with $10 million allocated for Central Station. This project was advertised on September 5th. Bids were opened on September 30th, and the yellow highlighted item is what we are here for today: council approval and contract award. Construction will take place over this winter. And that concludes my presentation, and I have 2 motions today.
All right, so we've had your presentation. I I believe our next item is to actually open for public comment on this agenda item. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any public comment on either of these two items.
Okay. Any comments or questions from council? Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This question comes as part of my other questions from the RDA. We have specific certain uses that we can allocate money from RDA to. We use some for design, so I'm wondering if you could help me understand how this cost relates to what is appropriate or is allowed within the RDA funds, similar to the design. And maybe, I don't know if Ashley or if ACM Attorney wants to answer that, or Brian. Basically, what I'm asking is what's the mechanism for approving these funds out of RDA for this use?
Downtown Blight?
Downtown Blight.
Gotcha.
Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. So in the goal of removing blight, adaptive reuse for downtown, the funds to make this site shovel-ready to remove any abatements or any hazardous materials on site would be eligible for any property really in the downtown area. So making it shovel-ready for any future development that could be done on that site.
So it's the blight, the blight is, we're removing the blight, and that's how we can make the justification.
Yeah, and making a development site shovel-ready, pretty much.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Were there any other questions for this item? All right, seeing none, can I get a motion, please?
Madam Vice Mayor, on agenda item D7, for the contract for Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation for the abatement of asbestos-contained materials in the Reno Police Department building at 455 East Second Street as part of the Central Station project in an amount not to exceed $552,227. Authorize the mayor to sign the contract.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Reese, second from Mr. Martinez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, on agenda item C1, Charlie 1 of the Redevelopment Agency, I move to award the contract to Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation for the abatement of asbestos-contained materials in the Reno Police Department building at 455 East Second Street as part of the Central Station project in an amount not to exceed $552,227, and authorize the mayor to sign.
All right. Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Reese, second from Councilmember Martinez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're going to go next to RDA C2, and then I know we didn't have a lunch break, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break after that item to reconfigure where we're going next. All right, so we're looking for RDA bylaws update, RDA C2. Mr. McCardle, did you want to lead us in song?
Madam Vice Mayor, if I might, we
Yes.
did receive correspondence on this item, RDA item C2 amendments. We received 2 letters of opposition and 2 letters of concern, and those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCardle.
Thank you. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. Thank you, Redevelopment Agency Board. Trying to change my language up a bit. In August, when we brought forward some of the proposed re-energizing of the redevelopment agency, we identified some steps we'd be taking over the next few months to bring the redevelopment agency back online. One of those was to review the existing bylaws that are set up and propose potential changes to those bylaws in preparation of reestablishing that advisory board. And so we did a review of the current bylaws, and we are suggesting some possible bylaw changes, but we also want direction from this body to see if there's any other changes you would like to see. And the plan would be to bring a drafted bylaws back before this body for approval. So what I want to cover today is really to just cover the roles of that advisory board that we refer to as the RAB, the Reno Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, what the RDA agency staff does and what their roles and responsibilities are, as well as this body, the RDA board. Review the past bylaw amendments, ask for direction from this body on any proposed amendments, and then really highlight the pathway to reestablishing that advisory board. And so, as I mentioned, in 1990, the 1990 redevelopment plan was essentially the organizing document that allowed us to create the redevelopment agency. And the goals are summarized in that document, and it is to increase experiences in downtown, to address circulation, whether it be pedestrian, traffic, parking, to add commercial and recreation assets within that downtown corridor, to promote the attractiveness of the area, to provide more quality housing, doing necessary public improvements, to attract private development and private investment, eliminate blight, make sure that we have the preservation of our historical resources, and really drive what development and design could look like in those areas. And those are the goals stated in the redevelopment plan. In that redevelopment plan, it does highlight a few functions that I just want to address, and that the agency itself may create and devise plans, designs, feasibility studies, projects, and programs. That is essentially the main function of the redevelopment agency. And on an annual basis, that agency will bring forward before this body a list of projects and capital improvement program to be approved by this body, also funded by this body. And then the agency will constitute an advisory group, which may consist of area residents, property owners, business owners, and other interested citizens. That is the general summary of what that founding document highlights. And so with that, I just want to go over the roles and responsibilities of that Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, the RAB. The current bylaws are fairly limited in what that scope is, but it essentially identifies three main roles that advisory board will cover. And one is to provide an assessment of any proposed projects within a redevelopment area, a simple assessment of proposed projects. The next is to provide its views on any opportunities presented to the RDA in a formal setting, and then review and comment on matters time to time that are referred to that body, the advisory board. What authority does that advisory board have? It is fairly limited. It provides non-binding recommendations to this body for review and approval or denial of anything that comes before this body. But it has no decision-making power and no executive power. The role of the redevelopment agency staff, it is to manage all the development programs, projects, manage the contracts, et cetera, related to anything within a downtown redevelopment area. They coordinate between any sort of city departments, external stakeholders, partner agencies like the RTC, One Truckee River, et cetera. Partner with developers and investors who want to invest in the area, and any other stakeholders. They are tasked with preparing reports, any financial analysis that are needed for this body to make any decision. Handle community outreach and engagement on any sort of future designs, plans, much like the Truckee River placemaking study that got 32,000 points of engagement on that. And then make sure that it is complying with all local NRS, city code, as well as city policy as it relates to redevelopment. And so the authority for the agency staff is to pretty much manage the day-to-day operations, managing staff, implementing any projects, the capital improvement program, et cetera, but does not have any legislative or decision-making power over policy. Which brings us to the role of the redevelopment agency board, which is you all, essentially city council. And the responsibilities of the agency board is essentially the decision-making body, which approves plans, any contracts, the budgets, the projects, and the policies going forward. You all allocate the funding for any redevelopment initiatives and projects. You set policy, you set direction, you set goals. You ensure that the redevelopment is not mismanaged with any direct city policy or strategy. And then you have the final sale of approval or purchase or sale of any property within the RDA areas. But at the end of the day, you hold ultimate decision-making power. You either approve or deny any recommendations made by that advisory board or staff, and you have the ability to approve or reject any plans, budgets, programs, or policies. So summarizing the past amendments to that redevelopment agency advisory board, in 1987, before that 1990 plan was developed, They created a subcommittee, and that subcommittee was titled the Redevelopment Plan Review Committee. The sole function of that committee was to help craft that document, give advisement and some input on that 1990 redevelopment plan. After that redevelopment plan was published, they said, let's make this a standing committee going forward and keep it going. In 2003, that standing committee got the official name, the Redevelopment Citizen Advisory Committee, the CAC, and they increased the membership to 13 members. In 2009, we actually built a few buildings called the CAC, and so it's creating a lot of confusion. And so they renamed that body the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, otherwise known as the RAB. And in 2010, the number of members on that advisory board were reduced to 9 members. And that is where we are currently at with past amendments. So just summarizing what the bylaws actually say, it's actually a very light document. It says that meetings must be held at 3 p.m. Part of the document says they must be held on the first Tuesday of every month at 3 p.m. But it contradicts itself, saying that the chair and the redevelopment administrator have the ability to schedule and set the schedule of meetings. It does say that all meetings must comply with Nevada open meeting law. It selects that that a chairperson and a vice chairperson may be elected annually in January. It establishes some quorum guidelines. It has an absence policy, as well as it just dictates that all functions of that advisory board go by Robert's Rules of Order. It's a very thin document. There's not a lot there. And so we have proposed a few amendments to modernize it and bring it back up to what is needed, as well as make it function a little bit better. And so we'd like to clarify the meeting schedule to better align with Nevada open meeting law. This means the timeline to post any changes, any agenda, things like that, that is not referenced in the original bylaws. We'd like to clarify how members of that board is elected, the chairperson and vice chairperson. It's a little vague and ambiguous. We'd like to add provisions for remote attendance and quorum. Obviously, these things haven't been updated since the creation of Zoom meetings, so we would like some additions there. Define what is an excused absence. It doesn't really say what excused absence is. That the bylaws will be adopted by this board. If the bylaws were to be changed in the future, the bylaws will have to come and be approved by this board. That the chairperson may make motions when necessary. This is different, that being a small board, being advisory only in nature, we recommend that the chairperson have the ability to make a motion in these small discussions. Clarifying press release procedures. I think there was possibly something that led to this being added, but that the advisory board itself cannot issue press releases until it has run something by the city manager, I believe is what it says now. The other changes to modify the advisory board makeup to include those with professional experience or applicable certifications. If we would like this to be a true advisory board, we would like the true advisement of people who have experience in landscape architecture, true architecture, public finance, real estate construction, commercial real estate brokerage and sales, historical preservation could be one as well. And so we would like this board to truly advise this body on what it looks good and what it would be good as improvements for the redevelopment area. And then last, this was not in the staff report, but this came up recently, is to create a conflict of interest policy, assuming that these professionals actually have work that they will possibly be doing inside the redevelopment area, to really redefine what is a conflict of interest and how they possibly recuse themselves or make statements on the work that they may be doing in the redevelopment area. So those are the proposed recommendations. Just so you know, our timeline to get the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board reestablished, today is October 23rd, so we're doing this quick bylaw review. A month from now, we plan to bring any drafted amendments in a draft document before this body for approval. If all goes well, we will release the announcement that we are looking for people to sit on that advisory board, and so we'll release applications on the city website. And then it is December, I believe this body makes all their appointments, their council liaison appointments. So at that time, we will know who from this body will be sitting on that advisory board committee as a council liaison. And in January, likely, we will have the appointments to that advisory board body. And I imagine the first true advisory board meeting, the RAB meeting thereafter, will meet. And I imagine their first order of business will be our next agenda item.
Okay.
So-
Thank you so much, Mr. McCardle. I see your recommended motion. We have a couple questions, and I want to ask, Madam Clerk, did we take public comment on this item yet? I didn't think so, but,
We did. I just told you what we had in writing. We do not have anybody registered.
okay, great. All right, so I'm going to go to some Q&A, and I'll just kick us off. Can you go back to the proposed amendments? I know you said that the body went from 13 to 9. What are you recommending for the meeting schedule?
If you're asking how many members,
The meeting schedule.
the meeting schedule, I think it says that it must meet monthly.
No, but were you recommending a change? That's what you said.
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, it would be as needed, yeah. But
Okay.
the chairperson
At the call
could-
of the chair,
at the
not a
call-
regular
At the call
meeting?
of the chair.
Okay. And then on the other one I had a question about was, let's see, you said modify the board makeup. Ooh, modify the board makeup to include professional experience. So of the 9, what are you recommending? Because I didn't see that here specifically.
Yep, so we haven't settled on what those will be, but we put in there that we would like to see possibly people with landscape architecture.
Okay.
If we have a land planner on that, maybe they have an AICP designation. Maybe they're a member of ULI, urban planners. We could get public finance professionals, commercial real estate professionals, brokers, real estate brokers that understand the buying and selling of property.
So when this group was constituted before, were there any requirements to serve on the board?
Nope, other than it says that they be citizens, resident citizens, other interested business owners, and other interested individuals.
Okay. And then going a step further, were you recommending that you said with our appointments, so is your vision, there's 7 of us. What was your vision? That we would each make an appointment, or what was your idea?
I think it is that you have the council liaison, and then, just like any other board or commission, this body would appoint people to that advisory board. We're
The
not per-
liaison would make a recommendation?
I believe so.
Madam Mayor, Council, Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, our recommendation to this body would be that you follow the practice that you have for most of your constituent boards and commissions. And the council liaison who's appointed in December, which would follow an annual term beginning in January, would bring forward a recommendation to this body with ratification from the group.
And were you suggesting that of the 9 positions, they be allocated based on these professions? Is that written out somewhere?
I think we would, we haven't written this out yet. We're looking for direction
Input?
today.
Okay.
We will bring back
All right.
a draft bylaws later.
Okay.
I'm hesitant to say that we designate specific seats that need to be filled by a specific person.
Well, let me give you an example. On historic preservation, there is, I think, 1 seat that requires an architect. And there's another seat that might require another profession, but most of the seats are open. And I'll just share my perception. This was called the Citizen Advisory Committee. It was for citizens. I think that if you want to designate some of the positions to have a certain profession, I would be fine with that, just like we do on a few other boards. But we don't usually designate the entire board as having to have something. And the reason I feel this way is, again, it's called a Citizen Advisory Committee. I understand name was changed, which totally supportive of. But I'd like to see at least half the positions be more open so that people that live within the redevelopment area have an input, or people that are active on reporting about it, or people that have businesses there, something different than, let's say, a financial planner or a land planner or a landscape architect. So that's my recommendation. And then finally, I would like to see that some of our boards, not all of our boards, some of our boards have actually where council members make appointments or make recommendations, maybe not the appointment.
Okay.
What, oh, did I go over? I
Yeah.
apologize. Thank you. Well, anyway, I'm just recommending, I'll come back and finish my thought. Let me
Okay.
call, well, shall
Let
I
me
continue on?
start down here. Councilman Breckus.
So, you know, a couple things is, one, I've long said, even when we did the, you know, the extension of the RDA 1 to pay debt, that we need to redo the plan, the RDA plan. I think the city is on pretty dicey ice going down the path that they're going without having an updated plan. And, you know, aside from the legalities and compliance with NRS, the issue is, you know, what's a best practice? Best practice is to have a plan to know what you want to do. Otherwise, you're just open to people coming in and with handouts and asking for money and driving the agenda rather than the community driving the agenda. And, you know, I have worked in a redevelopment agency. In 1993, I started one. And I understand, you know, and I've been involved with the redevelopment agency here, how important this group is. It really is. And I would divert from the idea of professionals and folks with expertise, because that really fortifies one of the large criticisms of redevelopment agency. It's complex, and it goes to dialed-in people who are, you know, have interests, movers and shakers, connections in the community. And there really is an equity position about redevelopment, because what is it? It's the increment that diverts all of our resources, those to the school, those to the county, those to the city, into, you know, whatever is used with the increment by the board. So I think this is not the best practice. I think we really need to have a lens on the equity, the inclusivity of this board. And what I would suggest to the council is, we've done very well, 10 years now into each council member identifying someone to sit on the planning commission. I think that's the best practice, particularly because the redevelopment agency, when you just had one, used to just really touch one ward. Now I think it's in all 5 wards. So I would encourage you to have each council member do one, and then the body of the whole, if you want 2 other members, maybe with some expertise or interest in the redevelopment agency, you know, identify a way to do those. But that's the way I'm suggesting it. But really, I think everything's a premature conversation until the council, excuse me, Mayor? Am I loud? I'm sorry. I think everything is a premature exercise until you have a plan, redo your redevelopment plans, which are, you know, older than most college students at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Martinez. Councilman Miguel, go ahead.
Yes, thanks
Sorry.
so much, Madam Mayor. No, appreciate it. Sorry you're dealing with a little
I
bit
know,
of a migraine.
I'm struggling through it, but I'm getting through.
Thank you
I'm
for
going to
being
make
here.
it. Thank
Thanks
you.
for fighting through it. Thank you, Mr. Mercado, and for the presentation. Great explanation about the history of it, and understand that the board name was changed because of the confusion with other things, projects that we had going on within the city. And so I would echo some of the thoughts that Councilmember Dewar said, and making sure that we still have some seats available for constituents to be able to provide some of their input in this. And I understand that they're not a decision-making body and it's just a recommendation that they're providing, but it's always a great opportunity for folks to be involved and being able to provide these experiences. Sometimes it's a great way for our constituents to also be involved in local government, provide to the progress in our city and to what we're looking for in the future. And so if we can hold back a couple of those seats to be open to constituents, I don't necessarily think it has to be appointed by a specific council member, but if the liaison has that authority, I think they're well within their power, and it's something that we normally do at other boards and commissions within the city. So I'd be in favor of keeping that amendment, which is what you're recommending at this point. So, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Lots of information. A couple of questions before I start my comments. It seems to me that this board is different than other redevelopment agency boards that we may have seen in the past, or advisory boards, because there's actually money, or there will be money, a significant amount of money, and requires a significant amount of sophistication. So I guess my question is, this is starting a new redevelopment effort for the city that we haven't seen before, and I'd like to understand, you and your team have done a lot of research of what other places who have done this successfully have done. And then, so that's the first part, if you remember that. And then the second part is, why would the NABs not serve some of that community input from the citizens and for everybody? So it would go to all of the wards and all of the NABs if that would be possible. And then I would say, from what I understand, I think I'm supporting of a more, what did you have? Professional experience for certification for this board, just because of the amount of money and projects coming forward. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese. Oh, sorry.
Three-part question.
Sorry.
So the first one is, we have
Just
looked.
like, let's not beat a dead horse. Okay,
We have
got it.
looked at a lot of redevelopment agency across the country. A few operate completely independent as an entirely separate board. In those three scenarios that really have great redevelopment agencies, the mayor sits on those boards and appoints 2 other council members, and the remaining 6 or 7 people on those boards are usually the archetype positions that we're calling out: a land planner, an architect, public finance person, local executive, et cetera.
But it's not a community-based citizens board.
No,
Really? Okay.
it is really a very technical advisory board. Redevelopment agencies usually have 2 really big tools. It is a financing component, meaning most of the projects are going to be complicated financial decisions due to how a capital stack of a project gets put back together, and whether the RGA is participating in that. So it's very
And with
financial.
that, it wouldn't take the place of a planning commission for a project. The project would still have to go through all the
Everything
entire.
has to go through the NAB, all the traditional process, tons of public input there as well. And then when it comes to the other portion of what redevelopment agencies typically do, is to create that list of projects. And the public has plenty of input in the creation of those projects, because when we go out and we do the Truckee River Vision Plan, that gets 32,000 points of engagement. And we do the public art master plan, also a ton of engagement. The Parks and Rec open space plan, tons of engagement. When we do those list of projects, those are being pulled from those documents and those plans that have already received massive amounts of public input, public engagement, collaboration with stakeholders, everything. So really, at the end of the day, is which projects do we want to fund? Which projects can we fund? And on the private investment side, from a finance perspective, which projects do we want to get involved in? Did that answer all 3? Yeah, okay.
You don't seem convinced.
I'm ready to. I'll take it on the next.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. I suppose I want to start with number 8 on the proposed amendments on slide 10. I feel like we're getting hung up on this claim about professional experience or applicable certifications. First, I've heard people use different words interchangeably: constituents, citizens, community members. Anyone who gets appointed to this body should be a member of our community. That they may have more specialized knowledge is, of course, relevance to me. I think of it very much like the Financial Advisory Board. The Financial Advisory Board of this city, it performs a very important function. Ms. Breckus and I have both been liaisons to that body. I'm not sure who is currently Ms. Dewar. Maybe everybody has. But the requirement of being on it is some professional background in finance, because they're looking at the financial records of the city to make sure that they are copacetic and we're doing our due diligence and all the things. I think of this much like that, meaning everyone who serves on the Financial Advisory Board is a community member, a citizen member, a constituent. They come from all walks of life. They're all different ages, but each one of them has some tie to the financial services world, or they have experience in looking at pro formas, that sort of thing. That's all I think that this call out is saying to me. I think that we can find good and qualified people who are very interested in moving this community forward. They might be retirees, they might be former executives, they might be current financial persons like CPAs, they might be retired planners. I think we will find great people. I believe that the model where the council liaison, I have no objection to that one way or the other. I'm sort of agnostic. Ms. Dewar will make some appointments on today's agenda later to the Urban Forestry Commission, a place where I also think they've looked for really specialized people who know something about urban forestry. She'll make the recommendation to us, and the body will approve it, unless there's some, overwhelming reason not to. So I think, for me, I just don't want to get caught up on what this professional experience or applicable certifications mean. I believe the council liaison, whoever that is, will figure that piece out, and we'll have the ability to vet those people so that it's not, I don't know, stacked with insiders or whatever it was. I'll also note that, the history of this body or this board is important to me, and I did study a great deal about it, reading lots of blogs about it. I will say that in 1990, I don't think we had a planning commission, to my knowledge. We also didn't have neighborhood advisory boards.
Yeah.
So the idea that somehow they were specially called citizens back then, and now they should be called something else, is not consistent with my understanding of history. So if I've missed something, you would correct me. But for my part, I think that we can get great people. What you've recommended here is consistent with how I view the board is operating, and have no real concerns about how it would operate. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah.
You
think
you already had your
I mean,
first
I already
round,
had
so I'm going to skip
Okay.
you. Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I also, I know it's kind of been gone over several times, but I do have concerns about any kind of requirements on, careers or level of experience. I think it's important to have all different kind of input on these boards. I agree with maybe the model of, that every council member picks a representative, and then maybe you have two positions where we all agreed we need to have maybe a planner or somebody specifically with a finance background for a couple positions. But I think that we should really kind of have all walks of life involved in this process. And I think it's worked well in the Planning Commission for everyone to be able to pick somebody that kind of has a different perspective on things. I think that you might run into some issues if you narrow that to certain levels of experience. Even if it's not true, there might be some accusations of people appointing friends or kind of cronyism, things like that. I think just to kind of preemptively avoid things like that, I think it would be beneficial to have all the council members pick somebody. Again, I know you went over this a lot, but there's just been a lot of information going around. Would the decisions of that board come before council then for a vote, or would they have the final say?
So, to answer that question, the advisory board actually will be making no decisions, simply recommendations.
Okay.
That will inform this body to give them
Okay.
a sense of which direction to go.
All right, so even though it's discussing potentially large sums of money on these projects, they're not necessarily writing any checks. So we're not at real risk of, we don't have everybody is not a CPA on here and they've, voted on a project. We're not, jeopardizing the financial security of the city of Reno, right? If we have small business owners and maybe a retired school teacher on the board. So I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Okay, yeah, just again, I want to reiterate, I think that we should all at least be able to pick one person to represent us on the board.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Brian. How is this different than when we bring any new board in for process? Because it looks like the same process.
It's pretty much the same process.
It's the same.
The way the bylaws are written, it doesn't reference any process.
Yeah.
So the way.
It's just the same. We've done this before. I have not had any issues that I can remember of any appointments or from any council members. I think we stay pretty, respectable, considering like who, whether it's Jenny, she wants, this person or that person. I think it's been, very, I just don't see
It's
see us
been
having any
incremental in
issues.
the past, because usually you have people rotating off their terms, rotating people in. And so any year, you're moving one or two people in and out.
And
So
that
you
can,
usually
that can
identify an
happen.
individual,
I've seen that
add 'em
happen.
on.
Someone's, terms out, and then that new person sits in, and they have every right to say, I'd like to make, another choice, But I think we're very thoughtful today. That's why one of the reasons I wanted to point out with the airport board, why I selected who I did. Richard's there for finance. You had Joel Grace construction, then Jennifer Cunningham tourism, Kitty Jung, governmental, all that sort of historical knowledge. Every single one of them strategically has some experience. But I think at the end of the day, all of us in this community love this community, want to see it better in every way. What exactly do you need from us, Brian, to help you get there? I think
We were seeking direction. I know that the proposed recommendation is to approve the proposed amendments.
Okay.
If you approve some of these, we'll proceed with them, and we've heard your direction on these
Yeah.
things.
I just don't think it's
The-
that difficult.
The intent is to bring back the drafted new
Yeah,
bylaws.
I don't ever think this has been an issue that I can remember being on the council where I, have a problem with, someone that Megan puts on the board. We all typically respect each other in that sense of who we want to, so I just feel like, this one's an easy one. All right, I'm going to send it, Councilwoman Dewar, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. I just wanted to finish my thought, and it was very similar to what you've just heard from Ms. Ebert. I didn't know that. But my recommendation, since you're recommending a 9-member board, is to allow us each to appoint someone with no restrictions. To the mayor's point, we've always made good recommendations. Examples where we've done this are the Tenants Advisory Board, the Planning Commission, even the Charter, and there's even more boards where we each have a chance to appoint. And the other two, I recommend that the city manager recommend some people that they think would provide strength to the board. And so that's my suggestion, so thank you.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert, and then
Yeah,
let's
I'd
move
have
on.
one more thing. I think that we should, well, it's my opinion, but I would like to see the board meet more than just whenever they feel like it, because I don't know if maybe things will just kind of fall off the radar, or it'll only come up because it's developer driven. Like, I agree that we should, as a city, come up with a plan. And so that's out there, and developers know, what the city of Reno has envisioned. And so maybe that's something that they can work on a steady schedule. And then when projects come in, we're not trying to, make a square peg fit in a round hole or something like that. We already know kind of what we would like to do. And I just think it would be good to, even if it's just once a month, and have a stipulation that they can meet more often as they would like. But I think it should absolutely be something that they meet consistently, and not just, as needed or as desired by the chair. So.
Madam Mayor, I did leave a little time on the table, but I just want to support that, not necessarily monthly. My recommendation, Brian, would be to have a quarterly
Yeah. I would-
meeting,
yeah.
standing meeting. I'm chair of the Debt Management Commission, which meets quarterly, and I just canceled one of our meetings because we didn't have any agenda items. On the other hand, I've called special meetings when we have a project coming forward that needs evaluation from the board in order to sell bonds on their schedule. I've called special meetings just the meeting before.
Okay.
So I think that would be a
All
good
right.
place to start.
Why don't we do this? So, have it scheduled for quarterly, and then here's the other, and leave it open-ended, so if there is
Call
not
special
any
meeting.
business
Or cancel.
to be had, then you have the opportunity to cancel it, because otherwise, I've seen where it gets a little sideways. But
That's where I'm afraid, though, where it's like, what if they're like, well, nothing's coming forward, and then the next thing you know, nobody's ever met. And there's a board that Naomi and I are on that we've met once. It's a flood in my ward, and before that, nobody had met on it for like 3 years or something. And, we'd had flooding in the North Valleys in that time frame. So I'm just concerned that things could just kind of fall off, where it's like, oh, we don't have any projects, so we don't need to meet. And I feel like that's kind of a.
But you might have to cancel it
Well,
So I
yeah, I
think
mean,
you-
you can cancel it, but I feel like it should be at least, we should meet this amount of times. We should have a plan for what we want to do because there is a lot of money available.
But that's
We
why
do
we're
have a
saying
lot of things we
quarterly.
want to do. Yeah, but I think that it should be more than just like, oh, but, if we don't want to, we don't have to. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, can I help provide some clarity to the board? Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager. To clarify some of the roles of the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, their job is to review projects. And so that would come as an as-needed basis because staff is not dictating the entrance of those. That is coming from the community who are eligible to apply for redevelopment programs that this body approved in August. The second piece is that we will be bringing forward to the redevelopment agency in the spring a capital improvement project list for this body to approve, much like you do your CIP list for the council side. We're gonna be bringing that forward to this after the redevelopment advisory board reviews that as well. So we hear loud and clear that it's important that they meet, and we will make sure that they do. However, this board has a very specific purpose, and it is to review capital projects, which happen annually. We decide that with this body, and then projects as they come. So I would.
Yeah, so what you're saying is
caution the
based
monthly
on
it would
what
be
comes
as needed.
forward is when
Correct.
you would meet.
That is correct.
So it might not always be that you will be meeting unless there are projects in front of us.
That is correct. So our recommendation, I think, would be the quarterly and then as needed, and we will cancel or add as.
And one
needed.
other thing on our quarterly meetings, when we don't have projects, what I've set up is an educational process so that the board members are getting educated every quarter. So when projects do come up, they are ready to roll. I've had experts come in, talk about bond financing. I've had each of the major jurisdictions come in and present their indebtedness. So there's a lot of stuff to educate and train, get up to speed the board before they even have to review their first project. So I think there's plenty to do every quarter or a council meeting as needed.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, I've had some issues, or not issues, but just some stuff in that regard with some boards where, there is turnover and maybe there's not a lot of like historical knowledge about the board and how they're supposed to operate and things like that. And Jackie's been really wonderful and kind of given some of my board members kind of a crash course on what they do and how they function. I think that would be really good to kind of have those kind of instructional pieces because I've needed it for my NAB as well too. There's just been times where people don't always exactly know what their place is and what the board does.
So that will be something this board, because they are specialized based off of the complexity of the things they'll be looking at, it'll be a very robust training program.
Yeah.
One of the things we should actually probably talk about, no one really wanted to talk about it, but redevelopment is in a specific area.
That is correct, Madam Mayor, with the
So-
current districts, redevelopment 1 and 2.
So that's why they typically have the mayor, especially what I researched was because of those wards where you represent. So the thought is you either have the representative of that area or the mayor.
Correct, or in the case of many of the Reno boards, a liaison from this body, but yes, that's.
Which
option
makes
2.
sense, to be honest with you. They are representing, that's what everyone wanted to see in ward-only voting, Mr. Dis knows. And that's where I would strongly advocate, then it should be the ward representative or the mayor. Because then you're gonna have someone outside that area that maybe doesn't want to see those resources brought there in hopes that they can be brought to their ward. This is where I have a really tough time with ward-only voting, where it's, only specific council members really care about what's happening in their ward, because that's how they get reelected. And they should care, our city is not big enough to where they should only care about that, specific area. Everyone should care about the entire city that they represent. Like I said, I always have frustration whenever I have a hard time getting council members to, but I have some really good ones that are supportive of other wards. So I shouldn't say that, but my heart hurts whenever I get one council member to a ribbon cutting or to get engaged on a serious issue. And then, it's like, not my ward, not my problem. So actually, when I think about it, and we're talking about how it affects those residents, particularly in that ward, I would strongly advocate that it should be the ward representative or the mayor that actually is the one who is the liaison on that board. So, okay, so I'd like to move, what do you need? I move to approve the proposed amendments to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board bylaws.
Second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple things is, one, with my long history in this organization dating back to 1998, when we had a redevelopment agency board and staff, and a lot of money was spent, and a lot of that money to advance the plan, even if it wasn't TIF, compromised the city's financial position. And I want to make that very clear, because Ms. Ebert said something like, I just want to be sure it won't jeopardize the city's financial position. No, the city is, was, and has been highly compromised and exposed to redevelopment decisions to advance the plan. The ones you refied earlier, okay? That was a project, whether or not it was a redevelopment tool, it was consistent with advancing the redevelopment plan and exposed the general fund for years, okay? So I just want you all to know all that. And then Madam Mayor said something about, well, the districts. We have a giant, Madam Mayor, we have a giant redevelopment agency boundaries, okay? It's unfortunate staff didn't bring forward a map showing us, but it goes from all the way out to Verdi, all the way out to GSR, and cuts through some of our new. I think, off the top of my head, there's only one ward that is not in the redevelopment agency. But more so, what are the redevelopment agencies? They are drained to general services. And I think this council really goes down a path of problems that they are opening the door for in concerns of equity and service delivery if they don't do this right. And this is not the right way to do it, in my view.
Okay.
I think, Madam Mayor, if I
Thank you.
could, staff said they went and heard about a lot of different redevelopment agencies. Well, the state that used redevelopment agencies the most was California, and they got rid of them all because a lot of the cronyism and critics and lack of fiscal controls.
Okay,
I
thank
see
you
it
very
all
much.
coming back
I had a
again.
motion and a second.
Yeah, and
Madam Mayor?
Hold on. Yes.
I'm unclear on the motion, which I support, it's to move along, but I'm unclear what the staff is recommending for the composition. We just had a lot of conversation. I'd like some clarity that we could do our appointments, that make sure that it'll be spread out, and, what you seem to be supporting. So I wanted to make sure that was properly conveyed to the staff.
Is that, I didn't think that that was in there.
No, it was not.
It was not one of the recommendations.
Yeah, but
That would be my recommendation, so I could actually, since we haven't voted, I guess, that I would like to include that. It's either the mayor or the ward representative.
But is that, we're talking about the membership, the composition of the 9 members. So it's fine to have the mayor on there, I support that. I would, that or whatever you want.
Well,
But-
again, to Councilmember Breckus's
The
point,
liaison,
That's
and
fine.
you guys can pick whoever you want.
does Ward 4 have any area in a redevelop? So, I hear what you're saying about ward-only voting. I supported the Lear, I support the trash can. I have no problem supporting areas that are not in my ward. But again, to not have the Ward 4 representative ever be the liaison to this is right out of the gate not fair, and also Ward 4 will forever be excluded from receiving any of the benefit of this. So I just want to call that out right out of the gate. So I understand the sentiment.
Confused.
What is confusing about that? If you're saying that
You don't represent that area where the map is.
But I think she's saying she's for the whole city.
I am for the whole city, and you're saying there's ward only, it
I
should
didn't
only
make
be the
that rule.
person, well, you're trying to
didn't-
make the rule now that it should only be the mayor or the
Yes, they
ward
should be the-
representative for the area. Well, my ward will never, ever have a chance to be the representative for the redevelopment because it will never be in my ward. My ward doesn't have any real estate in the redevelopment. So you're excluding Ward 4 from ever having that kind of say or, appointing these people. So it's discriminatory because Ward 4 has no land in any redevelopment agency area.
If I could, I think the mayor's suggesting that the mayor be the liaison, not a ward member, is what I heard her say.
That's why
Yeah.
I brought up, that's why the makeup is usually the mayor.
Right. And then I think she's also supporting the opportunity for each of us to make a recommendation of a person we
Like we
want.
do
I heard
now.
her say.
Okay.
Okay, so you.
Well,
will
it
have a
was my
representative.
understanding that she said either the mayor
Sorry you heard
or
it
the,
that way,
the
Councilwoman
liaison
Ebert. I'm sorry
of the
you heard
ward
it that way.
representative.
Okay, but do we have clarity now?
So, Madam Mayor, if we
I
could.
gotta be honest with you, I cannot
if
believe
we
we're
could-
having a conversation that is taking this long on it, on just to.
Well,
put
I'm
a
glad we are.
board
This is
in.
a really important topic with a lot of funds involved, so it should take a long time.
So, Madam,
We're past our time.
if we
And
could,
we have other things on the agenda, Councilwoman Ebert.
the motion is
I
on.
don't think you understood correctly, so we're trying to break it down for you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, City Attorney Shipman.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that currently the motion on the table is to approve staff recommendations. So if you want to do something different than that, the seconder needs
Yeah.
to withdraw, and then you need to amend the motion.
No, I want to keep it the same way, and that's why I didn't include saying who could sit on there as the liaison.
Right.
Because that's not in this.
Right.
So I want to just make that clear. I wasn't saying to change it. I know Councilwoman Ebert thinks I
Well,
was, but I
you
wasn't.
said you wanted to add
So-
on to your motion that it should be the mayor
If it
or
it
the
was
ward
in there, I
representative.
didn't see it in there. Councilwoman Ebert, it's okay, just
I'm just
calm
trying to
down.
calm
Calm
I'm
down for a
perfectly
minute.
kind. Don't
You're fine.
patronize me.
I'm
trying
not
to understand a
patronizing you.
motion before I vote.
I'm not patronizing you.
Mr. Shipman, point of order on the motion. The motion was for staff recommendations. I understood that to be the 9 enumerated items on 10.
Correct.
With no changes or modifications to that. My second was based on that. It remains the same.
Correct. Okay.
But what is the advisory board makeup? That's where we're unclear.
It's not on there, Vice
It's
Mayor Dewar.
unaddressed.
Right.
It will be at the discretion of the liaison to that body, who will make the recommendations to this body, and we are free to vet them at that time.
And I do think it's very fair that each, and I've always supported this, always, that every representative on here, they always have a member that they bring forward, whether it's on planning commission, all those areas, everyone gets sort of their representative, no different. So
So is that clear?
I think it's very fair.
Yeah, I do too. So,
Okay.
but I'm asking.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Post.
Motion carries. Okay. Okay, Councilwoman
Mayor,
Dewar wanted
yeah.
to get up for
5
5
minutes.
minutes.
Yep.
I want everyone to get up, maybe get some fresh air, maybe just take a deep breath, get something to eat, and come back
Refreshed.
in a much better mood.
At 10 after 4.
All right.
Is that what you're looking at?
Maybe go listen to some music or just something.
Are you looking
take
at
your mind off.
about 10 after 4?
Okay, you want to do 10 after? Okay, let's
Well,
do
that's
10.
7 minutes.
Yeah, we'll do 7 minutes, 10 after.
GSR, RDA item 2, C3. Look at this.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm so sorry, I have such a bad migraine, so I'm trying to get on top of it. So if I am asking you to repeat it, please.
That's okay. So
Thanks.
we're
Go ahead.
reconvening at 4:16 with Councilmember Ebert absent at this time. Madam Mayor, we're opening up item C3 on the Redevelopment Agency Board. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. No, I didn't.
All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered to speak in person, but for C3 on, well, actually, on RDA. Art Rangel is on C3 for the RDA.
Great. Okay. Hi, Art.
Hello,
Good to
Madam
see
Chair and
you.
members of the board. Happy to be here. For the record, Art Rangel, 255 North Sierra Street, speaking of this item 3 on the Redevelopment Agency Board. The location of the proposed UNR basketball stadium and concert venue is ideal as a catalyst entertainment venue for the following reasons. First, from a city planning perspective, as a high vehicle trip generation land use, it is situated at the intersection of 2 major freeways. If the 300-unit workforce housing is built, it would reduce employee vehicle trips and could provide much-needed affordable housing. The enclosed arena would be situated away from sensitive land uses relative to noise and glare. From an economic development perspective, the project could generate significant tax increment for redevelopment project area 2. If the hotel is eventually built, based on the draft 10-year pro forma, it could eventually generate $89 million in annual taxable sales and room tax by 2036. Teaming with UNR, which in my opinion is the premier Northern Nevada institution, is good for both the city and UNR. Now, having said that, a comprehensive evaluation of the draft and future pro forma is really needed, especially given the 5-year gap between Phase 1 and Phase 2. The $16+ million requested property tax abatement must be justified and could be broken down into 2 parts corresponding to both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Appreciate you.
Madam Mayor, we have Damian Cole.
All right, Damien. You're up next.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I didn't realize this was going on. I'm for that development because for the Truckee River Vision Plan, so basic idea of transportation and creating networks, you have to have destinations. The Truckee River Vision Plan needs more destinations along the river to get more activity of people going back and forth between places. Haven't discussed anything or haven't even tried contacting the developers for this entire sports arena, but the prospect of the workforce housing was particularly of interest to me because not only could you put housing in that area, well, you could make a second Riverwalk to have one destination from downtown's Riverwalk to this new Riverwalk, and that will create a stream of traffic. Anyone who's played, any simulator games for a city building knows that if you build a road out to nowhere, no one's going to take it. You actually have to have a place for people to go to. So, if anyone out there from GSR or UNR is listening, consider that usage, because the early renderings that I saw pretty much just showed that there was going to be housing and all that. I'm like, this is riverfront property? In fact, the original idea for the GSR back in 1978 or whatever was going to have more amenities for the river. And that's why they abandoned that strip of land to the city for the river path on the south side for $1 by MGM Grand. So that's definitely something you want to look at, is developing that area into a riverfront corridor that has shopping and things like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Our transportation champion.
There we go.
Madam Mayor, before he starts, Mr. McCarter, did you author the staff report?
Yes.
And you went through the reviews with legal for it? You brought it to the
Hold on.
legal office?
That would be questions.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'd like to talk to the council about the situation that our city attorney's wife is the in-house counsel for the GSR.
So?
And they have reviewed and been involved in the creation of this item. And I think that's a conflict of interest. And for the entire office.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Hall seems to think that his deputy chief is here, but this deputy chief serves it at his pleasure. In fact, when Mr. Hall took office, he fired the deputy chief and hired Mr. Shipman. So I'd like for the council to put this item onto hold and take a vote on whether or not they want independent legal advice on this issue. It is very momentous. It has a lot of legalities to it. And I think with that tremendous conflict we need separate and independent counsel as provided for the charter. We already have their fingerprints on the staff report.
Okay,
review.
hold on a second. But you gotta be careful about sort of those accusations, though,
He
Councilwoman
confirmed to me
Breckus.
that his wife
But
is
hold
the
on a
legal
second.
counsel for the GSR already
Hold on a
today.
second. I'm gonna actually ask, Jonathan Shipman, would you please weigh in on this? Because
Yeah,
I see
would.
it.
Let me just clear the
If he
record.
has removed
Yeah.
himself, Carl Hall, then typically those relationships and financial relationships do not spill over
Yeah,
to
let me,
any of his staff.
let me just give you the quick history here, is that as soon as this became, and there was an awareness of it, I had a conversation with Carl. Carl had a conversation with me, and it was, look, this is a don't ask, don't tell type of situation. He has not been consulted. I have not consulted him on anything related to this in terms of what his thoughts or comments or interests or anything on that. It's been just like we've done in other cases with other employees that have had business relationships, and we've just totally segregated the information and created a wall so that there is no influence or conflict there. So, and again, that's been the direction, so it's been myself and City Attorney Jasmine Mehta who have done all of this work to date. And to say work, there really wasn't a lot of work other than reviewing the staff report primarily and principally. So anyway, I just wanted to make the record clear that.
I feel comfortable moving forward with Mr. Shipman. We can take a vote on that. I'm happy to do that.
I think it's good what he did, was just put it on the record. But I think if the question wasn't asked, I don't know if we would have I had no idea. So it's good to just get it on the record and say what you did.
Yeah, just to be clear, that, it's always, as the redevelopment agency, you always have the choice of hiring special counsel. And if the comfort goes away and in the future, when this project gets further down the path, you want to do that, I'm sure that's your prerogative and that would be abided by, so.
Sure.
I'm still going to
All right,
dispute
thank
this
you.
because, one, Mr. Shipman works absolutely at the sole discretion to Mr. Hall. Like I said, within a week of Mr. Hall's first election, he fired the person in Mr. Shipman's position and hired Mr. Shipman. I don't think that's enough of a wall. Two, the question wasn't asked of the council. The council should have the decision to take an up or down vote as they move forward on this very large, significant, complex legal and financial arrangement to bring in independent counsel, and I think that's the proper step. So right now, out the gate, we start with a very clouded consideration in my view.
Did you ever put that in writing?
Madam Mayor, I didn't know about this until 10 days before the agenda, that this was
But
coming on.
you get an agenda briefing.
I do.
Okay, did you put it in
No, I
writing
did
then?
not. I did
Well,
not know this
here
was-
we are
yeah,
now.
here we are.
And-
Here we are.
okay.
Madam Mayor, you set
Okay.
the agendas.
Hold on. I don't know what's going on today, but let's just calm down. Everyone needs to just be
I will.
respectful.
Thank you for
Okay.
helping me calm down, Madam Mayor. I am
Well, you're-
expressing a concern of conflict of interest.
Thank you.
And also the fact that
And we just heard
I
that.
didn't know about this big ask of the council until 10 days
So
ago.
first of all, this is the first time it's been in front of the council. Don't know what it looks like. Don't know staff report yet. I always try to keep an open mind. Nothing has happened. Haven't even heard the item yet. So I want everyone to just calm down. I think it's always good to look at maybe secondary counsel, like Councilwoman Breck has said. Some projects make a lot of sense. I don't even know at this point with this project. So I feel like we're already coming in hot before we even started. So
Madam Mayor,
can you just, Ashley, go ahead and give us
you.
some context?
Try to help fill in some blanks. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Madam Mayor, I will turn it over to Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager, to go through a presentation for the council. We will remind the council that this body adopted the redevelopment program on August 25th, which was to re-energize the agency that had been dormant for nearly 20 years due to the level of debt in the agency. So what is in front of you today is an application that has been received and which followed that program, the plan, which was adopted by this body. And that is why it is in front of this body today. So with that, with council's approval, we will move on and hand it over to Brian McCardle to go through a presentation of what is in front of you today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Redevelopment Agency Board. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager for the City of Reno. Get this working? There we go. So this item aligns with the City of Reno strategic plan for economic and community development. Obviously, this is a project that could add benefit jobs as well as financial resources to the city once completed. So I want to, Assistant City Manager Ashley Turney covered a bit of what we are here for today. I want to reiterate what we are doing, what this item is and what this item is not. And so, as she mentioned, in August, council approved the creation of a participation program in application process as well as a procedure to evaluate applications from private developers and investors who want to do a project inside the redevelopment area. Before that, there was actually no process defined. And so we've received the first application. This is actually step one, but you could call it step two. Step one is fill out the application. Step two is if the application passes an initial review to bring it before this body. And so that's what we are today. Minimal work has been done on this to date. We are just bringing it here for it to be evaluated to see if we want to take the next step. What this item is not, it is not approving any sort of potential agreement. We are not there yet. It is not an agreement to give any redevelopment funds today. That is, we're not there yet. And we are not discussing any future deal points. We don't have enough data to actually discuss what those deal points could possibly be. We are at very early stages of this application. So staff did receive an application from Power Sports Development for the Grand Sierra Resort Expansion and Arena Project. Power Sports Development is overseen and managed by, is it Blue? Power Sports Development, okay. And they're proposing $1 billion expansion on the Grand Sierra Resort site. That expansion has a lot of moving parts to it. It is in different phases and different components, so I'm gonna run through those really quick. But the first one, first and foremost, what you've seen and heard, is a 10,500 seat arena that will be utilized by the University of Nevada men's basketball team. And other special events and activities. The second part of that is a 50,000 square foot ice skating rink to be added to the site right below there. a 25,000 square foot fan retail experience area, a 2,400 parking stall parking structure, an aqua golf driving range that's in sort of the background, which could be sort of like a Topgolf type facility. It's got 50 bays, 3 stories. You hit them out over the water. A potential 865 new hotel tower, and then 300 workforce housing units in the back along the river. And so that is the full extent of the project that was proposed in the application. So this project has a total project cost of $1 billion to be built out over that time through the phases. They'd like to start construction in the spring, and so that is why they have submitted the application now to make it so that the facility can be open by the fall basketball season in 2027. But this being a multi-phase project with multiple components, they're looking to finish this project over 10 years, so fall of 2035. The estimated property tax created by this project on an annual basis would be $10 million a year at the full $1 billion build out. So every year, this project would generate at the full build out $10 million in estimated property tax that we do not currently get at this moment. And the requested tax increment financing, TIF, by the applicant was $97 million, just under 10% of the total project cost. Part of the application, they submitted some information on the potential economic impact for not only this project site, but the entire city and region. And so the annual economic impact due to more people working, the jobs created, the taxing revenue created from modified business tax to lodging tax to employment tax, all those things comes out to about $23.5 million on an annual basis. Just the sales tax alone would generate about $4.5 million in new sales tax on an annual basis, $3.8 million in lodging tax. It would generate 3,500 construction jobs and 65,000 long-term permanent jobs. There are other area benefits. It's part of how we evaluate these things. Is that one area benefit is they're proposing putting housing on that site, 300 units of workforce housing. They've identified that area, Damien mentioned some river improvements. It has been mentioned that there may be some flood mitigation or flood improvements that need to be handled in that area. So conversations have started with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony as well as the airport authority on any potential changes or flood mitigation that needs to be handled as part of this project. And the city currently leases on the Grand Sierra Resort site a location for Fire Station number 21. Part of the plan here, as it all gets redeveloped, is to potentially give a more permanent home, permanent structure for that fire station. The architect is Gensler, the contractor is AECom. The developer, as part of a parent organization that oversees power sports development, is Alex Morello. And in the pro forma, the developer has committed to putting in 32.5% equity into the project. The remaining funds will be financed. And part of the TIF agreement, if there is a TIF agreement in the future, would be part of that finance capital stack. So in August, we brought forward before this body the process and the program on how people apply to utilize these funds. And the statement made was that the agency seeks to partner with existing property owners, prospective developers, and investors that are willing to make a meaningful private investment in Reno's revitalization. That is this project. We have a private developer, private investor who wants to invest in an area that is within the redevelopment area, and that is what we want to see. And so per Nevada revised statutes, it says that the agency does this by doing participation agreements, which are sort of like public-private partnerships, but if it's redevelopment, we call them participation agreements. And in NRS, it says that the agency shall have developed and created guidelines and rules for the format and application of participation agreements. And so through that process, we created an application process. And that is why we're here today, is that they have applied through that process, and we're here to put it in front of you today. Just to remind you what the eligibility is, if you're requesting funds from the redevelopment agency, and the first one is it must provide a benefit to the redevelopment area. It must pass the but-for test, meaning that but for the agency participating in this program, the project would never happen. No other reasonable means of financing for this project. And so if they can't finance that, they come to the redevelopment agency seeking help. The project must be prevailing wage. It must have an employment plan. And if the redevelopment agency itself is going to take over any functions of this, we have to go out for public bids. The other eligibility criteria is fairly straightforward. It must be located in a redevelopment area. The property must be zoned for this type of use. They cannot have any past complaints, be under indictments, or have any bankruptcy judgments, etc. That part is fairly straightforward. And so in that application program, we developed the scoring criteria. You get 100 points for the viability of the project and 100 points for the benefit that it brings to the area. And so after review, this project scored 70 points. And the reason why it scored 70 points is number 4 down there is a market study. A market study says, can the region support a new arena? Do we have the tourism growth? Do we have the population growth, et cetera, to support an arena that size? That hasn't been done yet, so the scoring on this was a little changed because we weren't provided that information. On the area benefit, this is where it scored a little bit better. This is a catalyst project. It will create jobs. It will create future revenue from for the city and the region, whether it's future property tax, sales tax, C-taxes, as was discussed earlier. This does create a sense of place and placemaking, does provide a benefit. It's a great utilization of the space, as Mr. Rangel mentioned, and it does create more than $2 million in future revenue for the agency in the region. And so it scored very high. And so if you put those two together, the project scored 156 points out of 200. 150 points is the threshold where if they pass that after initial review, we bring it before this body. And so it has passed that threshold, and so that's why this application is in front of you today. And there's not much more to do other than to take some next steps. So those next steps are that staff will go out and get some third-party analysis on the financial feasibility and financial projections for this project, the pro formas, the true construction costs. We will do our own math and identify what potential economic impact it could have on the region, as well as future sales tax revenue, property tax revenue that could be generated. And we do that market study that, as I mentioned, wasn't submitted as part of this packet. That is sort of the first portion. At that point, we would bring those findings back before this body to show you that this project will have an impact. It either does or does not make financial sense. And at that point, the next step would be to take the next step, do the funding gap analysis, how much money is needed to make this project work, and then we would seek support from a consultant to help us negotiate that public-private partnership participation agreement. We have identified the consultant. It is Hunden Strategic Partners out of Indianapolis and Chicago. They do these types of projects all over the United States. They recently did the San Diego Chargers Stadium. They represented the city in that on the cost-benefit analysis. They've worked for the Texas Rangers Stadium in Kansas City. They negotiated the development agreement for the T-Mobile Arena. Fort Wayne, they did a hockey arena feasibility study. They also represented the city in the Sacramento Kings Golden One Center of the cost of improving the existing center versus going out and building a brand new center. They represented the city and all the financial feasibility around that. So they do these projects all over the United States. I don't think there's anyone better that could do these types of analysis of what we're seeking at the moment. And so what we were really asking today is we've brought this application in front of you, and all we're asking is, would you like staff to invest additional time, resources, and funds to taking the next steps to doing proper due diligence, to doing a formal review, getting the financial documentation done so that we actually know what the true numbers we are dealing with, and at a later date, bring back those findings and start to negotiate a participation agreement that will come back before this board before final approval. So I'll leave that there. I will mention that
Thank you.
Power Sports Development and Andrew Diss is in the audience. If you'd like to ask any questions of them, they can surely answer them.
All right, thank you so much. I think you did an excellent job, Brian. I know it's never easy to get up here and, try to manage all of our personalities, so I appreciate you. Before I bring it back to the body, I want to remind everyone, this is the first time that we have seen this. I know there's been a lot of splash over it. And, because something shows up on an agenda, everyone thinks that it's already just done. There's a lot of work to be had here, a lot of details to be had. I do think it's important. I don't care what project it is. If it's a project that is going to have a massive impact, something that we've never seen before. I've never seen anything this magnitude that I can remember, other than, the incredible economic development that Jeff Jacobs has done. I haven't seen anything to this magnitude, and I don't think Councilwoman Breckus has either, because the stadium wasn't ours. That was already here before we got on this body. So actually, it sort of speaks volumes about the investment. I think also the way Reno has changed, our brand has changed, sort of the desire of Reno, how people want to be here, they want to visit here. Those things are important. Those things are important to explore, especially, I think, on the side of, the impact of tourism and jobs. Those things are all critical. Now, there are a lot of moving parts. I don't know what that looks like. None of us know what it looks like, so that's why we're here, to ask the questions, the due diligence. And so I know it takes quite a bit of time to get there, but I do think it's important for the council to look at any project that comes before us. I love that you do score. I think we also have to explain to the public exactly how you make a private and public partnership work completely, because sometimes they don't make sense. But sometimes they really can. If you've seen in Las Vegas, some of them work incredibly, incredibly well. And then some that not so much. So some are very, very beneficial. There's no way that the city of Reno could ever do a lift on an arena. Just never going to happen. And quite honestly, the private sector is so much better at doing those sort of things and staying in their lane than we are doing some of those things that get us into trouble. But I do think it's important for the council to look at it, consider it, see what you're bringing to the table, listen to your presentations and what you guys have to offer. And so, you have to have sort of those collaborations. I think people are already coming in negative, and I want everyone to stay open-minded, see what, if there's something that's, that makes sense. Also, I'd say this, the workforce housing, I think, is a very cool component. I hope others start to see how they can attract and maintain their workforce. It's something now more than ever, it's so hard for people to make it. And if your employer is offering workforce housing, I have my managers that actually live with me rent-free because I know how hard it is, right? And that's something I can offer to them, as well as, give them a good wage. So it's really helped. It makes a difference. I know I might only do it on this tiny little, but it makes a difference. So anyway, I just want to say, I don't think there's any reason to be negative, but we don't know what's in the details, what that looks like until we find out. It's very hard to judge. All right, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to go with you first, and then we'll head down the line.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The announcement that the GSR was going to do some attraction like this has been out there for a while, but it was never really tied to our redevelopment efforts and our redevelopment re-kick. It was, I thought the reporting was that they wouldn't come asking for public donations, and here they are. And it feels like we're redoing the redevelopment agency in service to this entity and their ask. And I think that's really problematic. Those plans for redevelopment agency 1 and 2 are very outdated. And to not have a discussion about what we're going to do with redevelopment and just let someone walk through the door is so unjust and so unfair, because redevelopment TIF is a drain of revenue that would be going to the school district, would be going into our general fund, would be going to the county to provide services. And so it is a regional resource. And we should have a plan for it, not just whoever walks in the door. And it really feels like the kickoff of this is driving our redevelopment agency efforts, and I think that's problematic. But what are we talking about? We're talking about a public subsidy for a sporting venue. Okay, you don't have to look very far to see failed sporting venues. We've got 2 of them. We've got the bowling stadium that's been a real problem for us. And if you go back and look at the fundamentals on what the baseball stadium was going to do, it didn't do anything. If anything, it hit the general fund, as did the bonds for the bowling, the event center, and the ballroom. So, you know, you're talking about two things. You're talking about redevelopment, and you're also talking about sporting venues. And we had a lot of rosy projections. The past council was looking at a lot of rosy projections, and they didn't materialize. And it's just beyond comprehension to me that a body that is still experiencing the hangover of the last efforts of redevelopment is walking down this path. It's tremendous. You know, the equity is 32%. What are they going to ask for? Are they going to ask for bonds or a pay-go on the property tax? Because I'll tell you what, if they're asking for bonds and you issue bonds, guess what the backstop is on that? That's your general fund. And we've played that game before. And we've also had a redevelopment agency on the brink of default, bankruptcy, and we didn't want to go there because, you know, this impression that it would expose the city. Well, this one is so big and the exposure is so great. And one other point I want to make, too, because I think the council's ready to do this. Someone sent to me the contributions that my colleagues who are running for office have received in the last year during this race cycle, and they've all received contributions.
Breakfast.
And the Madam Mayor,
Sorry.
you put this on the agenda, so I think this is going.
Breakfast.
But I want to bring up one last
Okay,
point.
your time is up.
I really
I'll
encourage you
get
to
you,
look at
I'll
how.
get you on the
Okay,
second
thank you,
round.
Thank you.
I'll come and get you on the second round, okay? All right, go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Mr. McCarroll, a couple questions for you. I mean, there's been a lot of talk and buzz, right, about how this money is going to be used and whether it is public or private. Can you talk a little bit about the collaboration with the university? I mean, you may have mentioned this in the presentation, but just if you can go over that again and some of the public benefits that staff is seeing in initiating a process like this. And I know we're not necessarily agreeing to any sort of contract now, we're just in the exploratory phase of it, but just want to understand more, what are some of the public benefits that you all see as staff in the project like this?
Thank you for the question. So Brian McCarroll, Revitalization Manager. So I do think that the university's expressed interest in finding a home for men's basketball. They won't be the owners of this facility. They will be tenants. And I'll welcome the applicants up to explain any sort of agreements or arrangements they have with the university. But there are a lot of amenities. This will be also an arena to host concerts and special events. There is a skating rink facility added to the site. Obviously, I think with the success of hockey in this area, that facility could be utilized and or needed for youth teams, et cetera, or possibly a minor league team to play at. The addition of parking structure is always a good idea, and as any time that you add to this area. But the true area benefits are we will get some flood mitigation done on the site. We'll get affordable housing done on the site, workforce housing, affordable housing. And it is the type of project that when we put out this participation program seeking applicants, this is the sort of applicants we expected to get. This is the use of tax increment financing to help facilitate projects that provide an area benefit as well as future tax increment for not only to support the project being built, but also the city and the region long term. I will say that if this project is never built, there is no tax increment to give. And so it's 100% of nothing is nothing. So if this project never gets built, there's not a single dollar of public funds that are given away. And that's how they create their own future property tax. So does that answer your question?
It doesn't. Just so I understand this correctly, I think I'm reading, in between the lines of what you're saying, but these processes through the redevelopment agency are initiated from outside of the organization and the interest coming in. I think it's always pinned as a developer-driven thing, which it seems to me, from my understanding of redevelopment agencies, that is how they're necessarily built. And so this is just part of the mechanism that was built into the redevelopment agencies. Just wondering if you can clarify and add to that.
Yeah, the whole function of redevelopment and this process like this is to invite, as I said before, those private owners and private developers and investors who want to make an investment in our city, specifically in a redevelopment area. We are seeking them out. And so we will not be surprised if they take us up on those offers and submit applications.
Awesome, thank you. That's my first
All
round.
right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just want to reiterate again, it's been a long day, Brian. If we don't have a pot of money, they're not coming for a pot of money. They are asking for money that they invest in and they get the property tax. We are not giving them any money. We are not bonding. If they don't build, like you said, if this project doesn't come forward, they don't get any money. There's nothing, when my colleague said that there was some sort of risk to the city, there's no risk to the city because we're not putting in any money.
I will say this, it's too early to comment on what type of deal that would be put together. We are so early in the process that we don't actually know.
Can you,
I would say the
say
mechanism-
that again?
Yes.
Please say that again.
What did I say? I totally
Because
We're so
everyone's going to
early in the
like
process.
level
We are
level
really early in the
10.
process. We do not have the data to even talk
We
about
don't
what a
have the
potential
details. There's
deal
no
would look like.
details.
Right.
Okay.
And I would say that the whole purpose of tax increment is the project itself creates future property tax. And what we say is we will borrow from that future property tax to help to support the project being built in the first place.
But we aren't going to, the city is not going to borrow. We are not going to bond and give money to Grand
I
Sierra.
can't answer that question because we're
Okay, well, we're not. I'll answer it for you. The second thing is, I'm not in favor of approving the negotiation process right now. I think there's more work to be done. I have a couple questions for Grand Sierra Resort. I am in favor of moving forward and seeing what else needs to be done. Andrew, are you the representative? And while you're walking up here, I'll just ask my questions. My colleague brought up a point that you did say there was not going to be any public money in the request when you made the announcement. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there's part of this money or part of this application process has to have the but-for test. So I need to understand what has changed, or maybe that is something that is going to be researched further in the process, which I'm willing to go forward with. But has something changed drastically since when you announced to now?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Taylor. Andrew Diss, Senior Vice President, Chief Strategy Officer for Morello Gaming. I'm glad you asked that question right off, because there's been some misreporting on this recently, that we said that we were going to go forward with the project without actually asking for public funding. What we have maintained all along, and what Mr. Morello has been adamant about, is that we are not asking the University of Nevada to contribute any capital to this project whatsoever. The university does not have money for new facilities, and it's a critical need for them in their athletic department. That's what the comments were directed to. It's to the university's piece of the partnership with this. So just to clear up a lot of the misreporting that came out yesterday in regards to that. So there has been no major difference between our calculations of what it was going to take to complete this project. All of those comments were very specific to the university's role.
Okay, and then Brian, I guess the other question is, can we answer the but-for yet, or do we need more investigation moving forward?
Yeah, we need more investigation. We do not have clarity on the feasibility of this project just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. All right, thank you. Just to clarify, because this is how that works, they generate the tax from what they build. So people also understand, if they don't build, it generates no tax. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so again, to reiterate what Councilwoman Taylor said, we don't hand them over a check. Correct? It's got to be generated.
There are different ways to do it.
Right.
I would say
But
that-
I'm just saying, like, it's not that we are like, here you go, we're writing you a check. It has to be generated from the tax increment that, because of the development, that generates.
Madam Mayor, Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager, for the record, the long and short is that is correct.
Yeah.
So we typically use the terminology when talking about economic development, it's eat what you kill. So the idea is this will be tax revenue that is generated from their improvements on their property. They're not asking for money from an existing pot. If they do not build anything, there is no new revenue that is created. And so, as Brian mentioned, we need additional details. If they were to ask for bonding, that would be something that this group would need to decide. That's not what's in front of you today, and they're
Right.
not asked for that.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. I think we're all trying to like get in the weeds before we're
Correct.
trying to even get there. We don't even know what it looks like. But I would say this, because I think this is important, because of some of those attacks, and I don't know you, this is why I'm asking this question. Because of some of those tax, can you also, because obviously if there are taxes that go to the school district, is that something that you could carve them out and say, hey, we would like to do that?
So,
Can you
Madam
do?
Mayor, if I can help, I think we can.
Oh,
we
they're
can-
carved out by statute?
There's
Okay.
carve-outs by statute. So
Okay.
for clarity, when redevelopment districts are created under the law, it resets that property tax base. And so there's a portion that typically would go to the county, part that goes to the school district. There's some buckets that it goes to.
Oh, I see. So they go,
And so they have their carve-outs already as determined by state law.
okay.
This allows us to collect a larger portion for a very small, finite period of time. That is the life of the agency.
Got it.
So this project is in RDA 2. The lifespan of that agency ends in 2034, so there are only 10 years, barely 10 years, left in the agency life. So the carve-outs are already determined as by state law.
Okay.
So
All
there's
right.
not money being removed because of a developer creating or not creating. That's already been predetermined.
Right, okay. All right, thank you so much. Good job. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a number of different comments, and I've written some of them down just because I think it's so incredibly important that we articulate our thoughts, not sort of extemporaneously, but with some thought to it. The first thing I want to say is the Grand Sierra Resort has proven to be an incredible partner in this community. Everything that Alex Morello has said he was going to do, he has done. And so somewhere in the magnitude of, I don't know, $300 million has been invested into that property. And so with that background, then here comes the next issue. We have, as a city, embarked upon a more aggressive part of our redevelopment agency life because for the first time in our redevelopment agency's life, it has money and will begin to throw off financing increment that could be used for redevelopment. So we have for the last 3 years, longer than that, but in 3 years, really been starting to think about what will we do when the moment arrives. And so we're getting closer to that moment, and that moment is here what we're discussing. I appreciate very much my colleagues' comments. Some of them I do not agree with, right? Some of them I think I didn't even know about till we walked in the room. That's why we're having the conversations. Tax increment financing, just as a vehicle. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. That's why you'd have to hire an expert. None of us is an expert, including the council member from Ward 1, on tax increment financing. The paucity of the comments, which misidentified the way in which past historical development, tells me that person doesn't know anything about tax increment financing. So tax increment financing, if we had a room full of experts, if you had 100 economists, you would probably have 50 who say, we love TIF, and 50 would say, we hate TIF. And that's because TIFs fail or they succeed by the details involved in those TIFs, right? You can look across this country, and there are some communities who have very successfully executed TIFs. There are some that have not. I think Downtown Makeover, one of the great blog and informational speakers, did a small article today on TIF and kind of a TIF 101. And I thought how great that Michael had taken the time to give us a little bit more education. I want to make sure that I'm also very clear too in that, and people will look at my historical record and know that I did not support the Allegiant Stadium deal in Las Vegas, nor did I support the A's Stadium deal. Now, maybe people will disagree with me now that they're seeing the success of those. They might think that I was wrong, but I fundamentally did not agree with the concept of taking our tax dollars, which is not the same as TIF, and supporting a private enterprise. But the truth is that's not what this project is. This project is a public and private partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno, and the city of Reno potentially. What it becomes, I don't know, but we have to give ourselves the opportunity to explore the necessity of looking at this as a financing tool. We're at that moment where the redevelopment agency has said, it's on your doorstep. What we do with it remains up to this body. I think we can work through some issues, but it might not be this project. It might be the next one that comes through the door. But we have an obligation to our community to invest our time and energy in trying to figure out whether TIF, tax increment financing, is an appropriate vehicle for redevelopment. That's really what it's about for me. And so I can't really get into the absolute weeds on every deal point, nor have you asked us to. But the discussions that have been had online and by folks who have blown up my phone today are just really reactionary to some reporting that I don't know that was entirely accurate and really makes and oversimplifies what we're about to think about. It makes it seem as though we've already made a whole bunch of deals, we're giving away taxes to billionaires. These are not true statements. And so I have a lot in my second round that I want to go through. But
I'm sorry, I got to
appreciate
cut
it.
you off.
Yep, no
So
problem.
sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you so much. So I want to reflect on the past for a minute, too, and I also want to look forward. So in the past, my entire 10 years on council, I'm only aware of one organization that came forward in a meaningful way to ask for something similar. They asked for $100 million. It was West 2nd Street, and they brought in 10 experts to tell us about their planned project. And a number of us had many questions. And we asked them to come back in 30 days, short time. And that I think we even offered to give them our questions in advance. And then they would be prepared to answer them on the record. So we would be more knowledgeable about their project. This is a very similar ask. I heard 97 million, that's like 100 million. And what happened to the other project was they never came back. There was never a second conversation. I don't know what that was all about. I could speculate. There's no point. My point is we had questions then, which is like 8 years ago. I have questions today. So my questions going forward are, I've often heard this called public financing. And yet, I've also heard our staff say, we wouldn't be giving them money. We're not at risk with our bonds because no bonds have been requested that we would sell or they would sell and somehow we would pay. And so I'm very clear on what I need. I need a 101 on the financing, the TIF financing in this proposed deal or generically first, okay? Similar to what Mr. Reese referred to, downtown makeover, times 10. I need to not just know what a blog says, but I need to understand the details of any deal. It could go this way, it could go that way, or it could go a third way. Here's your options. And I want to understand how is the city on the hook or at risk or responsible for? That is very, very important to me. I want to understand it so that I can explain it to the next person with confidence, not vagueness. Okay. So you say if the project's never built, you said eat what you kill. If the project's never built, there won't be a project. And yet, it's a chicken and egg. I mean, they need money to build whatever they're building. And that money has to come from somewhere. You want to answer that?
Yes, so if I can start, I'm gonna start at the beginning. And so, do you want me to try and then you fill in blanks for me? So the first part is, Brian can correct me on this, but I think that the term financing is a bit of a misnomer. It is not it's used as financing, as Brian mentioned, because it's part of the capital stack. So when a development goes to their investors, their bank, they have to show where all of their monies are coming from. The but-for test, as we mentioned, says that if you want the city's money, if you want help, you have to prove that you need help. So part of their stack that they put together says, we are going to propose it's going to cost us $1 billion. And based off all the money that we can put together, we have 903 million, based off of them saying that their gap is 97 million is what they're asking for. So that's the first thing as far as the financing feels like a misnomer because we are not financing anything. The city of Reno is not writing a note. We are not loaning money. We are not taking out bonds on behalf of anybody.
So where do they get the 97 million?
So the 97 million is what is identified right now, but that is part of what would be coming back is the consultant is going to go check the math. The ask in front of you is for a consultant, third-party consultant that the city has chosen, not the developer, to check the math to find out what is the gap. Is the gap really 97 million?
Okay.
So then back to your other question is what is the city on the hook for?
Yes.
And so part of that process as pay-as-you-go TIF financing is that if they never build this project, the council enters into an agreement and it says, yes, we believe that you are going to build this. We believe that this is the amount of tax increment that will be thrown off of this development based off the third-party consultant's arrangement. Then deal points are negotiated based off what council would like to see. They agree to it. If they never build that project, if it becomes West Second, nothing happens because no tax increment was created.
But what if they get in halfway and then say it's not a go? I mean, somebody put some money in from somewhere. Was it from RDA two?
Yeah, so, Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. So I will explain the 3 avenues, and how the city holds risk based on those avenues. So Avenue 1 is an applicant comes and says, we need $20 million to finish our project. Option 1 would be if the redevelopment agency has those funds available in cash, they could say, here's your 20 million, go build your project. The risk on the city is high in that scenario because if they never finish the project,
Right.
the city gave away $20 million and never got anything.
Right,
Okay.
and so that's why I don't understand eat what you kill, because we're giving them money before you have a project.
Yeah, essentially saying, we're giving you this cash now, we'll make it up when your project's done and you start paying your property tax, we'll eventually recoup that 20 million. Option 2 is, you come and you say, I need 20 million, we go, we don't have 20 million. But we will take out bonds and give you your 20 million to do your project, and when the property tax is created after you're finished, we'll pay off the bonds we took. Again, if they never finish the project, you took out bonds, gave them 20 million, and you have no tax revenue to pay it off, okay? The third one is pay-as-you-go, and that is the one that I'm most supportive of. Pay-as-you-go says, we have done all the financial analysis, we've agreed that you need $20 million, and we're gonna give you a document that says, we promise to give you $20 million once the project is completed on an annual basis after you pay your property tax.
Got it.
So
If
it has
they
to
never
be built.
finish it, there's no risk to the city whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at the moment where they complete their project, we give them a TIF promissory note that says, once you complete this project, we guarantee we will pay you a portion of the property tax you create. Now, they can take that agreement from the city and go out to a bank, go out to a private financier and say, we have an agreement that says they'll cover this. And they go, great, you've de-risked the deal, we're willing to give you extra financing for this project.
That was excellent. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right.
I'm so glad you asked that question. That was very good. Very good. Good
Very
job.
good.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Thank you for those explanations. Those were great. That was kind of what I was going to ask. But what is the total that they're asking for to be reimbursed? Is it a period of time, or is it a set dollar amount that they're looking to recuperate?
That is actually a fantastic question. They believe that, how do I explain that? Typically, a lot of TIF deals come out between 4 and 10% of the total project costs. They're asking for about 10%, which is about $97 million.
Okay.
There's a couple ways you can do that. You can say, we owe you $97 million, that's the agreement. We can give you 100% of the property tax back every year until you reach that 97 million that we agreed to. We can give it to you half of it every year on a longer time frame. There's a couple different levers. You have number of years versus the full percentage of the property tax that is created. And so really it's, do you want a longer payback, or do you want more of a larger payment in the front? That creates complications, and that's why we feel we really need some support on this, is that the redevelopment area 2 ends in 10 years. This is a 10-year project, and so if the project finishes in year 10, they don't really get their first year of increment paid back. So there has to be something there that we talk about and find a way to support this project, while also noticing that there are some variables we need to work around.
Yeah, so that would be my next question then is, once the redevelopment area is dissolved, or I don't know what happens to it once it expires, how do we continue to pay them for that?
You would do an agreement that they are paid back by the time that the redevelopment area sunsets. The benefit to the city and the region is after the redevelopment area sunsets, all the property tax that's being created gets distributed to the city, the state, the county, the school district,
Okay.
and the state of Nevada.
But per what you just said, let's say it takes them 9.5 years to finish it, and then we have to give them $97 million by the time our redevelopment agency ends. And we've given them a note that says we're not going to give it to them until it's completed. So we have 6 months to give them $97 million.
No, I think that would be specific that we don't, that's one of those questions we don't know yet. It is an incentive for them to finish the project as soon as possible. If they run the clock out long enough to where they finish in the 10th year and they pay their first 1 year's property tax, and let's say it's $1 million, we give them $1 million back and say, the agreement was you will get a payment back for the property tax you create, and it's year 10, and that's all that's available. And so it is an incentive, and it's another thing that de-risks the city's involvement in all of this, and the fact that it's in their best interest to do the project as
Yeah,
fast as
I would
possible.
absolutely like insist that it was tied to the amount of time we have left to pay it back as well. Okay.
Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
You know, I think this is really a sad thing about redevelopment right now that's going on. This agency, this district started in what, 2006? Was it adopted?
2005.
2005. So, you know, we're 20 years out. We're finally seeing some fruition. And what are we doing? We're giving it away to someone. And I want to start with the conversation about what is redevelopment, what is redevelopment? It's to do these deals. No, it isn't. It's to eliminate blight. And if you look over in Sparks, what do they do with their TIP? They're working on their parks, they're working on their infrastructure in older areas, improving streets. That is the fundamental best practice use of TIP, okay? Because it's eliminating blight in older areas. And what's our big one right out of the chute? It's to eliminate blight at, you know, the region's most attractive private property. I really don't see that. And that's why I argued so much about redoing your plan to understand what you're trying to solve here, okay? But I want to shift to the equity issues of redevelopment agency and why they've been eliminated from California and really are out of favor. You don't hear a lot about TIF because people have really come to the point that it's not a fair public policy. And that is because, look, there's someone on California Avenue at Lander Street who's redone a brick building. They're repositioning it, redoing it. There's one on Sierra Street, old brick buildings. The assessor's going to come through, see that improvement, and up the property tax on those. Anyone in this room has a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. They make it a 3-2. The property assessor comes in and reassesses their property tax. None of them get that back. They don't get their cut. Why are we subsidizing someone like this for, you know what, to have a better market share in our gaming economy? I think it's really, really wrong. And I'm going to leave it at a couple points that I hope the council will remember. One, I think the bonds outlive the lapse of the agency, of the district. So if you've put bonds out, and somehow the deal points come out that they're bonds, those live out the life of the agency. So there could be money on the table there. I don't know. I want to make sure. I also think that how gaming properties are assessed needs to be a point. I would really encourage you, if you go down this path, to understand how the base was set for the GSR, okay? And what they're paying and what is the project area. Does it include the GSR? Because I think in certain times, these gaming properties can get assessed based upon revenue and not just property tax. So there could be a lot of little wrinkles in here that will be playing to their advantage. But the fundamentals to me are, one, you know, redo the plan, understand your values that you want to advance with this tool, other than handouts. And two, Madam Mayor, is I think that you're eliminating blight, and is this really the most, after 20 years, is this the biggest exercise of this redevelopment agency is to advance a stadium? Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. McCardle, are there opportunities for folks outside of the redevelopment agency to use funding mechanisms like this?
Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. If it benefits the redevelopment area, there is opportunity if you are somewhat adjacent or outside the area to receive this type of package, I guess, if it benefits the area proper.
Okay. And then I think my next question is for Mr. Dis. We just learned a little bit more about our city finances, and I read, I think in the staff report, that the funds that the city puts forward will be recouped via 1% agency administration fee at the completion of the project after the first tax increment reimbursement. And as was mentioned earlier by Ms. Van Buren, Director Van Buren, sometimes it's difficult when we're waiting for those processes to come back to pay our bills on time. And just wondering if you all would be willing to help cover some of those costs up front, not saying the full 1%, but maybe consultants or staff time to be able to dedicate those resources to see this project through.
Andrew Dis with Morello Gaming, for the record. Councilman Martinez, we are absolutely open to that. We want to be flexible and work with the city in a partnership manner. You know, part of going through this process that Mr. McCardle is asking to kick off today is finding out what the appetite of the city is, what our appetite is, and cobbling together a deal that makes sense for both sides. So that's absolutely something we're willing to work with. And the issue of bonds keeps coming up. I want to stay perfectly clear. Page 2 of our application is where you check the box if you want to apply for bonds. We're not applying for bonds. I'm going to say that again. We are not applying for bonds. We have no intention of doing that. It's part of our way of de-risking what the city is on the hook for. Councilwoman Breckus actually brings up some good examples of, you know, projects where the city has gotten in trouble, but that's because they were backed by bonds. And we are not asking for the city to be the backstop in this project. And I want to be perfectly clear about that.
Thank you for being a great partner and for being willing to consider that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Questions for Brian. Have we had other people interested in this program since we launched it?
We have not received any applications, no.
Okay. So this is the first application that we have received. I'm sorry, it's been a long day, so I want to make sure I asked this correctly. I have a lot of questions about the financing, and I think Councilman Reese was, very smart in that he said that these are things that are going to be answered with the financial review. On slide 5, it says the TIF request is $97 million, but we don't really know what makes sense for the city until we get that independent analysis from the consultant. So they might say, city, actually, it's going to cost you like 7% or whatever. We just don't know those numbers yet, right? My other question is, who's paying for the consultant, the third-party consultant, and how were they selected, and how are they truly independent?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. So I think this is just the estimate that the applicant has brought up. So we haven't done any math or homework to see if this is actually the valid number or not, and that's what we're asking today. In terms of who is paying for the third-party services, so we see this as a normal operating cost of active redevelopment agency. And so we're willing to expend the funds, and I appreciate Councilmember Martinez making that request. But we will expend the funds as part of our participation in this broader deal. And we make that money back after the deal's completed. In the first year of the project, we get a 1% fee back, which recoups all the costs put towards this entire project, which is sort of in practice is what we've seen at other redevelopment agencies. And then how was the third party selected? So as we published an RFQ, request for qualifications, seeking partners that can help us with financial feasibility studies, parking studies, market studies, a broad scope of services. And we had 3 applicants come back. Some are more economic financial consultants that can help us answer impact studies, things like that. Another one typically does mixed-use residential multifamily deals. And Hunden specifically focuses on sports districts, entertainment districts, and convention centers. And so we'll rotate and expand that list of partners we work with. We will rotate them as needed, so they all get a little bit of work. But we're also going to select the right consultant to help us with the right subject matter expertise for specific projects like this.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Mr. McCardle, I think part of the issue that's going on for us at the dais and then also for the public is none of us are particularly TIF experts, right? So we're just relying upon these general notions of tax giveaways to millionaires and billionaires, right? That's the refrain. Maybe it would be helpful to me if you would be able to give me some examples, because as I understand it, Allegiant Stadium was not a TIF. That was, I think, $750 million from hotel room tax primarily. The A's stadium proposal was also public financing by our legislature. The Legend Shopping Center in Sparks, that was Star bonds, which are tax revenue, sales tax revenue backed, right? So again, not TIF, that's backed by property taxes. Ace's Ballpark was not a TIF deal. It was actually ultimately a settlement that involved our attaching our largesse from the city of Reno to backstop the failure of the, I suppose, the property tax to increase at a certain rate. So what examples locally are there of the use of TIF? Are there examples that people have used TIF successfully? Or are we really going out on trying to find out if we're going to use TIF?
There are plenty of successful examples throughout the nation of properly using TIF. I don't have the specifics on every redevelopment projects that the RDA has done in the past, so I can't tell you if TIF has been used successfully or unsuccessfully in the past. There is a lot of concern out there that citizens and constituents throughout the community, they're the ones who are going to be paying for this. It's their tax dollars. And what I'd say is that isn't necessarily true. Essentially, this project will be completed. This developer will pay property tax, and they will essentially pay themselves back property tax. And so the constituents throughout the community will not be funding
Mr.
this
McCardle,
project.
but they'll pay themselves back for a period of time.
Yes.
And for basically a return on investment. So if someone says, hey, I'm going to invest $1 billion in your community, and they say, in order for us to make that $1 billion investment, which will generate a lot of money in jobs for prevailing wage union members, it'll create a lot of conditions for economic redevelopment. They're saying for some period of time, we want to have a portion of that back in order to help us meet our delta. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
After the agreement is paid off, I have up here that the estimated annual property tax created just by this project alone is $10 million. After whatever agreement is made and that agreement is paid off, that $10 million goes towards the redevelopment agency to be reinvested. At the sunset of the redevelopment agency, those funds go to the city, the county. And so with this project, for the future of this project, it will create future property tax that the city, the county, the state can use for the life of the project as it exists.
And what was the name of the organization that you think would be best to help us be an outside expert?
It is Hunden Strategic Partners. And he actually teaches the course, IEDC is what professional economic developers go to do education. He actually teaches the real estate development and redevelopment courses at a national and international level. But he specializes in entertainment, convention centers, and sports arenas.
Yeah. And I would just want to reiterate, Brian, that also anyone could come in and give us a proposal, anyone. And I would encourage them to do so because Reno really has become a very different place. It's very attractive to do business, or you wouldn't get these types of proposals coming in. And I think we would have seen them a lot sooner had COVID not sort of happened and everyone's lives stopped. But I would just say, I want to reiterate, if there's anyone else that wants to come in and do any type of project, they are welcome to do so, correct?
Correct.
So it's not just,
I will say, we will do a preliminary review of whether that application
Yeah.
has merit.
sure,
before we bring
it has
before
to
this
score. It has to score, but I'm saying if another casino wanted to come in or another big property that had property in the city of Reno, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's just that we haven't been down this road before. Quite honestly, it's been very difficult financially to do any projects, right? And so now with the redevelopment agency kicking off some of that funds, it's time to start thinking about that. And I don't know why we wouldn't start thinking about it now. Because before, we haven't had to. So you can be very critical of the process or what it looks like, but how would you even know? You can see everything, the glass half empty or the glass half full, right? I would tend to like to see it a little bit more full and positive, and I think we've done a really good job. There's a lot to be actually proud of in this city. Midtown is a prime example, and everyone said that would never happen, and Brian, you were there day one, right?
I would
And-
say there are redevelopment projects throughout the city we can look at. I think the fact that we have a parking gallery downtown, some improvements along the river, et cetera. And so, yeah, there are
That's-
examples where
you're
these
exactly
funds
right.
go towards good projects.
Yeah, I think you're right. The previous council actually did some really good things that they don't get to take any credit for anymore, and so we forget about that. We take it for granted. But, you know, and who knows? It could come around and none of us support it. I don't support it. I don't know what that looks like. I can't even tell you, it's so premature.
Correct.
So for anyone to sit there and speculate and say, this is a bad idea, this is the only way we're going to understand what these future redevelopment project looks like, quite honestly. Now, whether, again, they come before us, the details are really important. We don't know what those look like. Very premature, so I just want everyone to know that. But I think it's also important, I mean, it puts Reno, I think, too, in a different capacity. I mean, look at the South. They get to play in the big leagues. We haven't had that opportunity yet, but it also has to be right for the city and for the community. I would just say, Art Rangel, I respect you greatly. You have been a critic. You have also been a big supporter. You also have been a planner. You're incredibly intelligent. I just want to ask you, because, you know, you're our citizens, and what do you think? Do you think this is a good idea to explore? And Art, trust me, have you listened to some of Art's public comments? He's pretty critical.
Yeah.
For good reason. Yes, please. I would just love to hear from anyone but the council, because the council always, oh, they're on the take, oh, they did this, oh, they did that. I would like to hear from actually someone who is incredibly thoughtful, and you've been at the table for, how far back now? Few years, 5 years?
I first bought in Reno in 2011.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay,
it's been
see.
since then.
But you-
Art Rangel, again. Well, I've spent a career in redevelopment as well, as staff in different cities, as well as a consultant. And the process, and I've talked to Brian about his format. I really think this is the right way to go. The scoring mechanism is important. So absolutely, this is extremely premature to try to get into any kind of detail. The detail comes much later, after the application
Right.
is finished. My biggest thing is the gap. And that's why I made in my open comments. That
Sure.
gap has to be really scrutinized by somebody who knows how to really go through the performa. And there'll be subsequent performance too. This process can take a year or two or more.
Sure, yeah.
But no, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Art, like I said, your opinion means a lot to me, because you were always very honest. And you've scrutinized a lot of things too, and it tells me that you are very open-minded.
I bought in this city. I came here probably 40 years ago, and I've always felt that Reno has tremendous potential. And that's why I'm here, because I want to see that happen. It's still small enough, it's growing, it's going through a lot of growing pains, which cities like this do. But it's got potential. I want to see and I'd like to see, frankly, the industry clusters expand beyond gaming and mining. There's a lot of opportunity out there. High-tech, things like that we can talk about affordable jobs. There's two ways to provide affordable housing. You can subsidize it, or you can bring in high-paying jobs where you don't have to subsidize it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Art, thank you so much. Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you. And this has been a great conversation. I thought, just in the interest of time, I would just state a few issues, and if you could put back the motion again. So in the motion, I agree with most of the motion, but not the very last part. And so I would support the formal review, due diligence, and third-party feasibility. I do not support having the redevelopment agency negotiate a catalyst project participation agreement prior to bringing the information back to the council.
Right,
So-
because it already sounds like we're down the road.
So, if I may, Vice Mayor,
Can
we
you?
are fully supportive of that, and so what we would recommend to the body is to agree to move forward with the next step, which is engaging the consultant to check the math. Once they do that market feasibility study, we will come back to this body
Yeah.
to then go over that with you and then hear questions as far as the deal points to then
Okay.
future negotiations.
Next, I want to go on record that I have not, for a very long time, supported public financing of stadiums. I understand the desire to have one. I understand a need to have one. It is unclear to me in the list of projects, if you could go back to that slide, I was having a hard time separating out a 10,000-seat arena from the basketball stadium. Are they one and the same, or are they different?
Andrew Diss with Morello Gaming for the record. Vice Mayor Dewar, yes, they are one and the same.
They are.
They are.
Okay, well, and I heard a mention about a lease, that it wouldn't be owned by the university, it'd be leased in some way, or I don't know. And I'm not asking for details right now, but I have read for 10 years the economic opinions about publicly financed stadiums, and while they might work out in a few cases, generally they don't meet the anticipated attendance or the anticipated revenues. And I'm not saying that's always the case, and I'm not saying it would be in this case. But to get over the hump that I have not supported them, I would need very significant data and information to be able to make that kind of decision. That doesn't mean that the rest of these projects that are listed up here, parking garage, whatever, hotel, housing units, I might be more amenable to that, but so far, I'm not particularly amenable to a stadium. So just a few statements. I know that when we have these redevelopment agencies, they're set up so that we can help, whether it's blight or a project get off the ground, meet gap financing, but it's also for the city to invest in public facilities. So I don't see any of those listed here. I'm not sure if this is really aimed to Brian. I don't know if that's a different decision point, but let me give you an example of some I could easily see that we would want to pay with TIF. An example is, you mentioned that there's flood improvements that need to be done. Well, the flood has a certain money, but it's never enough. It seems like that would have to be a partnership and potentially with the city. Fire station is on the site. It needs a new home. I don't see it listed here, but that's a public project that we have already talked about using RDA funds to begin the planning of that. So that's it's on the same site, so RDA 2. So I'm wondering where that fits in. Another example would be 2nd Street, Mill Street. We've already done some intersections with the update of 395. But what about the rest of the roads? Mill is not in that good of a shape past the interchange, to my knowledge. And there could be other public projects that need doing. There was discussion, I don't see it here, about some type of, perhaps, and maybe it's not in the plan anymore, RV park or camping. I could support that, especially if it was available to the public. So those are.
Councilwoman Dewar, I'm so
done.
sorry.
But I'm just saying.
Can we move on?
And then finally, competition for the dollars. I don't know what other projects might be in competition. That's where I'm going with this. Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Andrew, did you want to say something? Go
Would
ahead.
you like a response, Vice Mayor Dewar? or do you
Yeah,
want-
I'm sorry, I'm cutting her off at
More
her
like
3.
going on record.
She's over her 3 minutes, so I'm cutting her off.
On record, if you have a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Andrew Diss with Morello Gaming for the record. Vice Mayor Dewar, your comments are well received. We've already started talks with the flood control project, to your point. The RV park, the current RV park is where we're gonna put the workforce housing. And when you look at the map right there, the Truckee runs right alongside it.
Yeah.
So we are gonna, out of necessity, have to do those flood improvements prior to us building on that site. So that goes back to your previous comment about infrastructure, about roads, about all the other pieces that are going into it. So that is all part of the total ask. The majority, a lot of what NRS 279 and the infrastructure that it talks about are specific uses like this, like the infrastructure that goes in to support the project.
All right. I know at baseball, they did the flood on their own, for example. when they built the ACES.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
do
just,
with
I want council to keep in mind that there's a lot of focus on the arena itself. Yes, it is the cornerstone of the project, but there are a lot of other elements to this, and that's why it is a 10-year master plan, because it's really what is gonna drive the business and help all the other pieces succeed.
Yeah. And wouldn't that be something else if there was a Riverwalk district, a second one?
thought that
Like-
was
Like Damien just
That was a fantastic
Said-
suggestion.
Damien, I love that idea, and I know, and actually, you guys have been big champions of cleaning up the river. Mr. Dis, you guys have actually done a lot of work. You've been at the table for a lot of those discussions, and I thank you for it. But I thought it was something that, I wanted to shout out to Damien because it's impressive. Okay, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so I have questions. This is for Brian. Sure. Oh, sorry, right in front of me. So we have a lot of projects at the city of Reno and a lot of things that we need to do. And we had a lot of discussion today just about trash cans and things like that. And I'm curious if there's a way that we can use any kind of RDA funds for city of Reno type projects as well. If we open this kind of discussions up, if this will include just kind of establishing a process to get things done, not just, for the GSR project, but in general, so that maybe we can get things done. We have a lot of parks that need work. We have a lot of need. To Naomi's point, we have a fire station that hasn't been built. I know that we have the space for it now that the police department's moved, but we have a very big lift in front of us to fund and build that. How does the city of Reno utilize that for city of Reno projects as well?
So as it was mentioned in the previous slide, one of the functions of the redevelopment agency is to bring a list of annual projects or a 5-year capital improvement plan forward. And so you'll see some of those things suggested in a list of projects or a capital improvement plan. Currently, right now, RDA 1, the area which is downtown proper, does not have any funding available. And so that is why we're not proactively doing any projects in that area. It will in the next few years, and so part of that 5-year capital improvement plan will be capital improvements slated, whether it be river improvements, parks improvements, et cetera, streetscape improvements.
Okay, so the funds that we have available right now, let's say, this project doesn't end up happening for whatever reason, what happens to the money that is in the RDA if nothing gets built? If it never gets used?
This project is completely independent because this does not touch any existing RDA funds. Because if this project gets built, it creates future property tax, and we are not planning on using those property tax at the moment. There are funds in RDA too. Currently, some of those funds are supporting the hazardous materials demolition and the site prep of the the former police station downtown. Those are blight removal and making sites, I guess you would say, development ready. That's a typical activity of a redevelopment agency. But for the next fiscal year and over the next few months, we're going to be looking at what was suggested in the Truckee River Vision Plan, the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan, the Placemaking Plan, the Arts and Public Art Master Plan, and all those suggested improvements and projects. We're going to fund those into a fairly large capital improvement plan, and based on the funding available annually, we will do projects in RDA 1 and RDA 2.
Okay, so if there's funds still left there and the RDA has expired, what do the funds roll over into a general account, or what happens?
No, from what, and we're getting a little bit off this topic. No, the redevelopment agency lives on past the sunset of a redevelopment area, and so
Okay.
those funds don't have to go back.
Okay, okay.
But they would stop capturing future
Okay.
property tax at
And
that
then real
moment.
quick, one last thing. So if we went forward with this project and we're assuming everything goes as planned with the economy and property taxes and everything, and we come up with an agreement based off of the understanding that they're gonna generate $10 million annually for property taxes, what happens if they don't? What happens if that estimate is way off? Does the agreement have to pay out, like, is it gonna be set on a percentage of what kind of property tax they create? Or are we gonna say, we're gonna pay you X amount of dollars, and if the estimates are overinflated for property tax values, too bad for Reno?
That would be negotiated, so I can't really tell you the specifics. I would say that their payment back would be based on the property tax that they themselves create. That is the intent of property tax increment. So if it creates less property tax than estimated, then they would receive less back, in
Okay.
theory.
Okay.
But we will get into the details.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. That being said,
Madam Mayor, we have
we
not.
have exhausted our rounds.
Yeah,
So I'm going to either make a motion or ask you
Okay.
to make a motion.
I can make a motion, but I have a question, and that question is, the staff have recommended a certain firm. We don't know any of the firms. I think 3 firms were considered. Is that right, Brian? And so as part of the motion, it speaks about, or it implies, I mean, that's in the staff report, their recommendation, it's not here. I just wondered if we're comfortable with that, and I think Councilmember Reese might have had a question too related to this, so I'll just leave it at that. Is that part of your motion, is that we hire a specific firm?
That we hire a third-party firm, yes, correct.
Any?
Yes.
Have you already?
We've already gone through the process of approving a list of qualified project consultants for that on behalf of the redevelopment agency. And so assuming the project costs don't go above the threshold, that we won't have to bring a project or a contract approval in front of you all.
One more question, I know you said this, but how much is the contract for?
We don't know. We
Oh,
haven't
it's
done
a
that yet.
RFQ you did, and then you're gonna negotiate the price?
Correct.
Do you have an estimate even, I mean, is it less than 100 grand?
I assume it will be less than 100.
Okay. Councilmember Reese, if I may
Well,
defer to you.
I suppose Hunden Partners, so I just popped onto their website, and my only concern is I want to make sure that we are not using a outside agency to validate some concept that we have and seeking like an agency that only always says, yes, these work, right? I mean, we have to have a high degree of trust in who we hire as our outside consultant. And if we go to an agency and you come to find out that they always say, these are the best thing ever, that has not helped us, because what we need is objectivity. I am not an expert in the financial mechanics of TIFs. We need someone who is going to be objective and be working for us. So how to have that assurance?
That is why I like Hunden specifically, is if you look at the list of projects, they often come back and say this project does not work. And it is not to the benefit of the city, even when they're the client of the city. The Charger Stadium in San Diego was a perfect example. They said that this project is not to the public
Well,
good.
of course, the client is us, right? We are
Correct.
the client.
And
that's the
San
important
Diego
part.
was the client in that sense. And so we specifically like them because they will give us the right answer, and they won't allow us to be our own worst enemy. And so we are looking for the exact same thing that you are.
One more question in the study. I already went on record about the stadium. Could part of the analysis be with or without the TIF for the stadium and for the rest of the project, and possibly even public projects as well?
We will be guided by our consultant in how they look at the different components of this project.
I see. Okay, but would they evaluate public projects at this point, or would that be later on a different request? So example, I brought up the fire station.
Correct.
That is planned to use TIF,
That would be a totally different project we would evaluate.
even though it's on their site and it would have to move or be built?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm confusing different fire station.
Oh.
No, I think they would go and they will look at the true cost to develop this project, whether it requires road improvements, flood improvements, a relocation of the fire station. We will look at all those costs. They will come back and advise us on the feasibility of the project. At that moment, we will bring it back and to say, hey, this is what is being suggested. What are some things that the city wants to see prepping for negotiation? What does the city want out of this?
That's assuming they say it's a great deal for the city.
Assuming they say it's great.
And if they say it's not, you'll make sure you inform us of that,
Correct.
I think that's why you hire someone
right?
in that
Correct.
I just
capacity.
didn't want to get it
Yeah.
over our skis here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion, I think.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, Mr. Dis?
Andrew Dis, for the record again. Vice Mayor Dewar, you keep coming back to the arena, and I'd be remiss if I didn't put it on the record. In any TIF partnership deal, the city gets something out of it in turn. And we've already done our analysis of the project, and what really makes this pencil and the biggest upside for the city is the C-tax generation. And the sales tax that's gonna come with the development of the arena and the concerts and the events and the basketball games that are gonna take place there, that's gonna be a massive upside for the city. We just heard earlier today, Ms. Van Buren talk about there's an $8 million hole in the budget going forward, and a lot of that is because C-tax itself is flat. And it's coincidental on the timing today, but this is gonna help the city fill that gap. As we all know, C-tax is the largest revenue source of the general fund.
But I want to make sure in 10 years, right? Yeah, we just heard it has to be built and planned, designed, built.
That's right. So 2027 is when it would open, you know, sometime that summer, fall. And we would start doing concerts immediately in time for the Nevada basketball season. So from 2027 on, that's when you're going to see the C-tax generation.
Okay.
Okay,
Great,
Councilwoman,
thank
go.
you. So, Madam Mayor, based on everything we've heard and making no agreements or commitments from the city other than to gather information, I would recommend we move to staff recommendation to proceed with a formal review, due diligence process, and third-party feasibility analysis for the proposed project that we've been presented here today.
Okay, thank you
But
so much.
excluding-
I just want to point out, not to approve the project, but to get more information.
Correct.
On what next steps might look like.
How
Again,
much money
very
might come
early.
in, how much
Yeah.
might not, all the
Yeah.
details.
Okay.
And specifically excluding from this recommended motion
Okay.
to go forward and negotiate
All right.
with the project.
Thank you. So I have a motion. I'll second. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you. So first of all, I think this is skipping over a step because you're sending it off to look at this deal, but you haven't, through doing the plan, as I've said many times, decided what you're trying to achieve, what your big policy goals are. And you haven't even, through the cash flow that's coming out of number 2, figured out where else to spend it. So they're going to be looking at this creation in a microcosm of how to put it back to them, rather than the bigger picture of everything that's coming off in 2. Secondly, the C-tax discussion he just had is a complete deja vu to the entertainment things that were going to happen with the freight district. Okay, did not realize. So I hope whatever expert they're bringing on really starts to understand the non-existent production of C-tax in these kind of venues, because they did not do what they were said to do. Third is, Madam Mayor, you brought up Mr. Rangel, and he said, oh, doing this deal is a good 2-year negotiation. Okay, well, you do 2 years from now, then you build the thing for a year, you're at 27. This thing is lapsing in 35. If you think the assessor is going to come in immediately, and they may, and give the 10 million, and then you have 10 million, but you're only going to be producing, 10 million for those remaining years. So it's not going to be 90 million. If you do it right, as Mr. Rangel says, you negotiate for 2 years, it gets built, you're into 3 of the 10 remaining years on the district, which everything points to me is to repay what they want with only putting in 32% of equity. They're going to come looking for bonds. They will come looking for bonds. Okay. And so I think it is a real speculative approach, but philosophically, at the end of the day, it's who gets their tax dollars. There was discussion of payback. They're not paying themselves back. The public is paying them back for their increase in tax, property tax generation. And the big question that I hope you all will be asking, because I'm not going to be here, is when in 2005. When the district was established, immediately the Grand Sierra went through a complete collapse of their property tax payment. So they may, based upon what the 2005 assessment was, they've been shorting the district for a long time. I don't know if they're up above the base, how much of the base they're paying compared to the rest of the district, but they did collapse for a lot of years. That can argue 2 ways. That it is a blight of property and it needs it. But I think also it's a property that has swung tremendously through a lot of different starts and fits. And I think at the end of the day, it's philosophy.
Okay.
Do you want to let someone else
Thank
get
you.
their property tax back to them
Thank
when
you.
many don't?
All right.
No one does.
Listen, Councilwoman Breckus, I respect a lot of your opinion. Matter of fact, I think you'll remember, you and I were aligned very, very often when we first sat down in these seats, and very critical of some of the projects that were already put in place, and there had to be refinancing, and those, deals that were made, you remember back in those days. I think we've been very careful about what it looks like as we move forward. I do hope that at some point you take some wins, because I think you've added to a lot of thought in this city. And so I hope you recognize that you've done good things too.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But
Yeah.
watching your budget hearing today that I was not able to attend.
I
makes
wish
me
you were, 'cause
very,
you are
very
very
afraid.
good at the budget
I'm very
side.
afraid for your
Yeah.
future here.
But
And-
you're
and
very
making-
good at the budget side, so I wish you were here.
And privatizing your tax dollars is not a way to go forward. I'm very afraid for your budget.
So my comment on my motion is that I want to make sure when the information comes back, this is to our staff. I'm not interested in getting into a baseball stadium deal where we end up owing $1 million. Absolutely no. I'm not interested in doing a bowling stadium deal. So that was the baseball. This is the bowling, where we are responsible for roofs and maintenance and investments. No. No, it has to stand on its own 2 feet. And I also want to know, how long is the study expected to go, just roughly? 6 months, or when should we expect you back?
Depending on the applicant's information submission to the third party, it will be anywhere between 30 and 90 days. So it's a
Okay.
pretty quick turnaround for.
And then lastly, I want to make sure that fire station is on the Grand Sierra site. They're giving it to us for free, to my knowledge, or some minimal amount of money.
We are leasing it from them currently.
Yeah, we're leasing it, but I think it's for a low dollar, I'm not sure.
It is for a low
Okay,
dollar.
so it has to be relocated. There has to be money in this to relocate and probably build something, not have our staff in a tent. I'm sorry, it's part of the site. So I just want to make sure it's included, and you don't say, well, you didn't mention that, so.
Okay, all right, so I have a motion, I have a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, so I just, obviously I wasn't here for the stadium and lots of other things that happened in the city of Reno, but I also want to talk about a little bit of history with the ACES Stadium. I know that was built. There was a lot of promises that went unfulfilled. One of them being the fire station that was supposed to be built. With the transfer of property for the ACES Stadium. Here we are now, however many years later, trying to figure out how to fund the new fire station facility for them. I also am aware that the ACES Stadium didn't pay their property taxes for years. I'm sure most people are aware by now that my dad is Commissioner Clark. He was a county assessor for a period of time for 2 terms, and he was actually integral in getting the ACES Stadium to get paid on their property taxes, getting them to pay them current. And I know it was a big struggle and a big problem for a while, and this is not to say that any of that would happen with the GSR, but I think that there's been a lot of examples in the city of Reno of things not going according to plan, a lot of examples of what can go wrong. And in the case of the ACES Stadium, we're still paying them $1 million a year. So I'm really leery of actually doing this way.
Okay.
I'm excited for the stadium.
All right.
But,
Okay.
this is a big,
Thank you.
kind of almost leap of faith a little bit too. So just want to make that statement.
All right, thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman Ebert, are you opposed? Yay or nay?
This is just to have the discussion, right? This is not to do anything.
We've made no commitments
Okay,
whatsoever.
then, okay, yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I've got to get up and take some Tylenol.
Close RDA.
Yes, we need to close the RDA.
Okay, Madam Mayor,
Madam
we're
Clerk.
on item F1, comments from the redevelopment agency board?
All right, any comments from any of the redevelopment agency board? All right, seeing that there are none, no, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're on item H1, closing public comment for the RDA, and we have none, so I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. And we're now back to our regular
So
agenda.
you had to get up or do something.
I do need you guys to get up for 10 minutes. I just do. Everyone's got to get up and, we've been sitting here for a very long time, and there's been a lot on this agenda. A lot of important Go ahead. Get us back on track, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're on item C1, and just for the record, we're reconvening at 6:24. Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Ebert are absent at this time.
Hold on a second. What happened to my, oh.
Leah, I think we're starting with staff presentation, if you'd like to go first.
All right, just really quickly, I want to ask you, do you have any public comment on this item? I don't even remember if I asked
Madam
you.
Mayor, we do have one public commenter from Tracy Wilson.
Okay. Great. Tracy, come on up. Yeah.
Do you also have a voicemail? Do you also have a voicemail that is called in? Can I put the... Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Council. For the record, my name is Tracy Wilson. I'm the Nevada State Director for American Wild Horse Conservation. I'm also an Assistant Supervisor with the Technical Large Animal Rescue Team, which has been very busy as of late, and also a volunteer liaison with Wild Horse Connection. Title 18 code requirements are much needed, greatly appreciated, and for public and horse safety. Mitigation is something different. There's been no mitigation from this project, even though it has a critical water source. These developments don't happen in a vacuum. There are real-life consequences. 24 horses have lost their freedom forever, and I will add that was done with permission from the landowner that they had a choice not to make. This horse right here died at the fence line. She sliced herself up severely enough in her desperation to get to water that she had to be euthanized right there at the fence line while in the middle of the roundup of the other 24. And then another 30 plus stood at the fence line slowly dehydrating over the next several days with several collapsing. The PUD application states it is the intent of this PUD to keep the feral horses that roam this area safe and free. Clearly, as humans, we've already failed. Actual mitigation for this project would have involved actual conversation about how do we provide alternative water to these animals if we're going to block it off? How do we get them to other water if we can't provide alternative water? How do we help? It would have involved truly working together. Instead, I was accused of extortion because I asked for an alternative water source in order to be okay with the project. In the meantime, Wild Horse Connection was offered permission for previously requested diversionary feeding for public safety, twice in exchange for other things. When we talk about providing water, the NRS 533-503 is being quoted by the NDA and the developer. It applies to livestock on public land and does not apply to private land with municipal water. Context of the full NRS, including relevant definitions, is everything. There was also a comment sent in from an attorney about that NRS that I encourage you to read. The wetland that we have been told the horses had to be kept out of, here, turn it here, actually does not appear to be part of the Army Corps of Engineers permit, which actually appears to apply to the mitigation channel here next to the creek. The horses have been drinking from Crane Ditch, which runs along here, not from the creek itself, which is fenced off. The map from the Army Corps of Engineers and the supporting packet is unreadable, so unless something is distributed that clarifies differently, I have a letter stating that when the fence separating the horses from the creek was moved out of the mitigation area, they met compliance with the permit. In 2020, I stood right here and said that horses would stand at the fence line and die of thirst. That nearly happened, and it may have happened. There are still a couple of horses unaccounted for. At that time, the council denied the PUD amendment due to lack of wildlife and horse access to water, but here we are again. While a PUD already exists, I'm aware, based on the plans for this property and the one thing we all agree on, which is to draw the horses away from development, and the fact that Sunny Hills owns a lot of surrounding property, we're asking for an alternative water site for a holding tank and trough, and without it, we cannot support this amendment or any other future permits for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if you want to open the public hearing and we can have City Attorney read the bill number.
Okay, thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Has correspondence been given, or any correspondence received, proper notice given?
Proper notice was given, and we did receive correspondence as 16 letters or voicemails, 5 in opposition, and 11 of concern.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll send it to our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7278, case number LDC 24-00031, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD amendment. A request has been made for an amendment to Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 Planned Unit Development PUD Handbook to A, reduce the amount of non-residential from 178,600 square feet to 117,612 square feet. B, increase the minimum dwelling units from plus or minus 575 units to plus or minus 609 units, and C, modify the allowed land uses, design standards, development standards, and street design standards. The plus or minus 77.37 acre site is located southeast of the eastern terminus of South Meadows Parkway, north of the northern terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway, and east of Steamboat Creek within the Bella Vista Ranch PUD zoning district. The site is located within Bella Vista Ranch 2 PUD zoning district and has a master plan land use designation of special planning area, SPA Ward 3.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Leah, it's all you.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Leah Picotti, and I am an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I am presenting an application for the Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD amendment. So the site that we're talking about here tonight is a 77-acre site, and it's located basically at the intersection of Rio Wrangler Parkway and South Meadows. There are a few requested amendments to the PUD handbook, but basically the request is to reduce the amount of non-residential from 178,000 square feet to 117,000 square feet, to increase the maximum dwelling units from 575 units to 609 units, and to modify the allowed land uses, design standards, development standards, and street design standards to be in current conformance with Reno Municipal Code. Give you a little bit of history on this project. It was originally approved in 2013. When it was approved, you can see there, Village A, B, and C in yellow on your screen were created. Villages A and B were residentially designated, and Village C was designated for non-residential or commercial uses. At that time, the adjacent uses were a shooting range next to the non-residential area and a gravel pit next to the residential. What has changed now is that we now have different uses adjacent. So the gravel pit is gone, the shooting range is gone. Where the gravel pit was has now been replaced by Talus Valley, and this is being currently developed with single-family residential. And the area where the gun club shooting range was is part of Damani Ranch, which is mixed residential or something like neighborhood commercial in our zoning district, in that it could be developed with residential uses or neighborhood commercial uses. What the applicant is proposing to amend is to get rid of those 3 villages and to replace them with 2 land use designations. The one you see in pink on your screen is suburban mixed use, and the one in orange is mixed neighborhood. The applicant has proposed to move the residential area from the north of the site down to the south of the site to be adjacent to that mixed residential zoning now that the gun club is gone. And the suburban mixed-use area will consist probably of residential and commercial uses. That northern portion there, right at the intersection of South Meadows Parkway and Rio Wrangler, will be designated for 5 acres of non-residential. So again, today's proposal, the 2024 proposal, would be for 117,000 square feet of non-residential and 609 dwelling units, which is about 34 units more than what was previously approved. So again, this is a 34% reduction in commercial square footage and just shy of 6% increase in residential. Now, one of the reasons for this is that Talus Valley has been approved, and approximately 500 feet to the northwest of this project is 123 acres of what is proposed to be commercial development. So in terms of zoning, we wanted to move the commercial portions of Bella Vista Phase 2 to the portion of the site that Talus Valley is going to have adjacent commercial, and move those residential uses down to where we see future residential. So some of the updates to the handbook and the development standards include that the height of the buildings was allowed to be 45 feet. It has been reduced to 35 feet. The front setback was 20 feet. It's now proposed to be 3 feet or 20 feet, which is consistent with Reno Municipal Code. Minimum lot size was 30 feet width. They have asked to reduce that and make it none. The FAR, or the floor area ratio, was 0.5%. They are proposing to remove that ratio, although I do have to point out that if the whole 5 acres is developed with 117,000 square feet of commercial, you would be at an FAR of about 0.25, so it won't exceed that. The Feral Horse Protection Plan has been updated to be in compliance with Nevada revised statutes and Reno Municipal Code. In 2018, you heard a proposal for amendments to the same PUD that was ultimately denied. And one of the concerns in 2019 is that Reno Municipal Code at that time did not have a feral horse management plan. So since that time, staff was directed to add that to code. So staff worked with the state and I believe with Wild Horse Connection to come up with standards in our code that now apply to all developments that are in an area where feral horses roam. That feral horse protection plan that has been added to this is the same plan that is in Reno Municipal Code. It is the same plan that was applied to Talus Valley not that long ago, and it is the same plan that was applied to the canyons. Also, landscaping signage and architectural standards have been removed, and those now just default to Reno Municipal Code, which staff appreciates. Regarding master plan policies, there are several master plan policies that apply to this site, and I can go through each one of them, but basically, we're looking at an environmentally sensitive area. We want to promote the protection and conservation of significant wildlife habitats, slopes, streams, drainageway environments for the purposes of wildlife survival. We want to maintain and improve habitats for flora and fauna and facilitate wildlife movement. We want to identify, prioritize, and protect open space land and areas that provide wildlife habitat, including primary plant communities found in the area and corridors connecting large open space areas, especially those that could be used for migration. Wildlife corridors, to the extent possible, new development should protect and conserve wildlife areas and significant wildlife habitats and other environmentally significant lands necessary for wildlife habitat, movement, or reproduction. And then down on the bottom there, we have a couple of implementation strategies from our master plan. And basically that says to refer development applications that may impact threatened or endangered species to the appropriate agencies for review and comment. And our master plan specifically calls out the Nevada Department of Wildlife as our partner agency on that. So when staff looked at these master plan policies, we determined that 46% of this 77-acre site is going to be dedicated to open space, wetlands, trails, and a 4-acre park. The wetlands that you saw there on the map, it's about 27 acres of it, is protected under the 404 federal wetlands permit. That will continue to provide a wildlife habitat. It is currently used for migration, movement, and reproduction and will continue to do so. There is a major drainage way on the site that is so severely disturbed that we're not exactly sure where it is, but the plan is that the applicant is going to locate that major drainage way and improve it, and that will provide for a wildlife corridor once it is improved. Also, the Nevada Department of Wildlife did review this application and they provided comments. They showed that raptors were the only sensitive species in this area. And if you go back and you look at the original handbook and some of the appendixes that were in there, they had to go through and look at nesting sites and protect those sites, flag those sites. So overall, the planned unit development recommended findings are on the board. Staff analysis determined that the amendment is consistent with the original objectives of the PUD. It is expanding housing options consistent with surrounding uses in the area. On-site commercial in the adjacent PUD will provide a balance. There's no changes proposed to the amount of open space. There's no changes amount to public services, light and air amenities, recreation or visual enjoyment. That's all staying the same. As for compatibility, the amendment actually improves compatibility by moving that residential section down to the south and the commercial section to the north. It also addresses a unique situation because that original PUD was approved 11 years ago. And as we all know, things in that area 11 years ago are much different than they are today. So staff's analysis determined that the amendment addresses the changes over the past 11 years, and those also include our changes in policy with our master plan and our changes in Reno Municipal Code. It does improve the compatibility within the master plan, and it provides a public benefit by providing additional housing, parks, trails, and preservation of that wetland. Overall, I just want to say that staff's perspective on this request is fairly straightforward. This is to revise the standards in this handbook based on surrounding uses that have changed over the past 11 years. The wetlands are federally regulated, so they will not be affected. The applicant and the handbook are following Nevada revised statutes and Reno Municipal Code regarding all protection on the horses. Commercial is being moved to the northern portion of the site because that's a major intersection of an arterial and a collector, and the previous area is now surrounded by residential. Additionally, there's 123 acres designated as mixed use or commercial use, about 500 feet from the northern portion of this development. Additionally, the overall density is being reduced. The previous approval allowed for 575 homes on 19 acres, which amounts to about 30 dwelling units per acre. This amendment would allow for 609 homes on 27 acres, which reduces the dwelling units per acre to about 22 dwelling units. And the development standards that were removed now default to Reno Municipal Code. Staff sees this as appropriate and also a major improvement. The recommended motion is on the board, and I am available for questions, and the applicant also has a presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Okay,
Thank you.
at this time, I think we should have the applicant come in, and then we'll ask you questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. Staff did a fantastic job of giving you an overview of this, and so a lot of my presentation is going to be a little bit redundant, but just really meant to emphasize the high points of this proposal. As mentioned, the property is located essentially what will be the intersection of South Meadows Parkway and Rio Wrangler, so two arterial streets. Some of the background, there's been a lot of changes. You heard it from staff, and you'll hear it from us too. Since the original approval of this, obviously a lot of development has occurred to the west and to the south. Most notably, what has occurred is the construction of Veterans Parkway, major RTC and public investment into our community. Talus Valley was approved and has started construction on their adjacent villages. Village 26 is directly adjacent to us, just to the north east there. That includes extension of South Meadows Parkway and half of the construction of Rio Wrangler to the south. Ultimately, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 would complete that construction to connect to the existing terminus on the southern end of the property. Bella Vista Ranch Phase 1 has been completed construction. As part of that, they constructed the Steamboat Creek restoration. They have the approved 404 permit with the wetland protection that included this property, as well as a flood storage basin that was constructed. And as staff mentioned, one major change that's happened is when this was originally contemplated, there was a gun club. The Sage Hill Gun Club was directly adjacent to the southeast quadrant of the site. That's obviously gone, so that's a major change that is being reflected in this new proposal. As staff mentioned, the old plan really had Village C in your bottom left. That's the original plan. Village C was commercial on Rio Wrangler mid-block. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but was done at that time because of the proximity to the gun club. Looking at it in the context and kind of, contemporary planning practices, commercial like that makes a lot more sense at an intersection, especially an intersection of arterials like South Meadows and Rio Wrangler. So what we're proposing really is just a swapping of land uses, moving that commercial from the south up to the north, and vice versa, flopping the residential from the north to the south. The changes then that you get in the amount of potential square footage or potential residential units, those are obviously the maximums and they can come in under that. There's a reduction in the non-residential or commercial square footage by about 61,000 square feet, and a slight increase in the residential by 34 units. Additionally, as staff mentioned, we've tried to modernize this to align it with your new zoning code that is in context of allowed uses. Yes, we have suburban mixed use as a kind of underlying zoning there, but we didn't use the full breadth of the suburban mixed use that's in your zoning code. We heavily modified that to be appropriate to this place. And as staff mentioned, some of those would be like the building height and things like that. So it's appropriate for this location. Design standards, development standards such as building height, and then the street design standards to not only be reflective of current standards in the city of Reno, but also what's been approved around us. This is just a comparison of this project request, digging a little deeper. There's been no change in the wetlands or flood storage. There's essentially the major wetlands area 1, which is the big green blob there in the center of the site. That remains unchanged. We've updated those design standards to really just defer to current code. And then we also prepared a new traffic study. The old one was several years old, more than a decade old, so we updated that. Really, the outcome of the traffic study is it's essentially a wash, just the swapping of the uses and things like that. The changes really don't result in any major traffic recommendation changes. You will hear, and you heard from staff about horse mitigation. We are following Reno Municipal Code, and quite frankly, it's really still in line with what was originally proposed in the original PUD. Those include fencing prior to construction, which the property has been fenced. It was fenced because construction was commencing on the Talus Valley project to the north of us. They have an extension of water and infrastructure, water main most namely, but infrastructure to the south, emergency access road along that Rio Wrangler corridor. So we were following the city's rules and regulations with respect to that, and the property had to be fenced to comply. We then will maintain a permanent fence along the boundary. The 404 permit then requires fencing around the wetlands to provide access from, I say they're large mammals, but I believe it's referenced as nuisance mammals in the 404 permit. Some additional context here, and this is no surprise to the council, you have approved funds to construct a fencing project. It commenced this summer. I drove by actually just this morning and saw the fence posts out along Veterans Parkway, just awaiting, kind of starting to string the wires. There's a couple things that are sort of in the mix with respect to our project. One in particular, there was a cattle guard that was going to be proposed at the end of Rio Wrangler. Obviously, because the property's fenced now, that's not required. And then the major improvement really is the city adjusting the fencing along Steamboat Creek adjacent to BLM land, which is more appropriate for the access of those horses to get into a large stretch of Steamboat Creek there to access water. Just an overview to kind of sum this up. Yes, it's a reduction in the non-residential from just over 178,000 to just over 117,000 square feet. Just a slight increase in residential units from 575 to 609 units. And again, not changing the densities or anything like that. Really, it's just the acreages are a little different when we swap those land uses from north to south. So that's what's reflective there. Modifying the allowed land uses to be, again, reflective of current code standards, as well as design standards, development standards, and street standards. And with that, myself and Garrett Gordon are here representing the applicant and happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. By the way, Leah, very good job. I know it's not easy to get up here. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. Okay.
It's not my ward.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez, anything?
Nothing for me at the moment.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor, Councilman Reese,
Nothing.
Councilwoman
Dewar.
Dewar, go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. I was wondering, Tracy, could you bring up that map that you showed on the overhead, I think? And then I wanted to, or a different map from Wood Rogers. Could you point out to us where these wetlands are that are the mitigation wetlands versus wetlands in general?
Can I have my presentation back up?
Could you bring up that map, because you had
It's
precise.
in my presentation. I can bring it up.
Okay,
Here we go. That's a great one.
okay.
So the wetlands, the 404 permit was part of the broader Bella Vista approval. So Bella Vista 1, which is the subdivision, Poliquitas Elementary, just to the west there on the left side of your screen.
Could you use the pointer or something?
Can I
That's
use
what
the
was-
pointer? I don't know.
There you go.
Yep. This is Bella Vista Phase 1. As part of that, all of these properties were included, Bella Vista 1 and Bella Vista 2. It included the realignment of Steamboat Creek, which is
So
here.
can you point out Steamboat Creek, please?
I am.
Oh,
This is Steamboat Creek.
I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, there you are. Okay.
This was a realignment of Steamboat Creek.
So that's been completed.
That's been completed. It also identified wetland areas here and here. Those wetland areas were identified in the 404 permit and are part and parcel to those.
And where's the mitigation wetlands?
These are all protected wetlands.
Well, that's not what I'm
There was
asking.
mitigation that was done.
You have a 404 permit? I'm just wondering what's in there.
There was mitigation that was done in the channel itself of Steamboat Creek. These were identified as existing wetlands to be preserved.
Okay, and then the channel, it sounds like where the horses have been drinking is to the east. There's a drainage or irrigation ditch, I
The
think?
channel, yes, the channel that the horses had previously been accessing was not Steamboat Creek. They were not, that is, Steamboat Creek has been fenced, that's not, and for many, many years. So it is essentially the outfall from the Damani Ranch Pond here. And it's an irrigation canal that comes up and around and then dives back into Steamboat Creek.
So my question is, you made a comment that the mitigation was completed, and you made a comment that horses or large mammals, you called it, were not allowed. Is that, I didn't see that anywhere in all the materials. We had over 600 pages, and I read virtually all of them. I didn't see that anywhere.
There were a couple conditions that were part of the 404 permit that required, one, no access for humans. They didn't want humans getting
saw that.
into the wetlands. There was also a condition to maintain fencing so that nuisance mammals, I think is how it's
Okay, I
referenced.
didn't see that, but could you provide that to the city so we have that in our records?
I think we have, but yeah, of course. we
And
can
the
provide it
other
again.
question I had is, you, in your 2013 permit, you had watering conditions that you put in the PUD. And Madam Mayor, do you want me to continue, or, okay? You crossed them out for this version, and what I'm concerned about is that in 2019, I guess, 18 or 19, when you came back in, you had pretty much the same proposal here, but the council denied it almost unanimously because the prior people would not make a commitment to water horses. I met with the developer and the developer's representative, I think probably at least 4 times, and I think the Wild Horse folks met even more. And they had come up with 4 watering areas. I remember Wild Horse Connection said, you know what, I think we can do with just 3. And the applicant, when they came here, they reneged on that, and they said none. And so the council denied that application. I'm supportive of what you want to do, moving your areas, increasing your residential, all of that, but I'm concerned that you have deleted out of your permit the conditions, and these are back in 2013. Mayor Shivi was on, Councilmember Breckus was on, Oscar Delgado and Neoma Jardin were all on. That was their first year. And I was not here, and we hadn't done a master plan yet. But what it said was access to water in Steamboat Creek will be maintained to the north of the project. And then it said the area north of South Meadows Parkway along the flood control easement will be fenced to provide a corridor for the horses to access Steamboat Creek. That's what you committed then. An additional 300 feet may be obtained from Butler Ranch. So there was an anticipation that you would negotiate with a neighbor to obtain more. And then it says that the master developer should be providing the corridor. And then it says finally that if it doesn't work out, you can come up with alternate locations to replace this water access, and they'll be reviewed with future development approvals. And what I'm concerned about is this is being deleted from your permit, a permit that was approved in 2013 before we had a Tracy and Naomi, a wildlife master plan. And I'd like to see this stay in, either as it is, to be worked out with staff because it provides the words alternative locations, or if it doesn't work out, I mean, I'm amenable, I'm sure the council would be, to have a mitigation fund. But you are required, according to our staff, to create a, and can you confirm this, I guess, our staff, Leah, to create a, you said a corridor for wildlife in the drainage district. You said that's in this project. I didn't see that, so.
Leah, you can point that out.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe it's on a map.
And also, then we're
Councilwoman
going to move on, just so
Yeah,
you know, because
I'm
we're
done.
3 over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, this is zoning. And when the applicant comes in for an actual development plan, whether that's a tentative map or whatever it is, that major drainage way is going to require a major site plan review, which is a full public hearing process and will be heard by the planning commission. Once that comes in, we'll figure out the logistics of that final wildlife corridor.
Okay.
But it is in my staff report that that wildlife corridor is going to exist within that.
And the
major
idea of the
drainage way.
corridor is to go to some place that has water or something?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the wildlife corridor, the problem is that even if we create it through that major drainage way, it's going to deposit into what's going to be the mixed residential neighborhood of Demonte Ranch. So,
Well, on your map, it showed it going to this drainage, this irrigation district that I guess has a name. But anyway, I'll cede my time now, and I
right.
just want to go on record, though, that I think that you should retain these conditions either as is or modified in order to move forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Madam, sorry. Madam
Yes,
Mayor,
go ahead.
There were some questions that were directed to me.
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer those, or
If-
I can? wait
If you
for
want to,
Councilwoman Dewar?
or would you like me to just move on? It's up to you.
It's up to you.
Okay, please, go ahead.
So just to address Councilwoman Dewar's questions, yes, in the 2013 version, and keep in mind, right, the original Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2, I think was originally approved in like 2006. I think it was amended in 2013. So this was part of that. What's on the screen now is actually from your website. This is the current version that we're amending. And so there was a water access area that was identified on the north side of South Meadows Parkway. I'll note, please note, kind of all the fencing that's pointed out. This fencing here around the wetlands area, the fencing around the perimeter, that was all contemplated at that time, right? To keep the horses out of that area. And so they were going to have this water access area to the north. What we've kind of stated and what staff stated, there's been major changes in this area. Most notably, Veterans Parkway was constructed. That area to the north there that's called out as water access area is currently your Veterans Parkway right-of-way. So that area, as part of the construction, it was also fenced and does not allow for the access of horses or people, for that matter, into that area. So that's a major change that occurred during that time. And then I would refer you back to kind of my presentation. You guys have kind of taken the lead, which we feel is appropriate as the governmental agency to identify areas where you have control to allow these horses to water, which is at the BLM, where the BLM land is to the north, in the fencing project that you were doing. It's currently under construction to allow them access. If you'd like more flavor on kind of horse access to water and water rights and private property, I'll defer to Mr. Gordon, and he can.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm not sure who this will go to, possibly the applicant. There was a shooting range out there at one point, correct? And what is going to be happening with the area that was a shooting range, that land specifically?
Sure. Andy Durling for the record. The gun club, the Sage Hill Gun Club was actually not on this property. It was adjacent to it. So, I can use the mouse, right? Oh, that's a big pointer. It was in this area where the pointer is now.
Okay.
That's been under reclamation for many years now. I think it's the Damani family owns it and has been going through kind of cleaning it up.
Okay, because that was going to be my next question is, I would presume that there's a lot of lead from shooting out there. If there's going to be any kind of cleanup for that area, I'm not sure what direction they would be shooting, but I'm just curious, anytime there's an outdoor shooting range.
There's no more shooting. The shooting has stopped for
Yeah.
probably more than a decade now.
Yeah.
And yes, there's been remediation going on to clean that up. But again, it was never on this property
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
It was just next door.
So there's no like contamination from people shooting over into your project site?
No, and we submitted to staff. We had done quite a bit of soil sampling out here.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will probably have more questions, but I'm not ready right now. If anybody else wants to come.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus, back at you. Okay, Councilman Martinez. Because it's your ward, isn't it?
Yes, it's right on the southeast
Is it?
corner, I believe, right?
It's you.
Yeah.
It's right over the line.
Okay, I
It's
thought
just
so.
on the
I'm
other
getting much
side.
better at figuring out where is everything moving
Yeah, I'm
or
looking at it
moved.
right now, just to
Okay.
double check, and it looks like it
Okay.
is.
All
Yeah.
right, Councilwoman Taylor. Councilman Reed. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. To follow up on my thoughts, you have said that the world has changed, and I can't see you now, so I'd love to be able to see you. You said that the world has changed and these things are tough to do now, or land has changed hands, or the Veterans Parkway was built, but it still does not take away from the council and your predecessors' plan to provide water for horses. And I think there is a way physically to do it. I think it is feasible. I don't know that it's advisable. But it does not, because it's hard, it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be done. We saw this summer when the horses were fenced out of the water that we had testimony that one died. I saw some even when they were moved to the new water area that they lay. It took them about a week to recover. They laid on the ground, not able to recover. So it was anticipation by previous council that you would address this. This is the last remaining water. Our project does not relate to your project. We're not mitigation for your project. We're not creating something for your project. We're creating something to add to the watering areas. So I think it's incredibly important. I have a brochure right here from NDA that says, it is, and I've sent this to council, can I supply federal horses water? Watering horses is legal under NRS. However, the NDA recommends not watering horses in or near urban areas and major roads, so I totally respect that. That's why I say that there's another way. And I will just, since you've stood up, Mr. Gordon, we worked together on a project down South Reno. That was the Ormat geothermal plant. And there was a requirement at the city to plant X amount of trees. And you said, both the trees won't be seen, they're in a bowl, they may not live, and they're not really providing the kind of mitigation that one would want. And so we agreed to take funds from you for a tree fund, because you said, we understand what the law is, the ordinance are, but it doesn't make sense to do it, and we like to handle it a different way. And so I want to say that I'm very open to something like that, where you would potentially, this is an offer, potentially do what you yourself kind of pioneered on that other project, which is to contribute to this. Finally, there's often been said that somehow it's illegal to water horses, even though the NDA says it isn't. And there is a statute that talks about not holding water rights. And I was in the room when I was a state water planner, and that was passed in 1995. And the point of it was they didn't want federal government to own water rights. Federal government owns a lot of land. And so they passed a statute that said that in order to own the water right, you had to own the horses. It had to be federal land. It had to be a federal horse permit, a grazing permit. In Reno, we don't have federal land. We don't have, we have bits and pieces, but in the area we're talking about, we don't have federal land. We don't have federal grazing permits. And the permittee, Tumwa, is allowed to put water to use under their permit. So I understand you've made the argument before when you've been here before, but I wanted to tell you, I think it's a misconstruction of that statute, which has definitions, and it specifically speaks to federal everything. So I would like to see this either remain as it is or be rewarded, and I have a simple rewarding if you would like. So thank you.
May I respond, Madam Mayor?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
So I believe everything you said completely misstates the law. and I've worked with you for 3 years on this, and I have showed you these memorandums from the Department of Agriculture that clearly states that these horses are livestock, and that you cannot water livestock unless you own, possess, or manage them. And why? Because you can't own, possess, or manage the livestock and water them without a water rights permit. And this is a memo, City of Reno memo, that I've shared with you many times and have respectfully said, if this memo is ever rescinded, it's ever amended, if it's ever changed, I'll be the first person to come talk to you. But this is still the quote-unquote law on the books, which clearly says, while there is no such prohibition against watering feral and stray animals incidentally, providing regular water sources for livestock requires a water right and permits issued by the state engineer. Nevada law prohibits, right? The word prohibits means, in my mind, that means absolutely not. You can't do it. Prohibits the state engineer from issuing any such permit unless the person seeking the permit is legally entitled to put the livestock on the land in question. The state owns these horses. Wild Horse Connection has an interlocal agreement with the state to manage the horses. Sunny Hill's my client, or I think what you posted on Facebook that somehow I personally, Garrett Gordon, own the horses. I do not. My client Sunny Hills does. They do not, in fact, own the livestock, and therefore don't own, lease, and otherwise legally possess the livestock. So it's crystal clear law, Councilman Dewar, and we've met on the property at least, I would say, a half dozen times in the last 2 years. We even fenced the property pursuant to your, and I say your because you've taken credit for it, over and over and over, a feral horse management plan, a fencing plan, a contiguous horse fencing with no gaps, which horses may enter the property in accordance with NRS. Perimeter fencing shall be maintained by the developer during construction. It's your, again, law that requires us to put a fence around the property contiguous with no gaps. I met with you on site. You asked, well, let's keep a gap open until your ARPA funds were approved to open up some additional watering. We did that. You said you needed 30 days. We waited 30 days. You said you needed 60 days. We waited 60 days. I think we waited a total of 90 days to work with the city.
Is he on 3
And
minutes?
Madam Mayor specifically told us she didn't want to see any more development up on the Virginia Highlands until there was a federal horse mitigation on the books.
I said that.
So this has not gone anywhere until this came on the books, and Madam Mayor, this is being incorporated into the handbook at your request years ago that you wanted a law on the books of how these are managed. So we are following state law, we're following your own code. The old handbook you're referencing that Andy just showed shows fencing wetlands, because it's a 404 wetlands permit, right? You can't bring in mammals, it says that. You can't bring in invasive species.
I just want to ask you, Garrett, really quick. So this is the NDA, the Nevada Department of Ag right here.
What I'm showing you here is Reno City Code.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, is that different than the Department of Ag? Because it says, can I supply them water? Watering horses is legal under NRS. So, and then it says, however, the NDA recommends not watering horses in or near urban areas or major roads or out of concern for public safety. And that is also really, I mean, it just pulls at your heartstrings because you're like, we want to water them, but at the same time, are we putting people in jeopardy of that public safety aspect, right? Here's the thing, the horses have been challenging, and I don't understand why, because Leah, I want to understand, according to this, you put everything in there that was asked from city council from when Councilwoman Dewar and I stopped everything and said, hey, this is what has to be in there, correct? Correct. Okay, because that is the most important thing, because we gave you direction and you followed that direction. Am I right? I just want to understand this because, I think it's important that, that we are following exactly what it was that was so important to make sure we were working with Tracy. Tracy was there. She also helped us. Am I right, Councilwoman Dewar?
I'm not really sure which time frame you're speaking. I'm so sorry. But
Okay.
if you can just refresh me, was it the 19, or was it the, the Daybreak? The 2019 was the Bella Vista, maybe it was the Daybreak.
Yeah, I mean, we've had several.
Yeah.
But we asked specifically, do not come in with a project unless it meets this criteria. So I'm just going to ask you, please tell me it meets the criteria, because we want to protect the horses.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Leah Picotti for the record. Yes, it meets all of the criteria in Reno Municipal Code. And going back to 2019, when a similar request was heard, the two things that the council asked of staff was they wanted a third-party mercury testing, which was done about in 2020, so that was
I
completed.
remember that. That's
Yep.
true.
Yeah.
And then the second thing was that they didn't want to see it until we had a standard in place of how to deal with these feral horses on these projects. So we created that standard.
Yeah.
All of the PUDs have adopted that same standard, and the same standard that Taos Valley and the canyons have adopted, Bella Vista is now adding to the handbook, as
So,
requested
Leah,
by staff and the
The
council.
question is, though, that everybody knows, and in fact, Angela is working with Wild Horse Connection to amend the fencing. This is fencing to keep horses out of roads. It doesn't, most of those developments that you're mentioning don't have water, don't have a requirement in their existing PUD to do a thing. This, that PUDs that are done before, at least at this time, that were done before statute changed or ordinance changed, we go with the PUD. This is what's in the PUD. I am not asking you to do anything illegal. Our watering area, we don't need any permits from the state engineer. Animals are allowed to drink from creeks, all animals. And since then, we also adopted wildlife criteria that you showed up on your screen. And those are the master plan that I cannot meet because I don't see where these wildlife, you're giving a question as to whether this corridor is going to be built or exist. So I'm just sharing, I don't think every project's different and all land is situated differently. And you can't just follow a law to the nth degree and then kill the very things that it's designed to help.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dorr.
It's inconsistent.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
However, in 2019, one of the reasons that the language was modified was at the advice of our legal staff. So if you go back and you watch the 2019 meeting, there's a whole discussion on the fact that that language is being removed because our legal staff didn't want watering horses in the PUD handbook, and they asked that the developer at that time, in an agreement with Wild Horse Connection, and that agreement be outside of this PUD handbook.
Well, I've never heard that, I'm sorry, Leah.
Discussed thoroughly in the 2019 hearing.
Okay, so we voted to deny it because they didn't provide the water. It was very clear.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very clear.
It was voted to be denied for two different reasons. One is that it had been stretched out beyond the 45-day deadline, so they couldn't continue it so that the developer could continue to work with Wild Horse Connection on that outside agreement.
The water.
That's why it was denied. So the water, and it was also denied because we didn't have a standard in place for what to do with these feral horses.
And now we do.
And now we do.
Okay, which is what we asked you to do.
Exactly.
Okay, I got to move on because Councilwoman Dorr, you and I are 10 minutes over. Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert, take it away.
I just want to make sure I understand everything that just happened there. It was kind of a lot. So there was original condition put into the PUD that said that there had to be watering of the horses. It was removed in 2018, 2019 due to, it was recommended to be removed by the city attorney's office. Okay, was it ever officially removed or just recommended to be removed?
Thank you, Councilwoman Ebert. This is Leah Picotti again for the record. It was recommended to be removed, but that PUD amendment was ultimately denied.
Okay. So
Although it was part of a larger PUD amendment.
Okay. So it is currently still in the PUD now?
Correct.
Okay, and so part of the requested change is to take that out?
Correct.
The accommodation for the horses? And Mr. Gordon is saying that we're not legally allowed to water the horses, so it should be removed. Am I understanding that correctly?
I can let Mr. Gordon answer
Yeah.
that question, but I can tell you that from staff's perspective and from the 2019 meeting, we wanted the city attorney advised that the language regarding watering horses not be in the PUD handbook. Because if it's in the PUD handbook, it's essentially zoning code, and then it's enforceable by us. If we're creating an agreement within this PUD handbook to water, when there's some gray area out there about whether or not we can water these horses and who's responsible for it and where it can be done, and especially within what's going to be an urban area, they wanted that to be taken out. So in 2019, what the council directed was that the developer work with the Wild Horse Connection on some sort of agreement separate from the PUD handbook and not have that in the PUD handbook at all. And that it just go with whatever the standards for fencing were at that time. Since then, it's been updated. We now have standards on that, and this is what they've added to today's
There's a
request.
separate agreement?
Let me make this very simple, Councilwoman Eber. I know it's a lot of moving parts. So 3 points. Up on your screen, current handbook. Wetlands are fenced. Area is fenced right here. Our property shows it's fenced. Water access area that Councilmember Durr is referring to. Not part of this project, not land that we owned, that is currently City of Reno Veterans right-of-way. So that's coming out because it can't be watered there, and we can't water it there. That's your land now. So number one, there's no watering being done on your property, and we're carving out our property. Easy. Two, you can't require watering on our land because it's one, a taking, but two, it's direct contravention of your requirement of us to fence our land. Your feral horse requirements say fence your land, fence the horses out. That's what we're doing. That's what the mayor required us to not do anything until that was codified, too. Number three, we can't go provide water someplace else on the hillside because of the Department of Ag requirement that we need a water right permit, and we're never gonna get a water right permit because we don't own the livestock.
And has there been an agreement made with, what was the other agency, Ms.
With
Picard?
Wild Horse Connection?
Yeah.
No.
Has there been any discussions with them at all?
There has not. And just for the record, all these prior amendments and developers, that was a prior owner, prior consulting group. My client, Sunny Hills, purchased this property in about 2020, 2021. We were not involved in all that prior amendments. This is new to us and new to a very straightforward amendment, given the changed conditions in the area.
Okay, have you spoken to the Nevada Department of Agriculture or anybody regarding the horses at all?
Absolutely. They own the horses, and they want those horses out of our property because there is major infrastructure being constructed as we speak. Lennar is building a bridge over the creek. Lennar is extending South Meadows Parkway over the creek. Lennar is building Rio Wrangler Parkway. A Tumwa water line is going in. There is a huge trench going in to this area. Department of Ag says horses are gonna walk and die. They're gonna fall into these trenches as they get to federally regulated wetlands. This is why your colleague to your right has been advocating for other fencing areas, and you spent significant ARPA funds to move them to public lands to water them, not the middle of a major infrastructure project. If you go drive out there today, your car will come up halfway up the tire of this construction equipment that's going on. Horses have no chance. So a long way of saying Department of Ag absolutely supports fencing, supports our fencing standards, and supports keeping the horses safe away from development.
Okay, so is there, I presume there's no water where the fencing is keeping them away from the construction. Is there any plan to move the horses or anything? Because here's what, like, I can't be okay with is just fencing them to keep them away from the equipment, but also fencing them away from water so they just die of thirst. Like, is there a plan to remove them from the area, or?
I think
I
that's
know
where
it needs to
Steamboat,
be-
right?
So that's your ARPA funds that you just spent.
Yeah.
I don't know, $3 million on, is to move your fencing.
500,000.
Yeah. it
Move
was-
your fencing up north where there's land, federally owned land, BLM, away from a construction site and development for water. And
Okay,
as I
but
mentioned with
the
council,
horses that are there now,
there's no horses there now. They've all been moved out. There are no horses on our site today. They've been fenced out. They're safe. And we worked with the Department of Ag and with the Horse Connection for a period of time. There's emails supporting this to help them get up the hill and up to the new water source. And I even volunteered on behalf of my client if they need easements or licenses to go up our property to get up to the new water source, no problem. I even offered to do, I guess they call it, I forget what they call it, but kind of stage some hay to move up and go up to the new water source. We offer that. We've been very accommodating.
can you show me on the map where, just while it's up here, where the PUD said that the access need to be for the water?
It was here, which is now City of Reno property. Oops. Because now, as you can see, when this was approved, Veterans Parkway dead-ended at South Meadows. Obviously now it goes all the way up to I-80. This water access area is now like right-of-way for Veterans Parkway owned by the City of Reno. So you guys are free to go tap in there if you want, but you've identified other locations where the watering is appropriate. And again, look at this 2000, whatever it was, nine handbook where it shows the wetlands and the property is fenced. Because you don't want wetland, you don't want mammals in federally regulated wetlands. Because you don't want manure in the wetlands, you don't want invasive species in the wetlands. It's like criminal and civil penalties to violate your 404 permit, to damage your wetlands. So that's why they should always be fenced. And your code requires them to be fenced.
Yeah, so I have another question, and it's not just about horses. So we have other large mammals. We have deer and coyotes, things like that. Is there any requirement that those type of animals have access to water? Because they would be considered native to the area,
In
not
our
feral.
mitigation plan, it says mammals should, and humans and mammals, which are the same, but it says both, should be kept out of the wetlands. So,
Mammals should be kept out of the wetlands.
And nuisance mammals. So mammals that are in there bringing in invasive species, like sitting in there for days, going to the bathroom and adding nitrates to wetlands, right? I mean, it's a problem to have horses sit there for days in wetlands.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Okay,
I'm not talking about
Councilwoman,
horses.
I'm
I mean
gonna,
like deer
I'm
or
gonna move
something
on.
like that. Okay, all right.
Sorry, we're
Digressing,
over time.
but, you know,
Okay.
I get in the weeds
So
sometimes.
here's just what I want to reiterate, and if I'm right, or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. This gets very confusing. And I absolutely, I mean, you're a huge animal lover, I'm an animal lover, you're an animal lover, you're an animal lover, you're not, so we all are,
We're
right?
animal lovers,
It's
too.
very confusing to hear, and I understand, like, hey, don't feed them because they get reliant on this, and then it causes a lot of problems integrating with neighborhoods and all these things, right? So then you're like, ooh, how do you do that? And then you have to move them. It's very complicated. And I don't know in my heart of hearts what is right and wrong, because you hear two sides of the story. That is just how it goes. You have one side that believes in something over here, and you have one side that believes in something over here. Completely different. However, I think both sides care, I do. But on this project today, if I think I understand well, right now you have no horses on your land.
Correct.
Okay, all right, no horses on your land, so that's important. So watering, are you saying watering is not going to be a thing because you do not have horses on your land?
No horses on our land pursuant to your Reno feral horse fencing plan we complied with. We fenced our property to protect them from the construction
And I
activity.
also heard you say there is watering at Steamboat, or you're leaving it open.
There's water there's water up and down the corridor, including with the ARPA funds that you just spent to create a brand-new watering hole. And I have pictures showing horses drinking out of that watering hole. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and I get very frustrated because we have been committed. Naomi has worked super hard on this. I know you guys have worked super hard on this, right? So I get very frustrated. We've invested, and also we have other people saying, hey, it's not your jurisdiction, it's BLM, it's state, and it's really, really tough to navigate. So I can see where it's gotten very, very challenging. it's very hard to understand. I appreciate, all the background and history, but it really is, one side has a different opinion than the other side, is what it really comes down to. However, what I'd say, this is 100 times better than where we were a long time ago, Leah, correct? That was really important. I have to commend Councilwoman Dewar. You were the one that really sort of paved the way on those requirements. I appreciate you doing that. That was really big, and we were sort of in shock why it hadn't happened before, and because of you and your efforts, that's really
still unaddressed.
remarkable.
I'm sorry, but.
Well, no,
The fencing is there, and that's a yay, but the, just fencing,
but the requirements, Leah said the requirements are in there, what we asked of when we put that in place, correct, Leah?
Yes, Madam Mayor. For the record, Leah Picotti, yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I think we are actually done, and we've actually done like 3 rounds based on the time. So I guess it's your word, Councilman, so I'm gonna let you make the motion.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. Before I do, I just have one quick question for our attorneys and just ensuring that the removal of that section is still your stance, and that's your recommendation to remove that from the PUD handbook.
Correct.
Okay, based upon compliance with applicable findings, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second discussion.
Yeah.
Can I ask our city attorneys, why is that the recommendation? Can you put that on the record?
Yeah, I mean,
Because I don't understand.
I think a lot of what, the testimony that you've heard tonight, we agree with, namely is that, we do not have the rights to that livestock, and we cannot require a third party to water feral livestock when it's in violation of state law. So the memo that was written in 2020, was it, is still the opinion of this office as far as I know, so.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, so few issues like the horse issue really demonstrate the last 12 years of poor planning by this city council. And it's developer-driven, the consultants come up with whoever's entitled some land, they want it this way, very piecemeal, putting us in a desperate situation of having to come up with infrastructure plans, and also a lot of disturbing carnage of these horses. And so, and then people come up, you don't have the right to do this, you don't have the legal basis, but you know what basis we do have? We have the basis to correct some mistakes we've made. I remember when the first Bella Vista came through. It was very much when the economy was starting to turn before the Great Recession, and they really struggle with it because it is very tough land. It is in the bowl, okay? So they came through, and we went with it. But then, Talus, whatever's Daybreak, and then other things up the hill came in. And all along the way, we could have done what we said in the master plan, which is do area planning and come up, just like DeMonte Ranch did. They knew they had a major issue of mitigation of the drainage ditches, and they came up with a drainage plan and assessed everyone within there for drainage management. We could have done that for the horses. We could have looked at some of the more sensitive areas and said, you know what? Under the land that we just annexed, you're 1 lot per 40 acres because it is so sensitive. So you're at 1 acre for one house for 40 acres in this rural subset of, tough land in the valley. We could do a lot of things, but here we are sitting with land that has had development grants that we've given, since 2005, going on 20 years of this, and they come here and act like they have the upper hand to tell us how it's going to be. No. You know what? We say, we're going to hold on this. You've got your entitlement. Go with it. If you can't go with it, then come back another day for a better entitlement when maybe the council has taken a systemic approach to planning for this issue that doesn't seem to be solved. He just went on about all the infrastructure going in and the horses who are about to die. Well, great. What you want is going to stand with what you have right now. And if you can do it, great. If you can't, you can't, but we'll see another day. You know, time and time again, the council has been put in the back to the wall in allowing them to come in and tell you how they're going to have it and get increased density and putting on the public this problem, which is, I know, is emotionally devastating to so many people down there. I don't go down there that much, but it really struck me in the last couple of years how many people even move to see these horses and how, like, it's their hell, okay? So, you know, no, you've got your entitlement. You live with it. You can build, great. If you can't, maybe we'll see you or some other property owner another day when they have a regional plan, and they're not going to sit up here and tell the council, you know, what they need to do and should be doing and
Okay.
run the show.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. So
All
I'm a
right,
no.
Thanks.
I,
Councilwoman Taylor, did you, no? No? No. Okay. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Obviously, this is really complex. There's a lot going on, but I'm gonna also be a no on this motion because I do think it's important to support the PUDs that we put in place and support what council has said and follow through on things. And you know, I don't fully have a solution for this, but I think that we need to you know, follow through on the things that we put in the original PUD.
And I think I'm very torn, because then what happens if we have horses that fall in those big, what are they called? They're big craters. Yeah. And then what happens with that? But here's the only reason that I am is because you're telling me there are no horses in there, and that means if there are no horses in there at this time, there will not be, correct? Period. So would we lose horses then? No? Okay, so I want to make sure. I guess moving forward, I want to see a little bit more clarity, and maybe this is something I think, to Councilwoman Breckus's point, come back with how do we navigate this? Because we've been going on and on and on and on and on with this. And we both did, Councilwoman Dewar and I originally, this is the very reason we were so strong about what that looked like. And is that something, Leah, that we have to change based on each project because no two parcels look alike? I mean, I kind of need to know, because it's very confusing. You put one thing in place hoping that helps mitigate another issue, and yet we're back here frustrated, and this one pulls on your heartstrings because, you know, you cannot help but feel so sad for the horses that don't get the attention that they need. So what do you think?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leah Picotti for the record. I think that our feral horse management plan that's in Reno Municipal Code is the baseline for this. And as always, with all projects, they're all unique. They all have certain characteristics that are different from other projects, and it is, of course, under the purview of this council to add conditions of approval or add language. However, in this particular case, staff is recommending that we do not add language regarding watering horses to the PUD handbook and make that part of zoning that then has to be enforced by the city.
Mm-hmm. And then what happens if another project comes in and then we're like, okay, different, we want you to put in water? Then what happens?
I think we're gonna use
Jonathan?
our same feral horse standards as our baseline.
I mean, Jonathan?
Yeah, I would agree
give
with staff on that. I mean, I think you have a standard in place. I mean, it's up to the body if you want to change those standards, or if you want to revisit those standards, if you want to revisit the master plan. That's totally fair, you know, going forward. But from a legal standpoint, in a practicality standpoint, you know, just what we have in code is what we have in code, and what we have in state law is what we have in state law right now. So that's kind of where we're at. But that doesn't mean it can't change in the future if you want to go down a path.
But you're also saying if we did water, they could make the argument saying, you don't even own those horses. So therefore.
Yeah. The problem's going to be that.
You think that's a legal problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, yes, yeah, I think we stand by our opinion, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure, because that's what's so hard about it. It's so hard. So, okay.
Madam Mayor?
All right.
Final comment on the
Give
motion?
me, your final comment, and then we'll move on, because we
Yeah.
still have more on this agenda.
Right. Well, this is on the motion. I cannot support the motion. I'm very disappointed here today because I don't think that the developer wants to harm animals. I don't think that's their goal. And they claim, well, we followed your advice to the T, but the result of the advice is to kill animals. Animals have died because of this fencing. They will die. Some of them have found their way to the water and some have not. Some are still hanging around the fence looking for water. The horses, Mr. Gordon made a comment that the horses are safe. They're not safe. And only one issue's been addressed, and that is keeping them away from cars. And to your point, Madam Mayor, you said, what about the trenches? Well, the trenches will all be filled in. They're not going to have houses built with open trenches. That's part of putting in water, sewer, et cetera. It's a temporary condition. So I'm also disappointed with our attorneys that you've read the state law, and I hope to revisit that with you because it specifically applies to federal land and owned horses and not to people that are not applying for water rights. So we can cover that later. But the bottom line is that we have policies that the city has adopted in our master plan. And I'm going to just read what I can't find. It says, protect, maintain and improve habitat for flora and fauna, facilitate wildlife movement. It says, provide areas that provide, protect areas that provide water, habitat, especially those used for migration. This is a migration. The horses have been going there for decades. This project is interrupting their migration. Wildlife corridors should be identified and incorporated into the overall design or site of the neighborhood. On Stan Lucas, they have like 10 wildlife corridors right through their development. To the extent possible, new development should protect and conserve areas of significant wildlife habitats and other environmentally significant lands, including wetlands and stream environments. And features facilitating the movement of wildlife should be considered along a known wildlife movement corridor. This is a known wildlife movement corridor. Other animals, taking it away from horses, all animals should not be fenced out of these water areas. And I haven't heard any discussion about how we're planning to get water to all the other animals separate and apart from feral horses. I think that these language, which the previous applicant agreed to and which the current applicant, when they bought the land, they bought it subject to all entitlements and all permits. I think they've actually violated their current permit, which requires these things. I'm concerned about that, but I haven't made a big point about that. Been trying to look at the go forward. So I cannot support it, and I've put my reasons why. I also was unable to, not just the master plan, but there's a number of policies about protection of other resources, consumption, and so on. So anyway, but the primary one is lack of complying with the master plan. And I don't think just saying, oh, well, so sad, too bad, we're just going to let the horses die.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then just lastly, Tracy, I want to understand a little bit better, kind of what you also work with the state, correct? So with them saying, hey, they're not our property, we shouldn't be watering them, like, what's your take on that? Because you are working with them. So come on up.
Tracy Wilson for the record. I want to be clear because there were a couple things that just said, we're not asking for those fences to come down to let the horses back in. We're asking for a site. Sunny Hills owns a lot of land up there. We're asking for another site to help move them up the hill.
Okay.
To put water. The horses that were displaced from this site, 24 have lost their freedom. One has lost his life. We don't know about some of the others. Some have managed to move on. We got some of them actually trailered down to the site that the city has opened. There are others that are drinking from a temporary source. It's going to go away soon, and when that goes away, we're going to be right back to where we are.
Why can't you bring them to the city side?
They did.
Well,
I
we did the
understand
ones
that,
we
but you're
can,
saying-
we have to get on somebody else's property to get to them. That was a limited permission. We have to be able to get to them, and that's a huge undertaking that costs a ton of money for Wild Horse Connection. They have to pay the fees for the rescue team to come load those horses up, try to move them. There's risk in every time we have to do that. We're doing the best we can. We've moved 59 horses out of South Reno waiting for the fence to go in. This has been a really rough year, but I want to make it clear that we're not asking for the fences to come down. We're asking for an alternative site to put up water. There is a letter from a water rights attorney here in Reno in your packet explaining the law that is being misconstrued. So I really recommend before the second reading, everybody read that. I will re-email it to everybody because it's super important to read. As far as working with the state, yes, we do work with the state. The NDA is getting more and more contentious.
I'm just curious, if we water there, I know we've been going over and over this, but if we water there, isn't that dangerous for
We
them?
don't want to water there. We want to water up the hill.
I get that. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If we water up the hill, isn't that still dangerous for them? Because doesn't it eventually go away, I assume, or?
You're going to have to move it as it goes, but remember, we're also doing a fertility control program, bringing down the population. So eventually, we're going to hit that stable point where they've got water farther up the hill and the populations come down. But this is a work in progress.
Okay, so is that why you're saying this is all changing? Because, I mean, remember, we put those requirements in place. Leah
Yeah,
just.
we 100% support the requirements.
Okay,
Those
okay.
requirements are all for public safety.
Okay,
This
yeah.
is to prevent somebody from dying when they hit a horse on the streets. That's what those code requirements are for.
Okay.
This particular project, because it had direct access to where the horses have been watering for decades, is a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, we worked with Dolan. Let's get
Yes.
them around the backside of the project so they can get to
Yes,
their existing
that's why I'm so
water.
confused as why we're here, why does it get to this point?
We can't,
Like,
we
this
can't
is
force
not
the
right.
horses. I mean, we're doing our best to direct them where they need to go.
Okay.
But they're living, breathing animals with minds of their own.
Okay, and Garrett, I know you care about horses too. So will you please get in a room with Tracy and work some of these details out? I appreciate that very much.
You know, the
All right.
PUD says
Council-
alternate locations to replace water will be reviewed. I don't know why we wouldn't leave that in.
Okay.
I really don't.
I mean, I don't even know what, I'm just going on what our attorneys are saying because I'm listening to John Chipman. This has been very confusing, but I also want to come back and make, I don't want to be here again, and I want us to do something that really
I'll
makes
recommend a
lasting.
change.
Yeah.
I'll recommend a change.
Or something, we got to handle this. Anyway, okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right. Okay, where are we at, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we're on C2, Calvary Chapel zone change.
All right. Any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment from Damian Cole.
Damian.
Madam Mayor, if you want to open this public hearing, please.
All right, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given, and we did receive one letter of correspondence in opposition to this item.
And I'm just requesting that public comment is only on this item, correct?
We have public comment registered for item C2.
I think we're in C3.
We're in C2.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's a long day. Hi, Damian.
Hi, Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm sorry for usurping your time. I am not talking about C2, I just need to read. I hate it when people lie.
Sorry, Damian, we have to make comments on the item that's in front of us, so if it's not a comment on item C2, we cannot accept public comment. Thank you.
Damian,
Mayor, with that, we have no
hey, Damian, I
additional-
sent you an email, so you should look at that. Okay. All right. Come on up. It's all you.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Carter Williams, Associate Planner for the record. Before you today is a request for a zone change from a property just over 2 acres in Ward 3. It's located on Edison Way, just south of Mill Street. The specific change is from industrial commercial to mixed employment. The master plan designation is mixed employment, which is effectively designed for this, this specific zone. So it's conforming to that master plan designation by the same name, and it's adjacent to mixed employment to the east of the property. From a use standpoint, at a high level, this change is going from more of a medium intensity industrial zone to more of a light industrial zone that supports more mix of uses, like commercial. So most indoor and light industrial uses will be allowed by right. All commercial uses that are already allowed will maintain, like office, retail, and restaurant. More intense industrial uses that are allowed industrial commercial that may not be compatible for this area would require additional review or are prohibited. And any change to this property would require a commercial industrial use established on this property would require a site plan review for compatibility with the adjacent school. The changes to the development standards are minimal, an increase in height by 10 feet. There's no real impacts to any uses in the area, no residential. It's all industrial, light industrial and institutional uses. The zoning map amendment findings are on the screen. It's generally in conformance with NRS. We're continuing that mixed employment zoning framework. So staff is in support of this, as well as the Planning Commission. And on the screen is the recommended motion. And I believe the applicant has any questions if you feel it's necessary.
Miguel. Madam Mayor, in the interest of time, unless my colleagues have questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right.
Before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and read the ordinance.
Okay, thank you so much.
So we're on.
Take it away, Carl.
C2, ordinance introduction, bill number 7279, case number LDC 24-00063, Calvary Chapel zone change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 2.16 acre site located on the east side of Edison Way, plus or minus 728 feet south of its intersection with Mill Street, from industrial commercial, IC, to mixed employment, ME, Ward 3.
Thank you so much. All right, any questions? Seeing that there are none, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Based on the compliance with the applicable findings, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer for second reading adoption.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Councilwoman Dewar?
What?
I'm going to have to,
Okay. Leave? Okay.
I
Grab my pen.
cannot get on top of this headache, so I'm going to leave and I'll get on the phone.
All right, we are moving on to item C3. And C3 is about a Stevenson Street abandonment. Can we have the staff? The staff
Madam Vice Mayor, if
presentation?
you would like to open the public hearing.
Sure, thank you. I'll open up the public hearing and ask were any comments received or correspondence on this item.
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and we did receive correspondence as 14 letters total, 2 in support and 12 in opposition.
Okay.
And we do have public commenters when we get to that point.
Okay, well, maybe we should have the public comment.
Okay, our first public commenter today is John White, followed by Damian Cole.
Good evening, council and mayor. My name's John White. I own the 20th Century Building, which is 25 yards.
Building.
Thank
I've
you.
wanted to go in that building forever. I love that building.
It's about 25 yards east of Stevenson on First Street. It has no direct access to Stevenson. It doesn't abut it. But we have been having more and more problems with parking. The building was built by the 20th Century Club back in 1925, and so we're having our 100th year anniversary next year. And I'm concerned about the survival of the building. I think staff has done a good job. I looked at some of their recommendations, but I don't think that they paid enough attention to the city's soul. This is part of the city of Reno's tradition and history. And it can't survive without some kind of parking. It's that simple. there is street parking for 2 hours for clients, and that's fine. But for the staff, the people that are there, they're there 8 hours, 10 hours, and they need some kind of parking. So I understand that on the Stevenson Street abandonment, the city is, which now has some 60 or 70 spaces, is going to give about half of those spaces to the developer next door. And I think that's not a very good idea. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And sir, what street is this building on?
It's on First.
First. That's why I just wanted to make sure.
55 West First.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And was there more, Madam Clerk?
Damian Cole.
Excellent. Clicker?
It's on the mouse. Do you see it there?
No.
No mouse?
Leah stole it.
No worries, thank you.
Leah did steal it.
Okay, and because I did not find this out until I was sitting down, I actually have something else too, so. While everything was going on, hi, Madam Mayor, to the council, Damian Cole for the record. So in 2020, I'm against abandonment for the same reason that the city council seemed to be against abandonment at the time. In 2020, this was the original plan for the area in question. They were going to have a greenway, and parking apparently was not going to be.
You need to use the mouse if you're showing us something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I have a picture on the.
Right,
phone.
but
Okay, well, let me get to the point. So, yeah, there we go. So that greenway right there was the original plan between these two different residential buildings. Okay, so parking was in the back off of Second Street. That's where cars really belong, not on the Riverwalk Street, which is First. So we're talking about, Kerry Koski saying, different networks, so we gotta think of the network. Anyway, so it feels like it's a temporary solution for a problem that should be planned for through development. I don't know of any development plans for the parcel west. Can we switch back to the PDF? And I really think that it's premature to do an abandonment until we actually have a development plan. So currently, this is what is. I'm saying, what if, whoops.
there you go. You got the mouse.
Yeah, but,
Just run it on the ground there on your desk.
okay, there we go. Thank you, right there. Okay, so I'm thinking, why not have because remember, this is the Ponian edition, and the Ponian district has a different type of parking. Basically, it's supposed to look like residential, and it's supposed to kind of taper off, so we're kind of in that transition zone. So I'm saying, okay, well, if this is such a problem where parking is not available for the Riviera, maybe we need to include a bigger garage that can handle both of these properties, because it's my understanding is that both of these are owned by the same developer. So I'm thinking, okay, service parking should be metered, and it should be for the public, and I'm not against having it go one way like that, but I think it should service the community for that area by increasing the amount of parking. That can be handled by, see those two white areas there? Have the subterranean parking and then have some ramps that come up that allow people to get to the surface. And the subterranean parking can be for the development, for tenants of these developments, and then the surface street can host for people visiting the Riverwalk. I think that would be great. Here's what it would look like with trees and everything put in the way. So I think it's basically, it's a premature thing. It's a solution for a temporary problem that should be addressed when the adjacent property is developed. I don't see a reason why we're getting rid of it, especially since there was an even more aggressive plan prior to completely take cars off of that area completely. They seem to have parking handled.
Okay.
Okay, you want me to keep going then? Madam Clerk, is there any more public comment on this?
We do not have any additional public comment on this item.
Okay, can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Good evening, council. Again, this is Leah Picotti. Associate Planner with the City of Reno Development Services, and this evening I'm presenting the Stevenson Street abandonment.
Crazy.
And I'll try to go through this as well as I can, but I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about what this is proposing. So I'm going to try to be as clear as possible, even though it's 8 o'clock at night. So the subject street is located in between First and Second Street. I think most people are familiar with the location of this, just north of Wingfield Park. It's a 32,000 square foot section of roadway. And the request is to abandon that roadway to the adjacent property owners to allow them to develop 68 public parking spaces. So I just want to say that again. We're going to abandon the roadway to allow these adjacent property owners to build 68 public parking spaces. We know that there's a need for parking in this area. The applicants know that there's a need for parking in this area. They've developed the adjacent property to the east, and they know that there's a need for parking. So they are going to develop this property with 68 public parking spaces. Subject property is located in the mixed-use downtown planning district. Key issues that staff looked at, by the way, we've had this application for a couple of years, so it's been thoroughly analyzed. Traffic access and circulation, public parking, landscaping and amenities, utilities, financial and legal implications, and the public benefit. To give you a little bit of background, as Damian pointed out, there was an application for abandonment in 2020. It looked something like what you see on your screen there. During that public hearing, there was talk about development on the adjacent parcel, and it could be tied to potentially some affordable housing projects and a parking garage. And so at that council hearing, staff was directed and the applicant was directed to go back and talk about potentially doing a development agreement. So when it was tied to a parking garage and affordable housing, a development agreement may have been an appropriate way to look at it. However, that's not what we're looking at today. What we're looking at today is abandonment of that 32,000 square feet, and about 5 feet of the property to the west is being dedicated to this project. Currently, there's an existing two-way street. There's approximately 20 parallel parking spaces. It might be 22. There are 11 metered parking spaces, and there is 5 and 6 foot wide sidewalks on both sides and a 5-foot landscape parkway on the east. Here's some photos for you. So this is looking south toward Wingfield Park. As you can see, there is parallel parking on the sides of the street. Here we're looking at that 5-foot existing landscaped parkway that will be maintained in perpetuity. Here we're looking at the 6-foot sidewalk that's currently owned by the applicant and will be maintained as well, sorry. Here you're looking north toward 2nd Street, and you can see the J up there. Also here again is that 6-foot sidewalk. And one of the things I do want to point out in some of these photos is that maybe it's due to the lack of parking, maybe it's due to the public not understanding, but every time I've been over to the site, people are parked in the red. They're parked in the curb cuts, they're parked where they're not supposed to be parked. There are some spaces that have parking meters and some spaces that don't have parking meters. So what the applicant is providing is something that looks like this. And it's going to be converted into 68 public parking spaces that are available for anybody to use anytime through a parking app. These 22 spaces on the end will follow the City of Reno time guidelines. So in other words, right now we charge $2 an hour between the hours of 9 and 6, and on Saturdays and Sundays it's free. These 22 spaces are going to say exactly that. The only difference between these spaces and the rest of the spaces is the time. So the other spaces are going to charge $2 an hour, 24 hours a day. Again, they are all open to the public. The public can use these spaces anytime they want. One of the conditions, all of the conditions of approval on this are that this be fully and completely developed prior to issuance of an abandonment. So we are not going to abandon this and then wait around and hope that at some point this gets developed. If this does not get developed, it does not get abandoned. There's going to be quite a bit of landscaping going in here, and I'll discuss that. Landscaping and amenities. Reno Municipal Code requires 15% of the total surface area to be landscaped. That's approximately 4,800 square feet. Proposed is 4,890 square feet, thereby exceeding the code standards. RMC requires 1 landscaped island per 12 parking spaces. That would require 4 islands. They are again exceeding code by putting in 10 islands. RMC doesn't allow any parking space to be further than 75 feet from a shade tree. Proposed is 35 feet from a shade tree, again, exceeding the standards. Amenities are not required by RMC. However, the applicant is going to put in 2 benches and 2 trash cans, and that will be maintained by them. RMC standard requires 1 street tree to be planted every 30 linear feet. So if this abandonment did not go through and the parking was not created, we would end up with about 16 trees on this street. However, they are proposing to put in 27 trees. We have also worked closely with Truckee Meadows Water Authority to make sure that none of the trees would be placed anywhere where it could impact any of the existing water lines, which was a concern back in 2020. Everything has been moved around. Truckee Meadows Water Authority has reviewed this and agreed that these trees are going to be placed appropriately and will not impact their water lines. The recommended abandonment finding is that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. Staff review and analysis has determined that vehicular access will be maintained through the site in perpetuity. Pedestrian access will be maintained through the site in perpetuity. We know we need parking in this area. They are increasing the public parking. Landscaping trees, we want this area to be improved. It's across from Wingfield Park. It's right there by the J. This is going to be a thoroughfare for tourists coming down to the park. Landscaping and trees are being added and they exceed the code requirements. And lastly, safety is increased by this. They are going to have this parking lot watched by security who's going to make sure that people are paying for the parking, that people aren't parking illegally, that people aren't parking in the red zone. Staff sees this all as benefits and therefore recommends approval of this abandonment. The recommended motion is on the board. I am available for questions. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah. Were you staff planner in 2020? Were you here in 2020?
No, I came in 2021.
Okay. So I saw it a little different on the staff, on the council direction. And that was, you know, you mentioned it was tied to affordable housing or some other items. The council entertained this and directed staff to work on a development agreement so that there was certainty that if we took this action, which is irrevocable, we're giving away a street, that it would be tied with great certainty to a development and the timing of that development. We didn't say what the development had to be because we didn't know, and I think at this time it's changed hands. And, you know, we've been burned. We've been burned on the Kimpton Inn that we changed a shade ordinance for. We've been burned on the Harrah's where we issued a skywalk permit. And so we really asked staff to use a mechanism to tie it to certainty. And that's why I've been so disturbed. And I counsel my colleagues that, you know, they close the development application because of inactivity. Maybe a new party came in. But to me, when you've got a 95% identical request, you follow through with what council gave you direction on, okay? And I'm not directing that to you personally, because I know you've got supervisors above you. You weren't even here. But it really poses an issue to me of, you know, we've got council direction and time, enough clock is run, we're going to move on. So that's point number one. Point number two is, you know, the public benefit, okay? And this sounds great because it sounds like we need parking and we're getting more parking. Well, if we need parking, we're getting more parking, why don't we send our Public Works Division and our Parking Division out to create the street to work for all? Why do we have to, are we at the point where we're privatizing parking because we just can't get it done? You know, I mean, you know, the speaker came around from First Street in a 100-year-old building, expresses a need. Father Chuck was here. I didn't hear him earlier, but I know the church, and I can speak for this, the church has really struggled with the parking configurations of this area. And again, me and my neighbors can walk down to the river anytime. It takes me 15 minutes. But I think about the residents in Ward 4, you know, way out in Ward 5, who don't have the opportunity of the, you know, the luxury of the river in their neighborhood to walk down. And when they want to come down on a sunny, you know, fall weekend, they're driving down. They don't need to, you know, figure out that, oh, this street of 100 years is now for this development. And here's the other thing, I'll yield the floor, but I want to talk again about what I'm seeing going on with these two adjoining properties.
Okay.
Because I think it's problematic too.
Thanks.
And not in the public benefit.
Okay.
It's in their benefit. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilman Martinez.
Will we be getting an applicant presentation, or is it just staff presentation on this?
Did you have a presentation, Mr. Kompotic?
I'm not saying I need it, I'm just asking.
Yeah, no,
if
I think, no, that's good.
I'd be glad to just go to Q&A, or, you know, there's always redundancy with the staff presentations, but I'd be glad to share.
Do you, did you have one planned?
I
today?
did, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, prepared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
prepared.
Don't need to be heard until I do?
I think you should.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, John Krompottek. I'm here on behalf of the applicants left side on this screen. Cromer Investments, Stephen Cromer is a developer around. You guys know a lot of his product. We've worked for years together. On the right side is Mod 1 and Mod 2, which is ECI Communities. They're on the
It's a
other
beautiful
side.
project.
Beautiful projects, right?
Yeah.
That one was explained in detail by Leah. Basically, I think the key points here, and I think there was a lot of confusion.
John, can I
Yes,
just ask you,
please.
Mod 1, Mod 2, and then what about, so they own the vacant property, Cromer Investments owns that vacant land right
The
there?
vacant property, right, that half block between the alley and the street right away. Exactly.
Okay, all right, that's yours?
That's Steve
That's yours?
Cromer, yes,
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
And Chris and T are part of the Mod 1, Mod 2 ownership.
Okay.
So here addresses Councilwoman Breckis's concern about the DA. This is the perpetuity of public access for both pedestrians and for the vehicle access that we've agreed upon with the conditions of approval. Nothing would change with the DA. There is the 26-foot that was agreed upon with our discussions with the fire department, and the sidewalk 6 feet on the west side, 5 feet existing on the east side. All 68 spaces are public and private use now, right? So we have the 22 on the south end, you can see closest to First Street there in blue. Those would be metered, controlled by the city. We just arrived on that, so we had at least as much parking provided for exclusive public use as exists today. It's actually a few spaces more. The other are the 46 will be privately managed for public use. So it's 68 spaces for anybody's use. The difference is because it would go to the the app, Parkade app, as noted in the staff report, for administration of those 46 spaces. There's a little more detail. We talked about some furniture and some amenities that staff did. It's in the staff report. Pay to park signs.
Yeah.
You get it,
Yeah.
right? There's a lot going on there, but it's part of the amenities of the entire thing.
Okay.
And there is what it would look like. in
Can I
Payne's
ask
Valley.
you, I
Please.
assume you did this because you needed more parking?
That's correct, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. Councilwoman Woman Breckis brings up some very good points of like, hey, we asked the city to come back and look at this, where I do think the city should have come back and actually worked on this because it was right in front of us. And that's what we asked, correct?
Yeah, we asked them to tie it absolutely in certainty to when the east side goes away.
But am I right this is because you guys need more parking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Please.
Did you work with, I believe it's John White? Did you reach out to Mr. White? Did you reach out to, who else was over here?
Father Chuck.
Oh, Father
right?
Chuck, yeah, Father Chuck, he's not here anymore.
If I may, you know.
So tell me about your outreach to everyone in that area.
Father Chuck and I, he had to leave. We talked in the chambers.
Good.
T has been the lead discussion negotiator with Mr. White, and I'll let her share those conversations, and Father Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Father Chuck says if he loves more parking. His whole thing is about.
I think we all do.
Of course, right? 68 spaces instead of 22 that exist today in favor of public. There's obviously public benefit. His concern was, the only concern he expressed was managing the app. And I said,
I got to tell you, my concern too.
Yes.
And especially like, just because, you know, and Naomi, you'll understand this, and actually you'll understand, all of you guys. Megan will understand this. We all have parents that we take care of. The fact that I would have to ask her to use an app would make my life a living hell. So how can we avoid that? I mean, it's just, some people still don't want to use their phones. It's really a nightmare. I also think the city should have done this, and the city should have put in the investment and added more parking. But I also think that Mr. White needs to have his parking. You should not be losing any of your spaces, and I definitely don't want you ever using an app. They're terrible. Don't start
he does
that.
not, so he's gonna have more parking on this south end. You can see where the meters are.
Uh-huh.
Closest to his office, right? He's right around the corner.
Yeah,
from that.
I see that, which is great.
Yeah.
But how do we, but for your staff?
Why?
What, I'm just curious, why? Oh, no,
But it's all metered today.
it's all metered right now.
Yes.
We have, I'm sorry, we have access to the.
Tell, yeah,
Now on Stevenson Street, and we used to have access until very recently to parking 70 spaces at the end of the alley, the north end of the alley, behind my building. And that was recently given to the developer of the
Go ahead
J,
now.
whatever that is, the casino.
Uh-huh.
The city gave those to the developer. So we don't have those anymore.
yeah.
So we don't have any parking for staff.
Oh, I see. So they now are parking over wherever they can.
Illegally and anywhere we can.
Okay.
You know, it's a mess, and the building will not survive without some stability to the staff parking issue.
Yeah. How many staff do you have?
I have 4, and in the building themselves, there are about probably 10 or 12. We used to rent 5 spaces from the mod directly behind our building,
Okay.
and before that, it was
And what happened to those 5 spaces?
they fenced it in and stopped us from.
Okay, so the mod is here. Why is that, sir? Come on up.
We, Chris Vargas, representing the owners of the mod on Riverwalk. When we bought the building, it was a lice-infested, flea-infested, 4 residents, empty, vacant, rotting building. We revitalized that, and we kept the same number of units. We didn't have enough parking just for our future community members. So Mr. White, I think, was leveraging the fact that the building was empty. And the previous owner said, oh, nobody's using those 25 spaces.
Yeah, that was nice.
Feel free to take them.
Yeah.
But when we renovated the building, revitalized it, brought in 49 new community members, they needed parking. So we, of course, we needed to give our own members of the community that parking. What I think we're missing is, I think the plan does put more parking on Stevenson Street for Mr. White than there is today.
Except for maybe not. People could park there and then there's really no parking for
Well,
him.
it's the same terms today. Anybody can park on the parallel.
Yeah, I know, but the terms today don't work for him, right?
that?
The terms today don't really work for him.
What doesn't, I'm sorry?
The terms for him today don't work because you're saying they're parking all over the place hoping they can find parking.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
In 1925, there weren't that many cars, and the 20th century ladies didn't have any thought for parking when they built the building. And so slowly over the years, it gets more and more crowded down there, and the parking is becoming intolerable, and the building cannot survive without the staff being able to park reasonably close,
Yeah,
reasonably in.
So 100%.
Yeah.
So we're going from 20 spaces to 68.
sure.
So I think we're helping his parking problem by introducing 68 spaces instead of.
Maybe, maybe not. We don't know, depending on the day,
It feels like a lot more to me.
right?
to go.
John, did you work with Mr. White? Did you reach out to him? Did someone sit down with him?
Yes, the team did. T specifically met with Father Chuck.
You did?
and- yes.
You met with Father Chuck
I did. Hi.
just
T
today?
for the
Hi,
record.
T.
No, not just today. I mean,
Okay.
we've been working on this obviously for years. I'm the newest partner in ECI, and so I kind of help take this on, being local, native, born and raised,
Yeah.
working, living, doing the whole thing here. So have a great relationship with Father Chuck and the church.
Yeah. And what
and-
about Mr. White?
And Mr. White,
Yeah.
yes. We did meet in his office.
So
and-
what kind of solutions did you
Well,
have for him,
you know,
other than you were gonna provide, you think you're gonna provide more parking spaces?
So when we first started, it was, well, okay, we're taking what the city-owned 22 meters is what we counted, and said, okay, well, that's gonna stay. We're not gonna take that away. Originally, we were talking about having that parking to our residents, and then Mr. Cromer would have, his street, his side of the street to do whatever he wanted with his side. Well, after having these discussions and being very vested about what happens to historical buildings and whatnot.
Yes.
I said, okay, so Mr. White said, well, I want, we started with 8 spaces, and then it went down to 2, and then we park in the, and I'm like, okay, I understand, it's been this ever-evolving thing.
Okay.
He's like, well, now we want 10. I'm like, all right, we've done a lot of work. We've worked with staff tirelessly. I can't guarantee anything because I can't guarantee an abandonment. And it's hard because the word abandonment is a little harsh, right? Nobody likes to talk about
Yeah.
abandoning the street, to Councilwoman Breckus's point.
Yeah.
It's giving
Yeah.
city property away.
Yeah.
But that is unfortunately the technical function we have to use for
Okay.
this.
Yes, I understand.
Yes,
Let me,
so, I mean, again, and having.
I just want to make sure that you had conversations.
Oh, yes, ma'am,
Perfect. Thank
100%.
you, thank you.
Yes,
I
yes, yes.
appreciate that. John, how much is this project going to cost?
About $500,000.
Okay.
Steve Cromer's dedicating, because, it's an odd concept, we're doing an abandonment, but he's actually giving up in favor of this project 3 feet of additional right-of-way of private property valued at $168, what's it, basically $7 million per acre. That's a $200,000.
I guess I'm confused why the city wouldn't do it. And
I-
we
I
would
think
hold
it's-
on, we would hold on to it, so you would get your win and you would get your win, and then we have full control over it. And then we're not fighting about whose is what. I guess.
I think the control is reflected in the conditions of approval, Madam Mayor. And it's really about, I think it's really about, some urgency and making a priority with these applicants who've been at this for a couple of years. I think it's just about, maybe a more aggressive timeline, because we talked about the same thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of expense here, and they're ready to go forward with it.
Yeah.
Can you take a 10-minute break?
Can we take a 10-minute break for a second? Because someone just proposed something to me which may or may not be suitable, but at the same time, I just feel like this is something the city should do. Go ahead.
But before we do that, maybe I could get some of my concerns on, and then maybe the solution.
Yeah, go
could
ahead.
Incorporate those.
I'm going to
that
step
a-
over here. You
Can
go ahead, yeah.
Well, I would like you to hear them, but.
Hear you?
Okay. So Councilmember Breckus brought up the Kimpton Inn and the Harrah's of us trying to lean in to accommodate to development. Another example that I'm concerned about was the Riverside project. So there was proposed to be a street abandonment, Washington Street. Washington used to go all the way to Riverside. Way prior to our time, it was agreed to abandon that street and go into a PUD. And then the PUD was amended, and I think it was amended a 3rd time. And then there was a 4th amendment, and I understand life changes. But the challenge is that the Fourth Amendment ended up, and the proposal was to build a one-way street with parking. But what ended up being built in the Fourth Amendment was actually a building right in the middle of the street. Because once we abandon it, we don't own it. Somebody else owns it, and they can convey it to any other third party, because it's theirs now. It's been abandoned. And even though their plan was to build parking and parking in a certain way, that didn't actually happen. And that's why I was supporting the development agreement, to give certainty where we were going. I think it's premature because I went out to the site. I looked at the land that was to be developed to the west, the big open parcel. And the owner told me that he was looking at developing in 5 years. He said maybe a grocery store, which sounded awesome, but maybe something else, because we also know 5 years things change. Public came to me and they said, Naomi, we get it, we need more parking, but there should be a bike lane between the parking and the sidewalk so that we don't have people having cars back out into bicycles that are going down the street. That the bicycle line should be on the inside next to the sidewalk. The public benefit, this is where I'm really challenged. We have an asset, a street, and I completely agree with where the mayor's going. I think we should build this project. I think it's a great idea. I think converting it into one-way, great idea. That's why I was supportive years ago.
Yeah.
I think having angled parking, whether it's horizontal or angled, all makes sense. I think angled is more safe than straight in. But the public benefit is that we would collect the money from the meters. And what you've proposed is to have $2 an hour for 24 hours. That's $48 an hour for people, instead of right now, I think there's 9 hours of parking at $2 is 18. So parking in that spot would go from $18 to $48 under this proposal for 24 hours. And I think that's a lot, but I concern it's going to the applicant. It's not coming to the city. So we have a public asset. We have an opportunity to create more parking. It's very egalitarian. Everybody can park there. The money is far less than $48 to park there all day. And I really think that I'm not prepared right now based on what I've heard. I love the idea. I just don't want to privatize a city asset. I think we should move forward and do your plan, add the bike lane, create more parking, and move forward. So that's where I'm sitting.
The other challenge is the money. We keep hearing, where are we gonna get the money, okay? So that is a problem. I also understand for you guys, you want it to be quick. And I love what you guys do. I think you're incredibly visionary compared to what we do. And, it's just a different kind of style. But I think there is a sentiment of everyone should be able to use it, and then there's this fear that if you control it, then someone else will. And honestly, why haven't we had discussions about maybe you guys helping us build it, we pay you back, and it's the same design?
I think the payback is, right, there's a little bit of payback by the parking revenue. You give
The 48 hour
You give
dollars.
$250,000 of real estate up plus $500,000 of cash outlay to make the improvements. Have full-time public benefit for the access to the parking spaces, right? But somehow you gotta overcome the expense, and that would be the parking revenue. It's obviously not gonna make up the capital expenditure of $3.25 million.
Well, you said 500,000.
Plus, I'm talking about the valuation of the real estate. If the city did it, you'd have to go acquire the real estate from Mr. Cromer, right? You look at appraised value today.
I don't think so. Why?
There's not enough space.
Oh,
We
to
did the
do what you
absolute-
wanted to do. I see what you're saying.
Maybe they
Well,
would
no, I mean,
donate that.
to do it right, you gotta have a 6-foot sidewalk plus the 5 that's existing.
I see
the
what you're saying.
parkway
And a bike lane.
strip. So it's as tight, well, if you add a bike lane, now you're even biting more into his property,
But
right?
there's a 26-foot width. You explained it to me.
The 26-foot was required by the fire chief.
Yeah,
So
but-
that's a non-negotiable.
I just don't understand why we don't work on this project together.
Right.
It seems like we've done this
We-
in a
That's what we've
silo.
been doing with staff for the
Yeah.
last couple of years. It's
No,
been a
but not at-
partnership.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
not at the council level where I
Right,
think
no,
we
of
had
course, yeah, I
more
respect-
purview to get things done quicker. Like Councilwoman Brecka said, it was a while ago. I was, and honestly walked away from that at that time feeling like, gosh, we missed a really good opportunity.
You mean on the last proposal? Yeah, completely different scenario, right? That was an abandonment. This is
Yeah.
a repurposing, really, right? Because the street's not going away. It's actually getting.
Right.
But it won't be our street.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, So I want to bring up, something else about this that I really think you all need to understand and remember this is, and I appreciate Mr. Vargas coming in and buying the Mod 1 and repurposing it. But when he went to do the Mod 2, he took advantage of one of our policies, which is we don't say how many parking spots you need when you're building housing. We're going to let the market decide. And every developer in town wants that. Less regulation. You decide. They didn't figure it out right. So now they're coming on the public for it. And if you abandon this and privatize those spots, maybe you'll have more spots on Stevenson Street now, than you do now, but you'll also lose the opportunity to, take care of one of your streets that's been there for 100 years to a new future. If you do that, you're telling every developer in town, if you mess up, you don't have the parking, come look at the city. We'll just put, private parking signs all over. That's really bad. So if you go with this, I would very much suggest to you that you go back into Title 18 and you just go straight and make every developer park their projects. And we had a lot of this come up on Riverside Drive when we sold that land. We said, yeah, our regulation says you figure it out, you figure it out. And that is a real risk that, that you're sending out there, is just come on in and we'll give you a parking lot. What I haven't understood through this whole thing, and I don't like to tell people what to do on their private property, but I don't understand why Mr. Vargas has not gone to Mr. Cromer, who doesn't seem to have a whole lot of ideas about how to use his property soon, otherwise we'd be in a development agreement, and say, let me build a temporary parking lot here, surface parking lot here. We've got a permit, we've got standards for temporary parking. Don't make it our problem. The theory behind letting developers decide how many spaces they need for their communities is that they go out and figure out where to get parking. And here they're coming in and asking for a resource. And, Ms. Tran said something about Mr. White wanted 10, and laughing, and that's, unreasonable. But it's not unreasonable. Because you know what? If he's got workers showing up at 8 a.m. and they're willing to pay, $2 an hour all day long, they get 10. But this opportunity loses the opportunity for downtown, for anyone to come down and use the rest of that street. And I will again say, because I know this has been an issue with Father Chuck, is we did we used to have more public parking in this area. We sold it to Jacobs right across the street from the church. And that's what Mr. White was talking about, because we created a scarcity and now we're creating even more scarcity or the potential to expand if we go with this privatization scheme.
Go ahead,
Can we
Mr.
just make
Krompotnik.
sure we're all on the same page with regard to Mr. White? How is he not benefiting from this relative to what's existing today? There's more public parking. In addition, the 46, the new spaces. Plus, we customize them so that they're right around the corner from his property, with all due respect.
I know,
Mr. White
the
and to
only
Father
thing I
Chuck.
would say is,
Yeah.
and you guys keep saying that, but here's what I have to say, and I absolutely feel for you. You've owned that property for a long time. It's also hard to sell a property, you know this, Tran, without any parking, correct? So I get your sensitivity, but you keep saying, oh, it's gonna add more parking. Yes, it is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the space is gonna go to Mr. White that day. Let's just say there's a special
But he
event.
doesn't have that today.
Right?
It's all public.
Right, I understand,
Yeah.
but that's where he's coming in, and there's some sensitivity for sure.
Of course.
So that's all I want to say.
Yeah.
I do want to mention with Cromer Investments, because if you look at the parcel now, quite honestly, I think things are going to change in this city, what vacant parcels are going to look like.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, and they need to. I think code enforcement needs to take a different approach. I've been to other cities, they actually put some beautiful, landscape around it, or they put up it's, I can't remember what they call it, but it's this, I don't even want to call it fencing, but it's absolutely beautiful. We do not require it here, we absolutely should, otherwise these parcels start to look terrible, and they're also fire hazards. I see weeds there. I don't want it to look the way that it has looked for, how long have they owned it? How long?
Cromer's?
Yeah.
A couple of years, I believe.
Yeah, and it, 2 years, and
Yeah.
it doesn't look good. And so to Jenny's point, maybe you could have put like a temporary parking structure there or something.
Fair enough.
Because that's so hard to look at. And we drive by those all the time. John, you're one of the most talented planners I know.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would love for you to think about what that also looks like. I think
Yeah,
you could do
there's a
something
market issue
great.
there. It's obviously very expensive. He plans on
No,
going.
but something temporary so it doesn't look like that.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of demolition of old properties, this being one of them, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes the finished product in a temporary basis is the dirt lot. You look at all the Jacobs stuff, there's a lot of that that's out
Yeah,
there.
but at least they also put fencing up
Yeah.
and really, because otherwise it just continues on.
I know Stephen Cromer, and I would be willing to bet that he'd be happy to do that.
Madam Mayor.
I know he's that man, so.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't weighed in, but I do have a couple of thoughts and comments first.
Yeah.
Mr. Cromer, I have watched you as you have developed a number of properties, and it's very impressive. You are to be commended for the type of investment that you're making in our community. So the concept or thought that maybe you're not moving fast enough, I think we've all recognized that the credit market is very challenging. Building costs are crazy through the roof. The Eden Tower Apartments, fabulous project. A number of the different projects that I see listed on your website are ones that we, quite frankly, we should aspire to have. So any suggestion that anyone has that you're moving slower than you might, or that you, your projects are not well thought out, I think is misguided. Because I do think that there's some just awesome stuff that you're contributing to the community. So thank you for that. Second, I have to agree with Mr. Krompatic. I do not understand the argument that there will be less parking or that somehow this project will negatively impact a building around the corner. Currently, the building around the corner, a beautiful building. I've been in it many times. It's almost a time capsule, quite frankly. It's very interesting and unique. And I've done mediations in there. I've done different kinds of legal things over the years. Fabulous building, but I do not understand how this project at all implicates that building. No one's been able to explain it to me tonight. I don't get it. It seems like if we take Stevenson Street, turn it into a one-way, and add more parking, everyone wins. Everyone currently today only gets the limited amount of parking that is on the singular sides of each way of this two-way street. So more parking is a good thing. Now, the question about whether we should privatize a public resource, this is something that we can reasonably disagree on. People can have different opinions on that. I don't think it's disturbing or the sky is falling or we have somehow been duped by every developer who came through the door. We are in the business of trying to figure out how to move this city forward. And sometimes that takes a confluence of things, one of which is luck, right? I don't think any of us could have seen that the Reno City Center project would go into the bankruptcy that it's in. It'll eventually emerge out of it. I don't think that anyone should believe that the Kimpton project has irreversibly damaged the light and shade ordinances for the universe. I don't think that the Riverside project was a bad one. We have had this ongoing discussion in this community about whether or not we are over parking our community. And in fact, our experts have told us people are not driving. Young people don't have 2 cars for every family. We don't need as much parking. So this concept that somehow parking is a scarcity, I think, is also misplaced. I don't know how to answer the question about whether we should privatize a public resource through the abandonment process. The jury is still out for me. But all the other stuff, I just do not believe those are arguments that have merit.
But isn't there a bit of a partnership here? Thank you for those comments, right? In terms of just trying to recoup some of the investment? I mean, so.
Well, I think you bring up a good point, John.
I mean, that's what we're.
Yeah.
Right, there's a huge
I
beautification
think,
element, 68 spaces versus 22.
So here's what I'd say.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. Is that your word, Councilwoman Breckus? Yeah. Just hear me out for a second, and if not, then I'm going to send it to you. You can make the
Wait,
motion.
before you make a motion, can
Yeah.
I say something? Sorry.
Sure.
I just wanted to ask if it'd be possible to like lease the land for like a small amount, like we've talked about doing with the Lear or something, so we retain ownership, but they can do the things that they want to do. The public gets the benefit of additional parking, and you know, kind of everybody comes out ahead on this. We do like $1 lease or whatever, and then you guys can still do your project. I don't know if that's possible or if you'd be, you know, interested. In that.
All I was going to do is just make a motion that we get in the room,
You guys help us get there. We want to help you get there. I think there's a better solution, whether it's
The
through.
partnership.
Yes,
Right.
whether it's
Yeah.
through a lease option or whether it's help us get there so the city maintains it, so you have your parking, you guys want, if you're truly, all you want, you guys, is extra parking, there's no reason that you should abandon that street. That doesn't make any sense. That really, if that's what you truly want, then we should help you get there because you've invested in that street, that area. You need more parking. So I would like to help you get there or help us too. Help us too, so it doesn't seem to be, I think we all want the same thing here. And I love what you've done, John. I love
you.
it.
Thank
It's
you.
awesome.
May I ask, Mayor?
Yes.
Everyone's using the term abandonment, but aren't we really, if we have a easement for public access in perpetuity, per the conditions, right? 26 foot, it's back to this exhibit here. Then is it really an abandonment? We're talking about management.
Oh, and maybe it's not even an abandonment.
I mean, it's a partial
Yeah.
abandonment, truth be told. I mean, there's no other way to spin that. We've gone back many years, you know, the cast of characters here, right? There's no con man in this program. You've got public access easement for the PEDs, for the vehicles. The
Yeah, I
parking
love
is
it.
managed by a private entity.
Yeah.
In exchange for putting out $750,000 of expense, and everybody benefits.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I love it. I just think that there's a better way
Okay,
to tackle this.
I
where
respect
there's
what you're saying.
a better partnership amongst all of
It
us.
truly is a partnership.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And figure out what that looks like. I even think we can figure out Cromer's piece of it, because he does do great, you guys do great
Yeah,
projects.
you know, he's just waiting for the market to be right. I mean, Councilman
Yeah.
Reese just nailed it about,
Yeah.
you know, the capital market. I mean, he's gonna go vertical, he's gonna have a commercial component and some multi-story residential on top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But obviously, there's not a market for that today.
Yeah, but listen, I think there should be
Yeah.
more parking on that street, 100%, and I love the way that this looks. I think we missed a really good opportunity last time, and we should have pushed.
Yeah.
This council should have actually pushed and been much more aggressive to see it happen, instead of just walk away and then just act like, oh, no big deal. And then here we are, and the communication isn't great. We should have probably had these conversations long before, but I think we owe it to you guys to help you get there, and vice versa. This has got to be a partnership.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
anyway, go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
I guess I agree with Councilman Reese. I don't see where the controversy is. I think we're getting more than required. I'm open to hearing what it is, but I would just be very realistic in what we heard in our budget presentation today. I don't see the city coming forward with any money to do this project. Just completely honest. This is not in our capital improvement project plan. It's not in any plan. This is not going to be a priority unless somebody can tell me something differently. But I mean, in all the requirements, you've gone above and beyond what we've asked you to do.
Thank you.
With your proposal. And, you know, I wasn't here when the city told you to go back and do something, but maybe we're going down a rabbit hole. That's all I have. Thank you.
I don't think, Madam Mayor, I don't think we're going down a rabbit hole. I think we're really thinking long-term. We've got a 100-year-old street. We have a very vacant adjacent property that we are not, that's making an ask to us, and we're not tying any deliverance and deliverable on them. And, you know, that is a problem. And not only that, Mr. McCardle, who just came in and told you to give $90 million in subsidy to the Grand Sierra Resort, is coming further in the year with a capital improvement plan for you for using some of the TIF, which would be eligible in RDA 1. So there may be money available.
Yeah, that's true. Is it an RDA?
It's
Yeah,
in
RDA 1.
And even if it's on the edge of
You're
RDA
right.
1, you can use it. So you do
Yeah,
have some
you're-
capital programming to go forward. I think, I don't, you know, and I also don't think the council took a walk away from this before. I thought we were very good faith and came forward and set a development agreement. And I'm really disturbed that it went inactive and 95% of the same project comes forward and here, do an order of abandonment. So I'll make a motion,
Okay,
if
go.
you're ready. For one, I make a motion that the council directs staff to prepare the development agreement in conjunction with the applicant that conditions the abandonment upon certain deliverables by the applicant, including but not limited to timing the eastern development to the western property to, bringing a project forward that will help the tax.
And because of that
tax
RDA
basis.
money, maybe we can actually do something
Yeah.
even bigger and
I
better.
think you can do that separately. I think you can let staff know that you want to see this when it comes forward. So maybe then it wouldn't even be available. So that's my motion.
Yeah.
If I could, Madam Mayor, I'm just a little uncomfortable with that, just given that this is a straight abandonment. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not doable. I'm just concerned that that's maybe a little bit beyond the scope. The agreement component, I mean, can you give me a little more on that, Councilmember Breckus, so I can just understand how that fits in here?
Well, we sure did it in 2020, and you guys were sitting at the table, and we're fine with that direction, and it's the exact same direction. We want to tie any abandonment to a development agreement that holds them to accountable to develop that western portion.
And I'm just trying to understand what that looks like. Are you saying that staff, it's up to staff for the terms now for that?
They'll bring back the development agreement because council adopts development agreements.
I get that, but that's, to me, kind of far of a field of an abandonment. Now, you can do a development agreement and then work the abandonment in, but I'm just afraid that doing the development agreement under this specific title
I
is...
think they're used together. The timing of the abandonment, the order of the abandonment is going to be done based upon the perfection of the obligations in the development agreement.
Or could we, to get to your point, if I may, Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Perhaps we could continue the abandonment, right? Is that where you're going?
That's a better way to do it.
Right?
If you're going to do it,
And
please, thank you.
In the interim, direct staff to work on a development agreement. I wouldn't tie it necessarily the way that Councilmember Breckus is, but a development agreement that brings benefits to both the city and the developer and holds us both accountable to producing an outcome.
Can I frame this as two paths we can take? Chris Vargas again. I love the fact that everybody loves the vision we create here, right? It's like, what imitation is the best form of flattery. We love it too. We'd love to see this, whether we go with your version of how it shows up or our version. But there's two ways to get there. Look, I'm a developer. I was a first investor in the Reno Renaissance, got that going. I built the Mod 2 on the 1,000. We do what we say, Mayor. We don't delay or drag or go back on our promises. We deliver. Okay, we did Mod 1, did Mod 2, Mod 3, Mod 4, and the Reno Renaissance. We will do this. We will pay for it. We will give 5 more feet of access to make this parking there. We do it fast, so we can have it on our dime with more space, with all the beauty we all want to see, and we'll pay for it, we'll maintain it. If the city wants to do it, wonderful, please do. But that will be your dime, your development speed, and it may take a while to get there. I don't know. I think somebody mentioned, Kathleen Taylor mentioned, I'm a little hesitant to throw any money at this, right? It takes money and time to do it. We're ready to go. We'll pay for it, we'll get it done. It will look beautiful. That's the version we're proposing tonight. But if the city wants to do it, I would walk out here going, great thing for the city. It's more beautiful.
And we would love
It's
to. It
beautiful.
will take some time,
It will,
and I
it
can't
will,
tell you
it
when.
will. It will.
Yeah. Well, we can get money from RDA 1.
So perhaps we could do what you say without abandoning the street. I think you get your outcome. You get more parking.
Never wanted to abandon
I
that
mean,
middle
we
street.
have this example where it's an easement, not an abandonment, to do your project.
Proposed a version which was, you keep the center of the street. We don't abandon that, but there was some rule we couldn't do that for some, the width rules, we had to do the whole thing.
But why don't we continue this and look into those options and bring it back?
Option 1, option 2, yeah. Because, we will do it, we'll do it fast, we'll pay for it, and you'll have more land.
I think my heartburn is abandoning a city asset that could be sold to someone else for something else. Doing this project I like, but I am concerned about privatizing the parking and charging $48 an hour, a day instead of 18. those are equity issues that I think we need to look into.
Is
But
that
anyway,
what, and that's what was proposed?
yeah,
Leah?
24 hours a day, $2 an hour.
So it would go to 18 to 48?
Yeah.
See, that's, no, I don't love that either. Mr. McCardle, will you please come here and talk about, because Councilman Breckus threw out RDA 1.
Yeah. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. There are no funds in RDA 1 currently.
And RDA 2?
There are funds in RDA 2, yes.
And that can be spent in RDA 1?
No, okay.
Just in the same way we're paying the debt for RDA 1 out of the RDA 2 TIF?
You'd have to make the claim that this investment in RDA 1, the investment in RDA 1 is to the benefit of RDA 2.
I think
That
that is
is-
an accurate thing because they're both blighted parts of the community and we want to alleviate blight throughout the community. I think it's consistent with our past practices of spending within both the RDAs. And I've been around, since 1998 with the RDA here. It was my idea to pay the debt from RDA 1 to RDA 2.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think the redevelopment plan for RDA 1 or RDA 2 does allow loaning now since we amended that. So I'm just offering
So
it.
if
We need
that
to
were
look
the
at it
case-
to see if that can be done is in
So
there.
if that were the case, how long would it take to get those funds to get a
The
project
funds-
like this done?
The funds are an issue, right? RDA 1 does not currently have funds. So in the participation program that we mentioned earlier, there is a, part of that restore program is we wrote something in there that a private party can do up to $200,000 in public improvements on a dollar-for-dollar match. If a property owner came and said, I want to redo my sidewalk, I want to plant trees, I want to do all these public improvements on our dime, we would match them dollar for dollar up to $200,000. That is currently in the participation program. The challenge is we don't have matching funds. The second part of that is we're currently conducting a parking study with somebody in town who is looking at all these parking challenges. We have 17,000 parking spots in downtown. However, some of these units have challenged, some small businesses have challenged treating their clients. We're looking into this, but I'll leave that.
Didn't
I'll
you
leave it
say
at that.
you're coming forward with a capital improvement plan to the council for RDA, for
For the redevelopment agency, yes, a 5-year
Yes.
capital improvement
Yeah.
plan. The challenge is RDA 1 will have probably no projects year 1 because there's no funding available.
But
Madam Mayor.
is is the police station in RDA 1?
No,
It's in
it is in
RDA
RDA 2.
2? But we can't,
But we could loan ourselves money, and we could do this
Well,
matching program.
again, going back to I think there's a bigger conversation here that we all need to sit down and talk about. I just would feel much better, again, you guys get what you want if we do it and pay for it. You get what you want, and we should hold on to that asset. Who knows what happens, to some of the land that we end up giving away? You don't know. We've seen it before.
Maybe part of a development agreement with Mr.
However,
Crum.
I like this developer a lot, and he's exactly right. He has said what he puts his money where his mouth is. Beautiful projects. He's not new at this. I have a lot more confidence in him by far, but I also think there's a better way to get here that's going to be better for all of
Creative.
us. I just believe that. I think there is. I think it's late. We've been sitting here all day long. Everyone's cranky. You've been sitting here for hours and hours and hours. I'm sure you never want to come to a council meeting ever again as long as you live.
Back in the 70s.
Oh, you used to come in the 70s.
Mr. Shipman's chair for the Reno City Council, Clyde Biglieri and Janet Pine and
Uh-huh.
Carl Bogart and
I love it.
Mayor DiVitano.
Oh, Devitano. Yeah. That's sweet. Okay, Councilman Reese.
That's what I
Yeah.
think too.
I'll move to continue.
She's gonna, yes, and we're gonna move on because
Okay.
everyone's
All
late,
right.
but
But
hold on.
is there a
But I'm
reason
gonna
why
have
we
you
can't-
speaking.
Yeah.
Hold on that thought. Go
Madam Mayor,
ahead.
if I may, we're glad
Councilman
to
Baris.
agree to the continuance. Sounds like everybody's
Okay.
working in the right spirit here.
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
Madam Mayor, a
Go ahead.
couple of things before I can't, make my brain function anymore. One is.
I know,
I think
right?
that Councilmember Ebert was on to something, and I believe worth exploring about whether or not we can, whatever we do, we should try to hold on to if that includes a lease.
Yeah.
So option one. Option two, I wanted to just say is that maybe what Cromer needs to hear from us is that RDA 1 also is soon to be open for business.
Yeah.
And perhaps what you need, but for the RDA's largesse, is to use it as a way to get your project off the ground, hoping that it would be affordable housing, right? And then the last thing I'll say is, I do think it is important that we continue to come back to the concept that there are all these parking spaces downtown Reno. And one of the ideas that I thought we might be able to do for the building and for Sir White is commit some spaces in our parking garage for some period of time, which we own. And so just an idea that also could be part of these discussions if this.
Why
business
can't we
owner-
put pickleball courts on Mr. Cromer's place temporarily? Come on.
Thank you so much. I'm
Let's
happy
do
to hear
it.
that Ms. Breckus has moved for
Well, I
continuance.
just wanted to.
Okay, go ahead.
say,
Councilwoman Ebert, take it away.
So, again, I like the idea of leasing it out for, just $1 or whatever and letting you guys move forward. You obviously already have a plan. I'm always trying to find new ways to put more trees in. We had a lot go on today about trash cans. You have trash cans included. And I know that, we can do the RDA stuff, but anything that the city of Reno doesn't have to pay for, I'm in favor of. And I know that, people don't necessarily always like driving, but I have to drive. I have to come down here from the North Valleys, and I know a lot of people do, especially if we want to go to the river and stuff. So parking is still a thing that we need to consider, for anybody that doesn't live in this immediate area. So I just, in the interest of getting the project done sooner, I would like to really look into how we could lease this out and let you guys move forward with your plan, since it seems like you have a great one, and just
Madam Mayor?
move forward with that.
May I ask a question of
ahead.
Councilwoman Ebert? So when you say lease, you're saying keep it in public ownership, the parking swaths would be leased on some,
Just the area that would have been abandoned, just you lease that instead of us
that, and
abandoning.
then you have control of it
Yeah.
as the private property, but for public access?
Yes.
Right, that's the concept, but the
Yeah.
ownership is the
Yeah.
change of ownership, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, trying to understand it conceptually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those
Madam
in,
Mayor,
Matt-
can I,
Yeah.
real quick, are
Go
we
ahead.
talking about time, date certain, or is this
Yeah,
just
that's what I was
a-
going to ask too. Or do we have a time and date certain for the continuance?
Oh, because it
Because it
gets
needs to be
added.
renoticed. Yeah.
yes.
Well, but it's probably not going to be noticed as an abandonment, so
Yeah.
Also, can,
You guys want it?
we have someone work on this?
I think we should leave it open until they come back with something.
Do you want to leave it open until you want to come back?
Can we, they were hopeful that we could just like put 90 days on it. Can we do that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that-
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you
Wait,
so much.
hold on. So that would be 1, 2, 3, like the first meeting in January?
Yeah.
Good,
Oh my
good time of
gosh,
year.
it's almost
Yeah.
January.
Thank you.
John, looks good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
the
Good job.
cooperation and, yes, thank you.
Do we know what that date is?
All right, I have a motion.
She said January 9th.
January 9th, 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. White, we will work on some dedicated parking for you. We will figure this out. I have a few ideas. Now, whether they work or not, I don't know, but I need to run them by you. And we will figure it out, and it won't probably be over there, but we'll work on something. All right? Thank you for joining us. We always love to have new faces.
Amazing how hard you guys work. Right, and those guys did the same thing. I mean, they were just, sometimes late in the morning.
Well, we try hard, we care, even though we're told otherwise that we don't. Every time I get online, which I don't do often anymore, but thank you, and we're glad you came.
Okay,
It's
Madam-
so nice meeting you. I'm going to
make
stop in your building too, by the way.
Otherwise, I don't have a quorum.
I'm going to come by there. I love that building.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you're ready, we're moving on to item G1, which is an appointment to the Urban Forestry Commission.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, not
Dewar?
Breckus, Dewar. Go
Okay.
ahead. Talk
Thank
about
you.
this.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Mayor, we have 7 openings on the Urban Forestry Commission out of 11 positions. So we only have 4 urban forestry commissioners now. I asked, a number of people applied. I asked our Tyler, who's my liaison, I'm sorry, the Urban Forestry Commission staff called all of these applicants to set up interviews with myself. Only 4 of them agreed, and I interviewed them, and I'm ready to make the appointments. So I'd like to appoint Megan Dietmeyer, DB Fennell, Gary Gentick, which is a reappointment, and Constance Connie Taylor. I met with each of these, and that still will leave 3 openings, and I encourage anyone who is interested in applying to reach out to our Urban Forestry Commission or myself for an interview. So with that, thank you. Aye.
All those opposed? Carries.
Item H1, City Council comments.
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on your idea, Madam Mayor, and I'd like to request that staff work with me and whoever wants to participate on developing some master plan findings that relate to feral horses and any other kind of changes that we need to provide clarity to these issues that we discussed today. So it's just an announcement, and I'll write a memo.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay,
Just to
good.
get the ball rolling.
Good.
Okay?
Oh, great, okay. What else? Councilwoman Ebert?
Just announcements? No, I don't have anything. Just that, I mentioned earlier, the Fall Festival was great up in Ward 4. Senior Advisory Board, the cooking classes for seniors was great. We're having them every month. You guys should come if you can ever make it out to the Elks.
Terrible at cooking. I'm afraid
Well-
I'd even get worse.
Oh.
That's why I don't go, because I'm so bad at it.
Well, it's an instructional
So bad.
class. They show us, and then when they're done cooking, then everybody gets to eat what they cooked. So it's really a lot of fun.
For
It's very
beginners, though.
social.
Beginners.
Well, yeah, they have tips and tricks and stuff, but you're not up there doing the cooking, so you'll be safe. If you
Oh,
wanna
okay,
come.
okay,
But
'cause
it's
that's
a
why
lot
I
of
never
fun.
go. I'm like,
Yeah, you guys should come, and then we're gonna have, it's a little ways out yet, but for the December class, the chefs have got a choir that's gonna come in and do some holiday singing and
that's
stuff for
cool.
the seniors, so, yeah.
I love that. Why don't you do like baking cookies?
We wanted to try and do something like that, but we were told due to like health code stuff, we can't have people bring stuff in because we don't know,
No, but I mean, you guys bake the cookies and then you give them out.
Oh.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
cookie baking is the best at the
I know.
holidays. I don't know. But, okay. Anything else? Nothing else? Okay. Anyone else? What about you, Councilman?
Just quickly, I hope everybody has a great Nevada Day on Friday, and that we have Dia de los Muertos celebration for anybody who wants to join. Latino Arte and Culture is putting that together on Sunday, the 27th, from 11 to 4 p.m. on East Pueblo Street.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love it. Okay, good. Will you send us invites?
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay, anything else? No? Madam Clerk, motion to,
Oh, just for the record, we did receive 5 letters of correspondence after 4 p.m. yesterday that were either general in nature or received after 4. So those are a part of the record and have been distributed to the Reno City Council, and now I can take a motion to adjourn.
okay, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thanks, everyone. Ooh, that was a long one. We're out of practice. We're out of